Welcome to the whatever, it wasn't on intro, totally scuffed. Put it on intro. Just go ahead, put it on intro. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, I suppose for the second time, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Go ahead and pull it up. Yep, there it is, streamlabs.com/whatever. To add on top of that, if you're using the YouTube app on iPhone or other Apple product to super chat, Apple takes a 30% cut also. So say you super chat 200. Let me do some quick maths here. It's 200 multiplied by 0.7, multiplied again by 0.7. That leaves something like 98 of the original $200. So half of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. So do it through streamlabs.com/whatever. Link for that's in the description. Streamlabs messages get priority over YouTube chats. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There's a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS. You can mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, and if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options. You can pop a ball of Crystal for 1 Ethereum. You can do a 20-minute voice call-in for 2 Ethereum. 10,000 USD in Bitcoin to kick somebody off, kick a guest off the show. 1 Bitcoin and I'll shave my beard, revealing my triple chin. And 1 Bitcoin to buy Kiki or Ashley. And so Kiki's the blue-haired gal back there. And Ashley's the pink-haired girl back there. Okay, see the description for all details. Now, if you want to just tip, have 100% of your contribution go towards us. No platform fees, no cut. You can via Venmo or Cash App. Damn, scuffed. Okay, whatever pod on both. Link for that's in the description. I'll give you guys shout-outs at various breaks during the stream. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1. Hold on, we're not there yet. Lexi, thank you. Mike, thank you for the membership. Reality Calc, thank you for the membership. Jim, thank you for the membership. Kari, thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, it's been 1 minute since we last got a Prime, so I think it's still bugged. If somebody can check and test out a little Prime sub if you can. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you buy something during the show, we'll give you a shout out. Streamlabs will be able to pull it up. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any women who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter, Brian Atlas X. Oh, scuffed. Okay, I need to put those just on Reels. My bad. And then check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Nobody else besides me is advocating for this. It's really a tragedy. 10,000 a year. By the way, if you want to get some merch, Big Labia Matter t-shirts and hoodies, shop.whatever.com. Andrew's going to be joining us a little later on. He's going to be doing a call-in. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Can you pull it? Are you able to get that pulled up? If you're my Caucasian, you must, you ought, you should join the Discord. Discord.gg/whatever. Guys, we got so much there. We got the wall of haters. We got the hate mail. We've got behind the scenes. Scroll down. Don't click any of those, but scroll down on the left tab. We got a great community on there. Scroll down a little bit. And then I post a bunch of, we got media. We got all kinds of good stuff on there. So be sure to check it out, guys. Okay. Disclaimer. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and education. Go ahead.
I'm Jasmine. I'm 23, from Georgia. I'm a bartender, and I have my bachelor's in political science and economics.
Are you going for your master's or just?
I am.
Okay. In what?
In economics, most likely.
Okay. What university?
I went to Georgia Southern.
Georgia. Is that in Atlanta or?
No, South Georgia.
Okay, got it. All right. And you said political science and economics, you said?
Yes.
You have a minor in economics?
Minor, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. What about you?
Hi, everybody. I'm Erica Perry. People also call me E.T. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Orange County, California, and I'm an independent music artist. I released my debut album this year. You can find it on Spotify, Apple Music. Yeah. Also, on my Instagram, Phone Home Baby E.T.
And did you, where are you from again?
Orange County.
Always from OC?
OC, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any school?
I dropped out from Cal State Long Beach because they tried to make me get the...
Oh, the Fauci-ouchie?
Yeah, they wouldn't let me register for my second semester. I'm like, no.
So but you're 30, right? Did you do like university?
I did like
out of high school?
many years of community college because
Gotcha.
I didn't know what my major was going to be.
Did you get an associate's degree?
Yeah.
What was your associate's degree in?
Communication.
Com, okay.
I know, it's like...
Throw that in the toilet.
It's...
But so you went back to school. You were going to get your bachelor's, but then you...
No, I took like many years in community college. I just like took my dandy time.
But you said you went back a bit more recently.
No, I was in community college for I
Okay.
started for 22, and then in 2021 I was in Cal State Long Beach, and then they wouldn't let me register for 2022.
Okay,
Yeah.
Got it. And you're a singer. Let's hear something.
Oh, fuck.
Where's your guitar? Get your guitar.
I know, right? All right, this is my original. It's called Pop It.
Is that part of it?
Yeah, like
Is that
little
part of the
queef.
I like it. Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
I'm literally getting such anxiety. Can we go back?
Hold on. Wait. You were on American Idol in front of Katy Perry, and I don't know who else was
Brian,
Simon
for
there?
some reason I have more anxiety in front of you, and I don't know why. I think it's because I saw Andrew's name on like the whole title, and that.
Well, he's not here yet, but he's
I'm
he's gonna be
shaking
here.
thinking about it.
You're literally shaking.
Yeah, I'm scared of you, Andrew. If you're watching.
He's not watching.
And his wife. Oh my God, I was watching like. Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, but you were on American Idol. You were in front of Katy Perry, and I don't know who's the other guy.
That was the first time I ever sang in front of people.
Okay.
No one knew I sang. That was like my deep secret.
All right, here's number 2. Go ahead.
Okay, everyone, this is called Pop It. Okay, I can't. Go to the next person. Ready? 5, 6, yeah. 7.
Get her a shot of the tequila she gifted me. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, can you take a shot with me?
I don't.
Brian,
no.
Come on. We're here
If somebody
for 8
pops
hours.
if somebody pops a ball of champagne,
You
I'll have
guys,
some champagne
TTS, so Brian will take shots with me, okay?
I will die if I take a shot of
$200 for a
tequila.
shot, okay?
Disagree with the pricing on that
it's
one,
valid.
But, all right, what about you?
I'm Amy Jeffers. I'm from Manteca, California. It's about 5 hours north of here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a medical assistant. I don't do that anymore.
Okay.
So I didn't want to do the
Age?
ouchie, yeah. So now I just help take care of my father who's recovering from cancer. He's still going through his cancer treatment, though. And I do OnlyFans.
Age?
52.
52, okay. And any education, college, anything like that?
Associate's degree.
All right.
From
Is it
Hill
in
College.
healthcare? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you said
About 12.
you were a
I
medic?
got it back in 2012 when I graduated.
Okay. Associate, what's the associate?
Associate in science.
Okay.
For
got
medical
it.
assisting.
All right. What about you?
Hi, Lauren Selby. I'm 40. I'm a personal chef. I'm from Huntington Beach. I have a bachelor's in culinary management. And yeah, that's it.
All right.
Nothing special.
Any education? Or you said bachelor's in culinary management
Yeah,
it was?
correct.
Okay. Got it. From which university? Or was
AI.
it like a...
Art Institute
Oh, okay. Got it.
in Santa Ana.
What about you?
Savannah Stone. I'm from Florida. I'm 19 years old. I'm a social media influencer, and I have a high school diploma.
All right. Any plans to go to college or anything like that?
Nope,
Or
I think it's a scam.
just there you go. Think it's a scam. Okay. Maybe some you two might tangle on that one. What about you?
I'm Julie. I'm 45. I went to Cal State University Long Beach. I have a bachelor's in psychology and also my education specialist credential. I'm from the outer parts of LA. I recently went back to teaching, and I also am an administrative assistant for a private ministry. We do commercial investments. We help people in the private sector, so everything we do is in the private. We do investments with commercial paper. So if there's any people with lots of money or any OnlyFans ladies who would like to invest, there's a lot of money to be made in that arena.
Wait, you said it's through a ministry?
Yes.
Wait, you want OnlyFans girls to invest through you, or what do you?
So one of the ways of operating in business in the private sector would be to have something called a private membership association. So basically, you're operating out of your First Amendment rights, which is through your religious freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you operate that way, instead of taking payments, you take donations. And so it allows you to be tax-free. There's lots of great ways to operate that put you in a favorable position when it comes to business and taxes and many, many things. So yes, it isn't necessarily a ministry in the way that people might consider it that way.
Just tax evasion.
It's not tax evasion. Taxes are actually voluntary, but you can't
Wait.
just not.
Wait,
pay
are you a
tax.
sovereign citizen?
I'm not a sovereign citizen.
Oh, okay.
However, operating in the private puts you in particular positions, but you cannot just opt out of paying taxes, is what I'm saying. You have to do it in a particular way.
Got it. Okay. But you said that, what's the involvement? You mentioned OnlyFans girls. What's the involvement with, do you work directly with OnlyFans girls? Or did I
Not at all. I just put that out there since oftentimes there's several guests who say that they make a lot of money. And if that's something that they wanted to do to protect their assets, I didn't mean it that way, but it would be an option. So I just threw that out there.
Wait, so the income generated, you're saying an OnlyFans girl could generate income, but if they set up like an organization in such a way that their OnlyFans income would not be taxed?
There are particular ways to operate so that not necessarily, because for their situation, they are going through a particular entity, and that entity is in the public sector. But you could take the money you make and invest and make money in that realm.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Carla Lito. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist in Los Angeles, California, and a relationship coach and the author of the book Outsmarting Egomaniacs: How to Respond to Narcissists and Master Manipulators.
Got it. Age?
50.
All right. And education?
2 master's degrees in psychology.
Both of them in psychology, or it's like subcategory? Or?
Yeah, one was an academic based en route to a doctorate, and then I changed my mind and did a clinical emphasis in marriage and family to be licensed as a therapist.
And you're a marriage therapist or relationship therapist?
Yeah, psychotherapist, and I specialize in relationship issues.
What's the, there's like a title, not
LMFT.
LMFT, what does that stand for? It's
Licensed Marriage and Family Therapy.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it, right. Okay, welcome. What about you?
Hi, my name is Nausicaa. I'm 19 years old and I'm currently studying pre-business at UC Riverside, but I'm originally from San Francisco, California. And I'm also a content creator in the fitness niche.
All right, what do you do with the fitness stuff?
I post my workouts, I post inspirational videos, I post lots of mind, self-growth and stuff like that too.
Okay, got it. All right, welcome everybody. We're gonna go around the table once more. What is your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Currently single, last relationship I was in was about 2 years ago, and it was also my longest relationship, about 3 years.
All right. And the 3-year relationship's the ones that ended 2 years ago?
Yes.
Who broke up with who?
I think by the end of it, it was mutual.
By the end, it was mutual. Okay. Was it ever on and off at any points? How many times was it off?
2.
2 times.
Yes.
Okay. Of the times it was off, who initiated those? Was it you or him?
I did the first time, and then he did the second time.
Got it. Okay. Were you guys? What were the breaks in between during the off periods? Yeah.
I'd say 3 months for the first one, and maybe similar for the second.
Got it. Okay. Was there any infidelity in the relationship?
No.
No. Okay. What about you?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Relationship status?
Oh, I'm single.
How long have you been single?
That's up for negotiation. But so I was in a relationship for 3 years, and we were hooking up for 4 years, and we stopped talking to each other in July last year. So we've been no contact for almost a year.
No contact for almost a year.
It's so terrible. He blocked me.
So would you say you've been single for a year?
Sure.
But okay, well, we'll get into that. But longest relationship?
Him, 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Okay. Why is that?
Multitude of reasons. First one being his friends and family did not like me.
Why is that?
Why? Because of my past.
What about your past?
I was a sex worker in the past. But like he
when
knew
you
that
say-
from the
when-
get-go. Like the first
He
day we
knew.
met, I told him. He didn't care.
When you say sex worker, what kind of sex work?
Stripper, escort.
Okay. And the other reason he broke up with you was because you refused to
So-
serenade him? Is that?
Was used to, yeah.
You refused to serenade him?
Brian, I know. Okay. No, it was because so he let his friends and family get to his head, and he started coming up with like his own reasons, I would guess. And he said I had no motivation, no drive, and yeah, that's why.
Okay. And your past. So you said dancing, escorting.
Yeah.
How many different, I guess, clients did you have when it came to escorting?
How many different?
Yeah. How many clients did you have?
How many?
Yeah. Clients.
Oh, I don't know, because most like they weren't like all sexual, like.
Yeah, that's
fucking
fine
them.
if it's like sugar baby, but I know. you
I
weren't
couldn't
given
count
the
on my
sugar.
hand. I'm so sorry. I
Well,
don't have the exact number.
You think it was over 100?
Oh, not at that time. No. Before
No,
I
in
met
total.
him,
In total.
before him, it was definitely less than 100. After
you-
him, can't say the same.
Are you currently involved in sex work?
No, I'm unemployed.
Unemployed. Okay. When's the last time you were involved in sex work of any kind?
Last year.
Last year. And you were escorting or
Yeah, just dates, no sex.
just dates? So sugar baby
Yeah,
without the
sugaring.
sugar.
Yeah.
All right. And
Sugar daddies.
how many sugar daddies have you had in total?
I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to not give you an exact number. I genuinely do not know.
Well, I don't need a precise number, but you could say like over 50, over
Oh, it's had to be hundreds.
Oh, in the hundreds. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. And okay, 3-year relationship, single for 1 year. In this 1 year, is there currently a guy in the picture?
No, I mean I have a roster.
You have a roster. How big is the roster currently?
It's slimmed down, definitely, because
To what?
so I'm only like sleeping with one person right now.
How many
And-
people are you dating right now?
Dating?
Yeah.
Like 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dating 9.
Yeah.
And then some go off the roster, new ones come in. At its peak throughout your whole life, how big has the roster been?
So right now I really enjoy my roster of men. They're like super kind to me. In the past, they were terrible.
Sure.
These ones this year, it's like so refreshing. 2025 brought like the best, yeah, the best of the best. But in the past, I don't.
Yeah. Has it ever been like 15? Has it ever been 20 of the roster?
Oh, probably.
What's the biggest? 30?
Brian, you're giving me mathematical questions. I don't know the exact number, but I know. I used to do a lot of Xanax. So I don't no, I'm being dead ass. Like I was like,
She forgot.
I
used to do drugs. I still do, and I used to too.
No, like I was criminally addicted, and I'm not anymore.
Have you been to rehab?
Yes.
How many times?
Once. I left after one day because it was a bunch of heroin addicts, and like, it just didn't fit in.
You didn't fit in with the.
They
heroin.
were scary. They were like, I'm not judging heroin addicts. No, but like the rehab I got sent to was like kind of low income. Because like it was on my medical insurance.
You wanted the bougie rehab.
I wanted Malibu retreat.
Yeah, why didn't you go to Malibu retreat?
Because my mom's not rich like that.
One of the sugar daddies could have paid for it.
No, he got shot and I had to go to rehab. Sorry, I'm getting so deep so fast.
Which one of the multiple of your sugar daddies got shot?
I had a main sugar daddy.
The main sugar daddy got shot.
Yes, he got shot, so he was in the hospital.
How old was the sugar daddy?
He was, so at the time I was 20 and he was 41.
What was he? How did he get shot?
Why did he?
Yes, good question.
He was
Jazz.
very.
Why was
oh my
he
god,
shot?
I probably shouldn't say this. I have people that are probably okay. Whatever. Who cares?
You got people in the streets
No,
who
who
are
cares?
watching this. You gonna snitch? You can't snitch.
There are ops out here, Brian.
The ops out here.
The ops out here.
Don't snitch, but
No, he was like very involved in the cannabis industry, not in like the low stratosphere. Like he was one of the pioneers, what you would see the commercialization right now. And he was just like an asshole to a lot of people, had a lot of enemies. And yeah, so I was with him when he got shot the first time.
You were there?
Yeah,
Wait,
no.
he got shot.
I had a gun
Hold
to
on,
my
wait.
head. Yeah.
Hold on. Shot the first time? So he got shot a second time?
The second time he got murdered. Yeah, he's dead. Like,
I can't say that.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you gonna kick me off?
No.
He's unalive.
It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm actually
It's fine.
so sorry. Like,
It's okay. You're fine. You're fine. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Were you there when he got?
No, not that when he
The first
got
time?
unalive. No,
Yikes.
no. The first time, yes, I had a gun to
Wait,
my head.
he was in the legal cannabis industry?
Yes. Well, so before it became legalized, it's what, there was a gray area. Sorry, I'm not speaking to the mic.
Okay,
My bad.
that's fine. And then you were also addicted to Xanax, and then you went to rehab.
And like
But it
Molly
was
and
like,
everything. Yeah.
It was like poverty rehab,
It was
like-
low income because I had like Kaiser.
Permanente.
Yes. We wasn't
Fucking
Malibu
Kaiser, man.
retreats. There wasn't celebrities. It was like
Yeah.
people that had like, before you get veneers, the little nubs.
Do you
like-
have veneers?
No.
I don't have veneers.
Not to like mention, but I think people who have veneers don't brush their teeth. I think they go the op out so they can like have bad breath.
Probably.
Or not so I'm
Didn't
saying.
brush your teeth, that's why they have
So,
veneers.
Yes, they didn't brush their teeth, so they got veneers.
so the original question though was, how big was the roster? To which you said, I don't remember. I was on Xanax.
Oh my god, we got in like a whole spiral.
Do you think? But there are probably windows of
Last
like,
year? Okay, let me try to
lucidity.
count.
You're probably like lucid during periods
Well,
of.
how often are you going on the dates?
Oh.
At its peak.
I
like
don't
how
do
often?
sugar dates this year. I'm dating for fun now.
She's dating for fun.
Oh wait, no, I take that back. I had one, the guy was just like giving me money. I've never met him in person. Oh wait, no, I have two. Sorry.
And so, would you say maybe like at its peak, maybe the roster was 20?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Okay.
A little
And
bit of
then
this and that.
Going back to you, Jazz, here really quick. You said you've been single for 2 years, but are there currently like any guys in the picture or anything?
Currently, no.
Currently, no. And excuse me, in the past 2 years, have you had any situationships or anything?
Yes.
Have you had like 3 months, 6 month situationship in the past?
I'd say 3 months. The most recent was just a month long,
Mm.
and that ended last week. So
Ended last week.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty fresh.
yeah.
How you upset about it?
No,
or-
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Who ended it? Or was it like a mutual ghost?
So I found out that he had a girlfriend of 7 years.
7?
Yeah, and they had
Nice.
just bought a house together in January.
Good times.
So I was just so I blocked him and let her know, and it's over.
Good. Oh, you contacted the.
Oh yeah,
the other girl.
immediately. Yeah.
Good times.
Wait, what did she say?
Did
she know?
I don't want to air their drama, but she like called him first and talked to him for 4 hours before talking to me about it.
Oh, so he manipulated her.
Yes. Yeah.
There it goes.
And so, are you on dating apps currently?
I haven't logged on since then.
Okay.
Since before I met him.
No guys in the picture.
No.
Nothing. Okay. No prospects.
It's been a week.
No prospects.
No.
All right. And have you ever had a roster?
That's like a high school thing, I feel like, at least for me. Like, yeah, for me.
She's.
I'm very immature. I'm a 30-year-old, 15-year-old.
No.
Yeah, E.T., how do you feel about that? She's saying that
It's okay.
No,
you're doing some high school shit with your 9 deep roster.
I just haven't talked to
basketball
more
team.
than one guy at a time in like a very long time. I feel
Okay,
like.
so you one person at a time.
Wait, how old are you again?
23.
Oh, you're
Are
so
you guys
mature.
related?
No.
No.
but thank you.
Wait, what are you?
Yeah,
do you
they look
mean?
like they
Like,
could
what's
be
your
related.
ethnicity?
My dad's black and my mom's white.
Oh, yeah, you're very exotic looking. I like
Thank
it.
you.
Beautiful.
Is she allowed to say that? Is she allowed to call it?
Everyone says it.
Like, what if a
I
white
think
guy-
I'm exotic
is-
looking.
But like, hold on. If a white guy was like, "Wow, you're so exotic," wouldn't you raise an eyebrow?
Yeah, it happens all the
Wait,
time.
really? Is that offensive?
No, it's not offensive.
Oh.
It just makes me feel like,
So what do you prefer? Just beautiful?
No, I.
right? Yeah, like why can't
Okay.
they just give like a normal compliment? I feel like.
Well, because, like, okay, I didn't.
No, I don't hate it from you.
I didn't realize that it was like.
No, I think it's
offensive.
weird
Fuck.
from guys. Like genuinely just from guys. Yeah.
White guys.
Looking
Yes,
at you two
white
from the
guys.
side, you guys look like you could be related.
Is that because
She's
you,
so pretty.
you think that like if they think that you're beautiful and exotic, that your beauty is a fetish and not just
Yes,
beauty?
exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. What about? Whoops, that pen just flew out of there. What about you?
I've been single for about 2.5 years.
All right.
Currently, no men in the picture.
Okay. Longest relationship?
Actually, it was this last one. Yeah,
How long was that?
8 years.
8 years. Were you married?
Yeah, I've been married 3 times.
Married 3 times. Okay. Any kids?
1.
1 kid. Is that from your first, second, or third marriage?
None of them. That was actually an oopsie. It was a friend with benefits.
Okay. And how old were you when you had your? Is it daughter, son?
Daughter.
Daughter.
She's 15.
15. Okay. So you had her 37.
I was
38?
37, yes.
Okay. And that. Okay. So, give me the chronological order of the 3 marriages. So, how old were you when you first got married?
First time 17.
17. And how long were you married for?
About 2 years.
2 years. And then who initiated the divorce?
I did. I was getting physically abused.
Sure. And then your second marriage, how old were you?
It was about 20.
20.
20.
Okay, so not too long after
Yes.
the end of your first marriage. How long was your second marriage?
Well, we were like married, like agreeable married for about maybe 5 months. And then he was in the Navy. So then all of a sudden we lost contact. And back then that was before cell phones and even computers, really. I mean, people had computers, but they weren't like mainstream. This was way
This is
back
like
in like
early
93.
90s? Yeah.
93, yes.
Okay.
And he was in the Navy. I was in Guam. That's where I met him. And yeah, like you, I was an exotic
what?
dancer years ago.
Oh, what were you doing in Guam?
Dancing.
In Guam?
Yeah, they have clubs out there.
They
Yeah,
just-
it's a big naval station, Air Force Base too out
Okay.
there.
So how long were you married to him?
We were legally as far as dates from 93 till about beginning of 94. So about a year,
Okay.
little over a year.
Got it.
Yeah.
But you separated prior to that?
Yes.
And then, so you were what? You were 21?
I was 20 when I married him.
And then 21?
And then with the third one, I was 22 when I married
Third
him.
marriage, 22. How long did that last?
About 6 months. I realized I wasn't in love with the guy. I loved him as a friend, but I
Okay.
wasn't in love with him.
Got it.
Yeah.
And
I thought maybe, down the road I can have maybe a kid or two and try to do that love thing. And I'm like, no.
Sure.
And that was another thing. I didn't want to have kids right then, too. And he was really wanting to start having babies. And I'm like, no, I'm not ready for this yet.
Got it.
So.
And you said, that lasted, and sorry, you were 22? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that one lasted.
And you divorced him? You initiated the divorce?
Yes, I initiated
So you
divorce.
initiated all 3 of the
All
divorces?
3 of them,
Okay.
yes.
And have you been proposed to since?
Yes.
But are you, did you like the guys, but you just already been through it and you didn't want to get married again?
At the time, when my last engagement that I had, he wanted to, I wanted to, but it was like bad timing. he was going through some legal crap, and he wanted me to move where he was, and
Sure.
he actually got in trouble where I was living. So we were like, okay, well, if you're going to have to do any kind of jail time, why would I want to move up there if I'm going to have to come and visit you here? So I decided, okay, I'm done. Just take your ring back, and you can just go your own way.
And you said you were a sex worker. Was it just the dancing you were doing?
Just
or
dancing.
No
Just
escorting?
No escorting, just dancing.
You currently do OnlyFans, though, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay. And you said you had one kid. That was she's 15, and it was from a one-night stand. You said, or
No, we're
a
friends with benefits.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. He actually owns.
Is he in the picture at all?
No.
Does he pay child support?
Yes.
How much? Just out of curiosity, how much does he pay in child support?
Close to about $600 a month.
$600 a month.
And of course, he bitches about that too.
Okay. And for your marriages, did you receive any alimony from any of them?
No.
No, because they were pretty short, so I don't think.
Well, that and I didn't even ask for it because I didn't want something to be tied to either.
Right. You
And
just
I even
wanted
gave
out.
back my rings and everything to him
Okay.
too. I wasn't even going to hold on to that shit. I
There you
said,
go.
Here, go. Just
All
take
right.
it.
And you said you've been single for 2.5 years? No guys in the picture? Okay.
No.
All right. What about you?
I'm single.
All right.
Longest relationship, 4 years.
4 years? Okay.
With my son's dad. That's been 10 years.
10 years you've been with him? Or-
No, 10 years ago I met him.
Okay.
So,
How old? You have one kid?
Yeah.
How old's your kid?
almost 8.
Almost 8. How long you been single?
6.
6 years?
Yeah.
Was that when that was the end of your 4-year relationship with the
Yeah.
father of your
Correct.
son?
Correct.
Who broke up with who?
I mean, I was done. I tried to get rid of him. He wouldn't leave. And then, we'd fight a lot. So I had to get a restraining order for him to get out. And it's just kind of spiraled.
When you say he wouldn't leave, were you guys living together?
Yes.
Was it you guys were sharing?
We were actually living at my mom's house. He wouldn't leave.
Dope.
Yeah. It was
Well, I guess.
great
So you
time.
had to evict him, or
Excuse me?
you had to get him evicted because he was legally a tenant.
Correct. Well, yeah, correct.
Mm-hmm.
But he was
lazy. Well,
I don't want to say anything bad about my son's dad.
that's fine.
Yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me a couple hours.
So for the past 6 years, though, have you dated at all?
Like a 3-month nothing, but honestly, no. Not really.
Okay.
Roster's dry.
Roster's dry.
Yeah. My hoe phase is done.
The hoe phase is done.
Hoe phase has been done
But
for a while.
there was a hoe phase.
Of course, yes.
Going back this way.
All girls have a hoe
Was there hoe
Yes,
phase?
I worked in
of
it.
course.
Yes, I worked in a club.
Big
yes, I did
time.
things.
Hoe phase?
Any girl who says they don't have a host phase is a liar. You're a liar.
Right,
They're
Jazz?
missing out
I
on
wasn't an Uber, but I was modern.
No, I agree.
Have you had a hoe phase, Jazz?
Not. How are we defining hoe?
Exactly.
A strumpet.
I don't know
Wait,
that
what is a
either.
strumpet?
A strumpet.
I've had moments where I've gone on like mini dates, like first dates.
That can be hoe
type
phase.
thing. Yeah, that's like the furthest my
fucking
that a nice way of
randoms
saying
and you
tramp?
don't care.
Whatever your sense of hoe phase is, like describe the hoe phase. You were just going on like 3 dates a week, 4 dates a week, 5 dates a
Oh,
week.
that's a bit much. I'd say like 3 a month.
Okay.
Just like whenever the opportunity came, like sure, I'll go on a date, and then one of us wasn't interested, and
So that would be your hoe phase, like
Yeah.
3 dates. Okay. And wait, you said you were you were a dancer?
I did, yeah.
And then you said other things too, escorting?
No, she didn't do that.
No, not technically
okay.
escorting. Just
What was it seemed like you're saying or suggesting there was.
just meeting people at the club and doing extra things. Not really. I don't know. I don't know how
At
to-
the strip club? In the strip club? Was it the
No.
champagne room or whatever?
No.
The champagne room. What are we in the 80s?
You know what happens in the champagne room stays in the champagne
Yeah.
room. But sometimes, like, couples would come up and want me to go hang out with them.
Like a unicorn?
Like
Okay.
dorkies that never. I don't know. I don't know.
And would they pay you for that?
Of course. And
How
I
much?
wouldn't even have to do
Wait,
stuff. I would like
So you'd be in,
direct
like,
them to do
You'd be in the
things.
cuck chair, like
basically.
watching, crying in the corner.
Yeah. One time, I'm like, let's light some candles. Let's like make it cute, and like the whole room lit up. It was on fire. Exactly. I know. I was like, okay, we're done. Like I gotta go. Things are on fire.
All right, that's
I
cool.
ran out of there. Yeah, it's fun.
All right, good times. Any sugar daddy type stuff, or
Technically, yeah.
technically, yeah.
Yeah.
But
young.
you were like you did engage in like sexual activity for money.
Technically, yeah. I mean,
Well,
yes.
explain it to me,
Hard.
too.
I
Like,
mean,
would you
I
go
would
home
meet
with guys after
would
the
come to
club?
the club, and then they want, extra things
A
or
blowy.
or dates or
Or-
just take me to Vegas
blowy?
or whatever.
That's what it's called, right?
Maybe an HJ. I don't know. That's such a cute
You want a blowy?
An HJ.
Do you guys want a blowy?
Yeah, an HJ or
HJ 's crazy.
I'd try to
How much?
HJ?
How
Try to
much is
avoid
that?
all the
How
way.
much is an HJ?
Who gives out hand jobs?
Well, I've said this on.
doesn't?
I've never
What is the
sold a
rate?
hand job. That's crazy.
Well, I
Like,
agree
that's
with
like
you.
first base.
I would like. Here's the thing. I could be with the most beautiful girl, and she's like, "Look, I like you, Brian, but I'm not ready yet. I'll give you a hand job." I'd be like, "I'm good. I'd rather just turn down the hand
Different.
job.
You're
I
not
don't
like
want.
a hoe. You're not a
I don't want a hand job.
Offering it though.
Wait, can I ask
don't
why
know.
you don't want a hand
Yeah.
job? Because it's I don't know as a girl, like why?
Start
Why?
off with the HJ, then you work your way up.
It's just not like what
You don't like the handies?
Yeah, but you're not like
on its own.
Like if you were really into
probably
them,
get
though.
laid
Yeah.
enough to where
she
you
could be
don't need
the
an
most
HJ.
beautiful woman in the world.
I think it
and
means
she's
he
like,
is into her. It like I think that's cool. Like that reflects well on you. And I think
No, he wants more.
right, but he's saying if we're not gonna be intimate, I don't need you to like do me this thing. Like it's okay. It means that you like her, you respect her, and you want to have a good experience. Maybe.
He disagrees.
you're not a dirty
too.
little
No, you
well, no, you know
get
what?
HJ.
She makes a great point.
And I think a guy who
I
wants
agree.
a
You
hand
look
job,
better.
She's my attorney.
No, but also the guy who wants a hand job, he just wants to nut. He doesn't care about the girl. And he's like, yeah, okay, give me a hand job then. That's not about
Right,
your
but that's what they want. That's what they go there for, and
Right,
that's
so
what you
I'm
offer.
saying
Brian wants the
And there's
full
nothing-
3-course
In a
dinner.
there's a place
yes,
and
if
time
I
for
can't-
it.
nothing wrong with that. I just think it's cool
Yeah.
that
Don't
you
want it.
want. I just think it's cool that you want the connection and not the hand job. That's
Carla,
cute.
thank you very much for the
Wow,
endorsement.
pay her.
That's
Pay
great
her.
framing. I love the framing on that. It's really
Sponsored by
good.
whatever.
Framing.
The framing.
It's
I think it's more
inaccurate.
like being
No
given a
free
2-cent
HJs.
tip.
Yeah.
You're not like a guy that's gonna go search for an HJ. Like you're actually probably a decent person.
Hey, bitch, give me.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like
I guess.
guys
No.
that
But-
do those things and search. For
I think
it.
you guys are being a little too charitable here.
Am I?
You guys are being a little
I'm
charitable.
just giving out HJs.
Chat,
and
does
saying-
Brian want HJs
It's
all
not-
day?
It's not because I'm like this wholesome guy. It's just like,
You are.
well, okay, a little bit, but like yo, chat.
Yeah.
If all that's on the table is a hand job, would you rather just not get the hand job? I'd rather just not get the hand job.
No, I
not
think
gonna
it's a
take a hand job.
self-report. Self-report.
Wait, how's that the
How much would you
self-report?
not that
for
into
it?
the girl?
It depends.
No, I'm
For the
telling you,
girls.
she could be.
I hear you. I'm saying I think it's a self-report.
She could be like, if I don't give you one, it's over. I'm like, good. I don't want one. Goodbye.
So why don't you
Self-report.
want one though? Like why would you rather just not have it?
It's just.
What if she gets two for
Gaslighting
free?
himself.
It
Or maybe
doesn't
she gets too
feel
comfortable
would
with just
definitely
doing
take an
just
HJ.
that and
It
not
doesn't
anything
do anything
else.
for me, you know?
I guess if you're just not into that.
Say less, I get you.
You're not doing it right.
No, it's just. Anyways, what is the chat saying? What's the chat saying?
Yeah,
Let me
I'm
see.
so
They're
curious.
agreeing.
I want to see if
How
they
can we
agree
read
with
their
me here.
comments?
Mary, you can hit the live. Do you see where, or not go? Don't hit go live, but you see next to starred where it says live. Streamlabs, StreamYard,
Yeah, let's
StreamYard.
interact with
It's
live
you know where the
feed.
pull-ups, where you pull up the chats right here. No, just oh man, I gotta pull. Okay, yeah, hit that. People are saying pass, no HJ, no. No.
Yeah, chat. Get that head.
For me, fine. That's
Oh,
okay.
that's a
I'll
good
take the L.
point.
What did he say?
Someone said no one's giving me an HJ better than I'm doing it myself.
Yeah.
Period.
That
That's the real reason.
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
it.
I
That's
guess.
a good point.
You guys have porn, you know? Guys
guess.
like can go jack off to somebody. like,
The chat agrees with me. All right.
Well, someone also
I need
said
to pull
Brian,
up.
stop talking.
They did say that.
Don't listen to
should
that.
see-
Skipped over that
Keep
one.
talking,
Although
Brian.
Jazz, you should see what they've been saying about you.
No.
So, okay, I need to start pulling up these chats. One sec.
TTSs?
One sec. Hold on. Actually, here. Where were we here? Relationship status. Okay, go ahead. Relationship status,
I am
please.
happily married.
All right. How long have you been married for?
A little over a year.
And how long were you guys dating before you got married?
A year.
Okay. And are you guys like high school sweethearts, or how did you guys meet?
No, I mean, he was 20 and I was 17 when we met. So I was like senior in high school, but we grew up in the same hometown.
Okay, gotcha. And are you guys any kids or no?
Not yet.
Are you holding off on that a little bit, or do you have a plan for when you guys would like to start?
I think probably within like 1 to 2 years. So I would like to have kids young.
Okay. All right.
Wait, can I ask a question? He met you when he was 20 and you were 17.
Yeah, it's not illegal in
Yeah, I
Florida.
think- yeah,
you also
that's
have
legal.
parental consent. It's 3 years. That's like
Yeah,
nothing.
you're right. You're right.
Was he
I
in
was
college?
17 when I got married.
No, we both didn't go to school.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Like if they're not in college, similar
Okay.
stage of life.
Sure.
I feel like in the South that's kind of common.
Oh,
It's,
really?
Yeah, it's really common in the South.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. And let's see. Is this your longest relationship?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm currently in a relationship it's been a year, and my longest relationship was 13 years.
All right. Were you married?
I was.
Is it only marriage or other marriages?
Only marriage.
One marriage to the 13-year
Yes.
guy, I'm assuming. And how long, you were together 13 years total or married for 13 years?
Together.
13. How long were you
years.
married?
9 years.
9 years. Kids?
Yes.
How many kids?
I have a 22-year-old and an 11-year-old.
All right. The 22-year-old, is that from your marriage?
No.
Okay.
I was in a 5-year relationship when I was starting at 19 to 24, and it didn't work out, obviously.
So you got pregnant at 22, 23?
22.
22. And that was with the 5-year relationship. All right. And then you said you had an 11-year-old. How was that in your marriage?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And then hold on, getting the timeline here. So 5-year, you have a kid from the 5-year relationship when you're a bit younger. Did he pay child support?
He did.
Okay. You guys went to court, or was it just kind of informally?
Through mediation.
Through mediation. Okay. And then how much was he paying?
$500 a month.
From the get-go, or did it like increase over time?
No, it just remained the same.
Just remained? Okay.
Yeah, it just remained the same, and primarily my son lived with me.
All right. So you had full custody of your...
For the most part, he saw his dad every other weekend and on Wednesdays. And then he got to a certain age and he did not want to go to his dad's anymore. So he was with me.
And then your 11-year-old, same sort of situation? You have shared custody, or?
We do, yes.
50-50?
Yes, and
Okay.
we've not gone through the courts. We just take care of it on our own, and there's
All right.
no...
Does he pay you child support?
No.
Do you pay him child support?
No, not necessary.
Okay. And what was the other question? Oh, your marriage, does he pay you alimony?
No,
Okay.
nor would I ask for it.
Got it. Who initiated the divorce?
I did, essentially.
Okay. And your 5-year relationship, who initiated the breakup, I guess?
It was mutual.
Mutual. And then, so you had the 13-year relationship, the 5-year relationship, any other long relationships, or was that it?
That's it.
Okay. And you've currently been seeing a guy for 1 year. All right. And you guys live together?
We do not.
Do not. Okay. How's that going?
It's going well.
Going well? Okay, cool. And what about you?
Happily married.
Okay, married. How long have you been married for?
7 years.
7 years. First marriage?
Second.
Second marriage? How long was your first marriage?
My first marriage was 8 years.
Was Was that your longest relationship?
No, I
Or
would
is the current one?
say the current one is the longest relationship because we've been together now for about 11 years.
11 years. The other one, though, you said was 7 years?
We
or
were
8
married
years?
for 8. We were together for 10.
10 years. Okay. The first marriage, who initiated the divorce?
I did.
You did. Okay. Was there a reason, irreconcilable differences, or
Yeah, we just kind of drifted apart. We have
a little closer to the mic if you
we
can?
have very different personalities and just kind of drifted apart.
Okay, gotcha. So you initiated it, or
I did,
you filed
yeah.
for the divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. And any other long relationships that weren't either of these two?
They would have had to have been in my 20s. Not as long as these, but maybe like a year or a couple of years or 3 years at the most, maybe at different points. Yeah.
You said you have how many kids?
I have one daughter
Is that from your current marriage?
from my first marriage,
Previous marriage? Got it. How old is she?
17.
17. Got it. All right. From your first marriage, did your ex-husband, does he pay you child support?
No, he did for a little while until I told him he didn't have to anymore.
Okay. What's the custody arrangement? Is it
50-50 joint.
50-50?
He's a
Joint
great
custody.
dad.
Okay. And no longer pays you child support. Did he pay you alimony at all?
Yeah, again, both for a little while until it was no longer needed.
Gotcha. Was he the breadwinner in the relationship
Yeah.
when you were dating?
Yeah, I was in graduate school and he supported me and we came to our own agreement amicably. And around the time I got licensed and was moving in with my current partner before we got married, I didn't need his money, so I told him to stop.
Oops. Sorry. Misclicked something here. Okay, got it. Thank you for sharing. What about you?
My boyfriend and I have been dating for almost a year, and my longest relationship is 2 years.
All right. In your 2-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Okay. Any reason or?
Yeah, I found out that he cheated on me.
All right. Did you cheat on him at all or no?
No, not at all.
All right. That's everybody's relationship status. So we're going to get into some of the pre-show notes here in just a moment. Let me see if we have any chats we can pull up. Guys, quick reminder, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. We got a lot of really great notes that we're going to get into, guys. And reminder, Andrew is going to be calling in a little bit later.
I'm so scared.
Yeah, be scared. Be terrified.
Andrew, I'm scared of you.
All right. So we're going to react. The first thing that we're going to react to, Mary, if you can pull up that article. This was kind of going viral, and I thought it was interesting. All right. So here, pause that. Pause that video. Pause that video. I don't know what kind of bullshit they're going. Okay, scroll up. 24-year-old Australian woman set friend on fire for making misogynistic remark. Scroll down. You guys might have seen this. That's good. Keep it there. An Australian woman allegedly lit her longtime friend on fire because he made a misogynistic remark during a wild night of partying. A court heard earlier this month. Corby, 24, pleaded guilty in court to the arson attack on Jake Loader, 23, saying she felt overwhelmed by his antagonistic behavior throughout the night before she was finally set off by a sexist remark he made during a house party in New South Wales last year. According to the ABC, scroll down a little bit, Loader told her she should... So the alleged misogynistic comment was she should stay in the kitchen making scones if she couldn't handle drinking with the boys, which sent the 24-year-old into a rage. The court heard, according to the outlet. She grabbed a gallon of gasoline from the garage and doused the guy with the flammable substance, waving a lighter at him threateningly. Go on, do it. That's a kind of a stupid thing to say. It's like these... Look, I don't condone violence, but if somebody's like threatening you with a gun, you probably shouldn't say, go shoot me, pussy. Like, you probably shouldn't taunt or provoke somebody who's got, who's threatening physical violence. What are you going to do? Shoot me? And then they get...
in the moment.
Look, you shouldn't do it, but come on. All right. He was drunk, though, and he had consumed nose candy, she confessed. Scroll down. Wappily then touched him with the lighter, setting him ablaze. Loader sustained burns to 50% of his body and had some of his sweat glands burned off. He was put in a medically induced coma for 8 days after the attack, according to a victim impact statement read in court. He required 10 operations and spent 74 days in a burn unit at a Melbourne hospital, according to the statement. Scroll down a bit. Suffered burns. The friend, he can't step outside because of the damage. She had been, I guess, drinking and taking substances. She claimed she was pushed to the edge due to his misogynistic comments. Tried to wrestle with her? The fuck? And was being antagonistic throughout the night. She feels horrible, remorseful. Scroll down. All right. Scroll down. I find it very hard to believe the injuries that were caused was from my doing. I mean, you lit the dude on fire. She pleaded guilty to one charge of burning or maiming by using corrosive fluid. So she's back in court this month for sentencing. So I want to go around the table on this, get the panel's reaction. So the allegations here are he was making, throughout the course of the night, various misogynistic comments, get back in the kitchen, something like that. And then she lit him on fire. Do you think that's inappropriate? Think it's a fair response, starting with you, going around the table?
I think if he's less misogynistic now, it's probably a net positive. But if he's not, I'd say it's a bit much.
What's a bit much?
Extreme for her to light him on fire.
Wait, so just to be clear, a man was nearly burned to death, and your knee-jerk initial reaction is, well, if he's a bit less misogynistic.
Net positive, though, not
that's
yeah.
the. Wait, so when you say net positive in totality.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, what she did was really awful, and like he's gonna have to suffer for the rest of his life because of it. But if like his casual misogyny is lessened,
it's a net
positive, yeah.
What's the math? What's the calculus on it being a net positive?
Let's say if he just stayed like super misogynistic and like got his friends together and they were all kind of like that, then they're kind of causing a lot of hell on women. So if he's less misogynistic now and he's not getting all his guys together to say things about women, it doesn't affect.
I see. So what you're saying is that serious bodily.
He's like a martyr, if anything.
So what you're saying is serious bodily injury, so long as within your purview, there's a. Wait, just to be clear. I can't even wrap my head around the comment you've just made, but violent crime, not as bad, violent crime more bad than misogynistic joke.
Not necessarily. I think it's more nuanced, I'd say.
Explain the nuance.
Because if you're constantly talking bad about women in that way, or saying that women, should stick to these sort of roles, it perpetuates in the long term kind of violence against women in general on a grand scale. But also, just to be frank, I was kind of kidding, and it is wrong of her to have done that.
Well, I'm a bit confused. You just said that there was a nuance.
It's wrong that she did. Okay.
No. I'm saying hold on to her. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think in this specific situation, I'm not saying everyone should light men on fire because that would make the world better. I'm just saying in this instance, if it happened to make him less misogynistic, it's probably a net positive.
Do you know what that?
But I'm not encouraging violence against men.
Right. So what you're saying is, yes, it was bad that he got lit on fire. Yes. What she did was wrong. But if the outcome is that he's now less allegedly misogynistic, that it was actually worth it that she burned him. Because in order for your statement to be true, that it's a net positive, it would have to indicate that it's worth it, right? If it's a net positive.
Yeah,
Would you kill Hitler, baby? Baby Hitler, excuse me?
Too deep of a question.
If you could time travel back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? Because it would be a net positive, right? In your
Yeah.
worldview.
Yeah.
So you would
I
you
don't
do
have
it?
a definite answer on that, but I do denounce the genocide of the Jewish people. And
Okay, that's not
in
really answering
camps.
my question, though. So the hypothetical.
I don't know, because what would happen if I killed baby Hitler and then like Mussolini did something even more extreme and crazy? Like, I don't know.
The Italian-
Like,
The
I don't know
butterfly
the
effect.
Yeah, I don't know the butterfly effect, but I would say if the only difference there is that Hitler didn't exist and then like the concentration camps didn't happen.
So
then
what's
sure.
your you did, I don't know if you're like walking back your position a little bit, doing a Maud and Bailey, but you said that you're joking. Please be more specific though, because you're saying there's nuance to the situation. So again, is her act justified because of the net positive? Assuming assuming he's going to be less misogynistic now, is it justified to some degree?
I'd say no, violence is not ever justifiable.
But you did say that the net
Well,
positive,
yeah, if we're talking about long-term effects on like what potentially his statements and actions could have caused against multitudes of women, like more than just one person.
and
then
is
I
this your
guess-
subjective opinion, or like you
Well,
think objectively?
obviously. If it was objective, I think that would mean that if we just burned everyone who said that, then like the world would be better, but I don't necessarily think that's the case.
Okay. And so what if I had a position that feminist rhetoric is damaging, and there was a movement to basically like light on fire every single feminist, and if I could prove to you, like if I could demonstrate that it would clearly be a net positive on society to burn feminists, you would then be in favor of that too.
If that were the case and you could prove that, then I guess technically sure, and like, sure.
Okay, so as long as it's a net positive.
But I'm anti-violence, and I don't think this on a grand scale would actually.
Well, you yourself wouldn't perform or participate in said violence, but if like other people could
Yeah, I
enact
still
the
don't
violence,
agree. Yeah, I don't want anyone to be lit on fire. I was just saying.
Okay.
It's potentially less harmful what she did compared to what potentially, but this is all just.
Sure. Why
yeah,
don't I ask you this? So you're a feminist, right?
Sure, if you want to classify it that way.
Well, are you not a feminist?
Probably not in your definition. I care for like gender liberation, so.
Gender, what's that?
Just equality and equity for everyone, no matter your gender identity.
So you think feminism is not about gender equality?
Well,
What is
feminism
then?
historically, if we are talking about like first wave, second wave, third wave, had super specific like reason and outcome, like gaining the right to vote and owning banks and property and stuff like that, or their own bank account. I think now we're in a different situation where we have, in a lot of ways, equal rights legally, but I think socially, women and men suffer in the structure that we have right now. So I'm pro gender liberation, so for everyone.
Okay. I think some people, and what do you think about, are you in favor of deconstructing or dismantling the patriarchy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I would consider you a feminist then.
Okay.
I had a good follow-up question on this. Shoot, it's evading me though. I'm going to think about it. We'll come back to
Okay.
you. Your reaction to that article.
I don't like violence. I hate that. If she wanted to get back at him, she should have gnomed his house.
She should have what?
Gnomed his house or sent like Jehovah's Witnesses
Oh,
or
okay.
like forked it.
Right.
Prank called.
Okay, got it. Oh,
Like-
I recall, going back to you really quick, and then I'll let the rest of the panel weigh in on the thing. So going back to you, it sounded like, and this is perhaps going back to your argument about how net positive, right? So probably this is within the feminist purview. You might agree with the following statement, like, women are a victim of violent crime at men's hands. This is especially prevalent in like SA statistics. and other sort of forms of like sexual violence and just interpartner violence in relationships, right? Would you say it would be a net positive? So, for example, you could probably get rid of most of this, at least within your worldview, if you just got rid of men entirely. Would that then be a net positive to just get rid of all men?
No. I mean, technically, sure, if all the men weren't there, then who's doing the violent crimes and acts? Sure, but I think men are just as much of a victim in the structure that we have now, and that causes them to commit the violence, suppressing your emotions from a young age, putting specific roles on men as man of the house and man up and stuff like that. They tend to act out violently because they can't express their emotions, or they don't have a space like women do, to where like we're known as being emotional, and like so we can kind of have that space together. Not that we're not judged for it, but still we're able to without being emasculated. So although men are the oppressors, it doesn't mean that they themselves aren't victims at the hands of the patriarchy too.
All right. I might get into some of that stuff a little bit later on in the show, but you said men are oppressors?
Yes.
And women are what?
The oppressed.
So just so I fully understand, men are oppressors collectively as a group. Okay. And women are oppressed collectively as a group.
Yes.
Okay. And you're a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you oppressed?
As a woman. Yes, we live under a patriarchy, so sure.
But how specifically are you oppressed?
I think the main ways that I see it in my daily life is like the hypersexualization of women. Men aren't sexualized in such a way, and then the commodification of that sexualization. So corn and OnlyFans, and it's seen as kind of like women empowerment, but I think it's just teetering a dangerous line of just like becoming that role of women in society.
Would you say the hypersexualization of women, and you said this applies to you yourself, is this systemic or is this on the individual level?
I think it's systemic. The existence of corn and OnlyFans affects every woman, no matter if they participate in that activity or not.
But wouldn't these industries also systemically impact men?
In what ways?
Well, you said OnlyFans, corn, they systemically impact women, but then I would argue they systemically also would impact men.
I think so too.
So then men are oppressed systemically because of OnlyFans.
Yes, I'm not saying men have the ability to be the oppressors. I'm not saying that they aren't also oppressed in their own way as well.
Okay.
But it's at the hands of themselves almost, because they have the power to oppress, and they're kind of putting it upon themselves.
Can you clarify?
Not individually. Just kind of the bro-pilled ideology of like man up and get in the gym, and this is what women want to see, and it's like all kind of they're not talking to women to see what women really want. They're just discussing amongst other men.
Wait, you think going to the gym is...
No, I'm just saying this idea.
Why did you mention the gym, though? What does that have to do with...
Because I'm thinking about the internet and how that kind of gym content kind of pushes you into this field of like bettering yourself, but then you get into like these conservative...
Are you against men bettering themselves?
No, I'm just saying it's kind of like a rabbit hole that you go into on the internet.
Wait, physical fitness is a rabbit hole for extremist right-wing propaganda?
Yes.
Strength training, weightlifting is...
A lot of the times,
is a slippery slope to right-wing propaganda.
Yes. Because think of like Andrew Tate, like he's all about self-betterment and all of those kinds of things, and that's super similar.
Do you know that Hitler was also a vegetarian? Do you think like vegetarians
I'm talking about media as it is now, not simply because you go in the gym and get stronger to better yourself, you become... I'm saying like the pipeline on the internet is kind of algorithmically leads you there.
Yeah, but just because Andrew Tate advocates for like strength training and getting in physical shape, I don't think you can draw from that then, any sort of advocation towards increasing your health or physical strength would indicate that you're like going to go down some like right-wing
I'm just saying
pipeline.
That's mainly what I've witnessed.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you think that your scope is a bit, and and yeah, it's just a bit narrow-minded, and I'm sorry, like it's a little awkward.
No, that's fine.
Nothing against you.
No.
But, because of social media, right? Like for example, if I only watch the Whatever podcast, I may think, all people think in this particular manner, right? Sorry, I wasn't speaking in the microphone. If I'm only seeing Andrew Tate, and my algorithm pops up more stuff like that, right? And I don't agree with that, I might think that all men operate in a certain way, when in actuality, that's not the case whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of what I hear you saying is very, very negative towards men. And I happen to think that men are actually pretty incredible. And if you have time to look at all that they really do bring to the table, I think they bring so much more than we do. Because we are very emotionally minded. We think of me, and so on and so forth. And I know that's
like
kind of going,
women, you're saying?
Women, right? And I know it's kind of going away a little bit from what you're saying, but I just think that, if you're seeing particular algorithms, especially with social media, then we have this idea that all men are a certain way, when in actuality, that's not the case.
Yeah. I don't think all men are a certain way. I was just drawing kind of a correlation between men's betterment and improvement and getting in the gym. I see strongly correlated to red pill ideologies online.
But what is the problem with, and I don't actually know specifically what red pill ideology is. That like it's basically like the conservative view. Would you agree that it's more that route?
Yes.
And have you taken time to look at what the conservative view actually is when it comes to as society as a whole? And how it contributes to our children and the betterment of society?
Yes. I just kind of disagree with placing binary roles onto people. I think it's dangerous for society, and I think that's why the suicide rates are exponentially increasing. So I just kind of disagree with the idea that men should act a certain way and women should act a certain way. And when I see these types of things perpetuated online, I think that's dangerous, especially when it's kind of strung up as self-improvement and betterment, when it's just kind of like, this is how a man should act. I just think that's dangerous.
I want to let Savannah come in here because Savannah, you describe yourself as feminist worst nightmare.
Yeah.
You've been listening to what she said. She said, I don't want to mischaracterize your argument, but you're saying that the gender roles, or perhaps traditional gender roles when it comes to men and women, these are harmful, can be harmful. Is that a fair recap of your position?
Yes, it can be harmful,
Okay.
yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
So I would agree with you that I think most men that weightlift are conservative, and I think that there's a reason that most men that weightlift are conservative. Like, generally speaking, I think conservatives take better care of themselves. I've never really seen a liberal with a ton of muscle. I think that they're mostly like skinny, weak men. There is that stigma, right? But like the conservative movement, especially with Make America Healthy Again, has pushed that, of course, because our side actually wants people to weightlift, to eat healthier, to stop taking medicine. And the liberal side doesn't want that. So I think that that's not a bad thing for men to be conservative and manly and masculine and weightlift. Would you disagree?
No, I won't disagree. I was just saying there is a correlation there, is all I was saying, which you agreed with as well.
I agree with that correlation, actually. I just don't think that it's a bad thing. I actually encourage men to weightlift. I think that they should have muscle on their bodies. I think that they should be able to protect their families and have like muscle and strength. Right?
Yes, I agree. I don't think just men. I advocate for health for everyone. I think maybe we see more conservatives with a lot of muscle or into bodybuilding more than maybe people on the left, because the left seems to be more interested in academia. When we look at demographics in universities, they're getting degrees more, and they happen to be Democrats, registered Democrats, rather than Republicans type thing. So I think it's just more of like a social area where, like, if you're conservative, this is your crowd you hang out with, y'all go to the gym. And I think it stems from that binary role of men being strong and protectors and wanting to protect the house and things like that.
But you think that binary roles are dangerous?
If you push them onto everyone, I think if you want to do that in your own time and your own household, I think if you look at someone who doesn't fit into that binary or gender identity and you say, this is how you should act, man up, I think that can be dangerous.
So you think telling men to weightlift is dangerous?
No,
All
not
men.
to weightlift, just like man up, like emotionally specifically.
I would disagree with that. I think that the reason that we don't live in a society with a bunch of masculine and strong men is because we haven't been telling them that for the past, since first wave feminism started. We haven't been telling men to man up and get in the gym and eat healthier and
You think
get
men
a job.
aren't as manly now, is what you're saying?
I would like everybody to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I was just clarifying. I agree too, but I completely agree, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you want to get married one day.
It's not really on my...
Hypothetically speaking, if you were to be, choosing your husband, would you rather have a man who has a lot of muscle and he's masculine and he provides for you and he takes care of the children and he's the head of the household? Or would you rather have somebody who's passive, feminine, weak-minded, doesn't really look super masculine and manly?
It's all personal preference. I would like a partner who we have equal responsibilities together. If we're talking physique, I do go for, honestly, I want to say I want a tall man with muscles, but I tend to not go for that. But yes, idealistically.
Wait, let's explore that a little bit. So you said your own preferences, right?
Yes.
So you said you would like a guy who's tall and with muscles.
Yes.
Okay, have you dated tall men with muscles?
Maybe once.
Just once?
Yeah.
Okay, you were in a 3-year relationship. How would you describe him physically?
He was taller than me, and he went to the gym regularly.
So your longest relationship, was that the guy who was tall and muscular?
No, that wasn't the guy I was referencing.
Well, you said he went to the gym, though.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when we say muscular, I mean, was he athletic? Was he in good shape?
Athletic? He was getting there, yeah. He went to the gym regularly.
Okay.
But also, again, this is personal preference. I don't think we should force every man to have to be this protector of the household and stuff like that.
I think we should.
I think it leads to the downfall. We may not see, or people may not see this in the immediate, but I mean, it's already here. But long term, you're looking at really the downfall of society in a sense, not just that alone, but, and I don't disagree that women should be able to do, all of these things as well, right? However, we've taken women out of the home, other people are taking care of our kids. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, even though there was another man in the house, I essentially raised my son, and I'm an emotional person, and I can tell you without going into detail that I have an emotional 22-year-old who is not a man. And we see it all around us. We have, this lack of masculinity, and I think that it's being looked at as it's a bad thing to be masculine and a caretaker, and to, even if you want your wife or your significant other to stay at home or things like that. I think when you look as a whole to society, you see why it's necessary. Even if, for me, that means I might have to give up things I want, because there are certain things that I like. I don't necessarily want to be at home all the time. But if it's for the greater good, then I would forego that. And I think we have to consider the betterment of society as a whole. Mm-hmm.
I believe it's also because, we were talking about earlier, women are naturally more emotional. And then we know that men, they're just built stronger. So it's men should work on that privilege, that benefit that they already have, that they're stronger so they can take care of the house whenever there's anything that's physical that's needed. And then women like us, we should be more with the kids, in tune with them, and talking about these emotional things and helping them to overcome certain troubles. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, Jazz, I think you're going to probably disagree with her. She said, I'm just repeating it, that women are more emotional. Do you disagree with that?
No, I think women are more emotional.
But wouldn't that be in contradiction of your, wouldn't that be in contradiction of your whole rejection of the gender binary?
So there's a biological and genetic predispositions between the genders. So there are differences between men and women biologically and genetically. The way we think, Our
Okay.
testosterone, our hormones, sure. But I think nurture has a lot more to do with how we turn out rather than our nature. But I think the way that gender exists right now in such binary roles, we're perpetuating our nature. And I think that's dangerous because there are a lot of gender identities that exist with outside of the binary. So I think it's very limiting to the human experience to say that because we're naturally this way, we should exasperate those differences and not kind of go outside of those binaries, because we can. We just choose not to and think it's better.
So essentially, do you care like about the traditional gender roles that we have already? Like, does it matter for a man to be like going to the gym and stuff like that? And does it matter for a woman to be at home cooking, taking care of the kids, or it's like the roles can be switched and there's like nothing wrong with that?
I see a lot of relationships where the man is kind of the stay-at-home husband and roles are reversed. There's a really popular couple on TikTok, lady with red hair, and her husband like cooks for her all day and she pays him to do that. And I think if that works for them, that works for them. But I do want to go back to something you were saying about how you raised your son on your own and you're a woman and we're more emotional. There are statistics to back that up, that children that are raised with just the mom in the house aren't as well equipped socially in society as if they're raised with just a single dad. And I don't think that's because women are incapable of giving that. I think the way society is constructed, women have to rely on men so much that when the man is missing, then we kind of fail in a sense. And I think that that's wrong. I think we have just as much as an ability to raise somebody, but in the way that we structure gender now in society, it makes us kind of incapable and unable to.
I don't disagree that we are not capable of raising children on our own, but I'll speak for myself.
Yeah.
So I'm more likely as a mother, as a woman, to give into things that a father would say, no, things are going to be this way and this is how it's going to go. Whereas I'm going to cave into things, or because my marriage was a particular way, I felt like I had to make up for those things by allowing things I should not have allowed. There's definitely, mothers out there who can be very strong, logical, make those decisions and stick to those decisions. But by nature, we are not necessarily like that. And I can see it with my daughter's father. There's times where I think, oh, he's being mean. And then, but over the last few years, as I've come into realizing that there's order for a purpose, I see where it's okay if dad sounds mean, or if he's more demonstrative and things like that. So I've come to actually appreciate that and understand the need for it, because I couldn't do that on my own. Mm-hmm. Yes, there are times where my kid does something wrong and I'm going to raise my voice and I'm going to be very firm and this is going to be what it is. But ultimately, generally speaking, a man serves a different purpose, right? We complement each other. And so I do think that, I could go into, the whole feminist, the origins of feminism, not the origins, but some of the reasons behind it is pulling the woman out of the home and creating this disharmony for our children. And again, I went to school, I worked, full time. I was not a stay-at-home mom. And if I had it to go back to do again, despite the fact that, I would have craved more intellectual stimulation than being at home all day, I would have done it because I think ultimately it would have been the best thing to do at least for my son.
Yeah.
With my daughter, I would, situation's different, but I would love to do it for her as well.
Mm-hmm. I just would disagree that it's purely nature is the reason that these are the outcomes. I think we perpetuate our genetic differences so much in societal roles that women are incapable in certain areas, like you said, to say no and to do the dad role. And I think it's because we push those roles so much, when if we kind of destructured the way that we had gender identities, then women could be a whole person in a way, and men could also cater to people emotionally and on a different level.
I think that It's always been this way. Like, I'll even grant that if you go way back into ancient societies, if you want to talk about genders and such, you know, there's old or ancient societies that had multiple genders, right? But setting that aside, if you look back at all throughout time, women had a particular role, men had a particular role, and it's actually, instead of, I think it gets demonized, but in actuality, it's a really beautiful thing. And we're trying to change it to fit this new box that's been created. And I just think order exists for a reason. I'm not, you know, nothing against particular people or anything like that. But I can say that, and it doesn't have to be my age. It could just be, you know, the fact that I've learned a little bit more over the last few years. I just think it all serves a purpose. Once you see things, they all fall in line, instead of trying to, like, having a Rubik's Cube and trying to make all these pieces fit when they don't really fit. It just seems to be that way. I don't, you know.
I would like to go back to what you said about pushing traditional roles on men and women is dangerous. But we actually, I mean, in the past, I don't know, 20 years or so, we haven't been pushing those traditional roles on men and women. We've actually been doing the opposite, and society has gone downhill. So how can you say that pushing traditional roles are dangerous when we've done the opposite and no good has come from it?
In what ways do you think we're all of a sudden not pushing gender norms and roles onto people? And in what ways do you think society is being negatively affected?
I mean, so as far as not pushing traditional roles on people, right? Like, I think as women, we are told now in this century that our career, our degree, our title is more valuable than being a wife and a mother. We're told that, like, we essentially have no value. I mean, and I can attest to that because I post all the time about my lifestyle on social media, and I post that I don't have a college degree and I don't necessarily have, like, a stable career. And I get a lot of backlash for that. And a lot of people will say, well, you don't really have any, like, value to you. You're not smart. You don't have a degree. You don't have a title. And on men, I mean, you said it, like, they're basically told that they have toxic masculinity if they want to be strong men and they want to be masculine. So I actually think that we've done the opposite, and we haven't pushed traditional roles on men and women. And that's why you see women becoming more masculine and you see men becoming more feminine.
So do you think that all women should be in the house and taken care of?
I don't necessarily think that all women need to be stay-at-home wives and mothers. I mean, in Savannah's perfect world, I wouldn't make women go work 9-to-5 corporate jobs that are literally just not good for their hormones. They're being, you know, bossed around by a boss all day. I don't think it's healthy for women. So in my perfect world, if women wanted to work, they would either go the entrepreneurial route or they would work until they became mothers and then stayed home with the children. But there is a lot of evidence that moms that stay home with their children, the children generally do better in society. So I would say, yes, it's important once you have kids to figure out how to stay home with kids. I don't think that we need 2 incomes in today's society. I think that, you know, we're a society that chases after so many materialistic things, and we need 2 cars and we need this crazy mortgage and we need designer bags and we need 3 vacations a year. I don't think that that's 100% necessary, but society pushes it to where both men and women have to have an income to raise a family. So yeah, I think traditional roles would actually help families. It would bring back the nuclear family to society. I mean, I think it's you see the birth rate, like it's plummeted. That's not helpful for any society. If it keeps plummeting, we're never going to actually, like, grow our population.
We'll have to move it on a little bit, but we can come back to some of that later. I just want to finish up really quick that thing we were reacting to earlier where the girl was getting the woman doused the guy for the misogynistic comment. Quick reaction from the rest of the panel. Go ahead. What do you think on that?
Was that a boyfriend or just a friend?
I think it was just they were hanging out. It was just a friend.
Okay. Yeah, I don't agree with what she did.
All right.
Should he have kept his mouth shut? Yes.
Your thoughts?
Not appropriate, but he probably said it to get a reaction.
Sure. Okay. Your thoughts?
I think she proved that she can't drink with the boys.
That's a good point. Good point, Savannah. What about you?
I don't know the context, but I'd like to think I would have laughed and just gone to go make him a sandwich or whatever it was he asked for.
Oh, you would have made the actual sandwich. All right. What about you? Your thoughts, Carla?
I think she needs to work on her communication skills. Homegirl needs to buy my book.
Probably just a little bit. Probably work on the communication skills. What do you think?
I'd ignore it, and I'd be more concerned for his safety.
Okay, there you go. And then there was one other, Mary, if you can pull it up there. So the comments, though, on this were atrocious. Pull up the Instagram one. We'll go window tab. Just hit the pause on the video. Scroll, zoom, make it bigger. All right, then scroll down so we can see the comments. All right. I'm going to read them. One,
So she cooked them.
one anti-misogyny assaulted, blah, blah, blah. He told her to stay in the kitchen, so she cooked him.
Literally.
90,000 likes. Scroll down.
It's funny though.
Okay, well, what was he wearing? Did he try to tell her to stop? 44,000.
That's good.
Okay, when you use a group A joke with a group B, I'm not sure what that means, but
Isn't
okay.
most close flammable
It's like type
retardant
A,
anyway
type B.
anymore?
This would have not happened if she stayed on the kitchen, though. Okay, scroll down. Why would he get drunk like that alone? He should have known better.
What does that mean?
Like he lit himself.
Just reminder, guys, this guy. Okay,
on coke
I'll read
too,
some more.
wasn't she? Or
He basically did tell her to cook. Shouldn't have worn flammable clothes. He obviously wanted it. She's an icon, and she is the moment. Mind you, most of these have like 10,000 plus likes. Bet he won't say that again. I hope it doesn't ruin her life. She has such a bright future ahead of her. Lies. She was with me the whole day. But what was he wearing? But what was he wearing? Again, 8,000 likes, 8,000 likes. Stop defending her. I can't like all the comments. Scroll down. Men throw acid all the time, but when one gets a little charred, okay. Scroll down. But he was asking for it.
What's that emoji?
Scroll down. If he didn't want to be set on fire, he shouldn't have worn something flammable. Scroll down. I'm getting carpal tunnel in my thumb from liking all these comments. Mind you, these are all women, by the way. Wait, did he say no? What was he wearing? This diva. We'll do 3 more, I guess. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. She was cooking for real. What was he wearing? No, I don't want to be set on fire. I think typically my objection to this, I know these people are joking, is typically there's like a lot of situations where women are consenting to having consensual sex. There's not a lot of situations where people are consenting to have someone lit on fire. And further, even if you do consent to being lit on fire, the perpetrator of that is still going to be subject to some sort of criminal penalty, regardless of if there was consent or not. Yeah. Although you could make some arguments. But whatever. Scroll down. Did he loudly and clearly state that? Okay, anyways, you get the idea. The comments, that's just on the Instagram. It's been posted all over TikTok, all over Twitter. I think the comments are egregious. They're horrible. They're disgusting. Some of you guys were laughing, but I mean, like, let's remember here, there's a guy who
Ridiculous.
like, this guy's going to be permanently injured and disabled for life. Like, burns are serious.
They're horrible.
Like, they're disfiguring. You're going to have permanent pain issues. So just like to point that out.
I think I was laughing because it was and this probably isn't going to get me any likes. I don't mean that kind of likes, but
Sure.
Because it's mocking all the false accusations from women for SA.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Not because the man was
it's irony,
of
you're
what
saying.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that makes it any better, but that's.
It's just the internet.
It's so silly and ridiculous.
Everyone,
That's why we're laughing.
they want to get likes on their comment. That's what it really is.
Yeah, like I don't think the comedy is about taking her side. It's about finding the irony, using that kind of humor.
I think a lot of people actually are taking her side.
Oh, well, some
Really?
Oh, yeah.
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 Oh my
Let's
god.
ask
I think
the
all of them were
feminists.
taking
Yeah, the femmes are.
I've never
Oh,
even
well,
seen the story.
you disavowed the violence, if I recall. Yeah. We're going to let a couple chats come through.
Oh, TTS? Ooh.
Christopher Scott, great thanks for the endorsement. The next time a woman is being a misandrist, I can light her on fire, and if she stops being a misandrist, it's a net positive. What a love. Response to this, Jazz?
How is misandry affecting you in your day-to-day? Because misogyny, I think we all can agree in some way has affected us personally.
I disagree.
What is misandry?
Especially like
It's
hating men.
Hatred, contempt, or prejudice towards
Oh,
men.
I didn't know that there was a terminology for that.
I didn't know.
I mean, I disagree with your categorization. So this is like a common and feminist argument. Essentially, you're saying misogyny kills, misandry hurts feelings, basically.
Yeah.
Is that your position? That's your argument?
I wouldn't have worded it that way, but I don't disagree with the way that you just.
Well, that's the common and
described it.
feminist framing of it is.
It's like when
misandry is either harmless or not that bad, whereas misogyny is like very harmful and kills women, essentially.
He made a women in the kitchen joke. Like, that was it. You know how, like, that's just funny. People can't laugh anymore about anything.
Can I ask you a question? So if misandry being non-lethal, which I don't grant, it's very disputable, but if it makes it less of a concern, wouldn't it logically follow that every other kind of bigotry it's not as big of a deal as long as we ensure no one is killed?
What do you mean?
Well, essentially, your position is well, misandry not really that bad, but misogyny, like at its worst, women are killed.
Well,
right?
I'm saying the reason for misogyny is, and also I'm not necessarily a misogynist, but I'm saying if somebody says they hate men, it's most likely because they have experienced some sort of violence from men.
Or wait,
sorry,
go ahead.
If someone's a misandrist, I mean, that's what I meant. If they're a misandrist, and they've probably experienced some form of violence against man. Whereas if a man is a misogynist, they're not really experiencing violence from women. They just hate women. I'm reiterating the statement.
Yeah, how do you come to that conclusion? Like, that's just an assertion. How did you arrive there?
Because the numbers.
The numbers.
Yeah. Violence against women, assault, murder.
A couple, I suppose, counter arguments here. First, I would point out that if you look at homosexual relationships, so you look at lesbian relationships, gay relationships, and also I'll include the heterosexual stats on that. The incidence of domestic violence are the highest in lesbian relationships. They're the lowest in gay relationships, so 2 men. And then, so it's lesbian relationships, 2 women, highest levels of domestic violence. Then you have heterosexual relationships, man, woman, and then the lowest incidence rate of interpartner violence is gay men. Mm-hmm. So how could it possibly be when you have 2 men in a relationship where conceivably men are allegedly more violent than women, they're the least violent, but when you have 2 women in a relationship, they're the most violent? How could that be?
Men are more violent against women, not against other men.
I don't...
You get what I'm saying?
I think
it's not really the same argument if it's woman on woman.
Here's my secondary argument in response to that. So if we're going to just completely ignore my arguments as it relates to if we're looking at homosexual relationships and the rates of domestic violence in those, fine, we can just look at heterosexual relationships. If we look at the rates of non-reciprocal interpartner, is it intrapartner? Non-reciprocal violence in heterosexual relationships. So this is where one person is beating the other and there's not reciprocal violence. Women are far more likely to be one-directionally abusing their male partners than the reverse. It's actually 50-50 if you look at they're both beating each other. It's 50% equal.
Okay, but what are the stats on like violence and murder?
Well, you mean in relationships?
It's not equal. No, I'm outside of relationships.
Oh, yeah, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
By other men.
Why would that matter?
Well, I'm just saying they're also more likely to be the perpetrators of crimes against women. Violent crime.
Yeah, I'd be willing to grant that.
Yeah, you could look it up.
Yeah, but just so I better understand, if bad thing happens to woman,
okay,
and man is the perpetrator, did he do the crime because she's a woman?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So then how can you point to incidences of domestic violence or murder that occur to women? It must be the case that it happened because this person is a woman, or it happened due to sexism.
Again, I blame it on the gender construct and how we suppress male emotion, and I think it comes out violently, and subconsciously maybe they hold some sort of resentment against women who get to express their emotions and have those feelings, and that's what makes them act out in those ways. I think it's just the pressure or the way men exist in society now. is what creates that, not just that she's a woman, so he beats her.
Yeah, and going back to your previous point, though, you were saying how with the comparison between misogyny and misandry, that when women say things like, if they say they hate men, it's because they themselves have experienced, could have experienced violence from a man in their past. A couple clarifying questions for you on that. Do you think their statements or their misandry is perhaps fair or justified? And look, just let me preface this by saying violence towards anybody is wrong.
Yeah.
Women who experience violence at the hands of men, absolutely abhorrent, completely wrong. They should be prosecuted. But if a woman does experience violence at the hands of a man, does that then give them carte blanche to to be misandrist, or to say, and it seems like that's your position, to say that they hate men and that that's an acceptable thing to say?
No, I don't think it's acceptable. I think if you say a statement so simplistic, you're not really looking deeper at, again, I think the structure of gender is the reason that they have these opinions of men, and it's not necessarily. I think it's very shallow and like an empty statement to just say, I hate men. I don't think they're looking at the structure of gender and thinking it's not really men, it's the socialization of men and how we create them to be.
But I'm a little confused because earlier it sounded like you were essentially trying to justify women saying these things.
Saying that they hate all men.
So your position was...
It makes sense, but I think it's not deep. I don't think that they are
I agree with you, it's not deep, but what are you trying to get at when we're talking about the comparisons between misogyny and misandry, when you say, well, it's not so bad when women say that they hate men or that they're misandrists?
Well, I'm
Is that
saying,
your position?
I think widely women have more of a reason, like a very basic observational reason to say this is why I hate men, whereas when men do it, it's because...
Because what?
Because they just don't like women. But I think they don't like the socialization.
But do those women just not like men?
Again, I think that statement is very empty. It doesn't really hold much nuance, but I think if they were to...
But there's a reason.
Yes.
And is the reason justified?
Justified? No, because I don't hate all men point blank statement. I hate the structure of gender as how it exists today.
But for example, if you heard a female friend of yours...
I would understand her sentiment.
Yeah, but if she said, I hate all men because I went through XYZ negative experiences with 1, 2, 3 or more men in my past, would you correct her clearly bigoted statement?
I think if she's my friend, we probably have a common understanding that it's because men are socialized to be that way, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's not so...
It's not their fault what? I would, if a man's violent towards a woman, I would blame him directly.
Sure, independently, but I mean when we're talking structurally, the reason that those statistics exist and that men act out violently is because of the pressure they're put under the patriarchy.
I suppose there's all kinds of life factors that
I would understand their sentiment. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it without adding nuance.
Right, but I mean...
I think Brian's asking, would you challenge her on hating all men? Even though what you're saying is, it sounds like what you're saying is her reason is some kind of trauma response that she hasn't fully explored, fine. Would you still challenge that notion that all men should be hated or that that's okay? Or
yes.
Would you challenge it? Would you push back on it? Is that what you're asking, Brian? Kind of?
Yeah, well, at least for that part, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd have a discussion about the existence of gender, how it exists today socially, rather than
but would you, let me ask you, if a male friend of yours that you were hanging out with, he said, I hate women, would you be like, whoa, that's kind of a sexist, misogynist thing to say?
Yes, in the same way that saying you hate all men is.
But would you have a similar sort of conversation with your female friend?
Yes.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay. But again, I'm still really trying to get to the substance of, you're saying misogyny essentially worse than misandry.
Yes.
Okay. And are you to some degree excusing misandry?
Excusing, I just don't think that it ends deadly for men. Misandry doesn't end in extreme violence and death. and grape for men as the counter does.
I mean, there's some dispute there with some of those claims, but let me ask you this. If a white person had one or more negative encounters with someone who's black or some other minority group, it could be Latino, it could be Asian, and then they become racist towards that minority group, you would then, I assume you would give them some, you would understand their racism because of their own negative experiences with that racial group?
I would be like, I understand the sentiment, sure, but you also need to realize that race is socially constructed as well. So if you're having similar experiences with a certain race, it's because of our class structure. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a totally different conversation, but again, it's just another social construct. So it's way more nuanced, and I would understand the sentiment of them deciding to be racist or whatnot, but I think that they just lack an understanding of the structure that we live under.
And this would also apply to females who are misandrist?
Yes, and I applied them equally, yeah.
But would you give the same sort of leeway when it comes to misandrist statements made by women as you would to someone who's, say, like a member of the KKK, and this person themselves has had numerous, maybe they were victims of violent crime, maybe a family member was murdered by somebody of a racial minority? Would you then give them a pass for their racism because of their own lived experience?
Again, I'm not giving a pass to any of these. I'm just saying I understand the sentiment, but you're misunderstanding the structures of society.
Okay. And then to dive a little deeper on that, if we were to look at, for example, would you say in the same way there's a differential between men and women? You're saying, well, misogyny worse than misandry. Let's say there's a black person who's had negative encounters with white people, and then that black person has prejudice or bigotry towards white people because of their lived experiences. Would you say that you might not even categorize it as racism, but I'll just, for the simplicity, I'll just say they're prejudiced towards white people. Would it be less harmful than on the individual level than if there was a white person who held racist or bigoted prejudiced beliefs, even if that white person had just as bad or even worse violent encounters where they were the victim of a black person?
Yeah, I think racism against black people is on a social and structural scale. So an outlier offense of a black person committing some violence against a white person or just being prejudiced or racist against white people doesn't have the same effect as when white people who are the oppressors or have some sort of higher social status in society were to be racist against a minority or people who are already disenfranchised.
Gotcha. And you mentioned like white people being the oppressors, but I don't know if there's any intersection here. So what if like the wealthiest, let's say Barack Obama walks up to a white person who's like a janitor and just starts beating the shit out of the janitor because he's white? Would you say that, mind you, Barack Obama, former president of the United States, he's like extremely wealthy. He has, I would say, even though he's the ex-president of the United States, probably like substantial amounts of power in varying degrees. I could even make the scenario when he was the president where he's the leader of the most powerful nation in the world, and he walks up to the White House janitor who happens to be white and just starts beating him up because he's white. Would that still fall under your system of like, well, this is not really as bad or as racist because there's a system that says that like when a black person is a perpetrator against a white person, it's not like as bad?
I'm against violence again in any circumstance. I think independently, obviously that's wrong of them to do, but I am saying that a black person saying that they don't like white people is different than white people saying they don't like black people because of the social status differences.
But what about your intersectionality? So you would then have to factor in like social class, these sorts of things.
Yes, all of it includes.
I think you would probably agree that Barack Obama is like higher
This
in
is
terms of...
an extreme independent scenario, and
Yeah, I know, but I'm just testing out your logic here.
I'm talking about the whole structure of
Sure.
race, not just like independent. I mean, you can point out any kind of outlier, and
Well, I think the individual is the ultimate minority. So I think I would agree with you, like when it comes to socioeconomic status, yeah, white people are probably doing better socioeconomically,
So it's more of
generally
an-
speaking, than black people.
so it's more of an implication and kind of more extreme when white people say they hate black people. Rather than,
I reject
well, you
that,
think it's
but-
less justified for black people to hate white people, or you think it's more
I
justified?
think it's equally bad.
Okay.
I think it's
even though
equally bad.
there's a difference in socioeconomic.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But this would just come down to intersectionality and the ultimate. So you would be like, okay, well, let's look at their socioeconomic status. Let's look at are they able-bodied? Let's look at, are they a man or a woman? Let's look at their skin color. Let's look at their race. You'd look at all these varying factors, and I would just bring it down to the ultimate minority group, which is the individual. So on the individual level, you'd have to look at the totality of circumstances between each person, and I can give you examples where, like, if you have one black person versus one white person, where the intersectionality of like their respective privileges and disadvantages, where the black person is more privileged than that specific white person. Mm-hmm. And so I would just categorically reject that, like, the entire system would be completely irrelevant to the individual encounter. It wouldn't have any bearing whatsoever.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let some more chats come through. We have Lucas here. One sec, Lucas. Going to get this pulled up. All right, one sec here. We got Lucas. Boom. Chair one. Wow, okay. Wow, they're going for you. You're a vile, loathsome bottom feeder, but hey, congratulations. Your 32nd. No, Lucas, come on, be nice. Prattle justifying this man's immolation just fostered the creation of 100,000 new misogynists. Whoa, wait, the net negative now that you've created.
Extreme.
Big net negative there, Jazz. Okay, we have Klain here. I'm not sure I have the energy for this panel tonight, especially chair 1 and 2. Their combined IQ is less than their combined age. A degree does not denote intelligence. Pilots don't need a degree. Okay, thank you, Klain. Good to see you in the chat. Do you want to respond to Klain here really quick?
Me?
Yeah, you want to shoot shots back at him? Or?
No, thank you though.
Okay. We have Chaw. Men are liberal or leftists largely as a mating strategy rather than pursuing physical excellence and tradition. They tell silly girls like you what you want to hear in an attempt to F you. It got changed, but have you ever been bamboozled where you're like, a guy lied to you and he was like, oh yeah, I voted for Kamala?
Not that extremely, but I do feel like sometimes they hide their views. Yeah.
Men
Do you-
really
do you-
say they're leftist to bang a chick? Is that what he's saying?
That is what
Like, really?
They'll share their zodiac
I've never had a
signs.
guy do that.
The zodiac.
Yeah, they'll be like, I'm an Aries. Like, let me take you home.
All right, we have Josh Brooks here. Hey, good to see you, man. Is she to be expected to take care of the home invader? New challenge unlocked. Slide back the pistol cartridge receiver and lock it in place. You know what? Me and Jazz probably agree with that. I don't think, me personally, I think it's a very outdated gender role that men should be willing to sacrifice their life for women. I'm on board with the feminist on this.
Hell yeah.
I would actually, if I was dating a woman, I would use her as a meat shield, in fact.
Oh.
You're lying, Brian.
I'm dead. No,
You're lying.
I will take my girlfriend.
You're lying,
But as a
Brian.
feminist, you would have to agree that this is going to be like, that's really
Give my life for yours?
Yeah.
No.
That's like really, yeah, that's like,
Why can't we just
as
flip
you're
the
dying,
gun?
you can be like, oh my God, he's such a feminist. You'd be like, yes, I died for
No, protecting the woman would be more.
Extreme feminism.
would be more feminist.
Yeah.
But
I get what
When
you're
it comes
saying.
to a gun, who knows how to use it? That's my question. Now, see, I know how to use it. So, you know
And
what?
my
If
husband.
I'm with a guy, he doesn't know how to use it, I'll be like,
Exactly.
just lay there, I'll handle it.
No, this is what I'm going to do. So I can continue living my life. I would be like, okay, Jazz, I'm going to jump out the window. You go and take care. How much? Like 100 pounds? 97. Sorry, is that insulting? Is it?
It's just not relevant.
it's a little misogynistic, Brian.
How is it?
You better watch out. You better
look,
watch out.
I
Way
will
more
send-
heavier and bigger than
Anything
us. So yes,
flammable.
Jazz
it's
is my
relevant.
bodyguard. I'm going to send her down to take care of the 200-pound home invader. She's you could
Just with these things, right?
Would you want your man to know how to use
just
a
with
gun?
the fist, man. That's with
Yeah,
the
I think
fist.
we would both have to know. I would, because what if I'm alone at home?
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's not always
but
at
I
home.
didn't know if that was a forced gender role.
You get a
on
gun
men.
and you learn jujitsu.
Men are more likely to know how to handle a weapon, yeah. And
Yeah.
I think
That's
that's,
a
but
really-
as they should be.
That's
correct?
a really misogynistic
How does that
statement.
fit?
no, it's
Jazz.
because of the structure of gender. Like,
It's just.
how
I think women are just as capable of.
they are, but we don't allow them in those spaces to do so.
Come on, women can. Do you have a gun?
You have to take way more initiative rather than men just kind of, let's go shoot, You know what I'm saying? Different hobbies,
learn.
but that's not
Yeah.
nature, it's nurture.
Are you
All right,
married
we
a guy
have-
that likes to
Hunter
go
and
hunting?
gather.
We have Christopher
literally-
Scott. Well, let's see. For 20 plus years, society, mainly feminists, have told men we are monsters and predators. Oh man, it's been going on for longer than that. But such as unalive all men. That's how misandry hurts men. I mean, I can think of a whole bunch of things. Like, for example, there's way more. I don't know what the distribution of pediatricians is. And I mean, I don't know if this is totally gendered, but like circumcision. One with all these female pediatricians suggesting that there be circumcision. This is male genital mutilation.
I thought that was religious, like a religious.
I mean, it's pretty. I don't think like hospitals, when there's a newborn and they're gonna circumcise the child, I don't think they're.
You believe in
They're not
uncut
Jewish.
dicks?
Well, I think there
Yeah.
are.
It was originally.
say that?
It was originally.
You believe in uncut dick?
but not currently. That's
Yes.
not the reason.
Yeah, they
we
just-
love all
they just
dick.
continue to do it.
There you go.
Who cares?
But then if you look at the single motherhood rate, the single mothers are almost unilaterally all having their boy babies' genitals mutilated.
In like the United States.
Yeah, in the United States.
What's this? What is that? Like a
Circumcision.
real statistic?
Yeah, it's a cultural.
can be a
but it's a
My
cultural
sister
thing.
didn't do that to her kids. I don't think that's true.
health. That's what
It's-
they say,
it's-
and it's a cultural thing.
just
In
like-
Europe, they don't.
Unless you decline it, they're going to have you
Not
come
everyone
in
in Europe
and
has
have the
uncut
procedure done.
gems.
A lot of British
Cut
boys
gems.
do not have cut dicks.
But when it comes to the comparisons between misogyny and misandry, this is what's always confusing. So it's like, when I think of like misogyny and misandry, I'm thinking more so about verbal statements. But like, so what exactly would be categorized? So are you saying like, if somebody exhibits misogynistic tendencies, what is going to be the downstream effects of that in terms of like actual negative impacts? And I can think of a whole bunch. I mean, I always try to categorize that specifically with words, both on the misogyny side and the misandry side. But I mean, there's plenty of actual downstream negative impacts as it relates to misandry, I would say.
Yeah. Well, his example was a hashtag, unalive all men, and I think that's. I mean, unless I'm unaware of some sort of genocide or mass murder of men all of a sudden perpetrated by women. So I think the extent of women on male on men violence is a hashtag. That seems to be the extent of it, rather than in our reality, women are being murdered by men.
Well, so I think if we're going back to the original example though, where this woman lit this man on fire, I would argue that feminist rhetoric, misandric rhetoric in society, either through the classroom, most universities have like a feminist studies program, everything you see online, in media, in the government, news, journalism, there's a very heavy feminist bent. And I would say that would lead to situations where, because of the narratives as it relates to, if you try to paint something as like, oh my God, this specific form of bigotry is completely egregious, and in order to stop that, people need to. There's not specific advocations towards violence, but there is a point where people will respond violently if it relates to even like fairly benign and harmless like microaggressions.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying, you're blaming misandria on her actions, not her poor impulse control, her anger, her whatever psychological disturbances might cause her to respond in an inappropriate, violent manner. We're blaming misandria rhetoric, not her individual inappropriate style of handling conflict.
Yes.
Well, we don't necessarily know the precise reasons, but I would say that that the fact that she was so upset by what I would consider a slightly rude but fairly benign joke. I don't think a benign joke, even if we are to categorize it as misogynistic, would in any world warrant burning somebody alive.
Right.
You're right,
And
it does not.
Agreed.
And
It
so
does not.
the fact that she's so upset by this sort of statement would, I think, further my claim that this is probably due to feminist rhetoric as to like, whoa, I'm being aggressed upon verbally. And you've seen these things when it comes to microaggressions. They are going to categorize it as a form of violence. If you say a thing that is offensive, that then gives somebody justification to enact actual physical violence on you. I mean, we've seen this, for example, if you misgender somebody, this can sometimes lead to violence on the part of the transgender individual feeling so aggrieved by words that they're now going to become physically aggressive. I'm not saying this happens all the time. I just want to be fair. But they feel so aggrieved by a verbal utterance that they're now going to aggress upon you physically. And in this case, she's probably like, whoa, the guy, oh my God, what a misogynist. Misogynists are dangerous. I need to harm him.
But these things aren't happening on a grand scale. I think
I
it's a
disagree,
reaction. I think it's a reaction to the injustice. Like, trans people are murdered or kill themselves more often. Then they get violent towards someone who misgenders them. You know what I mean? Like, this is just another instance where you're blaming feminism, but really, on a much larger scale, misogyny is the reason a lot of women are dying.
Do you not think that transgender people unalive themselves more because they're mentally confused? And they have a mental health issue and they don't know how to...
You're saying like gender dysphoria?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that. I would call
That's
it
what
that.
it is.
Yeah.
Gender dysphoria.
That would be the clinical definition, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that them not being able to assimilate in society the way that we've structured gender takes a really large toll on their mental health, and that's why their suicide rates are so high.
I think the issue is when a child or a young person, whatever age, is they go to these therapists and they say, hey, I have gender dysphoria, I think I'm a woman but I was born a man. That therapist, most of the time, if they're woke, most of them are, not saying you are, but I'm saying a lot of them are, and they will say, okay, well, you're right, you should change into a woman because that will make you happy, instead of fixing the actual gender dysphoria, because that is a mental illness that should be worked on, versus just gratifying their desire to become another gender.
I think gender dysphoria only exists, so like this, what it is like you're born a woman and you don't feel like you exist within the idea of how women exist in society, and you feel like a man, maybe like internally, whatever. I think that distinction only exists because we misclassified gender. So if a woman feels more masculine and relates to more male dominant roles, they get confused because they don't understand that gender is an identity and not biology.
That's not true.
Well, I think your gender is, how would you define a woman?
A woman is anyone who identifies with the role of women in society.
So if my husband put on a wig and he decided, I'm a woman today, and he said, you know what, I'm going to identify as a woman, he's a woman?
We can talk these random situations that just would never happen. That doesn't happen. Nobody decides that they want to be trans and exist in society right now that demonizes being trans.
But it doesn't demonize being trans.
But no, I think if he felt more feminine and he aligned more with the roles of women in society and he decided to take that route, then yes, that is a woman.
But you can't even say that because everybody's got the roles all confused. Like we don't even, women are acting like men now, even though they're not trans, and men are acting like women.
Yeah, and
how can you even say that, oh, it's because these roles are pushed on us, which, like I said earlier, I don't even think traditional roles are being pushed anymore on us. I think it's the opposite. So how can you say, oh, well, I'm going to be a woman or I'm going to be a man because I identify with that. So now I get to go into the women's bathroom as, a previous man, or however you want to word it.
Still a man.
Still a man.
Still a man.
Yeah, that's just not the opinion I hold. And no one is transitioning just because they want to use the other gender.
No, I think it's for attention, and I think that they have identity issues within themselves, because it's like, okay, I am insecure within myself, so I am going to change into a man because I want attention, and I also need to put my identity in something. And actually, we do live in a society, I would say for the most part, that does praise the transgender ideology, and it praises this mental illness. I like, how do you not agree? It's
if
all
they were
over
being
social
praised,
media.
why are they killing themselves so much?
Because they have a mental illness. They're depressed, and a lot of these people regret it years down the line.
Not
and
a
they're
lot. We can look up the statistics.
Well,
I'd love to look up the statistics.
Actual gender dysphoria is a very small percent of the population, and there are some people who actually grow up feeling what gender dysphoria actually is. I would agree with your point that there are some people who right now in today's society are feeling a variety of things that is not clinical gender dysphoria, and it's confusion, it's trauma, it's I'm not comfortable as a woman because I feel like men are predators, so I think I'll just be a man. Or that's one example, but there are lots of reasons why today a lot of young people are feeling like maybe I'm non-binary, maybe I'm the other, I'm the gender that I wasn't assigned with at birth. And you're right, they go to therapy, and I agree with you that many therapists will, instead of explore on a deep level the root of this issue, and is it real gender dysphoria, or is it a trauma response, or is it confusion? I think when it gets endorsed and they're allowed to make that decision at a young age before they develop, it can be detrimental, and yes, a lot of them do eventually regret their decision when they take hormones and do things. I actually have a client who went as far as, removing her breasts and then had to have them put back on later when she realized she made a terrible mistake. And so I'm just saying that you're both right. There is real gender dysphoria, but it's a very, very small percentage. Right now, there is a phenomenon of people feeling like they have permission to be confused and then do something about it to their bodies. And I think that we should be more responsible in how we respond to that, and make sure that it's the real, very rare case of gender dysphoria, and not all these cases of young people wanting to explore something. And I think that if you feel like a not very feminine woman or a more masculine man, that's great. And I think the point that you've been making is people should just be allowed to be themselves.
Yes.
And there's value in that. There's also value in traditional roles. And I think that they both have value. And so there's a lot of permission right now to just let people be confused outwardly. And that's where I think we're starting to have problems and confusion. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be yourself and wanting to be an outlier. And I also think that the traditional roles have a lot of value too. They both have value, and unfortunately, they also contradict each other.
Yeah, I completely agree.
All right, we have a chat here from Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife. Chair 2, I'm a firearms instructor. Women often don't have the hand strength to operate the action on an automatic pistol or use a spring-loaded magazine. Gun companies pay women big money to represent them on social media. There's no stigma. Thank you, Rachel Wilson, for that chat. Really appreciate it. Reminder, guys, Andrew Wilson probably should be joining us here pretty soon. Lucas, good to see you, man. Chair 1, using your logic, how would you react if I were to claim that every instance of compulsory copulation was a net positive because it had the potential of ameliorating the birth rate crisis? I feel sorry for the sucker who shacks up with you. You're dangerous. Oh, Jazz is dangerous woman. Okay. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, my original statement was a joke. That's all I have to say.
It was a joke. It's just a joke. Just like the...
Yeah, there's no way we would know if it was a net positive or not. I was just putting a hypothetical out there.
Okay. You're fine with jokes, though?
What, you want me in the kitchen?
Yeah, no, like if a man makes like a sexist joke.
Oh,
or
I'm
like
not going to do anything about it but be like, come on.
But like, let's say you were on a date with a guy and he's like, I don't know what your type is. Like, it sound like blue-haired, kind of soy.
Okay.
Leftist.
You'd be shocked.
Well, actually, it's funny. I kind of like.
Yeah. What is your type?
I get that would you consider yourself left-leaning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I have a feeling that you probably you encounter a lot of conservative men.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm from the South,
Yeah.
first off, so that's just the majority of the men I come across. But also, I am very attracted to people who are driven and hardworking and confident. And a lot of times, those happen to be like narcissist. And again, in the area that I am, they're most likely conservative as well. So it's just a bad mix all around.
Would you say of the guys you've dated, what proportion of them completely diverge from you when it comes to like politics?
Oh, they weren't a boyfriend if we completely disagreed, but I've definitely dated for or kept seeing like some, and we would have like, the reason it went on for however long it did is because we would have like pretty intellectual conversations, and we would have these kind of talks with each other, you know, one-on-one over drinks, stuff like that. So I find that like enticing, just if anyone's able to like open to talk about things like this.
Okay, so but of the men you've dated, perhaps a majority of them have
Yes.
not aligned with you politically
Because of my location, yeah.
because of your location. Okay.
I would love to find someone who.
So
Is
you
there
just-
any men out there who read like feminist literature?
they're all in LA. LA and New York.
Soy boy.
Don't catch
New
your
York,
return
I'll
flight.
London, the boys are like,
here.
they're down as fuck there.
The fuck?
Also,
The fuck?
Do liberal men pay for like dates?
fuck yeah.
Yes.
They do?
Yeah.
Which gets me into my next thing. Thanks for bringing that up, Savannah. I want to go around the table, and we're going to do show of hands from everybody. So we'll keep it centered here for a moment. Show of hands, should men pay for first dates? Is that everybody except for you? Okay.
Start with someone else.
Show of hands, should men be protectors from everybody?
What does that mean?
Protect
Yeah.
you. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
From other men.
sure, yeah. Or what about a woman? Or are you going to throw down with the chick?
How often are women attacking?
I see that shit.
Yeah, no,
all
these
the
bitches be
time.
crazy.
She worked in a strip club. I mean, shit. She
True,
saw
I'm
some
just
stuff.
not in the right location.
I got jumped by so many girls. Like, it's crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know, girl.
I never got into a fight being
Wait,
a
you live
stripper,
in
man.
Atlanta? Or sorry, you live in Georgia?
Wait, yeah, Georgia,
I know,
bitch. Yeah.
It goes
It
down
was
in
lucrative
Georgia.
in our day.
Yeah.
She's in the
I'm not
South.
in the
Dead ass.
bars. I'm not in the club.
Have you ever pulled out a girl's weave?
Wait, what?
Me?
Yeah, have
Hair
you gone to
pull.
fight
Or
with
I
a-
haven't pulled their hair, Brian.
I've not
Just
even
hair
gotten
in general.
into
Learn how to
that.
fight.
There we go.
Don't pull hair,
hair in
man.
general.
All right.
Leave fucking hair alone.
So wait, really quick, protectors, men should be protectors. Show of hands. No, okay. Show of hands, should men be providers?
Without the
Those are
preclusion of
shittiers
women
too.
Okay.
being able to also.
Show of hands, should men open your car door on a first date or dates?
Yes.
Chivalry is
Okay.
good.
Is that
Nice.
a thing?
Show of
It should be.
hands-
Oh, shit.
Show of
Oh, it
hands,
used to be.
should men be chivalrous?
Yes.
All right, some of these things
You're
I
saying
just-
so many
hold on.
terminologies I don't. I feel stupid right now. I like actually feel dumb.
It's okay.
Oh, fuck.
Like a gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually. Like back in the
Show of hands, should men observe the sidewalk rule? So this is when you're walking with your date or girlfriend, wife, the man should typically walk on the side of the sidewalk closest to the street where the cars are. Okay?
That was the thing.
Show of hands, who here thinks if you have a boyfriend or husband, and then in an instance where only one person can survive, should he sacrifice his life to save you?
Yes.
Can we?
Should he take the bullet?
I think
Yes.
whoever's able to
Take an arrow, a bullet.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah.
pushed over a cliff. Whatever.
Okay. And then, so hold on. Here's where I'm a bit confused, Jazz. And I'm not trying to pick on you, but I think you're probably
I'm picked on.
you're getting a little bit picked on. But you're
Girl, you just
it's kind of
are
a more
smart-ass
conservative
bitch,
panel, I guess.
like-
So, of all the first dates you've been on, who paid?
The men.
Have you ever paid on the first date?
I probably have split a tab out of kindness.
On the first date?
Yes.
Okay. But overwhelmingly majority the man paid.
Yes.
Okay. And then when it comes to initiative, like, are you making the first move, like maybe approaching a guy, or is the guy almost overwhelmingly the one making the first move?
I'd say it's pretty even, I think.
Okay. Pretty
Like
even?
first move is like asking them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty even.
Pretty even. Okay.
Yeah.
And let's see here.
They think I'm trolling. I'm not trolling, bitch. I'm just like this. Anyone who knows me
That's
knows.
just That's her.
No, I literally
That's how she is.
anyone who knows me knows I'm always sucking on a lollipop. If you see me out in the club, see me anywhere, I always got a ring pop on me.
Oh my God, who the hell
I know.
cares?
Okay.
Fucking bitch. Suck my clit.
What the fuck?
But you couldn't, because you couldn't afford it.
What the fuck?
WTF?
You can, by the way, Mary, you're able to pull these up. You can show the super chats. I don't.
It's in the chat.
Nah, this motherfucker thinks I'm trolling. The
So,
fuck?
and then I guess final question for you, Jazz. In terms of physical attraction, well, we kind of went over this, but not factoring in like later revealed political positions. Generally, like, do you find conservative or liberal men more attractive?
Anyone I can talk philosophy with, because that's just my interest. So I find that to be pretty even.
But like, of the
politically.
liberal men that you do encounter, do they measure up in terms of like? I understand for you would probably find it attractive if somebody meshes with you when it comes to your politics, right? Like, you'd find that to be a pro or a benefit. But disregard, I guess, sort of putting that aside. Well, comparing the conservative men and the liberal men. Like, would you almost wish that the conservative men weren't conservative because the other characteristics they possess, you find those attractive, or you just find them they're just happen to be more physically attractive?
Well, maybe not physically attractive, but in the area I live, the liberal men are more artsy and they're driven in a sense, but I like men who go to work and you know what I mean? So most of the time, if we're disregarding like political views, conservative men usually have the traits outside of politics that I am attracted to. So yeah, I'm looking for like the perfect mesh of a person that doesn't exist at all.
It's tough. It's tough out there in Georgia. And so you.
Oh, you live in Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, like you still live there?
There's so many good men in Georgia. It's such a lie.
Oh, you flew out here, bitch. Okay.
Maybe not the liberal.
Wait, do you live in Atlanta?
Blue-haired.
Well, sure, but if we're speaking in general.
Sure. And I think the other thing I was going to ask was, can you reconcile, because when you were discussing what feminism is, you're like, well, as it relates to feminism, you think that pretty much across the board, men and women have equal rights, at least as bestowed upon them by the government. Or you don't think men and women have equal rights?
Well, at the moment, Roe v. Wade was turned over federally, so that's a law that has control over women's bodily autonomy, and there is no law that controls men's choice over their body, so I think that's a discrepancy.
Actually,
men also can't get pregnant.
Actually, so hold on. There's three things I'll give you here.
It went right back where it was supposed to go. Back to the States. That's where it's supposed to go.
It's true.
Right back where it's supposed to go, and it was enacted the year I was born, 1972.
I think it's important to set federal precedents for
it
things
wasn't.
as important as that.
So I guess my count here would be, one, as it relates to reproductive rights, men don't have any reproductive rights. So in terms of there being a comparative inequality between men and women, I would actually say that if you wanted equality between men and women, and that was your stated goal, despite perhaps what women want or female advocacy, you would actually have to entirely roll back abortion rights completely for there to be a semblance of equality between men and women.
Bingo.
Because men have no reproductive rights, ergo, equality would dictate women should have no reproductive rights also. I know that wouldn't be what women want, but that would actually create equality.
Well, not necessarily, because women are the only one in the equation that can give birth.
I agree with
What is
you.
a woman?
I agree with you, but if we're doing a comparative...
Men don't ever have to make the choice of if they should hold a baby in their stomach or not.
Yeah, sure. I agree with that.
So the reason that women should be allowed to choose is because they will be holding the baby, whereas the men don't have that option. Therefore, there isn't a law to
I agree with you to the degree that, yes, you're right, only women... Well, I don't know if, depends on your... Yeah.
People with a uterus, sure.
Well, that's your words, not mine.
Yeah.
I agree with you, yes, only women can get pregnant. But again, if we're doing a comparison when it comes to, well, what rights do men have that women don't? Again, I would just say if we're doing a comparison of equality between men and women, you would not be able to say that It's something that uniquely impacts women. But if we're doing a comparison of rights between men and women,
I'm saying we're fairly equal on paper. Sure.
Sure. Okay. So, but your position was more so geared. Yeah. So we'll just move on to that. Your position was more so geared towards. Or wait, hold on. There's one other thing I want to say. You said men don't have any constraints on their bodily autonomy. This is actually state down. So that I'll give you 3 examples. I mentioned this before. Circumcision. I prefer to call it infant genital mutilation.
I'd agree.
Well, infant male genital mutilation, because baby girls don't have their genitals mutilated in the United States. There's maybe like some, I don't know if it's like under Islamic, even then I'm pretty sure it's outlawed in the United States anyways. So this would be evidence of baby boys not being able to give their informed consent to have their genitals mutilated upon birth.
But there is an option. The parents hold the option. It is normalized that it does get cut. It usually gets cut without asking, but there is the option. So there is the choice.
I would say it's systemic in the sense that
if it were illegal, that would be the issue, and that would be an equal discrepancy that you could
right. But
suggest.
I would argue that there's no law, which I think there should be, preventing this barbaric and outdated practice.
I would agree then.
And so I think there ought to be a law that is
choice.
No. There's no choice.
Oh, that you can't snip them
I don't
at
care
all.
what your religion is. You can't mutilate the genitals of a baby boy. That's my position. I don't care what your religion is. There's no religious grant. I think this is a barbaric practice.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I don't think the health standard exists either. I don't think it's
and I also think it's systemic too, because the entire healthcare system is systemic. You have an abundance of female pediatricians that are performing this thing. You have single mothers who are choosing to have their baby boys be circumcised, and then you have like a cultural and social phenomenon which kind of relates. I mean, there's like this argument about like it's healthier and cleaner and more hygienic. There's some disputes there. There's clearly other countries where there's not circumcision, and you can clean, the penis without the need for that. But the other component here would be like women's own stated dating preferences once they become adults is like, well, I prefer. So what impact does that have socially and culturally, where women have a really strong preference, genital preference, for men who are circumcised? And I would say that that's like another factor there. But that relates to bodily autonomy. The second thing I would argue is forced military conscription. The draft, that's clearly the state down saying, men, you can be ultimately sent off to some foreign country, or in the event of like an invasion, I suppose, whatever, you could be sent to go and die effectively, or be harmed, or go to war. That would be taking away men's bodily autonomy. Further, if men don't register for the selective service, they can be, there's a whole bunch. They can't vote. They lose out on certain federal jobs, certain federal aid. They lose out. It's technically a felony, $250,000 fine. So there's all kinds of negative.
So you're against any laws that restrict male bodily autonomy, like being sent to the draft?
I'm against circumcision. The draft, I think, war bad, but also war is just going to be, unless there's some sort of like total massive shift in like a technological singularity, where like the world we live in 50 years from now is like so far beyond. This would probably happen through AI or like advancements in technology so far beyond what our human mind can even comprehend, that war has just completely been eradicated. I don't think that'll be on the scale of 50 years, but I would say that as it currently stands, war is an inevitability. And so there are circumstances where I don't think it should be the case, as a male advocate, that men should be subject to war, and war is a specifically gendered male grievance. But it just is sort of a reality that nations and countries are not going to reject their ability to call upon its citizenry in the event of like an invasion or a war. Yes, the nations are going to reserve their right to force men to fight. Go ahead.
I just have to have something to add about war.
Okay.
My father was not drafted into Vietnam for one reason. And it was funny because
right after dinner, we were talking about it, and I have 2 other sisters. And my dad, he never had anything to drink at dinner, and still he had his milk right after dinner. And he was standing at the sink, and we're like, yeah, Dad, why weren't you drafted? Well, he was like, my balls were too big. Yeah, I guess bone spurs is a thing. And I guess having balls that are too big is a thing, too. I don't know, I've never seen my dad's balls, but shit, right?
Shit,
yeah.
Shit, man.
Shit is right.
That's crazy, son.
Yeah.
Shit.
Somebody's balls are too big to get into military. There you go, or be drafted. Wow. So there it is.
I didn't
Just
know that.
like
That's
Trump with his
crazy.
bone spurs,
That
it's
makes
true.
sense. I totally,
and a ball's too big is also freaking
Giant.
true.
Your dad had.
My
elephant
father
balls.
has
too
got
many balls?
elephant, and of course he's the one with prostate cancer. So, but he didn't get the. He's not neutered.
I'm not trying to laugh,
He's not
but
neutered.
shit.
He's not neutered like that. He just got the prostate removed. But yeah.
Okay,
So,
and
just
then
to-
look, my final point here is when it comes to the men lacking bodily autonomy, in the event of, so for example, if the state can force men to work, and so we've done away, I think in the 18th century, or maybe it was the early 19th century, I forgot the exact date, we did away with debtors' prisons. So if you have a debt to somebody, they used to be able to send you to prison, right?
Correct.
No longer can you be sent to prison for a debt.
Nope.
Except as a man, if you owe child support to a woman. Now, again, to be fair,
If she
this
requests, she can request it.
hold on. So this is gender neutral, to be fair. A woman who's behind on her child support could arguably also be sent to prison. Although I would argue, first off, the majority of child support, I think it's 93%, goes in the direction of men to women. So it impacts some women, but it's overwhelmingly men. In the same way that you might argue that like SA, we would agree that men are also victims of SA, but you would probably say this impacts women more because they're more likely to be the victim or whatever. So in this case, that would be another example of men lacking bodily autonomy because the government can basically say, for example, and it could be under like really kind of shitty circumstances, like, for example, a female teacher could essay one of her underage students and she could get pregnant by that student, where essentially she raped him, and then she gets pregnant. The state can then force that child to pay child support to her, despite one, there being a crime that occurred, and so forth. So that's kind of an extreme example, but another example that's probably a bit more frequent. There's a couple, maybe they're in a situation.
So do you support male bodily autonomy or do you not?
Well, hold on. I'll get to that. But
Okay.
so the more realistic example might be like there's a boyfriend and girlfriend or a situationship. They're sleeping together, but the guy's not wanting to have a child, and she gets pregnant. She unilaterally chooses to keep the child because women can do that. They can choose to get an abortion, and the man can't do anything. They can choose to keep the child. The man can't do anything. He can't opt out. So the men can essentially be forced into fatherhood and basically be debt slaves for 18 plus years, or sometimes even up to 21 plus years, depending on the state. So I'm in favor of male bodily autonomy, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I find it funny that you're in favor of male bodily autonomy but not women's.
You didn't even hear my position
I did.
on abortion. What's my position on abortion?
Oh, go ahead then. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Well, it's really hard to say on that one. I would say,
Or just say if you support women's autonomy.
I would say that there are very compelling arguments for the pro-life side. So I'll just go ahead and say, yeah, pro-life. However, what I am going to say is, I would say that if I'm looking at the current state of affairs descriptively, there are states where women retain the right to have an abortion. For example, California, women can have an abortion in the state of California.
Yes.
My argument from a men's rights perspective is, in any state, because I'm just working with within the current system, right? So it would be a fair proposition if abortion was completely outlawed, then yes. If a man gets a woman pregnant, despite him not wanting to be a father, he's on the hook for child support. Sure. But in states where women secure the right and retain the right to have an abortion, men should have a corresponding right to called legal paternal surrender. Men, in the same way that women can murder their unborn children, men should be able to walk away and essentially sever their relationship if they so choose. They shouldn't, obviously they can't force the woman to get an abortion, but in states where there's abortion rights, men should have some corresponding legal paternal surrender where they can say, well, I don't want to be a father. I don't want the paternal responsibility. I don't want to be financially responsible in the same way you would probably say a woman who isn't ready to be a mother or isn't financially ready to raise a child, you would say that would be a justified reason to have an abortion. So too should it be the case that men should be able to escape responsibility
I
from
agree.
child support or any sort of paternal responsibility.
Yeah, I think gender-specific laws, like you're suggesting that men have to take care of a child that they maybe don't want because the woman wants it, is unfair.
Sure.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I think we've come to a point in society where nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions. And every time you have sex, no matter what contraceptive you're on, they're not all 100%, you are risking a possible pregnancy. So every time you have sex, you have to be okay with the fact that there's, a 5 to 10% chance that I could get pregnant having sex. But the problem is nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions. So everyone's using abortion as birth control, right? And I don't even agree with the fact that a father should be able to walk away from a mom and let her struggle and be a single mom and not pay child support. I think when you take that action, when you have sex, you should therefore have the responsibility of that child because your actions have consequences.
You don't believe in abortion?
No, I don't believe in abortion.
Oh. But like,
At all.
what if it's
She's saying is
the
true, though. Like,
eptopic?
when two people have sex,
That's
there
not
is
abortion.
always a percentage
You're assuming
of...
a risk, no matter what.
Yeah, you're assuming a risk, but if you simply don't have the resources to take care of a child,
Then you make it work. You sacrifice.
Really? But what if that child has a terrible life?
exactly.
And what if the baby daddy is like actually criminally horrible?
Wouldn't it be worse to murder the child than to give
It's
it
not-
a
well,
chance?
we
at
also
life?
disagree on
How is it murdering
when life
if it's like in the beginning stages of
It's a life.
You believe like life
science
begins-
Kids can
Science
have
is-
bad lives
You know
with
that
moms
science
and
is,
dads
like,
too.
actually
It just
not-
depends on how you want to treat your kids, man. You got moms and dads that are married and they treat their kids like shit. So
Period,
if
bitch.
a kid turns out bad, well, it can be a lot of factors, but
You don't have to keep
Let me
it.
give
You
an
don't-
example for you. So I had a friend. This man who got her pregnant told her she was gonna be a terrible mother. She was not gonna be a terrible mother. He just like totally brought her down. He said he didn't want to be in the child's life. He basically forced her to get an abortion. Like, what do you say in that circumstance?
So he can't force a woman to get an abortion.
He basically did. He said, I don't want to be part of the child's life. I'm not going to be a part of this. Like, so what do you say to that girl that has no
so
means?
he didn't force her. He's just saying, I'm not going to pay
But what
for
do you
it."
say to a girl that has no means to provide for that child who, like, is
I say you figure it out.
So do you have a 2-parent household?
What do you mean? Like my
Do you have a
parents?
mom and dad?
I do.
So you don't understand because you have not been in that circumstance.
Poverty is also a cycle. So if you already
Yes.
lack resources and you feel like you can't take care of a child, you have a
There
child.
are over
You can give a
3,000
baby up for
pregnancy
adoption.
resources in America. There's over 3,000 pregnancy resources. We live in such an individualistic society where everybody is like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen to me? Like, we live in a really selfish society. So when someone gets pregnant and there's like, oh, well, I can't financially afford this child, I can't take responsibility for my actions, so I'm just going to kill it. That you're giving the child a worse life by killing it than bringing it into this world and figuring it out.
Most children that come out of that type of circumstance don't really have a great grand
I would love
life.
to see a statistic on that.
I don't have a statistic. I have friends that
You
have
know-
come from that circumstance, and I feel like you have it. Like, where were you raised?
Why does that matter?
Because it does matter. You're a
No,
part
you're
social-
trying to be condescending because
Oh, it's not
I grew up-
condescending, baby.
Yeah,
It's,
it is.
It's just straight up forward. Like,
Do you know who gets the most abortions?
So what's your statistic? I'd love to hear.
Black
Disenfranchised-
women.
yes,
and they
disenfranchised
get them
groups of
over
women.
and over again as
yes,
birth
because
control.
of lack of education and resources.
Lack of education. Everybody knows
Yes.
sex produces a child. That is like I knew that at 5 years old.
Yes,
If I have
I'm
sex,
glad
I'm gonna,
you knew that you were well
So
educated
what
on sex and reproduction. Like
Well-educated?
education systems are based on the funding is based on property taxes. So if you live in Section 8 or lower income housing, your schooling isn't funded as much.
I didn't
can't learn
And
sex
aren't
from
liberal
school.
places have the
Where'd
most
you learn
money?
sex from? I'd love to know.
I thought liberal
maybe
places,
not,
liberal
maybe
bastions
friends.
have the
From a
most money.
two-party
spent.
household? Yeah, a lot of people don't come from a two-party household. They come
Exactly.
from broken families, and that's like the majority.
So you're saying
That's why
So you're
poverty's
saying
a
they should
cycle.
kill their child if
It's
they
not
can't
killing. I
believe
financially
it's murder.
afford it.
It's not murder if
don't
it's in the
think-
beginning stages.
How is it not murder?
I don't, because life doesn't begin at conception.
Yes, it does.
Period.
Yeah, it does.
Science has
That's just an
proven that. The
opinion.
Bible proves it.
science
Like,
hasn't
The
proven
Bible,
that.
we're not
They
debating
prove
the
that.
Bible. We're not in a religious debate, baby.
I
It
think
doesn't
I think
matter.
at 6
It doesn't-
weeks is the first time that the nerve
We're just
endings
having a
have the
conversation
first-
that's non-biblical.
oh, I
You
mean,
know, there
you
is
can
a light
call it
that happens when the
non-biblical.
sperm meets the egg. If it actually anybody wants to find
the
out if
zinc
life
spark.
happens, it actually and you know what? A woman can feel it. I know I felt it when I got pregnant with my daughter. And why? It's because it's calcium sulfate mixed with magnesium.
Okay,
the
I feel
ovum,
when a guy
the
nuts in me,
egg,
does
the
that mean it's
ovum
conception?
is the calcium sulfate, and the
Bitch, I
sperm
feel-
is the magnesium.
I feel when a guy nuts in my mouth. Is that conception? I literally feel
No,
when
now
a
you're
guy.
just being raunchy.
Well, no,
You're
It's not
It's
raunchy. It's
acidic.
just like
It is.
it's straight up. I think you're very like.
The
I
mouth
don't
is
think
acidic.
calcium and magnesium combining create.
And it does. It creates
does.
it creates a bang in the
At the
uterus. It
moment
does. A
of-
light.
of conception. It's
Yes,
called,
it does.
It's called the zinc spark.
Yes. And you
I
can
will-
feel
I will
it.
agree.
Some women feel it.
I will agree with what you said about the environment at home not being right to bring a child into the world. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
But we do have the option. And granted, I think I used to have a different view, and I agree. I used to believe the way you did. So, it's not a baby yet. But I believe, but I believe differently now. And yes, it may be not desirable to carry a baby around for 9-10 months, but you do have the option of giving that baby up for adoption.
I don't think
I
that's
do
the
gotta move
argument
on.
that I'm
We
making.
can come back to it.
Yeah,
we
of
can
course.
come back to it
Of
later, time
course.
permitting. Really quick, some chats, and I think we're going to get Andrew here in just a moment. Kat Spencer with the 100 British pounds. Thank you. Or wait, is that the... Yeah, okay. I'd like to remind women that men made laws to protect them, and those lucky enough to be born in the West should be grateful. It doesn't follow Abrahamic law. Feminism exists because men allow it. From Kat Spencer, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate it very much. Then we have Chef Dill Pickles here. Uh-oh.
Chef Dill Pickles donated $200. Life begins at conception.
Cope harder.
harder to hers.
Cope harder. I love that word. Harder.
I love it.
Wait, where
I
is
like beer league. Hooers.
She was a hooer.
Yes.
B, she was a hooer.
Yep.
It's true. All right. Thank you for that, Chef Dill Pickles. Good to see you in the chat, man. He has a follow-up, and he says, Chair 2, what substance are you on tonight?
I'm on life, baby. This is me all day, every day. Anxiety. I have like the most high-strung anxiety.
Okay.
But if you were wondering, it's Lalo. No preservatives, no additives. We don't do tequila that has chemicals in it. Gross.
Word.
Okay. Clayne, Chair 1 is a victim of idiocy, also a victim of woke culture. Chair 2 has an obvious...
I do. Oh my God, I have an oral fixation. Thank you, baby. Clayne.
Okay. Chair 2.
Clayne, slide
love
into my
your-
DMs.
Or Chair 7, love your arguments. Where is Andrew? Need some more decent arguments. I think we're going to get him
4, 5,
pulled
6,
up here in just a
hey,
moment.
you.
Thank you, Clayne.
You,
Appreciate
honestly,
it.
you're valid.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And let's see here. Well, Chair 7's... You're married.
Yeah.
But she has a book
But she's
too.
a psychiatrist. Or
She's like an actual
therapist.
Oh, okay. I thought he was hitting on you,
Yes.
but no, he was just saying he loves your arguments.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
She's a book too,
so-
everybody. Check out her book.
Thanks, girl.
All right. I'm going
Looks
to
like
go
a
back there in just a sec. Wait, Felicia, are you able to just take my seat for a moment while I... Oh, you're getting some water? Okay.
Where are you going,
Once you're
Brian?
back, I'll have you just take my seat, and then we'll get Andrew pulled up. Andrew, thank you. Good
I'm
to
gonna have
see
to
you.
use the restroom before Andrew.
Yeah, just
I like actually.
Just wait though, somebody's there.
Of course,
Pasty,
of
thank you for
course.
the soup chat. Appreciate it. Here, while I'm just waiting on that, let me see if there's anything we needed to get into here. I'll do one quick note before we get Andrew pulled up. What is it? Actually, we'll come back to it. Okay, guys, if you can talk amongst yourselves. I don't know if you had another question for them.
I mean, I just want to keep
quick.
going on the abortion argument.
Oh, we're going to keep going?
Well, I don't think we ever got to like a conclusion. I don't think
there's ever like an actual conclusion with the abortion argument because there's such a differentiation or whatever, like between, is that the word, differentiation? So I'm not really
we're
good
just not, we're never going to agree on
of course. Yeah.
There's a lot
Have you had an abortion before?
No.
I'm fucking with you. I know you haven't.
Have you?
No, I've not. But I have friends who have, and they were in really bad circumstances. And like, I saw from their perspective what they went through. And before I had a different viewpoint, and then I saw what they went through. I was like, wow, like I understand now.
Do they regret their abortions?
No, why would they regret it?
Because 90% of women regret their abortions.
No, the baby, like, it was not going to have a good life. Like, the baby was not.
How would you know that,
just kill it.
How would you know it doesn't have a good life? Like, you can't just eliminate their life based on chance.
Have you had an abortion?
No.
Do you know anyone who has?
Everybody.
Yeah, I actually do know somebody.
Raise your hand if you've had an abortion.
Let's raise our hand.
Brian, how many have you had to cover the cost of?
I don't know.
Brian, have you?
Have I been pregnant? Yes.
Yes. Have you been pregnant, Brian?
I just want to say
It's got me pregnant.
there's a lot of discourse in academia of how much we should consider morality and religion when it comes to creating or having these discussions, but when it comes particularly to creating policy. So these conversations are important because there are people who believe there is religious backing and moral backing to why there should be a law, or there's other people who
And let's look at who's making these stupid ass bag policies in Washington right now. Yeah, no, I wouldn't trust any of these fuck bags making fucking policy at all.
Money.
At all. At all.
Abortion can damage your body, and I have a friend who had done it, and now she can't have a baby at all.
How long did she like wait to have the abortion?
I'm not sure, but she's had it like 2 times, and she can never have a baby at all, and she wanted children.
Interesting.
So what do you have to say about that?
I wonder what the statistics are on how often someone becomes unable to bear children after an abortion.
I also wonder what
if
her
it's a
health
safe
was
abortion.
before.
If it's a safe abortion, usually there's no issue with conceiving after. I don't know the statistics though. I
don't
do
know
think it's
either.
rare, but that is very sad.
Since I've had one, I will say I was very young.
Of course.
I was not in the position to, I made bad decisions. I chose to take the pill, go home, and pass it. And it was very traumatizing. I bled everywhere, and it was gnarly. I can't say that I regret
Sorry,
it
baby.
because, again, like some people maybe think that child would probably not have a decent life, even though I would have made it work if I would have had it. But I have had a child, and he's healthy, and it was just, 20 years ago, it was different, and it was just a decision, and I can't go back, and that's it. I'm not.
Would you have changed
No
your
regrets.
mind?
No regrets. What?
You wouldn't have changed your mind if you were back then, like knowing
No.
what you know now?
No.
I don't.
I made a decision, and I stick with it, and that's it is what it is.
That's how I feel.
can't go
I
back.
feel like when you make a decision,
Right.
you
No
make the
regrets.
decision. You shouldn't like. I understand the morality of it. Like,
one
oh
time, I'm not
no,
condoning
you're
it,
gonna go to
like-
hell. You're killing somebody, but
But even if we take religion out of it, you were mentioning removing religion and morality out of
Andrew's here. I have to go pee.
law.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no, not removing it. It's just there is conversation of how much of morality and religion should we consider when we create policy.
I think if we're not considering morality, then why?
No, we are. It's just to what extent do we think, oh, what if this child cured cancer? It's like that debate, whereas we could realistically look at the position the woman is in now and if it would benefit her life or if it would benefit the child's life. So it's just kind of this balance of morals and religion and literature and academia and just having these discussions. I think it's a balance. I don't think we should remove morality. I think there should just be a level of it to consider.
I guess, and now that I'm thinking about that, I guess I couldn't really pose that question because I have other views that potentially would go against morality. So
Exactly.
I'm considering
especially when
that.
it comes to like legality.
Morality is
in
so
the court
subjective.
system.
It's
well, more
so
so
damn
I'm thinking
subjective.
about crime and
I don't think
consequence,
murder is
right?
subjective.
Well,
I
that,
think that's
I mean-
pretty
Well,
like.
we have a different opinion on if it's murder.
Okay,
though,
so why when a pregnant woman gets shot or killed, why is it a double homicide?
because it wasn't her choice.
That literally makes no sense.
If she was trying to carry
that
child,
literally makes no sense.
Well, if she wanted to carry that child to a human being, then yes, it is double homicide.
That's a good question.
It's still but it's still like a child.
If she wanted to bear the child,
so what?
Well,
So what?
to
So
a
like
human.
If I think in my head about killing somebody, am I murdering them?
No.
Okay, no, right? So if it's not a life by your standard, how could it be murder?
If she was wanting to carry it,
hang on. Regardless of the intention of the mom, how in the world could it be murder just based on her intention? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Can you explain that to me, please? Like, use really small words.
if she was trying to carry that child to birth, and that option was taken from her because she was murdered, and therefore it killed the baby, then that's a double homicide.
That's not a baby, though, by your standard, right?
I guess it depends when she was, but again, it's a senseless murder. And if she wanted to carry it to full term, then it would have been a child.
Not a baby by your standards? Is that correct?
At what point? Like 6 weeks, like 4 weeks?
Whatever the point is where you think it's not a baby.
If she hadn't decided to have an abortion and she wanted to carry that child.
Her decision doesn't matter here?
We just have different opinions because I'm pro-choice.
No, there's no difference of opinion. We're just doing a logical consistency check.
What's the cutoff for you? When are you saying?
So woman, right? Whether or not it is the case that she wants to have the abortion or not have the abortion, from your view, is that a baby or not a baby? Do we have like the Jeopardy theme song? I don't.
I just don't know how to answer your question. So,
well, at what term do you think an abortion?
Hang on.
Even if
you don't know how to answer the question, is the thing inside the woman's belly a baby or not?
So even if she were murdered before what I consider to be a life of a child, which is, I think legally it's like 6 weeks, you can have an abortion if it's up to 6 weeks. So even if she were murdered at the 3-week mark, the 4-week mark, if her plan was to carry that child and bear that child, then I do think, yes, that's the reason it's double homicide.
That doesn't make any sense. Is that child, from your view, an actual baby or not?
No, not before 6 weeks.
Then why would it be murder?
Because the senseless action, if that didn't happen,
she
it would.
got murdered.
Yes,
She
but if
got
that didn't
murdered.
happen, she would have had a baby.
Yeah, okay, so you're making a case against abortion. If she hadn't had an abortion, she also would have had a baby, right? So she's a murderer by your logic.
Okay. Like I
That's
don't
your
know
logic. Like that. So here's your logic. If it is the case that the woman intended to have the baby, she would have had the baby.
Should I have the opinion
Right?
that it shouldn't
But
be a
if
double?
It is the case that, hang on, but if it is the case that the woman aborts the child before it comes to term, then that's murder. And we know it's murder because if she's murdered with the baby in her womb, even if it's before when you consider it to be a baby, you consider that murder because the baby's not brought all the way to term. So no matter what, from your view, abortion would be murder.
So you think my stance should be that it shouldn't be considered a double homicide? That would be me aligning with my own stance.
Yeah, that would be at least the consistent stance.
Sure, that would be the consistent stance, but I just think there's more nuance to it. I think if it...
What's the nuance? Like, how do you intend something to be alive or not? It either is alive and it is the thing, or it's not. You don't like.
I think we just.
I can't could I be like, you killed the chair, because my intention is that the chair is alive. That's just that's not factual though, right? The chair isn't actually alive, so you can't murder the chair. From your view, this is not a baby, so how could the guy be charged for 2 homicides? That makes no sense.
I'll fix my stance and say that if it's after 6 weeks, then it should be a double homicide charge. If that makes you feel better about
Should
me
women
having
be
a
able
consistent.
to have abortions after 6 weeks?
You're asking if we should be able to have abortions past 6 weeks? No. So now I'm changing my stance from the double homicide that if it's prior to 6 weeks. If you want my argument
so women should not be allowed to have abortions past 6 weeks.
That's a heavy debate. So
Well, no, it's just an internal. In this case, it's just consistency.
Well, it's heavily debated. at what point, because a lot of women don't know until the 6-week mark, and then they don't have the time to make a choice. But I mean, I'm not a biologist.
When you do like a meta thing, when you give commentary about the status of something, it's kind of actually irrelevant to the question. So like if I go, how is the weather outside? And you go, well, that's heavily debated. It's like, I'm not asking,
I'm letting you know that I don't have a specific opinion.
Hang on, I'm not asking you what Jim, Paul, and Chuck think. I'm asking you what you think, right? So is it murder after 6 weeks or isn't it?
I don't necessarily have an opinion on that. I think there's discrepancies. Yeah, Brian didn't give his opinion on if he was pro-choice or pro-life. He said both sides had, or pro-life had, a lot of information that he agreed with as well. So, I mean, you can hold double.
Yeah, I understand that's Brian's position.
Okay, in my position.
But when you make a stance that you say something is murder, then you're giving us a value for life. So if that's the case, then you must think that there's value, that this is an actual life past 6 weeks at least, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's the case, then you would at least have to admit that if a woman has an abortion after the 6-week mark, she is actually killing a baby.
Yes, I think there's scientific backing that life begins at around 6 weeks because of neurons or nerve endings or something like that. I'm not well versed.
Consciousness or something like that.
Yeah,
I get it.
I'm just not well versed on this topic. I just listen to the scientists and think if that's the cutoff that they think is allowable and not extremely immoral, then so be it.
Scientists don't determine morality.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all opinions at the end of the day, but legally, it's the 6-week mark.
Yeah, so all scientific consensus is that life begins at conception. That's not refutable. That's a human life at conception. I promise. I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with you right now. I bet you $100. If you look up right now scientific consensus of when human life begins, it will say at conception. I'll bet you right now if you think I'm wrong.
I believe you. I was just under the impression that was a religious sentiment.
No, that's the scientific consensus, is that it would have to be, right? That's when there's basically new DNA. That it would have to be categorized as human life. So that's when scientists, via consensus, think human life begins. Just saying.
So does that change your stance?
Not necessarily, because again, they have the 6-week benchmark for some reason. I think it's when the child at that point has more autonomy and ability than previously before, that makes it more lifelike. I don't know the science behind this. I'm not the one to argue this point.
Well, these are not scientific claims. Like the moral implications of abortion, those aren't questions that science can answer. They could maybe give us an idea of when consciousness begins or when life begins or things like that, but science isn't in the business of giving us any type of ought claims. They're just only interested in descriptors, really.
But no,
this is how a thing works, right? Like science could tell us how a nuclear bomb works, but couldn't tell us when we're supposed to use one.
Welcome, Andrew. Silence. Welcome. Good to see you, man. I'm going to let one chat come through, then we're going to get right into some really good stuff. Clayne, thank you for the $200. Appreciate it.
$200. I will never jump into your DMs. I've tried to change a woman before.
Priscilla.
I can build a house, rebuild a car, cook, and fly jets. I also open doors and pay for nights out. I'm not taking on another project.
Yo, Clayne, thank you for the TTS. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so, and Andrew, do you have what's your heart out for tonight? Or you want to just go?
Well, I started late. We'll just see how it goes.
Okay, sweet. We'll see how it goes. Since Andrew does have some limited time, though, there were 2 people on the panel who kind of wanted to, had perhaps specific notes for them. So there's other things we're going to get to a little later on in the show, but we're going to focus on those for now. I'm going to jump to you briefly because you wanted to specifically talk to Andrew, but then Jazz, you had some notes that were directed kind of at both me and Andrew. So
I won't remember mine off.
Okay.
By the way, to the panel, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Andrew Wilson.
Hi, Andrew. Hi, Andrew.
Likewise.
You look very well groomed tonight.
I was a little late because I was catching up on my beauty sleep. As you can see, I definitely need more of that. So, but that's why I was a little late.
You look great. What are you talking about?
Agreed, but I could look even greater.
No, he shaved his beard.
Yeah, you shaved it up. You were looking
Shaved the
a little
beard.
rough last week on the debates.
Yeah, I was looking a little homeless. I agree.
I wish you were here. We would have had a shot together.
She brought tequila. So.
I know. I was looking for. I genuinely thought you were gonna be here. I was like, fuck.
You know, it's like vodka next time.
No, I brought Lala with no preservatives, additives.
All right. So, Julie, you said that. Let me see. Let me look at the
I
notes
mean, I
here.
would have drank it. I'm not going to lie.
I know you would have.
I would have had a shot. I'm not
You are low-key a degen, just like I am, but not in like the extremity I am, but like in other ways, the gluttonous way.
I'm not a glutton.
So to drink to get drunk is gluttony.
I don't drink to get drunk. I drink in celebratory, usually in the purpose of celebration, or sometimes it'll be to calm my nerves or things like that. But
That's
I
gluttonous.
I don't actually seek out drinking to get drunk. At least not often. Maybe if I'm at like a friend's wedding or something like that, I'll be like, "Hey, we're gonna get wrecked tonight." On a special occasion or something like that, but those are pardonable sins.
I would argue because when you were here last, you're like, I need a shot. When like the male feminist is sitting right here, you're like, I need a shot, Brian. So like, no, you do need alcohol to cope. You need alcohol to cope. That's a form of gluttony. That's overindulging. So,
not gluttony.
but it's okay. I'm a degenerate too. So we're both in the same league. We're besties. We're kindred spirits. We're like
But you
the
just
same. We're one and the same.
Categorically wrong. So if I do you know what people used to say in the 1800s? Things
No, I wasn't around at that time.
Yeah.
What did they say? Did you know? Were you there?
Well, I mean, you know that there's books from those times, right? I'm sure you've never.
Yeah,
read
but
one,
things have
there are actually
been
books.
written and rewritten all throughout history.
Yeah, I know. But do you think that it's just one person who writes the book and nobody ever rewrote the book?
No shit, it was not one person. Like what?
It wasn't just.
Do you
one
know
person.
them? Wait, can you? Okay, so what was your point? I'd love to hear it.
Yes, my point is that sometimes people would drink alcohol to do what they called fortifying themselves. So it could be for any number of different reasons. Sometimes it was especially helpful if you were working outside. It would take the tension off if you had a quick drink, or if you hadn't seen a friend for a long time, you'd have a nip with your friend. Things like this, but in order to relieve tension, or one way that men often greet each other is to say, "Hey, man, you want to go have a beer?" Do you think that the church would consider it sinful to go have a beer with your friend?
So what my statement was saying is that when you were sitting here with the male feminist, you were like, I need a drink for this. I wouldn't categorize that as having a drink with the boys or having a drink to combat like work life. That was you trying to compensate for.
How is that not combating work life?
So you wouldn't claim that you're an alcoholic slightly? I'm an alcoholic. At least, hey, at least
I'm not an alcoholic.
Oh, I would argue the latter. We're both alcoholics. We're one and the same.
Anyway,
I'm just trying to. We're together in this.
Lady, stop filibustering me and listen.
What does that mean?
Alcoholics are dependent on alcohol to function.
You don't think you are?
Okay.
You had to
I
function.
go for-
You
I
had to
go
depend
for-
on it to
lady,
function with the male
lady,
feminist.
Stop spurging, lady.
You couldn't even like deal with him sober.
Lady, stop spurting, lady. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, you're right.
I literally go for months without having a drink. Months and months. I do it all the time. And
Okay, I didn't see it here.
So what? I had a drink in the studio?
I'm just,
oh my God.
I'm just arguing that you partake in gluttony, so you can't come at people. You can't come at people saying abortion is wrong when you literally you literally come into the 7 sins, the deadly sins, or whatever you pertain to the Bible. Yeah, light that cigarette, baby. I wish I had a joint with me. Fuck, shit, we can get. Yes, honestly, I wish you were here. We can take a shot together, Andrew. Love you.
All right, let's get into the substance.
Hang on, I'm not done actually.
Oh, okay. All right, you want to?
Let's go, Andrew. Come on.
I'll sit here and try to calculate how many shots of alcohol I've ever taken if you tell us how many dicks you've had to suck.
Oh yeah, I love a dick in my mouth.
How many? How many?
I can't tell you. How many have you had?
You don't remember, do you? Now,
do you remember yours?
I don't remember how many shots I've had in my life.
No, I'm not talking about shots.
Do you think if I say to a
how
woman,
many vagina holes have you put your dick inside of?
Equivalent of saying to
Wait, I have a question.
Hold on.
What is your body count, Andrew? I would love to know.
Please don't.
So anyway, again, real quick, I'm trying to dive into this.
Okay, let's go.
Is it the case that if I told a woman I don't remember how many shots I've had in my life, that she's going to respond to that the same way a man will respond if you say I don't remember how many dicks I've sucked in my life?
What is that? Wait, hold on. Say it again. That was like said really weird. I'm sorry.
Do you
I'm like,
think-
I'm neurodivergent slightly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you think that me telling a woman I don't remember how many shots I've taken in my life, that she would take that and respond to it a lot better than you telling a man you don't remember how many dicks you've sucked in your life?
Well, it's two different species of male and female, so
It's
like,
two different species, huh?
yeah, I agree.
Male and female are two different species.
Completely.
Well, you didn't think that one through, did you?
No, I didn't, but I've seen your arguments.
100%
You
positive
hey
that males and
Andrew,
females are
you
the same
hey
species.
Andrew, you have argued that male and female are two different species. So don't ever
I've never argued that males and females are two different species.
Oh shit! Okay, maybe I heard your argument wrong. Shit, I fucked it up. My bad.
Two different species?
Genders.
Like men and women are like dogs and humans? Like what are you?
Dogs and cats.
No, I've never made an argument that we're a different species because I'm not fucking stupid.
Oh, so you think women are stupid?
Not women, but one woman I'm talking to.
Oh, you think I'm stupid? Lovely.
Well, at least one woman.
So,
Why pluralistic? Like if you say that woman over there is stupid, she's like, so you think all women are stupid? Does that even make sense?
I never proclaimed to be smart. Am I saying right now I'm the smartest bitch at this table? No. Like I've acknowledged I'm neurodivergent, so you're basically mocking my like lack of brain cells.
Neurodivergent means you have a lack of brain cells?
I have a lack of working brain cells, yes.
I agree.
Thank you.
All right, I'm glad you guys common
Thank
ground
you.
there. That was
I love the common ground in the spectrum.
That was good.
Love you.
All right, we're gonna get into some substance here. So let's see here. We'll do a few from you, Julie. Then we'll come back to them later because I think we're gonna Jazz and Andrew are gonna square up a little bit. So okay. And Andrew, these are Julie's notes. We're going to try to move through these ones quickly so we can't linger too long on them. But Julie, you said staying in marriage for kids. Women can't have sex when they don't love the other person. You can't. Men need sex. Furthermore, men will sacrifice everything for their family. Women are generally not capable of doing so despite trying. Do you want to elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. So obviously there's a bunch of tangents there, but I know I've listened to you before and you've spoken about people staying in marriages, right? Kind of just working through everything. I mean, so one of the questions I have for you is, for example, if a woman, if there's, say for the fact that they didn't get along, without going into detail, over several years, they didn't really get along, and eventually that caused distress for the woman to where she fell out of love. I think for a lot of women, or at least for me, I can't have sex with someone if I'm not in love with them, right? And I think that men need sex. I think it's just innate, it's natural, nothing wrong with it whatsoever. So do you think it can still work through that? Can they move beyond that? I probably didn't explain that very well, but.
Sorry, are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's for you, Andrew.
Okay, so let me make sure I get a couple things clear, just to make sure I got it right. When you say that you can't have sex with anybody unless you're in love with them, right? Does this mean that if you found a man to be extremely attractive, that you would just be unable to have sex with him?
Let me go back. So in the beginning stages of a relationship, when two people are very attracted to each other, I would agree that there's still some element of waiting, but when you get to that point at which you have these strong feelings for another person, right? So there's that at that point at which you can be intimate with someone, right? And then obviously you fall in love and so on and so forth. So I do agree that there's that initial piece when you're, in the initial stages, but beyond that.
You mean the attraction piece?
Right. Like if I went out and was really attracted to someone, I still can't do it. I have to have feelings involved, some rather serious feelings before I can do that. So once you get into a marriage and you've been together for years, and I'm not just asking for myself, I'm just asking in general for many people, because I think there's a lot of marriages where that's the case. I think more so it's challenging for men. So how do you think that works?
What's the challenge?
Or I guess
for men?
two pieces, and I apologize for being all over the place.
No problem.
How does a man stay in a marriage for years and years, potentially, without receiving sex from his wife? And then I guess the other part that I didn't ask was, how does women have a harder time, I think, hiding or faking emotions to look happy for the children, because ultimately it's necessary, right? You don't want your children growing up with people that are unhappy or who are unhappy. So how do you, in your eyes, how do you make that work? Like, what does that look like to you? And I'm only asking because I've been listening to several conversations.
So
on
from
podcasts.
which view? So
From
are you
both,
asking
I
how
guess.
this would, how would this work from the Christian view, or how would this work from the non-Christian view?
Either way.
Okay, so from the Christian view, she's not fulfilling her duties inside of the marriage, and there would be probably ecclesiastical intervention from the priest and community to try to assist with whatever the problem is. Maybe he's fat, or he stinks, or maybe who knows what the actual issues are, or it could just be that she's no longer attracted to him. There could be all sorts of various issues, but I mean, that would be how that would be dealt with. It would be dealt with inside of the community, and generally is, right? Even people who seek marital help are basically doing the same thing. They're looking for some kind of like third party or arbiter to assist them with whatever those marital issues are. So I don't know if you're asking me something beyond that, and I'm missing it, or
no. I guess I'm just thinking of the greater good in certain circumstances, right? Whether it's Christian or whether it's what's ideally best for children. So either way, it
mean,
works,
it is best.
right?
It is generally best for children for their parents to stay together. It's not monolithic. There's obviously going to be some cases where that's not the case, but overwhelmingly it is the case where if the parents stay together, their children are definitely going to have way better outcomes.
Mm-hmm. So ultimately, I mean, what if there isn't a way to work around that? What if the woman has tried, has done her best to do her duty, and it's
the
miserable?
thing is like, this is an interesting question, and I talk about this a lot with various people from all over the place. But when I start to hone in on the specifics, because in this case we're making like kind of a general statement. It is generally true that if parents stay together, even if they don't have that spark or whatever it is, it's probably going to be better for the children. That is factually true. But the other question is what if it's the case that they just are so bad for each other that they can't make it work? But anytime we discuss it and I hone in on the specifics, if there's not abuse or drug addiction or things like this, usually it's just one person's not trying at all. They just don't want to participate in the relationship.
Can I pipe in on this real quick? On this thing? It's me.
Sure.
This whole stay together, for the kids thing. Kids are not stupid. Okay? That's the thing about parents and about adults. They try to underestimate kids. Kids are not fucking stupid. They see and they know everything. They hear everything. They know when their parents are fucking in their beds, okay? I know I did. I could wake up and, 2 o'clock in the morning and hear the waterbed sloshing. I mean, that's how old I am. I had a waterbed parents. Remember waterbeds? Yeah. But don't stay together because of the kids. No, because they know when you guys fight, they know when you guys are being fake. And you know what? That's not good psychologically for a child to know that you don't give love to your spouse. You don't give love to the person you're supposed to love, okay? The person that you conceived with to bring them in the world with. And all of a sudden you don't, and then you're just acting like fucking roommates? Are you kidding me? You think a kid doesn't realize that? Stop it.
So I'll address kind of your arguments here. I've heard them a million times from feminists.
And if it's because of child support payments, well, you know what? Guess what? You're going to pay fucking child support whether you like it or not.
So I'll address I'll address everything you just said. I've heard this a million times from feminists, but
I'm not a feminist. I don't like feminism, and that's why where we are today with this bullshit gender bullshit because of feminism.
Do you remember how I didn't cut you off at all and let you finish your entire thing before I said anything? Maybe you can do me the same courtesy.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why you're thanking yourself and then welcoming yourself, but anyway, in any case, back to this. So
sorry, not sorry.
Okay, so anyway, the reason that these sorts of arguments don't hold up is because, first of all, children in their tender years don't really remember shit.
Right, they don't. That's called their formative years.
Yeah, so here's the thing. When do they need the formulation of mom and dad the most?
Always, because always kids know when parents are being loving to each other.
Can you tell me what does the word most mean? Do you know what that word means? So when do they need it most is the question I asked you. Not do they always need it, but what
You're going to give me a fucking statistic on most, really? I mean, a kid, when they see their parents together and when they see their parents loving every together,
hang on. Can you stop freaking out and just calm down for a second so I can ask the question? If you
I'm not freaking out. I'm just answering the goddamn question.
So anyway, if you had to pick a set of years in which were the most important years for a child, which years would you put those in?
0 to 5. Formative years.
Right. Exactly, the formative years. There we go. So those would be the.
So if you don't show your wife or she don't show you love in those formative years, that kid is not going to know what love is. Either if you show your kid love, they are not.
Yeah, so I mean, how come all of the research on this is completely against you? That even if it's the case for abuse, especially for
what research, Spock?
Yeah,
Dr. Spock. Dr. fucking Spock.
Yeah, here's what you can find. I understand that it's difficult for you because this morning was maybe the first time in weeks that you had to get off of your back. But if you could just
no,
seconds, we can actually dive in.
I ain't had no fucking dick in about 2.5 years, and that's not even the reason. I don't even want it, man.
Yeah. So anyway, so the thing is like. If we look at the stats, yes, this is indeed the case that it's cohabitation.
Epitome of my fucking misery is what y'all are.
Where you find the abuse. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you just don't want to have a conversation. You just want to freak out.
Can I ask a question? When you say that it's always better that the parents stay together, as long as there's no abuse or anything like that, Actually, that's not what I said. Okay.
I didn't say it's always
clarify
better.
what you.
What did I? Hang on. So I get straw man constantly, and the reason is because like ladies I was just talking to, they can't be quiet long enough to listen to what I'm saying. So even though
I listen to you,
even though I will listen to everything they just said, when I'm giving a response, they just can't even chill out for 5 seconds to even hear what I'm saying. So that's what happens is people straw man me constantly. I didn't actually say. In all cases, I wouldn't say that because that would be a monolith. I'm just saying that generally this is true.
Okay.
So most cases, we could say at least in most cases, this is true.
Generally, better than.
And there's that most thing that you were talking about again.
Okay, well, hold on. I want to make a point. So better than.
Yeah, remember how I used that word in context so it actually made sense?
Better than what? Better than divorce across the board? Better than a child living in 2 different homes? Better than what?
Well, the conditional of divorce most often leads to cohabitation between you and somebody who's not the parent of your child. And it's in the cohabitation where you see the largest forms of abuse, either from single mothers or from their partners. You rarely see this type of abuse inside of homes where you have the biological father and the biological mother. The abuse rates drastically decrease almost across the board, even if the parents report that they're not particularly happy in that marriage.
Would you say that's the same, that translates also to like having a stepchild where you have one non-parent and one parent, and then also a child that is of the marriage?
So I'm a stepfather myself. So again, it's not monolithic, but it is the case, generally speaking, that you're going to see a whole hell of a lot more abuse of your children from step-parents than you are from their biological parents. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Every stat you'd ever look at would reaffirm that that's the case. But cohabitation is where it's the most dangerous. And cohabitation, even for the unaliving of men, when they unalive themselves, those rates skyrocket during cohabitation as well. Far less likely even than if you're divorced than if you're cohabitating to unalive yourself. So Almost all of these, so if divorce generally leads to cohabitation, which means you're living with a person without marrying them, generally leads to these kind of wildly bad outcomes for people, then it would seem that keeping marriages intact would be a better idea for society, or at least
some of them have good outcomes. Some blended some of them have good outcomes. A lot of, there's a presumption here that divorce leads to cohabitation in abusive households. There are a lot of divorces that result in 2 happy homes.
No, there's not. Well, here's the thing. There are cases where that is true. I wouldn't dispute that. Again, I'm not putting things in a monolith.
Okay.
But generally speaking, it is not actually good for the children to come from broken homes. Most children from broken homes have way worse outcomes than children who are not in broken homes. And if children are raised in cohabitation homes, they have way worse outcomes. In fact, you can look at things like, this one blew my mind. If you have 2 parents who are abusive to their kids, and then the state comes in and removes those children from the abusive household, they're actually far, far more likely to die in state custody than if you had left them in the abusive home.
Well, yeah, because they've just been ripped away from their biological parents.
Abused in another foster.
Well, right. You see, but you see how divorce rips you away from your biological parents.
Well, it depends on the
That's what
custody
happens.
arrangement.
Exactly.
Actually,
exactly. Like you're saying, it depends on the
custody arrangement.
exactly.
But
No,
you're
it doesn't depend.
presuming that
If your mommy and daddy don't live with you anymore, right? You're ripped away from one of them or the other of them at any given time. So if you're with mom for 2 weeks and then you're with dad for 2 weeks, or you're with them every other week, right? You're missing time with one of them. Necessarily. It's a necessary condition of divorce. You're ripped away from your parents. Necessary condition. There's no way around it. For all cases, every single case, unless you were to have some bizarre case where the mom and dad divorce and then stay in the same home for the purpose of kids, that's happened before, and those kids even seem to have better outcomes, which is interesting.
I do have to move. Oh, sorry.
Like ultimately, if the condition.
Bill Pickles donated $200. Dear Granny, why are you so aggressive? This toxic femininity is very dangerous.
Quick response. Do you want to respond to that?
A granny? I'm not a fucking granny, dude. Got a 15-year-old. Who's a fucking granny around here?
Chicks and milk.
Excuse you.
Sorry, Andrew. I thought you were. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Andrew. Do you want to finish your point, but then we'll move it on?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
what
exactly.
so often happens.
sorry.
What so often happens is the sum-all categorization, which is incorrect, and most people argue from this, which is just silly, right? It's like, if you say, generally speaking, it is the case that the sun will be shining tomorrow in Santa Barbara. I am correct that that is true, but you could still have a sunrise in Santa Barbara and not see it because it's an overcast day, right? It's like, I wouldn't put it at anything in a monolith that way, but we can still look at outcomes, general outcomes of society, and everything policy-wise is a give or take. You're taking from this group, and this group is going to be disproportionately affected. That's politics 101. There's no way to placate everybody, but we still know exactly what's good for the social adjustment of a society. Like, that's not even in question. We have 2,000 years of history to look at to know what are social goods inside of society and what aren't.
All right, we're going to move it to Julie. We'll come back to some of your other notes in a little bit, but going here to Jazz. So, Jazz, we had a bit of an extensive back and forth when you initially had asked to be on the show. Let me get that pulled up here in just a moment. There's quite a bit. Okay, sorry, one sec. Scrolling all the way up. Oh my God, how many notes do I have? Okay. Actually, one thing before we get into that, I was asking everybody to raise their hands before. Quick question for you, Jazz. We won't linger on it long. You're a feminist, but you raised your hand for almost every single one. When it came to men should pay for first dates, you raised your hand. Men should be providers. Men should be providers. Men should open car doors. Men should be chivalrous. Men should observe the sidewalk rule. How do you reconcile being a feminist and your description of this is how we got kind of sidetracked. We weren't really talking about equal rights, but you were making the argument that, well, societally, in terms of gender expectations, gender norms, there's like negative gender expectations on men, negative gender expectations on women. You yourself seem to perpetuate traditional gender norms in terms of your dating prospects. So how do you reconcile being a feminist, being in favor of sort of dismantling gender norms, gender expectations, but on the individual personal level, you hold men to said traditional gender roles?
Yes. So we do exist in society, and men are the perpetrators in violence against women. So I do need a protector, especially how we condition gender to be. Men are stronger. Again, if you want to go the nature route and biological route, they have higher levels of testosterone, so they can gain more muscle and all of these things. So in a sense, yeah, when we live in reality, and I do need a protector because of the circumstances, yes, I would like somebody who fits that role personally. But I do think that it is negative to push that when it comes to wanting the outcome of gender liberation on a grand scale. It is negative to push roles like that.
Wait a second. You don't need that.
What do you mean?
Why do you need that?
Protection?
Why do you need that? Yeah.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious if we look at the statistics when it comes to violence between genders.
You want us to believe that you're selecting men based on the fact that they can protect you, not because you find that attractive, but because you just find it to be utilitarian?
I think there might be a little bit of both, sure, that it is attractive.
Why would you be attracted to that?
Yeah, you're going to go like the biological and genetic route with this, and sure.
Yeah, I read. Was it you who wrote the essay? Was it her who wrote the essay?
Oh, did you read my essay?
Brian?
I read it. Yeah, it's her.
I did. I did. Yeah, I did too. It was forwarded over to me. I just want to let you know that you got to redo the last paragraph. There was a bunch of formal names there you didn't capitalize. But that aside,
is it bell hooks? Because they're not meant to be capitalized.
No, there was actual. Yeah, there was.
Oh, real? Okay, that's my bad. Also, I didn't know anyone was reading it. It was just for fun. But thank you. Any other feedback is great. Thank you.
Well, your entire essay revolves around blank slate theory, which I don't even think that you believe. So the idea, well, when you make an appeal, you say that it's somewhat bad or somehow bad or should not happen that men don't show expressive emotion. That seemed to be one of the key points that you were pointing out in your essay. But there's a problem there, which is I think you just kind of fundamentally misunderstand what masculinity and femininity are. And that's what blank slate theory is. It's saying that masculinity and femininity are just social traits which are conditioned by the environment. That's what you believe. But that's not the case. And here's why that's not the case. Masculinity and femininity revolve around the idea of virtues. The way that we assign what is masculine is based along virtues, things like courage, for instance. For women, maybe it would be along the lines of chastity, right? The reason you assign these to men and women is because if there is a lack of one in one sex versus the other, the social conditions of society begin to deteriorate rapidly. So if women aren't chaste, the social conditions of society actually deteriorate far more rapidly than if men aren't chaste. However, if women lost all courage tomorrow, the societal conditions would deteriorate less rapidly than if men lost all courage tomorrow. That's why it's the case that femininity and masculinity must be tied to virtues and always have been. It's not just a matter of the blank slate social conditioning. It's you can't have a society without these very ideas of masculinity and femininity existing to begin with. Therefore, gender needs to actually have an assignment with sex for a good reason.
Well, I was just going to ask if you think that means that it should be gender specific. Like,
Yes,
why can't we just hold these values within society?
Well, because I just explained why. If it is the case that men decided to not be courageous anymore tomorrow, then the social ramifications in society would deteriorate so quickly that there would not be a society at all. However, if women stopped having the same courage that men did, let's say for perhaps confronting intruders or storming the battlefield or whatever it is, the social conditions inside of society would deteriorate far less. And so it's actually necessary for the sexes who can actually accommodate these goals and deeds to have these actual traits associated with their sex because they're the only ones who can really accommodate them.
Okay. My take is just that perpetuating those ideas is pretty limiting to the human experience, because then you wouldn't have women who feel masculine and go into male dominant roles. And I think that's just limiting to the human experience. I don't think that.
Yeah, but do you understand why it would be so bad for us to take women and then try to make them masculine by moving them towards roles that they're not even biologically equipped
But
for?
I'm not suggesting we do that.
Yes, you are.
I'm not suggesting we do that. I'm suggesting that there are people, well, this isn't a suggestion, there are people who exist outside of this gender heteronormative binary
So
with
what?
these traits.
So what? Why do you think it's a good idea to take society and the social roles that are inside of society and turn them all upside down to accommodate 0.5% of people?
I'm not
Exactly.
I'm not asking for those roles
Yes,
to
they
be completely
are.
turned upside down. I'm just
Yes,
saying,
you
why
are.
are we not accepting of women?
Because we
who-
have to accept men in our, I'm sorry, I will never accept a fucking man who has an Adam's apple dressed as a woman, say he's gonna come in my space as a woman and take over my shit. I'm not. You know what? My mother and grandmother burned their bras for women's, and what the fuck is this waves of feminism? Feminism is 1965, man. Okay? When and we have the laws, Title IX.
You sound like a very loud
You're gonna keep fucking men in your spaces. You're gonna keep men in your bathrooms. You're gonna keep men in your spaces, and we're gonna keep women in our spaces, and that's it. I'm sick of this bullshit. Stop it. You know what? All this is liberal fucking propaganda bullshit that we have to accept a man being a woman. Really? Does your little Adam's apple go away when you decide you want to have tits and a fucking pussy getting your fucking dick cut off? No. No. You're still a man, and you always will be. That's it. And you know what? You're not going to come in my rights. You're not going to come in my spaces, and that's it.
Sorry.
You got mental illness, and get help for your mental illness. Enough with this bullshit, this propaganda crap. That's all it is. I've had it, man. I'm 52. Yeah, I know. A lot of shit has changed for a lot of years. But you know what? This crap, no. When it gets down to brass tacks, yeah, I don't need this psychobabble. Okay? No. A man's a man, a woman's a woman, that's it. And no man can have a fucking baby, and that's it, man.
Yeah, but that actually makes the best point for the lack of...
I don't care if it makes the best point. That's the common logical point. Okay, we're getting back to common sense. Enough of this bullshit. Okay? Oh, you want to twist the fucking psychological around to make a man be a woman? Really? Can they? Can you?
I don't think he's not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Well, thank you.
We were about to hear his response.
Well,
I'd
thank
love to
you.
hear it. Can we hear it? Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
don't know, considering that I'm one of the largest anti-trans proponents in the fucking United States.
Well, thank you, so am I.
I don't know why the fuck you would associate that with me, but okay. So anyway...
Why are you yelling at him?
I'm not yelling at him. I'm sticking my head in the microphone is what I'm
After
doing.
you've read my essay, I think we can just both agree
All of a sudden,
that
I'm
we
yelling
have,
now.
that we have fundamental
I mean,
differences
you were yelling. I just, I don't care if you want to...
I put my mouth in the microphone, just like Brian said. Yeah, put your mouth in the microphone.
So yeah, back to this. She makes one of the most valid points that she makes is the idea of reproduction, right? It's like only one sex can reproduce and has control over reproduction. That's women. You agree that that's true? Since that's the one role that they can do that men can't do, you would think that you would want to socially be promoting reproduction, unless you were an anti-natalist and you didn't want reproduction.
It's
and it is
not
the case
that
that most feminists I've talked to are very much anti-natalist. It's baked into feminism itself.
Can anybody give me a definition of a woman? I can give it. I can.
Can we listen to them speak? I don't mean to be rude.
I just had a moment,
But
a silent
they're
moment.
in the middle
but-
of a discussion.
They're debating
and-
something.
I would
Go
say
ahead.
it's an adult human female. Yeah. That
Yeah.
would be a woman, an adult human female.
I just think
Well, there is a definition, but anyway, go
I
ahead.
just think we
That's
fundamentally
the actual definition, adult human female. That's the actual definition of a woman. Yes.
No, it's a human that menstruates. Because any human that menstruates from the age of 9 to about 45.
No. So
yes.
you're saying that women who can't
now you
menstruate
can't have a baby.
women?
Maybe you can have a baby. That's whether.
In
But
a
you
few
do
years-
menstruate.
In a few years,
no
if
fucking
not
man
already,
menstruates.
You won't be able to menstruate. Well,
Does a man menstruate? Does a man menstruate?
No, of course not.
Of course not.
Of course not. But lady, the reason your definition is silly is because in a few years you probably won't be able to menstruate. Well,
I already do. I'm 52. I'm menopausal. See, that's natural.
Oh, so then you're not
That's
a woman
natural.
by your definition?
Yes,
You see
I
how
am a
dumb that
woman.
is?
It's called natural.
Well, but you just said you have to menstruate to be a woman.
Well, from about 9 to about 45, yes.
So
and you
you're
know
not a
this to be
woman,
true.
but by your
You're married
definition,
to a
you're not
woman, right?
So by your definition, you're not a woman because you don't menstruate.
You know what? Come on now. Biologically, stop twisting the biological. You know? I mean,
I'm
to
twisting
about
the
50.
biological?
Yes, you are. Because menstruation,
You know what
yes.
the biggest problem is? The biggest problem is like even when we have.
Because if a woman can't have a baby, it doesn't
Even-
matter if you
even
can
when
have a
we have
baby out of that
people who agree with
menstruation.
us.
You are still a woman.
Like from my side of it, even when I have people who agree with me,
Yeah,
one of the
I
biggest
know.
things that I have to deal with is that you present the argument.
Oh, I'm supposed to agree with you? And yeah, I'm arguing with you.
But you're not letting him speak at all. You're not even paralleling what he's
Well,
saying.
stop putting that cigarette up to your fucking face.
Are you drunk?
There's something wrong.
You don't. I mean, are cigarettes that offensive to a prostitute?
I'm not a prostitute, bro.
You're on
Are you on
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans?
So
bro?
it's not
That's
OnlyFans,
prostitution,
it's a
bro.
prostitute. There's a lot of other things that goes on OnlyFans than
Yeah,
that.
are you doing those other things, or are you showing your boobies for money?
Well, why don't you subscribe and find out?
Yeah, so that you're doing that exactly. So that's the thing is don't lie to me and say you're not a prostitute when you're a prostitute.
That's not a prostitute. A
Well,
prostitute
if
is
you want
somebody
it happy
fucking
for
somebody
smoking
for money,
cigarettes,
actually
it's
having
happy for
sex
smoking
somebody for
porn,
money.
you know?
You know what? You guys want to twist narratives. That's what this liberal bullshit is. That's why the liberal bullshit took over the media. Yeah, that's why Sponge Brain Shit Pants was hidden for 4 fucking years. You know, because the liberal media, all of a sudden, we got to be programmed to what we say on fucking socials. Hello? Hello? I'm sorry, I'm 52. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck if he is liberal.
He's conservative.
I don't think he's liberal
Well,
whatsoever.
You know what? I should have been on here when Charlie Kirk was on here. I wish I should have.
He's literally
Oh my
not-
God.
They have the
babe.
same views. They're both
I
conservative.
love you, but he's not liberal whatsoever.
Well, at any rate. Yeah.
What the fuck? All right.
It's an
That
open
got-
discussion, right?
That got hijacked.
By definition, a discussion means you speak and you listen. And I don't.
And
think
I've
you've
been
heard
doing
what-
that. I've been silent the whole fucking time.
Yeah,
man.
but I don't think you know what Andrew's position is. It doesn't seem like you know what Andrew's even saying.
I responded to him.
But you guys are in
boy.
agreement, and you're responding as if you disagree with him.
I do disagree a little bit. A little bit.
Have you heard anything he
About
said?
what? What
About
could you
what?
ever disagree with me on?
you did kind of call him liberal, and he's literally
Yeah,
not
and
liberal.
I'm not a liberal. Well, I'm
No,
not a liberal either.
He's actually not liberal. Have you watched the show?
You know what? Really quick, Mary, pull up that photo that I pulled. Or actually, wait, shit. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Keep going. I gotta fix it. One sec. Keep going. My bad. Keep going. Go ahead.
Cheers, Andrew.
All right, Andrew.
Anyway, everyone go read
Andrew?
my essay. Go read my essay. Rocky's on TikTok, ROCKEYS.
Oh,
And it's
yes.
linked in the bio.
It's a short read. It's about 6 paragraphs.
Yes, I wrote it just like randomly. I'm like shocked that it was ever found.
I want to read it.
Okay. What? Okay. Wait, really quick, Andrew. I want your reaction to this. I noticed on your Instagram, and are you wearing a cross right now?
Yes, I am.
Can you show that to the?
Yes, and the reason
And
why.
are you a Christian? Or?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And this is very special to
Oh.
me because I got out of rehab for this.
Yeah,
like
really quick.
25 years ago.
That's fine. Really quick, Mary, pull up the photo really quick so Andrew can see it.
Yes.
So this is on your Instagram, and you have a lot of photos that are just like this. You're always wearing this cross necklace with quite a bit of cleavage, titties popping out. And you also on your Instagram, there's a link to your OnlyFans.
It's just OnlyFans.
What denomination of Christian are you?
I don't have one. I'm just Christian. I just follow Jesus.
Non-denominational?
Non-denominational.
Okay. One quick question, then I'm going to pass it back over to Andrew. Do you think God wants you doing OnlyFans?
I don't care. I'm on this earth to do what I'm going to do, and he accepts me. I pray every day, and I pray if he likes it, my forgiveness, and that's it.
And I guess a follow-up question. Oops, let me fix this. Hide that, Mary. Hide the Discord. No. Here, hold on. Go back. Hide the Discord. Scroll down. Sorry. One. There it is. Yeah. Okay. If God wants you or is fine with you doing OnlyFans, what do you think Satan wants?
Satan wants me right where I'm at.
Where does God want you?
Where I'm going. Where I keep doing what I keep doing. My day, every day, I wake up, I do my thing.
No, related to the sex work. Related to the OnlyFans.
I mean, sex work.
Yeah,
see, when you talk about sex work, am I fucking somebody?
What kind of content do you do on your OF? Is it boy-girl content? Are there?
No, it's just me.
It's solo content?
It's all me.
Okay.
Whether it's masturbation, whether it's dildos, whether it's naked, whether it's not sex.
Would you agree that through your OnlyFans you're inducing men to lust?
Men are going to lust anyway. It's a natural thing to do.
But would you be inducing them to lust?
Maybe.
Well, almost certainly you are.
Probably.
So, again...
And I'm enticing it, too. On my OnlyFans page.
Well, okay, even if you're a non-denominational Christian, how would you reconcile this with your faith? And then again, I'll just ask the question
again. Because my faith doesn't come into it.
Do you think God wants you to be doing OnlyFans? Yes or no?
I don't know.
What do you think? Do you have a personal relationship with God?
God, it's called, he gives us free will. And if we feel good with it and we don't feel anything wrong with it, as long as we're not hurting anybody or ourselves. And yeah, I think he's cool with it.
Isn't there a phrase from the Bible, go and sin no more? So, I mean, God gives you free will, but
that's if you go to Jesus and say, I have sinned so badly, just please forgive me.
Okay, really quick, then I'm passing it over to Andrew.
Well, I'm doing
just
that.
Yes or no, not an I don't know. Do you think God wants you doing OnlyFans?
Yes.
And then what does Satan want?
I don't give a fuck.
Well, okay. If God wants you to be doing OnlyFans, then you would say that Satan doesn't want you to be doing OnlyFans, just so I have that clear?
Maybe. Probably doesn't.
That rascally devil.
I guess.
Trying to stop
it's called a fucking choice. We were born with a choice. We either do or we don't, okay? There's either doing or there's no trying in life. There's either trying or doing.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Calm down there, Master Yoda. Calm down.
Stop
there
it.
Is no try.
Okay, well, there it is.
Come on. Right. You ripped that off from Star Wars. You ripped it off from Star Wars.
You know what? That little Yoda's a really fucking smart guy, man.
Make your point without yelling, please. Make your points without
I'm sorry,
yelling.
that little Yoda guy is a really smart guy.
You can speak impassionately, but try not to, like, in terms of your volume.
There is no trying in life, only doing. Because when you're doing, you're trying.
Down you must.
By the way, I have to give credit to Andrew.
Calm you must be.
I have to give credit to Andrew for that argument, the question about what if God wants you to be doing OnlyFans, and then, of course, what does Satan want? I'll credit to Andrew Wilson there. Andrew, I'll pass it over really quick. I did want to make an announcement, and Andrew maybe has some thoughts on this. Guys, so Andrew had a fantastic debate with a woman named Kylie. This was our debate that we had, I believe it was on Saturday before our last Sunday show when we had Andrew here in person. Kylie has messaged me, and then pull up the Discord so you can pull it up. I should have left it on the page. Kylie has threatened me with a lawsuit.
Wait, which one was she?
Krashout Kylie. That's the nickname I bestowed upon her. Krashout Kylie. Krashout Kylie is her new name. She's
Can we see her?
I need to see a visual.
Do you have it pulled up on Discord full screen?
I call her.
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
Kylie.
All right, so if you guys want to see the messages, you're not going to click on that, but if you want to see the messages, it's in my Discord, discord.gg/whatever.
I posted. Hold on,
stop.
Sorry.
I posted the threat, her legal threat. She said she hired a law firm, so a lawsuit is probably imminent from her. I fully blame
What a
Andrew
bitch.
because Andrew so thoroughly demolished her worldview that she was so upset that she's really a poor sport. What's it, or a sour? What's it
She's a
called?
fucking cunt.
Sore sport.
Sore loser?
Sore loser. She's suing me because Andrew just dog walked her.
Wait, what
the
is she
entire
suing
debate.
you for? Like, what's the claim?
It's the charge.
Yeah.
We all signed a consent.
Well, she's alleging that
For being a big, stupid meanie head.
she's alleging
I love you,
that
Andrew.
we harassed her and that we set her up. And then there was here's the lead into this. We were gonna cover her airfare and her hotel, right? But there's a couple components here. She was in breach of contract. She got up a whole bunch of times. She wasn't participating
You're
in
starting way
good
too
faith.
far ahead in the story. Listen, go back to when she got to the studio and told you about how she was engaged in a lawsuit with another show.
Was she that hot? Because you paid for it. You said you were going to pay for her to come. That's what I
Well,
heard.
you got
It
to the
was-
studio.
She was like popular in something else. So that's probably
It was a it was a 1v1 debate, so it's a little different format.
When she got to the studio, she wanted Brian to give her all rights over all clips or something like that because she was engaged in a lawsuit against somebody and never really described how it was that she was suing them or why. Something about AI or some shit.
What?
Something. You remember that, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, she was basically like, and this is never a request that would ever be granted, but this is what she said, Andrew. She said, I want to have final approval before any clip that you publish or you push out, which no production company would ever agree to, at least for like an internet-based production. So she wanted essentially final cut, like to have. We would have to be like, is it okay if we post this clip? Are you okay with how it was edited? Nobody does this. This is never granted in any sort of production. So she wanted that. She was like arguing over whether she had to sign the appearance release. Mind you, in a prior agreement that we had, it incorporates in that agreement that she has to sign the appearance release. And she's like, well, what happens if I don't sign the appearance release? I'm like, we can't do the show. And then we do the show. You guys can watch it to see the whole back and forth. She's a bit of a Karen. She walked off a bunch of times, insulted Andrew in various ways, and just kind of being a bit of a brat, a bit of a Karen. But the really big thing was, where there's a dispute here, is that as she was about to leave, she said that somebody contacted her, a third party contacted her, and offered her essentially what we were going to pay her for her to walk off and just leave early.
Oh.
So this would essentially...
What a good deal.
What?
I guess. But that then calls into question, basically, if some third party is interfering with the contract that I had with her, and she's benefiting from him enticing her to breach her contract with me, I believe on that basis alone, granted, there's a lot of her other conduct that I think would constitute breach of contract, but on the basis alone that she agreed to be paid from a third party to sabotage our production and walk off the set before the agreed upon time, and our contract stated she would be paid for her full appearance, that would be breach enough to fully relinquish me of my duty to pay her under the contract that we did have. That's my interpretation. So she's trying to say that we set her up. She's probably going to say there's defamation. She's going to say some other bullshit. She's going to say there's breach of contract on our part. She said that this California law firm is going to whatever. So she's probably going to file a lawsuit. So if you guys want to support the show, join the Discord. You can see all the legal stuff that I posted. I sent her a scathing response if you want to see it. So yeah, what the fuck is going on back there? What the fuck are you doing? What was that? What spilled? Hello?
She was just pushing a bottle into the trash.
Oh, why? Okay, whatever. Okay, we got way off course here. We need to get back to this stuff. So I was asking you, Jazz, you raised your hand for every single thing. How do you reconcile your feminist positions? And your feminist positions almost strictly relate to, like, not laws or anything. It relates to, like, gender expectations and a rejection of traditional gender roles. Yet in your own life, you don't hold up to your own sort of relinquishment of gender roles.
Yes. So my focus in education was on political thought and theory. So I think I can hold ideas and an ideology that I don't necessarily participate in the present, because those circumstances aren't a reality right now. So, and again, we live in society. Men do exist in a certain way. Women exist in a certain way and have certain roles. We aren't equal physically. So there is that standard. The standard exists, and I am someone that does participate in gender roles. But it's just an interest of mine. Like the idea of gender liberation and just political theory was my focus. So,
but so my question to you is, because I assume that when it comes to like the traditional gender roles or expectations as it relates to women and dating, so you would say, for example, there's certain components that women should be able to escape from, like being submissive, right? Or being equal partners and not having the man make all the decisions in the relationship, right? You would reject that, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Like in your own romantic relationships, do you want to be submissive?
I don't think so. I'm pretty independent, and I mean, I'm not speaking in sexual terms, but pretty dominant too in certain ways. And I think in my personal relationships, and this is why I think it's dangerous to perpetuate a certain idea and roles onto people, because everyone exists in a bunch of nuances. And in my personal relationships, I would rather just have a partner. So any characteristic that I lack, they should have. And if you're a man who exists as the role of a man in society and you need that counterpart to be a woman who exists as the way women exist in society in that role, then that's your prerogative.
Okay, so how do you believe in gender liberation? Hold on, Mary, let's get the cameras going, okay? Do you believe in gender liberation only for women?
No.
But okay, if all women, even feminist progressive women are like you, insofar as you like say, well, it should be the case that men are allowed to, maybe men can be stay-at-home dads. But if zero women, especially feminist progressive women who perpetuate that men should be allowed to do this, but none of them actually adhere to it in practice, in reality, then how can men ever explore these other kind of gender dynamics if you yourself, as a feminist progressive liberal woman, you don't even want that in your own relationship? And I think this would also equally apply to the vast majority of other feminist women who, despite their own proclamations of wanting gender liberation or gender equity or equality, they still demand chivalry and men paying for dates and men being protectors and providers and all these things in their relationships. You want to escape from your traditional gender roles in relationships, but you basically want to be 1950s bachelorettes and still maintain men to their traditional gender roles. How do you explain that?
No, I think everyone should just feel free to exist as they should. And I think perpetuating these roles is dangerous. And although I do look for men who have to protect me physically, I think first it needs to happen on an emotional level where you have a partner who's completely open with you emotionally and maybe matches you intellectually. But as it exists today, men are stronger than women physically, most likely. And
okay, so if I go ahead and just grant that, fine, it's okay for feminists to want men to be protectors, how about paying for first dates?
Yeah, I think when women go out with men, it's a risk it's a risk for assault, let's be honest. 33% of adult women are assaulted by men. So it's not like it's a rare occurrence.
This is a completely dubious statistic. You know
it's just my opinion, though.
The statistic is your opinion?
No, my opinion that, like, if you're already fronting the risk.
You know, the statistics you reference include, it's really kind of a disgusting, egregious thing what they do with these feminist statistics. Essentially what they'll do is they'll lump in things that are perhaps we would agree like shouldn't be done, but are like not nearly as bad as like full-on violent stranger essay. For example, in these studies, they'll include things like catcalling. And
I think that statistic is like way more. It's like 9 out of 10 women experience.
Right, but they'll say, so here's what they'll do. They'll say that they'll create like this sort of amalgamation category, a catch-all category called sexual violence. And in the sexual violence category, they're going to say that things like catcalling, that falls under it. So when they give these questionnaires to these women, and the women mark, well, yeah, this one time this guy catcalled me, or if a woman's ever been called a slut, that also is under the sexual violence.
Yeah, I don't.
So it totally skews the statistics.
Yeah, I don't know any valid research or academic that would post any sort of data that would represent catcalling as violence.
Sounds like that would be in the harassment category, not the violent
sexual
category.
harassment.
They
not
consider
sexual
it.
violence.
They consider
that's
it
an
under that category.
inaccurate data page.
Yeah, but if it is the case that all these feminist institutions and RAINN, for example, like that's pretty much the number one institution, as far as I know, that's advocating against SA.
And you think they skewer their data?
I've literally pulled, like I've actually looked at their statistics, and they make the 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 claim. And then if you look at the actual, most of it is from the NIS, but they've done other studies too. If you actually look at like the questionnaires that they're sending out to these women, it includes things like, have you ever been catcalled? Have you ever been called a bitch?
And this is considered reputable, or is this just like you're saying it's just feminist data points that they're pulling?
It's literally what they're citing to these, like RAINN. It's the studies that they're citing to come to the determination that it's been 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 women are victims of these crimes. And then you're gonna say, oh, it's 1 in 3 women are raped, but it's actually no, they're factoring in.
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't know who would consider that to be, if what you're saying is true, who would consider that to be like accurate data selection.
I can show it to you if you'd like.
No, I get what you're saying, and that is what it's representing. I'm just wondering, like, there has to be someone who has countered their data and been like, this is a skewed data set and is inaccurate.
It's the data that these institutions that are purporting.
But it's an inaccurate data set.
Right, but I mean, if these are like the
talking points.
If these are the ultimate organizations that are dictating basically the cultural zeitgeist of 1 in 3 women are being SA'd, but it's including things like catcalling and getting called a slut. Yeah, that seems very misleading.
Yeah, I would completely agree.
Well, Brian's just pointing out there's a lot of methodological issues, like defining and measuring violence is really difficult because you can only measure it by your definition of what it is. You understand? Like, if you consider catcalling, for instance, to be sexual violence, then that would skew your numbers extremely high when they're really not as high as you're claiming, right? Lifetime prevalence versus annual violence would be another one. Types of violence, inflated sense of prevalence, right, could be another issue. There's a lot of data biases which happen. When I look at these numbers, I look often at how these things are defined, and I find massive discrepancies which are absurd. Just absurd. Like the idea of catcalling, for instance, being sexual violence is fucking insane to me.
I would agree.
I'm going to let this chat come through, then we're going to move it on a little bit. Thank you, Pasty George. Appreciate it.
$200. Chair 1, can anyone be what they want? So, according to your logic, which other feminists also share, a person can be like Jason Voorhees or even Michael Myers. So, is mental illness a right? LOLXD.
Who are those people?
I don't know. They're asking if I support. Yeah, if I support like serial killers, maybe is that the suggestion?
I think that's what he's asking.
I mean, obviously, there's a balance of morality that you have to consider when you are talking in conversations like this, and I think murder is morally wrong, and I think academics, anthropologists, political scientists, normal people on the street have all collectively agreed as a society that murder is wrong and serial killers.
Getting back into the notes here no, it's fine. Jazz, so like I said, there was a bit of back and forth. You said that our ideas, so I suppose me and Andrew, our ideas about gender are fundamentally so different that it would be a waste for us to have the conversation that I suppose we are having, have been having, and are about to have. Can you clarify what ideas about gender are fundamental that me and Andrew is so fundamentally different?
You guys define gender as biological, and I disagree on that baseline, so we fundamentally disagree on the idea of gender.
That's incorrect. Neither Brian nor myself would define.
Oh, what is your definition of gender?
Yeah, so I'll explain.
Also, it's nice to meet you. I haven't seen you. I've seen like a clip recently, but...
Oh, so her criticisms were just towards me, I guess. Well, Andrew's part of the convo, so we'll... Go ahead. Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, so we would say that sex was a biological category and gender would be a socially constructed category.
Oh, okay.
Gender is trying to allude to some type... Now, I would disagree with the descriptive of what you consider gender to be. That's true. But no, we would be able to separate these two concepts with ease.
Okay. Yeah, I agree as well that gender is a social construct, but you think that the way it exists, maybe not today, but a couple of years ago or decades ago, that men have a role in society and women have a role in society based off of
Neither role. Yeah, well, by necessity. So can men reproduce?
No.
No. So which sex do we have to count on to reproduce?
Sure, but why are you harping on reproduction so much?
Because you claim that there's no gender roles, right? That these are, that it's a blank slate, that people can do whatever they want. But the truth is that we have to have a society, and that's going to require reproduction, right?
Do you not think that there would be some sort of balance when it comes
Before you ask me a question, can you do me the service of answering mine?
Oh, sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah, so is it the case that women are the only ones who can reproduce?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, then help me out with this. If we want to have a society, we need women to reproduce, right?
Yes.
So if we need women to reproduce, why wouldn't we tailor society in such a way which was conducive to female reproduction and men who can't reproduce, not reproducing, but providing the services in which their body archetype is designed for? Why wouldn't we do that?
Well, do you think every woman should reproduce?
And hang on, answer my question first.
Well, I'm getting there, though. You're asking why wouldn't we...
You don't answer a question by asking one. You answer a question by answering it, and then I'll answer yours. So start with this. Why is it that you don't want to tailor society towards females reproducing, since they're the only ones who can, and men towards doing the hard labor jobs and the dangerous jobs, which basically only they can do as well? Why would you not want society conditioned that way?
Because I think it's extremely limiting to the human experience. I think women are more than just birth givers.
Okay. And can women have an experience if they're not fucking born?
No.
Okay. Now I'm willing to listen to your line of inquiry. Go ahead.
Do you think every woman should reproduce? Do you think that if the roles weren't the way that they are or the way that you want them to be, where you need a woman to reproduce?
So when you ask a monolithic question, the answer to your question is no. I wouldn't say every woman on planet Earth needs to reproduce, but that's kind of beside the point. The truth is that we still need to have reproduction in order to have a society. So even if it's the case that like women without uteruses can't reproduce, or women who can't menstruate can't reproduce, or women who can't have eggs can't reproduce, or even some women just are so untailored towards motherhood they can't, I would still think that you would want the social conditions for reproduction to be the thing you focused on, because otherwise you don't have human beings.
Yes. So do you think that reproduction wouldn't occur anymore if the roles weren't as they are now?
As a matter of fact, I don't. And here's my proof. What's the birth rate in every single Western country and most of the world? Is it above or below reproduction rates?
The birth
so you need
rate.
to have, mommy and daddy need to have 2 babies in order to replace mommy and daddy, right? Are mommy and daddy having 2 babies to replace mommy and daddy right now?
No, they're not.
Well, that's really weird. It's almost like when we apply your insane ideology of non-specific gender roles and moving the social conditioning to move women into the marketplace workforce where they're fucking miserable, it's not conducive to reproduction. Now, under my worldview, which is the right worldview, I would tailor society towards females and reproduction, which would include staunch gender roles. And then we would actually have a society.
Would you?
And that excludes men pretending to be women.
Your society, hang on. Your society is being replaced, literally replaced by immigrants because our societies can't reproduce themselves.
Would you not suggest that maybe women should just have more resources to help them?
Resources? You want women to have more resources?
To help with childbearing,
so
and then
here's the biggest resource I want to give to women that'll help them the most with childcare: time. The ultimate resource that every rich man will tell you is the one thing that they can never get back. It's the one thing that you spend and never comes back to you. Yeah, I would give them time. And you know how you give women lots and lots of time? You try to move the social conditions so that they can stay fucking home with their kids. And then what do they have the most amount of abundance of? Time. The one irreplaceable thing. So if you want to give women resources and stuff, right? I don't think stuff is going to do it. I think that time is what does it. If you're going to spend most of your day away from your child, how is that conducive to reproduction? How does that help us reproduce exactly?
The government did that to keep us separated and segregated to get more tax money.
The feminist movement did.
To indoctrinate our children.
Actually, the feminist movement did.
Okay, fine.
It did.
Whatever.
It did. It really did. The original, it did. And that's why we're here now.
Sin Magic 14 donated $200.
Thank you
You
so
are
much.
gorgeous, girl.
I think you are gorgeous.
No, wait. One. I'm stuck with one.
Wait,
It's
this
your
is for
8.
you.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were 8. I'm so
There it is.
sorry. You were gorgeous too.
Did you have a response to Andrew, or?
Yeah, again, I just think it's a really limiting stance. Me, personally, I don't think I would find my ultimate purpose and value in having children. I really want a career myself.
You wouldn't have to. Like, don't you understand that through the illusion of you thinking that you're promoting choice, you're promoting prison ideology? The very idea that you have is because you would not be happy being a mommy. You want to go in the workforce or some shit like that and go work for a boss in a cubicle and complain about how cold it is to the HR lady. Because that's your dream. The assumption there is that all of society should be tailored towards this thing that you want. You can still do that shit, but why wouldn't you try to move society towards the idea of reproduction and the cross-generational or nuclear family, the backbone of all societies, the family unit? Why would you not want to move society towards that?
Well,
even if you want to go have your cushy little air-conditioned job and not reproduce.
I hate that women have to choose between raising a child and having a successful career.
Exactly. But here's the thing, right? But what you're saying right there is that you would prefer to limit. You would prefer to create limits. I hate that they have to choose, right? Guess what? They didn't always have to choose. That wasn't always the case.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice before. It was just their children.
Why is it such a bad thing to tailor society towards the idea that society can reproduce itself, even if it limits choice?
But reproduction
doesn't limit choice for everything. It's a good idea to limit choice.
Reproduction isn't going to stop happening. There are still plenty of women who want to bear many children, more than one, more than two. And
I would like to read for you something here. I would like to read for you the birth rate in South Korea. The birth rate in South Korea is 0.78 births per woman. 0.78, not one. It's not one child per woman on average. It's less than one child per woman on average. Now, you can watch this on a flow chart from 1960 to 2000 completely bottom out into next to nothing. South Korea isn't going to be there in 200 years or even 100 years. If they continue on track, it's going to go, they're estimating it goes as low as 0.38, right? That is civilization ending.
Do they happen to have
For what? So that you can make a fucking sandwich for a boss somewhere? Like, what is that? So let me ask you this. I'll just ask you that. I've asked many feminists this. I already know the answer, but I'll ask you anyway. If it were the case that we limited women's rights in some capacity, but ended up with a thriving reproductive society, or the alternative is that society just ceased to exist because it could not reproduce itself, but women had no rights limited, would you select for the society being wiped out or for rights being somewhat limited for women?
I just don't think that's what's happening. I do have a question.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I mean, it's a question that wouldn't realistically happen. I have a question about your previous.
It's designed to test your logic. I know it's not going to happen.
Well, I have a question about your previous statistic.
Listen, if I asked you if a meteorite struck right next door and started a big fire, would you evacuate the building? You say yes. It's not really going to happen, right? But the point is to test what you would do. So I'm going to give it to you again, the hypothetical again. If it were the case that we limited women's rights to some degree, but saw an explosion in reproduction, or we didn't limit women's rights to some degree, and society ceased to exist in 50 years or 60 years, which one would you select for? Which one would you prefer?
I don't think...
Answer the question.
I am answering the question.
All right.
I don't think what you're saying, like limiting women's rights, would, or taking away their rights, like saying that they should just be homemakers.
Yeah, the conditional is if it were the case that, so if it were the case that limiting women's rights slightly, and men's even, you limit both their rights slightly, right, led to a more reproductive and happy society, or you limited their rights in some capacity, would you prefer, but that led to society ceasing to exist in 50 years, which would you select for? I'm not asking whether you think that would happen or not. So which one would you select for?
I would go with the first, but I also don't think that would be the outcome.
First? Tell us what that is.
If you're, it's just like extreme absolutes that wouldn't happen, so I really can't make a decision.
You don't know, you can't decide on whether or not the human species ceasing to exist and your society ceasing to exist would be preferable over slightly limiting some of your rights. You don't know the answer to that question, and you wonder why it is that so many people
Because I don't think those are necessarily the exact outcomes that would happen.
Do you understand why so many more people gravitate towards my ideology than they do feminism? Because when you ask a person this question, it's such an easy answer, but feminists can't actually answer it because they know that the truth is that rather than be limited one iota, you would rather see society not fucking exist anymore.
But if roles were reversed, if men were limited to just the house and they couldn't have passions and success, you would feel...
You're not limited to just the house. I didn't say that. I said if you had some of your rights slightly limited. We have our rights slightly limited right now. I have limited rights on free speech. I can be drafted. Brian can be drafted. The men all watching can be drafted. We have all sorts of limits on our rights and all sorts of duties associated with us. So tell me, since, and it would be preferable for me if there was a slight limit on men's rights, but it led to a reproductive society, I would definitely prefer that. So, which one for you?
Again, I think these are absolutes that just wouldn't happen.
I know, but if they did happen, which one would you select for?
I would want, if those were the absolutes that I have to choose from, I would want society to continue to exist. So limiting women's rights. But I do not believe that restricting their rights and would stop reproduction completely. I think we wouldn't have an issue. And I know you give that statistic in North Korea, but I do have a question: is if they have a limit to how many children that they can have?
Nope.
There's no limit?
Nope, it's not China. And China got rid of the one-child policy as well. There's no limit.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering because I was trying to conceptualize that.
So here, let me give you an easy thing that you could do to tailor this that would make a massive rebound for reproduction. Let's see if you would actually go for it. Now that you've agreed you would rather see society thrive. If it was the case that we promoted that women did not go to college, right, but used those childbearing years, which is their 20s, in order to have a family and reproduce instead, we would see an explosion in reproduction in the United States. And I know this because the correlation between women going to higher education and the birth rate dropping, you can literally draw a line parallel to each other. Because they defer their childbearing years until they're in their 30s, that's why they have so many less children, right? So would you be against a campaign which said to women, hey, you can still go to college, but you should do it later in life, after your 20s, after your reproductive years, and instead you should use those reproductive years to try to settle down with a family? Would you be against a campaign like that?
If we're in a reproductive crisis, maybe. But again, I don't think every woman's dream or value is in the fact that they can bear a child. And that's just a personal opinion, and I don't think
okay.
Yeah, I know you don't agree.
In fact, let's just dive down that road. What other value? What do you think is more valuable a woman can
I mean,
bring
we're
to the table?
humans. We're like the most...
Yeah, I know, you're humans, but what is the more valuable thing that a woman can do rather than give us children? What is the more valuable
just
thing?
in a broader sense, our existence. I don't think we can...
Your existence is more valuable than giving more
Well, I don't want to limit it to just reproducing. We're humans with experiences and nuances.
That women's only value is not reproduction. Name a single thing that's more valuable a woman can bring than reproduction. What is a more valuable thing a woman can do than reproduce? What?
I'd say take care of their community. I don't necessarily think that their only value...
Well, is there a community if the women aren't reproducing?
I don't think all women are... I mean, all women are going to stop reproducing at one time. This is just like an outlandish absolute that wouldn't ever exist.
They're already stopping reproduction.
But it's not a crisis.
I just showed it to you. It's not just there. Do you want to see what it is in the United States? It's dropping like a rock here, too. They are not reproducing, that's one. And two, if it is the case that taking care of the community is more valuable than childbirth, then why wouldn't you advocate that no women gave birth to children and instead just took care of their community?
They're probably not reproducing anymore because men think that their only value is in giving birth, which is just not true.
Oh, gee, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, hey, you have this really, really valuable thing that you can do. And
but that's not all we are.
And neither can any male on planet Earth. Wow, that's amazing. How dare you say that that's the most valuable thing that I can do, even though I agree with you? You think that makes sense? Like, who here can
if that's all you think women are,
that is more valuable than female reproduction from a female? What is more valuable than that? Any takers? Nothing.
Well, I can think of some things, but I can't.
I'm not denoting its value. I'm not saying, like, it's a beautiful thing. And for the people who want to participate in that, that is great for them. Everyone says it's like, that's their meaning in life when they have children, and like the love is just unconditional and all of these things. But I think it's just, again, limiting to the human experience. And if men collectively only view women as something to reproduce
All right, there's something I've been wanting to ask you since I've been listening to you tonight, and I'm going to give you the floor, right, for this, because I want to hear it in the worst way. Let's pretend that you're playing a video game where you have to organize society, okay? And you note that one people group in the video game are twice as strong as the other, right? And they don't have as much trouble with hormone regulation. The other sex of the video game, or the other people group in the video game, they happen to be the ones that can have the babies. And they're a weaker sex, right? And they have a little bit more trouble with hormone regulation. Now, you want to see that society thrive. How would you organize it? As the video game player. It's sim world. Those are your parameters. How would you organize this thriving society?
I think we're way more complex than a Sims game where you just want to create.
Yeah, I know, but inside of the Sims game, how would you organize the society?
Similar to how you suggest we should do it in our society right now.
Isn't that
for
amazing?
a video game where they're not humans and they're not complex and they don't have aspirations outside of reproduction?
Isn't it amazing that when you ask a feminist this question, they want to organize society exactly how I want to in order to beat the game?
If those are the parameters, you've given us the craziest parameters. Like these are
the craziest parameters, that you have a stronger sex that's twice as strong as the other and one sex can reproduce. You mean all of human experience?
But that doesn't mean that's all we're meant for. Just because we're the only ones that can do it doesn't mean that's our only.
What else are we meant for?
Monolithically saying we're all only meant for X, right? Most women are meant for reproduction. Yes, you all have reproductive organs so that you can reproduce. Men also. Guess what? They're designed for reproduction. The reason their dicks get hard and they want to put them inside a woman's vagina is because they're biologically engineered to fucking reproduce. That's why. And so the reason they look at you and they're like, wow, she's got big old tits and nice little voluptuous hips or whatever it is that they say, it's because, right, they're looking at you as a vessel for a child from a biological perspective. That's how all of fucking humanity is organized and how all of humanity has always organized. Now, I would like you, as the video game player, to show me your new humanity and how it's organized. I can't fucking wait.
Have you heard about them reproducing or making children from potentially from the bone marrow of women and their egg?
Great. You know what? I wish to God that the test tube babies could actually happen absent female eggs. You know why? Because the one power that women do have in society is the power over reproduction. And I would love to see what happened if men then had the power over reproduction. I think that your ideas of being an equal citizen and things like that with men would completely deteriorate into non-existence if men had the power over their own reproduction. Imagine a man could just go and make the type of baby that he wanted, absent ever having to have a long-term relationship with a woman. Wouldn't they prioritize that? And what do you think happens to the rights of women then?
I think the case is that you still need the female egg, but in a world you're saying...
And how many female eggs can you get? You can get a lot of them. Hey, if you'll sell your assholes on OnlyFans, I'm pretty sure you'll sell your eggs for a few $1,000.
Anyway, I mean, my take is just that I think it's extremely limiting to assume women's roles in society, even if it, again, we're not in a reproductive crisis. Like, this is like extremes that we're discussing.
I'll tell you what, show me then the society that you would organize and how it would thrive, absent those narrow gender roles where you have one sex, which is twice as strong as the other and can't reproduce, the other is half as strong and can reproduce. How the fuck would you organize society better? How? Yeah, nothing, crickets, because can't be done. Because the only logical thing would be to take the, oh, you're twice as strong as this sex, let's put you in all the strength roles, and this sex, which is much weaker than you and can reproduce, we should probably put them in the nurturing roles. You know this, it's intuitive, everybody knows it just by looking at it, but right now you have the opportunity of a lifetime. You can make me look so fucking stupid, all you'd have to do is point out how you would organize society absent that. Go ahead.
I just think we're way beyond the necessity to have a structure that consists of what you're suggesting.
How are we beyond that? Do you think that women
just
are going to go get hard hats and start logging, or what? Do you think
if that's their passion, sure. I don't see the reason in limiting their existence to just reproducing.
They're not limited right now, and they don't do any of those fucking jobs. They don't log, they're not linemen, they're not inside of the electrical fields, they're not inside of the trades, they don't do any of that shit. They get degrees in nursing and in psychology, and they work in fucking office jobs, and they work as servers, and they do the same top 10 jobs that they've done for the last 100 years. The same shit. Tell me how they're limited right now. How?
Because we exist in the roles that you're suggesting is the best.
Because why? Because those are the roles that you're capable of doing, and that's why women select for them. Why do you think women don't select to be plumbers? Why do you think they don't select to be loggers, even though they can? Why do you think they don't select to be linemen? Why do you think they don't select for jobs which fucking kill you? Which is why you see the rate of death from women in the workforce is basically 0%, and from men, it's overwhelmingly high. Why do you think women select for those jobs? Why?
Because of all the reasons you've suggested here.
Because those are the ones they can do.
And I'm just saying, as a counter argument, that I think that's limiting. I think a lot of women would find success in male-dominant roles.
You're limited by your own existence. You know, when you die,
it's by your structure. It's not just our own existence.
You should go and you should complain to God that he limited your existence to how you exist. But the truth of the matter is that you couldn't organize society any other way. I just gave you the floor so you could demonstrate it. You couldn't. All right, I asked you why it is that women, when they have free choice, still don't choose any of these dangerous jobs that men do. You couldn't explain that either, except to say it's because those are the ones that they can do. Right?
No,
how would you organize society differently? How?
I'm saying we have opportunity now to not have to force women to just reproduce or limit.
They were never forced.
Yeah.
Forced to reproduce.
But you said
societal roles were set up where it was conducive. It's like, and you know what else is so funny about this? It's like, oh no, oh my God, I don't have to work and have to stay in this fucking nice house all day and take care of my, oh my God, oh the humanity, oh, well how could you do this to me? Oh, and women didn't have to, they couldn't get credit cards. Oh, but they got no debt. Oh my God, there's no debt. Oh no, not no debt for women. They didn't have to get drafted, right? They didn't have to join the fire brigade in order to vote. They didn't have to be subject to poll voting laws like men did. Oh my God, women, they're so fucking oppressed. Oh God, it's like, what are you talking about? When I look at the historical standard for feminism, I think to myself, you had it made in the fucking shade and you fucked it all up. What are you, stupid? Like, you took the same amount of men and you organized it so you could stay at fucking home all day, incur no debt, basically get whatever the fuck you wanted, and be subject to limited amounts of lawfare against you. They'd be like, yeah, I'm taking that fucking deal.
What cigarette is smoking, man?
Marlboro.
Andrew's jealous.
Marlboro. Oh, shit. With the filter. Hell yeah.
Here, let's make you feel better. Here. We'll get rid of the filter. There you go.
Just need to know.
Is argument over?
Man,
I feel like
back
that
in the
we came
day.
to conclusion.
Yeah, I feel
Mom
like
and the filters.
Yeah.
It's just running in circles. Like
That was cool.
I feel the same way.
I love it. Yeah.
We do have some more, so why don't we, let's see if there's any, Clint, I'm going to let the chat come through, the TTS. We have others below the threshold that we're going to batch up.
But I did want to real quick, Brian, before you
I'll just let this one thing, and then go ahead.
There are definitely many of you that shouldn't reproduce. Like 62.5% of this panel. Well, 12.5% can't. Chair 1 and 2, please do not pass on that intelligence, or lack thereof.
Wait, what?
Clayton, thank you. Sorry for the delay on that. Sorry for the delay on pulling that up.
I did want to give her an opportunity if she wanted to cross-examine my worldview. That's like, I'll just answer your questions without asking you any. If that was something that you wanted to do.
I am curious what you think of women who pursue work in male-dominant roles, and vice versa, men who want to find success.
I think that those women have always existed in a minority. But I think that tailoring society in order to try to be super accommodating to a very, very small subset of society at the expense of the greater society is a really bad idea.
Okay.
It's a terrible idea.
Moving on in your notes, you also wrote to me, some opinions don't deserve a debate because it legitimizes the other side, which isn't based in any fact. Can you give me some examples of opinions that I suppose I or Andrew have that doesn't deserve a debate?
I recently saw a clip of Andrew debating whether rape is rape. And I don't know if this was out of context or not, but I'm just...
From Oliver?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to tell all of you, because I haven't had an opportunity yet, because I just got home to counterclip and destroy Oliver for his lying. And so he actually apologized on this podcast because he tried to infer that other people who were on the podcast were PDFs, even though they clearly weren't. He had to apologize for it when he was called out on it. But here's the truth. The reason that Oliver clips these things to make it look like everybody else is promoting SA or various things like this, which, by the way, totally disingenuous. That entire argument was based around grouping people as monoliths or not, and why you shouldn't do that. And I used SA as an example. But he clipped it and cut it as though I was trying to promote that SA was okay. Oliver has been involved in multiple scandals where he, when he was younger, was flashing underage girls. And so what he's done as part of his rebrand is be super, ultra, super feminist and pretend as part of his rebrand that that never happened. And that's why he tries to label his opposition this way. By the way, it's very common for leftists to do this. they are usually guilty of that which they accuse you of.
Yeah, and I saw the clip, Andrew. I think I showed it to you originally when you were still in studio, and it's leaving out critical context. I mean, that was a 5-hour conversation. There was, I think
it's all over the internet. You guys can go look, but yeah, Oliver was basically run off of the internet for, without the woman's permission, the underage girl's permission, flashing her. And so that's why, if you look at all of his content, he always is trying to promote that he's like super ultra feminist as part of the shame ritual that leftists must go through in order to be accepted by their side for forgiveness or whatever it is. It's a literal shame ritual. But that is why he tries to clip his opposition as though he's trying to defeat that idea, even though that idea never came up to begin with.
Yeah, and Andrew, how would you just quickly, I guess, respond to, it's pretty clear to me that you were not advocating that essay is good, but that's the way people are.
The opposite.
Right.
What I was saying is, what Oliver did is any time I would make an argument which would have a large group of people, he'd say some people, but some people, blah. And I said, look, you wouldn't use that argument in reverse if I were to say, could there be one woman on planet Earth who enjoyed her own essay? Then if I said some people enjoy essay, would you accept that as an argument? And he was like, well, no, of course not, right? Which stands to reason, right? I'm saying you can't group people monolithically that way and then look to the outliers in order to make your argument. That was the whole point of the exchange. But what he did was clipped it so that it sounded like I was saying, oh, essay's fine, that's great, more essay. Hey, if we could do more of it, great. You know what I mean? That's the fundamental dishonest nature of progressive scumbags.
And Andrew, let me ask you this question and tell me if this is essentially what he did. Let's say that Jazz here said the following. It is wrong to say that black people are bad. And what Oliver did is he started the clip where Jazz would have said, black people are bad. Is that essentially what he did to you? So he just
because he left out the critical context before where I was explaining to him, why do you keep saying, but some people? If I use the same argument, right, to say like, could some people enjoy their own essay, right? You'd have to concede that logically that's at least possible. And so he was like, the second that clicked with him that he would actually have to logically say that that's possible, he was trying to viscerally change the dynamic for me just trying to explain that's not how you logically debate into me trying to actually advocate for this fucking crazy thing.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out the obvious that from your worldview, right, you can't just say some people X and that's an argument. That's not an argument.
I do actually, really quick, I just want to give a shout out because Myron looks like he finished his stream and he sent us a raid or a host. So I want to thank Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's very nice. So moving on to the next thing here. And mind you, though, you brought that up, that exchange with Oliver, although you sent me this
a long time
prior
ago.
to your statement again is some opinions don't deserve a debate because it legitimizes the other side. But you sent that to me before Andrew even had that debate with Oliver. Can you give me examples of opinions that I've stated or whatever that doesn't deserve a debate?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know exactly what I was referring to, but I will say that I think the idea that women are just meant for reproduction is something that I don't agree with. So I feel like we couldn't have a decent debate when we fundamentally disagree. And again, it legitimizes your idea or your take.
Isn't
that
how
is
you
all
have
women's.
the best debate? Is that two people disagree? Like, what do you think a debate is?
Well, sure, that's why I'm here.
Hang on. Do you think a debate is we agree on the topic and then shake hands and go, oh, yeah, we agree?
Well,
like, what do you think a debate is?
If we can't agree on like very baseline fundamental ideas, then I feel like it's very hard to get anywhere. Like I think
then you
after
debate
this,
the fundamentals.
Well, I think after this, neither of us are going to have a different opinion.
It's
is
not
what I'm
for
getting
you or
at.
I to have different opinions. For the hundreds upon hundreds of thousands.
Yes, and that's why I'm here, and that's why inevitably I decided to come.
But the thing is, like, that's what a debate is. I have the opposite view. I think that debating practically anything is, generally speaking, a fairly good idea for the health and welfare of society. And I think it's due to the fact that we've had people who try to oppress certain views. That's what makes those views prominent. I think that if you didn't contain those views, leftists did this, progressives did this all over YouTube. They did it all over every platform like X when it was Twitter. We don't agree with your views. You're kicked the fuck out. Well, what those people do is they band together and they create brand new platforms and they propagate the view completely unopposed. Basically, most of the cringe-ass views that you probably hate, you're probably the most responsible for by refusing to actually confront them. Just saying.
Sure, weren't the restrictions on Twitter originally hate speech, not necessarily restriction of free speech?
Yeah, but the problem is like, if I say I don't believe that a man could be a woman, they consider that hate speech. However, that was the prominent idea of the time. The prominent idea from most people was that that was true. And they still considered it hate. Yeah, and they still considered that to be hate speech and removed you, even though that
hate
was the
speech.
prominent
There is no
idea.
such thing as hate speech.
The thing is like
there is no such thing as hate speech.
Hang on. Well, okay, but hang on. The idea here that you get to arbitrarily define what is hateful and what is not hateful, even when we're talking about
it doesn't matter. Constitutionally, there's no hate speech.
Stop. Just let him finish, please.
Yeah, I'm almost done. And then I'll turn it over. I know I've been monologuing a bit, and you guys want to get involved, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm just saying,
please.
From your view, right? When you get to define what that is, like let's just imagine for a second that like Twitter was run by like a white nationalist, and he was like, well, anytime a black person says anything negative about white people, that's hate speech, right? Would you be for that? Probably not, right? So, but the idea is, for some reason, leftists thought that they could contain the right by just deplatforming them, and the opposite happened. What happened is that they just went unopposed. It was very stupid. It was a tactical mistake. So no, I believe 100% in debate. I've seen leftists wipe the floor with right-wingers and vice versa, and it's like some of those views change people's minds. And what's happened instead is like dumbass leftists are like, no, we're just not going to give you a platform. It's like, well, they just go make their own.
Like also, I said, there's no hate speech. That's it.
So to get back to it, you said some opinions don't deserve a debate, which aren't based in fact. Can you just like quickly rapid fire list out which claims have I made that are not based in fact, that aren't worthy of debate or and shouldn't be legitimized?
Yeah, I just referenced this, but his idea that women's value is only in the fact that they can reproduce, I just don't agree.
Anything else?
Why?
Anything
no,
else?
No.
I know I'm giving you a headache. I'm just saying.
Why the fuck are you lying, though? Like, why do you people do this to me constantly? Why do you lie so much? Did I actually say that women's only value is in reproduction? Or did you just make that shit up?
That's what I thought you said, if you want to
right. You only heard what you wanted to hear. I said the most valuable. Does that
you
mean
asked
that
me
they don't
to
have
suggest
other
any
things which
other
are valuable?
You asked me to suggest any other value, anything, because
No. Anything that was of higher value than that.
Oh, okay.
Do you see the distinction?
Yes.
It's like, do you think that I just think that women are only valuable for the purposes of reproduction? Or do you think that I can still hold that could be the most valuable thing a woman can do and still hold that they have many other values as well?
Yes, then I would agree
So why did you instantly take the most negative connotation? Andrew only believes women's value is that they can reproduce. Why?
Because when you want to structure a society based on the fact that women reproduce and to exasperate reproduction, then I feel like that fundamentally means that you think that that's their only use is reproduction.
Why? That doesn't even make sense. I would also like to structure a society where some of the strongest men are firefighters. Does that mean I think men's only use is fighting fires?
Oh. Sorry, go ahead. Wait, hold on. We got a jungle here. All right. Back to back. I'm going to do all of them.
Jungle donated
I need 3 champagne bottles, please.
Yay! 3.
You keep
Wait, is this the crystal?
for reproduction.
Yo, Jungle's a
Let the only
freaking
go.
legend.
Thank you, Jungle. We love elk.
But
Wait, is
you
this
also
crystal?
have the choice to do so or not.
No, it's
That's
just
it.
champagne.
Thank you, Jungle.
Brian, are you hungry?
Starved.
Are you gonna order us pizza?
I would order. You want me to order you pizza? I will.
Yeah, we can arrange that.
Okay, what kind of pizza you guys want?
Hold on. Don't talk about it on stream.
Donated $1,000. Pop champagne.
I just want everyone to be happy,
Andrew,
honestly.
Yeah, we can get food. We can get food.
I can just tell you're hungry.
There's a lot to. I'm good. There's a lot to get through.
Really?
though.
You were so happy at the
Can
beginning.
we involve other people
hangry.
potentially?
Well, yes, but just because Andrew has limited
Love you,
time,
Andrew.
I
Wait,
want to
where's
get through
your
all the
wife?
notes. Hold on. What you want? You want Rachel? You want the smoke from Rachel?
She'll smoke me. But I was just saying, where is she?
What about smoke?
Jungle donated $1,000.
What about smoke?
Pop
Yo,
champagne.
Jungle, you're a legend.
Last
Wait,
week,
hold on,
Yeah,
Andrew.
Jungle.
Time with the Crucible crew.
Andrew,
Cheers, boys. Chair 3, you're annoying.
can you give me a
Chair
paper
2,
towel?
you're dumb.
Andrew, I think you got to have a little bit of some hard feelings towards Jungle here because he is the architect of the pickle.
Oh no!
I shouldn't.
The olive jar.
The jar that shall not be named. Oh my God! Now I'm gonna have. a moment.
in the feminist debate.
The labia jar.
Wait,
The
can I get it?
feminist
Big
debate.
labia jar.
Here's the thing, right?
It's the grip.
If
not the
God wanted me to always take the W, right? Then how could He keep me humble?
Sometimes you gotta take an L. Thank you. Sometimes you have to take an L. Look,
But here's the thing. I've taken an L from an olive jar, but I've never taken a fucking L from a feminist. I ain't never taken no fucking L from a feminist, and I ain't never gonna take an L from a fucking feminist.
there's so much misinformation about this clip. I should have spoken up more. That shit was greased. It was slippery. Andrew, there's a moment where I touched the top. It was greasy.
Did you guys grease it? I'm confused.
No,
I figured that you tightened. Did y'all tighten it?
The top of it could have been from the store, but it also could have been because the chick was wearing hand lotion. But I don't know if she was.
Is that a twist? No, it's not.
But women wear a lot of hand lotion.
Everything's a twist.
But
I have no
basically,
idea how to do
Brian,
that. I can't.
Brian couldn't get a grip either.
Oh,
Sweet.
good job, Brian.
Jake came over. He had a damp paper towel because that assistant.
Wait, we get 3?
So he was able to pop it.
Oh my God! Wait, who was the guy that donated that?
Jungle.
Love you, Jungle.
Yo, W's in the chat.
$1,000 for Andre.
Love
by the
you,
way.
Jungle. You're the best.
Oh,
Get me drunk.
Just saying.
We have
We can get a
have a
little-
ball of crystal for 1 Ethereum if somebody
How
wants.
much is one
don't.
Ethereum?
I feel like
Honestly,
the
I wouldn't
feminine
let you.
level has dropped drastically through this whole episode.
The what?
Feminism.
The what?
The feminism level has dropped.
It's dropped?
Yeah, like
What?
we
What do you mean?
started. We started
Are-
at 90, and
are-
I feel like we're at like 69 right now.
Are you saying that jazz?
That's a really.
Well, I'm like the only.
I'm not attacking you. I hear you, and
I'm
you're
the only one with
validated.
this, yeah.
Because I used to be young and cute and like be a little democratic too. But
Oh, I'm not a Democrat.
okay, so
Who
what
did
are
you vote
then?
for?
So what are you then?
Oh my God, I hear it's not gonna pop.
It's okay.
don't like
It's
these
okay. I
tops.
totally hear you. Like I used to feel the same way.
Was
like,
that
it's-
Andre?
You're not wrong. You're not. It's nothing.
It's
No,
just
she's
different ways of
definitely wrong.
thinking.
Oh, okay.
Definitely
But
100%
listen,
wrong.
she's young. She's young, and
I am too. I'm,
know?
I'm 4 years younger than her.
But hang on.
Wait, how old are you,
Let me ask you
19?
this.
Yeah.
Like this is actually important.
Like,
You
I
carry
don't-
yourself very mature.
Thank you.
I am impressed.
I used to feel the same way.
To the gal in white who's speaking. I'm sorry, I wasn't here at the beginning, so I didn't catch all your names. So if I call you by your clothing, it's not
okay.
because I'm misogynist. It's because I just didn't
It's
catch your
fine.
names from
It's
the
fine.
beginning.
No,
Okay, so
I hear
you in the white.
No, it's okay. Yeah, white is right.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yes, so you in the white. She can vote.
Right. I mean, there's
And
no
she can
no.
destroy
We
your
have more
well-informed
rights
vote.
now than any woman has ever had in like time. Like no one's taking away anything from you. You can work. You can have kids. You don't have to have kids. You can do whatever you want as a woman.
I don't want to do any of that.
But like, I mean,
Let it go. Let it be.
I hear her and I understand where she's coming from.
Oh my God, if
whatever,
I could
but
not work, that's great. I love that.
Wow.
I love my
Very
job. I love to work, but I also love being
No
a stay-at-home
kids, no
mom too.
work.
So
Lounging.
it's a little balance. That's it.
Amazing.
I work part-time and I mom full-time.
Are you?
That's it.
Champagne?
Andrew.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm
Champagne?
talking to you.
Yes.
Fuck everybody
Champagne?
else. Yeah.
Andrew, I wish you were here to take
Champagne?
a shot with us.
Andrew.
Underage.
But I'm
right?
not.
Yeah, can't drink.
I was very scared of you, but like over.
You trying to lace my shot?
Okay, so.
What the fuck?
No, Andrew. I wish you were here so I can
Make Ashley
Be
take your
gluttonous
shot.
together.
Yes.
Gluttony.
Ashley.
like have a degenerate a little fest.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You think that socially drinking's degenerate?
I did not say that. I just said that I think your perception of it is a little skewed, and you like to. It's kind of like my sister is very religious. So.
Oh well, then that must make you an expert.
Oh, it doesn't make me an expert. I just will find like fallacies in like her beliefs.
That's
and
like when a chick's a medical expert because she's fucking a doctor.
No, Andrew. I've been watching you for a while. Trust me. I'm like a internet. I watch the internet, and I noticed that you indulge in alcohol, and then you like will say other things.
I'm sorry. What are you even prattling about?
I'm just saying we're both degens.
You know, drinking isn't a sin. It's.
I never said it was a sin. I just said it's if you're indulging in overindulgence of drinking, like more than one drink, then it's gluttonous.
Oh my god.
I know what I'm talking about.
It's not even gluttonous. It's drunkenness. But if you're having one or two drinks, that's not drunkenness.
How would you know? You're 19.
I've drank before. My husband's 23.
So I've had a drink before. Your 20-year-old husband who married you when you were 17 has also drank with you. Grooming. Hello.
That's not
what.
That's not.
Babe, what are you talking about?
No,
how's that grooming?
You have been groomed, and I feel like you don't even realize it.
I think you're drunk out your mind.
Oh, I'm so.
I don't think
I'm highly inebriated. Yes.
I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell or argue with you in this way.
You take.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
argue.
I'm gonna drink it all.
What do you mean she was groomed? Are you happily married, ma'am?
Do you want?
I'm happily married. I got married at 18, and she thinks I was.
Andrew, I know that you're all for age gaps, but
shush OnlyFans hooker. Shut up.
I've never been on OnlyFans.
You in the back. I'm talking to the.
Don't call me an OnlyFans hooker. I'm not an OnlyFans hooker, baby.
I'm talking to the nice lady in the back.
Oh.
Nice married lady in the back.
You know she got married when she was 17 to a 20-year-old.
Stop talking, lady. To the nice girl in the back. From the entire Crucible, congratulations. I'm very happy.
Congratulations on getting married while you were a teenager to an adult. Congratulations.
I can't even hear what he's saying.
Oh, because I'm so inebriated and drunk. Yes.
I think you are drunk. I got married at 18. I was an adult.
I think you've been very privileged and you don't understand other individuals.
She's privileged. Oh, she's privileged.
Yeah, no, she's
so privileged.
Yeah. You really are privileged.
Yeah.
Define
What's her
privilege.
Well, so when we had our discussion earlier, you were talking about abortion. I asked if you were from a two-party household. You were. That's a privilege. Is it not?
Sure, that's a privilege, but you're going to throw around the word privilege as in
I think you are.
I'm the way I am because I had a two-parent household.
You haven't experienced a lot of other life, and babe, you got married at 17 to a 20-year-old.
I didn't get married at 17. I got married at 18. So let's not throw rumors around.
A year later. My bad.
So I was an adult.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You want some, right?
What would me, experiencing life? Would that be me being single until I'm 30, hooking up with a bunch of guys, getting on drugs, going to rehab, sleeping around? That would be life experience for you, and that would.
I wouldn't call that life experience, but you had a predisposition towards me because of what you have not experienced, basically.
How did I have a predisposition towards you?
You were basically saying that abortion was wrong because you were from a type of household that you're like, oh, you should keep the baby type of thing because you've been from two parents that raised you.
Well, that's not what I said. I said that when you have sex, there is a chance that you will get pregnant, and nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions.
No, you said that they should keep the baby even if they're from broken households.
Yes, because when you have sex,
but you were from a two-party household, so how would you know?
That has nothing to do with if abortion is wrong or not. Nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions.
It's not even about that. My argument was that people who have come from households that are broken, they can't raise a child, cannot properly raise them. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, hold on. Okay.
Can I ask a question? briefly.
Really quick before you do, though.
And then you're calling me drunk, which is so like
stop.
It's such a low blow because like you're 19, you can't even drink with us. You can't even drink this Andre.
I don't drink anyways. I don't.
You can't drink. You're 19. You're not 21.
Don't judge her personal.
I'm not judging you. You're right. You're right.
I'm actually so proud.
I'm not going to be ad hominem towards you. You're right.
You have strong
morals. All right, really
and
quick before you guys continue your bickering and arguing, we need to do a cheers to jungle. Cheers to jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Salud.
Welcome to the jungle.
I can't do a cheers. We got fun again.
Cheers, Andrew. Love you.
She gets demerit.
Wait, I want to
but,
judge them.
But here's the thing: to the girl in the back in the center who was talking, I had a couple of questions. You and your husband, you got married at 18. You're 19 years old. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys have a nice honeymoon?
No, we're like kind of unconventional. We got eloped like 3 days after getting engaged. We haven't done a honeymoon yet just because we're saving up for that later in the future. Like our priority is having kids and buying a house. So that's not really.
Yeah. Are you religious?
I am. I'm Christian.
Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that why you got married young?
Yeah, I would say that's the main reason for sure. Like, I don't think that there's really any reason to date.
Well, I want to show this chick what privilege actually looks like. So the Crucible is going to send you $3,000 so that you and your husband can go on a honeymoon. You can go fuck yourself, you anti-natalist fucking scumbag. Go fuck yourself, you anti-natalist scumbag. Her only crime was that she's happily married and you can't fucking stand it. Fuck you.
I never said that. I never said that. You weren't here from the first portion of the argument.
I'm glad.
Do your air horns, Brian.
Kill your babies. I know it's terrible. She told you can't kill your babies.
I think. Wait, I'm sorry. Wasn't your wife formerly married like twice before you and had kids before you?
Yeah. So what? So what? She wasn't killing them.
So how are you gonna come at me and say I'm jealous of her when your wife has been with men before you? Your wife has been touched. Your wife is not a virgin, and you're so religious and holy, and you're coming at me, baby. Your wife has been with multiple men before you.
Yeah, so what?
And she has kids with other men. How does it make you feel?
She's trying to get a reaction.
Rachel's gonna go off on you in the chat. She's gonna go off.
Okay, let her go off.
Rachel cameo. Rachel cameo.
See why the nice lady goes out on her nice honeymoon.
I never said she was not a nice lady. I think she's beautiful. Like she's one of the most beautiful girls. I just think that. You know, we have different.
And she's gonna make lots of beautiful babies and not kill them, unlike you. I'm gonna.
I've never killed a baby. I've never had an abortion.
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar.
Wow, that was interesting.
Yeah, I've never had an abortion, Andrew.
Would you?
Probably, Mike. Is it?
I've never been up for that. That's never happened, so I don't know. It's never happened.
I'm asking this like just respectfully because I'm curious.
Yeah.
If you got pregnant right now accidentally, would you get an abortion?
I don't know. It's never happened. It's up for who it is.
Wait, isn't
it depends on who the father is?
Bruh.
It depends. I only sleep with wealthy men, so I'd probably keep it. What?
I just don't even know.
What? I don't sleep with broke men.
I know, but this nice lady though.
I never said she wasn't nice. I think she's beautiful.
At 17, she married a 20-year-old.
Yeah,
At 18, she married a 20-year-old. And you're so fucking butthurt about that.
Oh, I never said I was butthurt. We were just.
Her husband, her poor husband, who's not even here to defend himself, fucking groomed her.
I do think it's grooming when you.
Psychopath.
Oh yeah, it's a psychopath. It's psychopathic to think that a teenager should.
See how she defends her husband? Oh, that's why she.
Yeah, sure, it's great.
That's why she has one, because she's here defending him. Kudos to this.
I've been proposed to.
Andrew,
you act like I'm like some amphibian.
Andrew.
Are we gonna get a Rachel cameo, by the way? Here,
I don't. I'm actually scared of your wife. I know she's gonna demolish me. Like I already know.
Here, let's get back to let's try to get through it. So we have got some more notes here. Going back to you,
I think
Jazz.
you're beautiful, by the way. We just have disagreements.
No, you are too.
Yeah.
So Jazz, you said.
Feel free to jump in. Whenever,
No. We need to get through all the notes here, Jazz. So okay, Jazz. You said about me and Andrew. Maybe it was just about me. I don't know.
Yeah.
You said the following. you spew misogynistic, pseudo-intellectual, red-pilled bro ideas and care about stressing traditional gender roles when gender is extremely complex, and anyone in academia understands the evolution of human society and gender. We are much more advanced than animals. Not sure you've caught on to that. Now, before I have Andrew jump in, a few clarifying questions. Misogynistic, pseudo-intellectual, red-pilled bro ideas. I'd like to first maybe define our terms. What is misogyny?
Hating women. I do think y'all are misogynists.
Okay, so how?
I think it's if you think that women have a certain role in society, and if they don't fit that role, then they're deemed inadequate as a woman. Then I think that's misogynistic.
Before I respond to that, actually, I'll respond to that, then I'll get other examples of the alleged misogyny. Didn't earlier you raise your hand 7 times when I asked you, should men do X? And they were all related to male traditional gender roles. So by your own logic, then you would be a misandrist.
Okay. But I'm not saying I hate men.
Okay.
If I say I want them to walk on, I respect when they walk on that side of the sidewalk to protect me, then that's...
From what? What are they protecting you from?
The cars passing.
So you would essentially... I actually.
But I'm not saying I hate men.
Well, actually, but I think it's... You might not hate men, but you have a misandrist view towards men. Stop fucking talking, lady. So you have a misandrist view towards men, and I'll explain it as follows. You think men are disposable because you think... a man can protect me from an oncoming car. He's disposable because he should die on my behalf.
No, personally, I just think it's like a respect thing, and that they value me and care. If they're willing to put themselves in a position like that, it's not necessarily, I think they're disposable. My world would be shattered if if that accident happened with them. They're not disposable.
Right, but you're saying men should sacrifice themselves for women or for you.
No, I'm just saying I think it's a good characteristic for someone to be like, I'll step on this side in case of some sort of event that's
So what's stopping me from saying I think it's a good characteristic for women to adhere to their traditional gender roles? You seem to say that points to misogyny, so then surely it must point to you being a misandrist.
Okay, if you want to draw that conclusion.
Okay, so we're just going to call each other misandrists and misogynists, or are we going to actually back up these assertions with actual evidence for the claims?
The way that you talk to women on this podcast, I think
What's
is
an example of
disrespectful.
how
calling someone like a prostitute in a derogatory
I didn't say
way.
that. That was Andrew. But if she is actually a prostitute,
but you're saying
in a misogynist to pay for a young couple's honeymoon.
What's a huckleberry?
That's very kind. I'm not taking away from that.
Your wife called me a huckleberry. What is it?
Very misogynistic, right?
It doesn't mean that everything you do has to be in the vein of hating women. I'm just saying.
But if I hated women, why would I assist women?
I mean, you're giving them their honeymoon, but still,
wait.
She's a woman that agrees with your idea.
Right. So if it also benefits a man, then that means
no. But she's also a woman that agrees with your ideology.
Period.
No, you know what? I don't know if she agrees with my ideology.
Oh, she has. You've seen it.
No, actually, no. If you're a stripper, excuse me, if you're a stripper, that doesn't mean you're a fucking sex worker.
This woman for the crime of being happily fucking married because you're nutcase.
I completely support her.
I did not viciously attack her. We were having a discussion.
Bullshit. You're lying through your teeth. Revisionist.
Give me verbatim how I viciously attacked her.
Yeah, here's how you viciously attacked her. Okay. You said that her husband groomed her.
Yes.
And that her marriage was invalid because of it.
I never said it was invalid. I said she was groomed. I never said invalid.
What do you think that means? That means to the audience, you shouldn't take anything that is said here with this marriage seriously because this guy groomed her. It was the worst, most scumbag, horrid thing to do to a young couple because you fucking people are so anti-natalist you can't stand to see a woman happy. Unbelievable.
That's your perception, but I never.
She's gonna go on a honeymoon and have 50 fucking.
I hope she does. I hope she has a great honeymoon with the man that
she's gonna go have 50 kids while you're riding the cock carousel.
I love the cock carousel. It's a great fucking time. I love dick in my mouth. It's fucking fantastic.
What? What the fuck?
All right, hold on. Let me bring it back here. Get off the meta conversation. Mike Davis, I see this. We do reads in batches. I see your 100. It's going to be batched. So. Getting back to this.
Oh, God.
Can you provide actual examples of misogynistic statements that I've made?
I think
not even tonight. Any show.
Yes, clips I've seen and what I've witnessed today, where you say you prostitute, you sex worker, how many dicks have you had in your mouth?
Just me. Just
well,
me. That's
you're more
Andrew.
of a moderator and a host. I feel like I don't
I
really
engage.
see you.
I engage in the debates, but you again though. Just to be clear, you sent this before Andrew said that tonight. So let's push that off to the side. What have I or Andrew said previously when you originally sent this that was misogynistic?
Every clip I've seen and other people's perception.
Sure. Okay, so there are clips you've seen. What specifically in the clips was misogynistic?
How you speak to women and talk down upon them. Yeah, because of their life choices, like with so much judgment.
Give me an example.
About people doing OnlyFans. How is that not an example?
Give me an example of what I've said.
Oh, like specifically verbatim?
No, well, it doesn't have to be verbatim, but it could be sort of capturing the essence of what I said.
Saying that they don't have like decent morals or values because they participate in that sort of occupation is the consensus that I have come to.
Sure, I don't think I've ever actually said that or something approaching that.
Okay.
But
again, I don't have anything verbatim. It's just kind of the essence of.
Yeah, but how would this being engaged in sex work? Men can engage in sex work. How would this be specifically?
Yes, but you demonize women way more for doing it. You have a podcast where you have 8 women come on who usually have an occupation in sex work.
Usually have an occupation in sex work. Well, I would contest this. The majority of our guests don't do sex work. 15% of our guests have OnlyFans. And this actually isn't that 15% of all the guests we've had, and we've had over 2,000 guests, only 15% of them have been involved in OnlyFans. So that typically the way
maybe we can demonstrate it just in an easy way. Raise your hand at the table if you're involved in sex work.
Not anymore.
Okay, then.
Well,
Chair one, do you judge women that have participated?
He calls girls that engage in sex work.
I'm 52. I don't give a fuck.
I've judged women that participate.
I earned my not only give a fuck card.
She does not give a fuck.
That do that type of
50
work.
plus, yes.
I don't mean to have judged.
I love that card.
I don't judge women who participate in sex work at all.
I love that card.
Okay, but how would, even if I grant to you that I've made judgments about women who do sex work, how would that be misogynistic? Couldn't I just have criticisms of sex work specifically?
Yeah, and you can have criticisms. There are valid criticisms.
Like, aren't you against like sex work and OnlyFans?
I think that it's a false sense of free will that women participate in. I feel like the structure of...
Earlier in the conversation, and I also think in the essay you wrote, you said that women are like... you mentioned hypersexualization. You think the sexualization of women is wrong. So by your own admission, I assume you're against sex work to some degree.
I think it's very dangerous for society, and I think it's kind of a facade of women empowerment. I think, if anything, it's reaffirming our role in society as just sexual beings.
Oh, okay. So we're both misogynists together then, because
I don't disrespect women who are in that occupation. I don't speak down to them on being in those roles.
Okay.
I don't like the structure that exists that says women should go into those occupations without. But at the same time, I'm not demonizing anyone who's participating.
You're going to need to be specific about what I've said that has been
again, I don't
specifically
have anything
misogynistic as it relates to women who come on the show who do sex work.
Yeah, I don't have anything verbatim or a quote. I think the public perception is that you are disrespectful to women and that you do.
Okay, well, the public perception of you is that you're a man-hating misandrist.
She's not.
And you think men are disposable, and you're kind of a hypocrite as it relates to traditional gender roles.
And I denounce that, and then you denounce that you're a misogynist, so I guess that's fine.
But
hang on. I gotta weigh in just briefly.
Go ahead.
Right. I agree with you that some of the things which I say or Brian says can be perceived as being misogynist towards certain women. But misogyny, definitionally, is a hatred of all women or some type of oppressive mentality towards all women. You would have to agree that that's true.
Agreed.
So the thing is like, you can't possibly believe that because some women are fucking nasty bastards to us, and so we're nasty bastards back to them, that means we're misogynistic, meaning that we have some sort of ill intention towards all women. You can't actually believe that, do you?
No, I think there's nuance there.
That was misogyny, by the way. Well, I mean, that
Sorry I had to mansplain that, but...
I mean, I would just say if you're not able to provide, like, again, you don't need to
I
be
didn't
like...
do homework for this. I thought it was a dating show. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Literally,
you aired your criticisms, but
these are pertinent dating issues.
Yeah, very pertinent.
Where's like
But hold on. So, look, I'm not asking you to quote something verbatim, like if you...
Well, I've given you the best answer I can give you.
If you give me the essence of what I've said, but you really haven't, and so essentially that which is asserted without evidence, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss without evidence.
Okay.
Can you give me one example, though? Just one example of something I've said that's misogynistic.
I think the ideology that you guys hold that our gender structure should consist of women's main value being reproduction and men doing these things are very limiting, and I think that is dangerous to both genders, and I think a lot of the times it comes off as misogynistic.
I have a question for you. Do you think in society men or women are more limited in the roles that they can have when it comes to like romantic partners?
What do you mean when it comes to romantic partners?
I'll just lay out my argument then. So here's my position. I think women have choices. So a woman can be a career woman. Some women pull off both, although it's quite difficult. And I think Andrew would argue that it's suboptimal for a woman to be working and having children at the same time.
I would agree.
But also women can just be stay-at-home wives. They can find a guy who's okay with that dynamic. However, I would say most men don't have similar options. So I would say very, very few women would be okay being the sole breadwinner and being okay with that relationship dynamic, even if they're feminists like you, even if they're progressive liberals like you, by your own admission, despite your political leanings being very progressive, being very liberal, very leftist or feminist, it sounds like you want, at least on the male side of things, you want him to be falling pretty traditional when it comes to what he's bringing to the table.
But I want him to also not make me a homemaker, not to think that I'm, you know what I mean? I want a partner, and these are the characteristics I want in a partner.
But I would say that if you want, you can find a guy who's going to do 50-50 with you. You could also probably find a guy who's well off or he makes good money. And if you had a conversation with him, you could say, hey, I want to just stay at home, take care of the household. I don't know if you want kids.
But you're saying men don't have an option.
Men really, really don't.
I completely agree.
They really don't have, like, the majority of men who could get away with saying, yeah, you know, I have a job right now, but maybe a year into dating or a year into marriage, I just want to stop working and I just want to be a stay-at-home dad. I suppose some women might be okay with that. I'm not going to say no women would be okay with it, but I think it's a very, very, very small minority of women, even liberal, progressive, feminist women, who are not going to be okay with that sort of arrangement. Whereas there are certain economic realities where, look, even if a man is traditional, maybe he's not making enough money. So the economic reality is, even if he is traditional, his wife might have to work. But he's going to be open to it if he does make enough money that he's going to be able to say, hey, you don't have to work. I'll be the sole breadwinner. You take care of the kids. Stay home. Men don't have that choice. So this idea that women don't have choice is ridiculous.
Why does it have to be the liberal women? I mean, I know all of a sudden the conservative women have to stay at home and that's what they portray. No, man.
I suppose there could be a conservative woman that... Well, most conservative women wouldn't want that sort of relationship dynamic.
Well, that's what you think on social media. You know,
you're not conservative. I don't think you're conservative, though.
You know,
I think you're a Republican, but I don't think you're conservative.
No, I am. I don't give a shit at this age. Okay, I was born in 1972, and I don't give a shit.
I was born in the 80s.
And this is, you know, and I just had my kid at 37, man.
Just the cutoff.
Okay. And she's got a little septum. She's got a little snake bites. She's everything that I didn't have when I was a kid. And I used to have my little hair like Madonna. And in fact, my mother used to get called to the school like 3 times a week because I used to have my hair like pineapple.
14
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Chat just came through. I don't know how that happened.
The right side of the table is disgusting.
Hey.
The woman in the middle, congratulations. Chair 8, you're still my favorite.
Oh, that's you. Say something nice to
Hi, thank you so much.
You're kind
I
of
still
simping
love you.
though, Magic. You got to pay the sim tax.
What?
You got to pay. By the way, she's got a boyfriend, bro. What are you doing? You're stepping on toes.
You're talking about
You're stepping on
You're not
toes.
discussing. You are faceless.
Oh no, he's sexy. We love you. Mwah.
Asshole.
Fuck.
Love you, baby.
No, you're
There's
beautiful.
one more coming through. One more coming through. Pasty George.
DM me, babe.
Pay the sim tax in
All
Magic.
my girls are
Pasty
beautiful,
George
man.
donated $200.
Pay the sim
Andrew
tax.
is correct 100%. Once, Chair 2 suggested that Chair 5 was groomed. That statement implies that she was not an adult and was taken advantage of, even though she was legally one at marriage.
I
She doesn't
stand
look
by
pretty.
that statement
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, you stand by the.
I
horrific
stand with my
statement
pussy wide open,
that this
Andrew.
woman who's sitting there was groomed by her own husband, who she
Yeah,
clearly cares
groomed by the
about.
man before he was her husband. He groomed her when she was 17
Yeah. Well, I
at
think
20.
You're grooming all the rich guys you fuck for their money. That's
What
I
did you?
think.
I'm sorry, it cut out. What did you say?
I think that you're grooming all the rich guys you fuck for their money.
Oh, wait, why? Elaborate. I'd love to hear like what your opinion is on that.
Isn't it the case that you only are having sex and dating rich guys because you want their money?
No, I see. I don't have
Then why do you
sex
only
for money.
date rich guys? Then why do you only date rich guys?
They only date me.
Wait, you said I only date rich guys.
Yeah,
Why do you only
exactly.
date rich
Men
guys
who
unless it's because
men
you want
who
their money.
No, men who ask me on a dates happen to be rich. Broke guys don't ask me on dates.
Oh, how convenient!
I know, it's amazing. I literally, I hit the luck of
money.
Andrew.
And no men who don't have lots of money.
Andrew, honestly,
wow, that's incredible.
I was very unlucky in other aspects, but I happened to hit the prime fucking lottery in that part of my life.
Wow.
Like, I had a very tumultuous childhood, but therefore...
Not a single guy who's not rich who you're attracted to has ever asked you out. I just want to make sure that that's
No,
clear.
broke guys have never asked me out. It's actually insane.
It's never happened.
It's never happened. It's like I hit the luck of the... No,
who
I hit
wants
the luck of the
pizza?
draw.
Who would like some
I
pizza?
don't, can I order some for everybody?
Pizza.
Can I buy
Pizza.
it? Like, oh, sorry.
Everybody want pizza? Or
I'm okay.
No?
Andrew,
Pizza?
by the way, I love you.
Pizza. Okay.
Good girls are like.
And your wife. I think you guys are honestly a dynamic
I feel
duo.
like you owe that poor lady an
She's
apology.
not gonna.
Yeah,
Hold on, I do have one. If I was groomed, do you think I'd be sitting here right now on the internet live in California when my husband lives in Florida? Do you think somebody who groomed me would let me fly out here and do a podcast?
100%. So,
No,
do you know about Bad Baby?
That's not how control
Do you know?
works.
Have you seen Bad Baby's whole situation?
I don't really keep up with degenerate
So
stuff
she
like
was
that.
groomed, and she's still. Oh, Brian, don't you? Oh my God.
I don't
Brian.
know if we can compare my situation to
I'm
Bad
not
Baby.
comparing, but you're acting. You're asking for like. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll like make a. It's not like a distinct comparison, but it's like. You guys are similar in age, somewhat, you know, and.
Your fucking mouth.
But we're
Wait,
like,
they're
Brian, do you
similar
not
in
like
age,
this
but she
discussion?
was
I'll
groomed?
I'll
That's
stop
really
it.
weird.
What?
How is it
Do you
that
have
they're
cash
similar in age, but she was
for the
still
pizza?
groomed? That's super weird.
I have cash. Yeah.
Okay, give me cash.
Wait, why do you want cash?
That's cash.
Why can't I just Uber Eats it?
Hold on.
No,
I need the cash because we'll order
need
it.
the cash.
I need
How
the
much
cash.
do you want?
Well,
$100.
$100.
I mean, I gave you $100
It's
already.
the cost of living in Santa Barbara. Actually, you know what's funny? There was recently a report that Santa Barbara is the least affordable.
Are you serious?
I believe
Yeah, it was the number in the United
I believe it,
States.
yeah.
In
Yeah,
the
I believe
entire
it, man.
United States,
Just
Santa
being
Barbara
here is
here
do.
is the
That's why Brian's asked me to move out several times, and I thought about it.
Wait,
But,
what state do you live in? I'm not.
if I
I'm
moved
not
out
trying to
to
like.
Santa
15-year-olds
Barbara,
running around.
If I moved
I
out
have
to
two
Santa Barbara,
15-year-olds
I could buy
running around.
for
I
$2
don't even
million
know where they're
a
at.
2-bedroom house.
But there are.
Yeah.
What state
well, you
do
don't
you live
buy.
in?
You're gonna have to rent. It's just you can't buy in Santa
Yeah,
Barbara.
don't
It's
move
totally
out
fucked.
here.
Wait, Andrew, what state do you live in? You don't have to answer. I'm just like curious.
Michigan. I live in Michigan.
Oh, you're from Michigan. That's so random. Okay.
Shout out.
You're
Great
next to
Falls.
Canada.
Kid Rock's from Michigan. What the fuck?
All right.
Is he really? Oh my God, I love Rock of Love. That's one of my favorite
question.
shows as a kid.
All the best musicians came out of
What's your question, really quick?
Yeah.
It's because
Witchmer.
Grooming, because-
How's your governor,
No.
Witchmer?
Okay.
Negative
Okay, so going back to this. Again, I'd like to ask for an example of something that
Yeah, I don't have one. You're not a misogynist. You've wiped yourself clean.
you're walking back the.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Do you concede the argument then?
Yes, all of it's conceded. I
Okay,
take back
so
everything. I'll unsend it. I don't know.
I'll even say this. Everything we've talked about, and in fact, everything we're about to talk about, I identify as the correct person on all issues, past, present, and future, related to this podcast recording and this conversation. I want you to affirm my identity as the correct person about all that.
I don't want to be rude, Brian, so I'm going to start by affirming your identity immediately.
Thank
That
you.
would be very rude.
that you're just correct. You're
Yes.
identifying as correct.
Also, what are your pronouns, please?
You can call me whatever. I also identify as
No,
correct.
we can't
so
call
this
you
is
whatever
difficult.
because that would be
Oh,
very
wait,
confusing
yeah.
'cause the show-
I'm just co-opting your whole shit. I'm whatever now.
No, but what are your pronouns actually? Just she, her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. My pronouns are you okay?
If I'm doing pronouns,
Yeah. So my pronouns are His Royal Majesty or Your Royal Majesty.
Okay, and I will respect that.
But every time you address me, I
Yeah.
need you to say Your Royal Majesty, and you need to do a British voice too. So go ahead.
Okay. I have to address you all of a sudden. We'll
Yeah,
just have
every
it
time you
happen
talk.
naturally.
And you need to avert your eyes because it's rude to
Avert? Like
avert
not
your-
look at you?
Avert your eye contact. You shouldn't look down when you're
Oh,
talking.
I can't
to me.
look at you anymore? Is
Yeah.
this some sort of fetish? Has he done this before, chat? Let me know.
No, it's just like as a royal, like I identify
As a royal,
as royalty.
correct person, yeah.
That's my identity.
Yeah.
So I
Some
need
people would
you-
say I'm the same.
Okay. So but you haven't been addressing me. So repeat
sorry.
after me. Your Royal Majesty.
Your royal correct majesty.
Wait, what?
Thank you.
No, don't do that. What the fuck? No. He's not royal.
Are we gonna like
Which-
have a...
yes, we'll get more people in.
Yeah, I
That's
know,
what I'm
bitch.
saying.
Do
I'm
not-
just
no,
trying to
do
move
not,
on.
No.
Oh, by the way, we have. Would you be willing for another champagne pop to wear a MAGA hat for 10 minutes?
No.
That's why
I don't get the money.
Oh, shit.
I'll cut you a $2 bill.
oh,
Do you know how much a $2 bill is worth?
It's like $5.
No.
No way it's
are they
worth
worth
something.
now?
I'll be so upset. I used to have so many.
that's
I
a
will-
$2.
$2 bill. Will you wear a MAGA hat for $2?
Obviously not.
Wow, that's sad. Okay. So
This
no
doesn't represent my
examples,
values.
no
I want it on
examples,
my
just
head.
calling me a misogynist, no examples, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the pseudo, okay, so moving on to the second, what is pseudo or pseudo-intellectual? Because that's separate from the misogynistic accusations. You say me and Andrew are pseudo-intellectual, or
Yeah.
I guess our ideas are pseudo-intellectual. What ideas are pseudo-intellectual?
I didn't know Andrew previously. He seems to at least do some sort of research. But again, I just think it's a bunch. I just feel like it's all a workaround to make like belittle women. That's how I feel about your stance.
Yeah, but what are the ideas that are doing that?
That women are meant to just reproduce and to exist as a certain like sexual.
Nobody
sexual
ever said that.
Your
no,
wife
you
had a whole fucking. Oh, sorry, I don't let me say this F word, but I watched a whole discussion your wife made last night about how women need to reproduce, and that's like basically their ultimate purpose.
And
yeah,
And
Okay.
does that mean that their only purpose or value is reproduction?
Well, she went on this whole discussion about how women shouldn't pursue their dreams because it's gonna contribute to population defamation, basically, or what's what? I don't know that. I don't know a lot of. Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm talking. I literally watched this last night. How do I not know what I'm talking about? I watched it.
Tell me what she
She
actually
said that women pursuing their dreams is like concluding to population.
basically, it's what his argument was earlier. That
Yeah.
Wait a second.
It wasn't.
My wife?
Yeah.
Rachel.
Yes, your wife, Rachel. I can.
The feminism movement is the blame for this.
I'm not even calling it feminism. I just watched. I watched one of the whatever podcasts. Yes, nod your head. And your wife went this whole like monologue about how basically women are contributing to population declining.
And she's right.
If Rachel came on and said the exact same thing as Andrew, we'd probably all agree with her.
Yeah, no, because like she's
That's the argument.
and like I'm not.
That's the whole thing.
But it's the tone, you see.
I know. I don't believe in tone. I don't believe in tone.
It's the wrong tone.
I don't believe in tone.
It's the wrong tone over here.
I don't believe in tone. I just said what you're
talking tone.
You and your wife are on the same level. I'm not saying one is higher than the other because of tone. No.
All right, moving it on then.
Well, that's not precisely true. My wife's actually much smarter than I am.
I love that you say that. Good for you. That's cool.
Why I only say that because it's actually true.
That's cool.
She's actually
I
much
fuck with
smarter
that.
than I am.
I fuck with you saying that. That means that that's cool. I like that.
That's why I married her. I wanted fucking smart babies. You see?
Yeah. Good for you.
Smart babies.
That's valid. I like that.
Continuing on, Jazz, you said you think the pod would do better with a different demographic of women in addition to who you've been casting. You pick OnlyFans and internet women who probably aren't well versed in debating or have a nuanced understanding of gender roles. You potentially get an easier own that way. I think the pod would do better and bigger if you had real conversations, less pointed questions. At a certain point, you stopped caring about listening to others' opinions and experiences and conceptualizing that into new thought and deciding how you think now is the end-all be-all. You should be open and willing to learn every day, no matter your age. It will be your downfall. You're welcome for the unpaid advice. And really quick, I already kind of addressed the OnlyFans thing, but it just bothered me. It kind of bothers me a lot because I get strawmanned with this, with you only bring on
a certain demographic.
Room temperature, IQ, OnlyFans, streetwalker, illiterate. Like I get totally strawmanned on this. I have a huge diversity of guests who come on the show. 15% of the guests we've had on the show, like I said, do OnlyFans. So that means on average, 1 or 2 of the panelists have OnlyFans. Sometimes more on the panel do, and sometimes we have no OnlyFans girls on the panel. And then also, at least from my perspective, I'm a community college dropout. I'm not exactly like an intellectual or academic titan. English is my second language. I have brain fog due to severe neck injury. I I stutter, and half the time I forget what I'm about to say midway through the fucking sentence. So like this idea that these matchups are unfair, I'm not sure if that's actually the case, but and I actually frequently have women on who are more educated than me. Like you, for example, you have 2 bachelor or 1 bachelor's degree?
No, bachelor's.
And you're going for your master's degree. We've had other women on who have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, PhDs, professors, lawyers, doctors, nurses, etc. Plenty of smart, educated women. Women who are, I suppose, on paper, more smart or more educated than I am. But even if they're smart and educated, it doesn't mean that they don't hold retarded beliefs.
Yeah, you could definitely argue that. And I think me and Andrew both agreed that we are coming on here arguing our points and that we are not going to change our ideas, but it's just the audience.
I think we can fix you.
No, hang on.
I think we can fix you, Jazz.
Fix.
I will change my
MAGA
ideas. Based on good, solid, foundational argumentation, I have changed my ideas. I've had leftists destroy me in debates before and had to reevaluate why it is I believed some of the stupid shit I previously believed. Debates are good for doing that. They're good for helping us adjust our worldviews as well. Now, not many leftists, and this was early on, but the point still stands that, no, I take every opportunity I can to learn from the opposition. Every opportunity.
2 chats coming through.
Guy
We got our guy, thank you.
Donated $200.
2 chats. Sorry for the delay on this, man.
Choices
My
are
bad.
within the confines of our duties or we face consequences.
Yep.
Women are conditioned through feminism to reject their duty to reproduce and instead compete with men.
Thank you, our guy, for that message. I appreciate it. We have Pasty George coming in here in just a moment. Guys, I know there's quite a few that have been batched up, so we'll try to get to the batch soon. But I do see you guys, and just give me a moment to get to that moment where we pull up the lower threshold
Pasty
ones.
George donated
Thank you, Pasty.
$200.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Shares 1 and 2 represent many feminist women who are voting both Canada and America down the drain and into collapse, which is less than 2 decades away because of the birth rate crisis.
I can't vote. I have a felony.
What was
Why
it?
does that not surprise me?
I know, Andrew. I know. I told you I was already a
If I licked my
degenerate.
finger and stuck it in a light socket, I would be less shocked.
I know.
Wow.
I know. You're right. You're right, Andrew. I agree. I know.
That's a good one. That's good. All right. Back to the notes. Jazz, you continue by saying your ideology isn't as common as you think and totally frowned upon as society progresses.
Yeah.
What specifically? Like, what is my ideology, I guess?
Again, just gender roles.
That's it? You've got gender roles, though.
It's just exclusive of a lot of gender identities, and I think that that's obviously anti-progressive. So we just disagree there.
How many genders are there? Just curious.
Exactly.
The exact
How many?
number?
How many?
Yeah, or
I mean,
just
fucking
a
how many?
approximation.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like a specific number.
Are there more than 2?
I mean, people identify as like non-binary.
Yeah, what do you think, though? Are there more than 2 genders?
Like socially, like like gender identity.
Well, I'm not a doctor, but
There's more than 2 gender identities, yes.
How many do you think there are? Just curious.
I'm going to say like, I think it's a crazy-ish number, but I say I'm probably aware of like 5 or 6.
And you also wrote how your ideology and perpetuation of the gender binary is ruining society. So how's it ruining society?
I feel like we've talked in circles this entire time. Like me and Andrew had the discussion where you think that the best form of society is the structure that you guys perpetuate, and males' roles, women's roles. And I just think it's very limiting to the human experience. I think women, I mean, again, I'm repeating myself for the 100th time. I don't know if you want to hear it again.
Well, I guess I kind of laugh or scoff a little bit because you say can you just repeat that last part you said there, how it's very limiting to the, what did you say?
The human experience.
But you yourself place limits on the individual level on your own romantic partners that adhere to traditional gender roles. Why don't you be the change you want to see in the world? And if I scroll up,
and many other
pay for first dates. Don't look to a guy to be your protector.
Yeah, and in many other aspects, I do allow men the space to exist, not as a manly, like put on the front, like type of deal, but I just think it's a nice characteristic personally, and I think it's dangerous to perpetuate the idea that men should do these things all the time. But personally, I think it's nice.
You perpetuate them.
Just personally, I think it's nice when a man's like, "Hey, let me step on this side of the sidewalk."
But you're
I'm like, "Oh my god, thank you."
Wait a
You're
minute.
perpetuating.
Yes, we live
You
in
can't get rid of the patriarchy if you're doing this.
No,
You're putting men back in the women's society and allowing us to shut up for the wackos to get back in our. Yeah, there it is.
I think pushing that idea.
You know what it is Democrats going into oligarchy. There it is. You guys are the matriarchy of oligarchy. There it is. You know, Bernie Sanders, AOC. There you guys are. There you guys are. Yep. And oh yeah. Hillary Clinton say, oh yes, us women, oh, we're the matriarchs of patriarchy. Oh, I guess you liberals are matriarchs of oligarchy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes,
Hey,
you are.
did any of your medications say not to mix with alcohol?
It doesn't matter. I don't care. I spoke the truth right there. I'm 52, man. I don't care.
Oh, shit.
Hey, I'm 41, man. I don't
care.
I still don't take medication with
10
alcohol.
years older than you, man.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Can you do the Macho Man Randy Savage? Oh, yeah.
What? Oh, yeah.
What?
He's gonna
Right?
Wait, can you say, oh, yeah, brother?
Oh, yeah, bro.
Nice. Okay.
Right?
Good talk.
Can I point out that I bought this piece of shit lighter in California? I've never seen
Yeah,
a brand anywhere
that's-
on planet Earth.
You got a Bic,
except in
right?
fucking California. No, it's not a Bic. It's called a
Yes.
Scoopto or Soupto or some shit. It's the stupidest looking fucking lighter ever.
Oh, those
Get a
are
Bic. That's your problem. Get a Bic, man. Did you get at the gas station?
Yes, get a Bic, man.
Yeah.
And don't get one of those see-through ones that,
Oh
you
my
know.
God, the TTS just came through.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Those stupid shit bags.
I can't believe that came in
There
there.
are only two
sorry.
genders, a man and a woman. Anything else is just mental illness and more delusion.
Okay.
Men have xy chromosomes while women have 20 chromosomes. There are no other ones.
What?
Thank you for that, Pasty George. Do you want to do a quick response to this?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, sorry, Pasty.
But women are
She
still
believes.
smarter than men.
By the
I
way,
thought
you
you
haven't
guys
been.
also, you all
You haven't
guys.
been addressing me by my pronouns.
Hang
When it
on.
comes to growing weed, it does.
Hang on. Casey sent in $200. I am going to clarify what he's saying there.
Yes, go ahead.
He's saying that when it comes to chromosomes, women, what he classifies as women is XX, and for men, it's XY. He's saying that there's only two phenotypical pathways which you can develop reproductively.
And that's
and
it.
your chromosomes
And
are going to indicate that even if there
that's
is
it.
XXY.
That's it, man.
Or, yeah, some other variation.
That's it,
well,
man.
It's 200
No.
bucks. The guy's a great supporter of the show. It's 200 bucks. I'm
Yeah.
obviously going to clarify his
Yeah.
fucking view, okay? Okay, Granny. All right. Is that all right, Granny, that I...
No, shut up. No.
Pasty George.
I'm telling you, no. Don't
Our
break down
our
the
Canadian
scientific
friend.
stuff. No.
Oh, Canada.
Telling you no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jazz.
What? Oh.
Jazz. You also wrote, "You're outdated and it's a dangerous, uneducated position." How so?
I think it's outdated because it's like, obviously, it's very exclusive of other gender identities. I don't know how many more times I can repeat myself, but I feel like.
Okay, you're talking about like the gender pronoun
Yeah.
stuff?
Oh, no, not the pronoun stuff, just.
The gender role stuff?
Yes.
But you have really outdated views when it comes to your own romantic
But again, I think,
preferences
I think you
related to men.
I think you saying that the structure should be this way is dangerous. Not me in my own personal relationship thinking that like a certain characteristic someone has that happens to align with the role of men in society. I don't think that perpetuates.
If liberal progressive feminist women on their individual on the individual and collective level, they say, well, it would be great if men didn't have to adhere to their traditional gender roles, but if all of them or vast majority of them won't enable men through their own individual changing of their own individual preferences, then de facto, even though it sounds nice for you guys to say, well, men should be able to do this, but in application, in practice, in reality, you still hold men to traditional gender roles. You're just blowing a bunch of smoke and it means nothing.
Can I
So
add?
I want to issue a call to action to you and a challenge to you. I want you to dispense entirely with your completely sexist gender expectations of men. You can no longer, from this point on, have any traditional gender expectations of men. I want you to put your money where your mouth is. If this is how you want society to be, where men should not have to adhere to traditional gender roles, why don't you be the change you want to see in the world and dispense entirely with your own traditional gender expectations of men? Why not?
Me doing that in my own personal life isn't going to dismantle the structure that exists.
What-
Not with
but-
that attitude.
But women uphold. If women shifted and they were like, you know what, we want soy boy, we don't want providers, we don't want protectors, we want soft, feminine soy boy guys. We don't want them to ever do any sort of chivalry. We don't want them to be protectors, don't want them to be providers, don't want them to initiate anything, no steps of initiation, asking for your number, asking for the first date, moving things forward, going for the first kiss, moving things forward physically from there. How is it ever going to change?
Again, I think that you guys think my take is that that shouldn't be it in any scenario. I just think everyone can have their personal expectations of their partner and that we shouldn't perpetuate ideas onto other people's relationship that wouldn't necessarily fit them.
I didn't hear her promote that kind of society, which does sound
Exactly.
like it would suck pretty bad, actually. It sounds horrible.
I just wanted to circle back because you keep using the word dangerous, and I feel like we didn't get to finish our conversation. Why do you feel like pushing traditional views is dangerous? Like, how is that dangerous?
If
to
you want to have
society?
that in your own relationship, I think that's completely fine. But I think if you're forcing that ideology on other people who don't feel like they fit into that binary, it can be deadly and costly. And and really restrict it.
I don't think and again, I think in our society we're actually forcing the opposite right now. Like we're telling women that their values in their career and their degree and their title, and we're telling men that no, you can be sensitive. Everything's toxic masculinity, right? So we're actually not pushing traditional values anymore, and our society has gone so far downhill because we're not pushing those traditional values. So the way I see it, if we were to push those traditional values, like Brian mentioned, like Andrew mentioned, like limiting women's rights a little bit, so that for the furtherment of our society, right? Like, I don't see, I would see our society getting better, because right now it's going downhill because we're not pushing those traditional values. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just disagree. I don't think that we're losing. I just don't think if we lost a sense of traditional value on a grand scale, like if people decided to exist outside of that binary, I don't think that there would be a crisis of reproduction.
Yes, there is. But because you know what? There is a woman and a man, and that's it. And there is no other thing. I don't care what propaganda is feeding you. I don't care what your college is feeding you. I don't care what your professor is feeding you. There is a woman and a man. That is it.
That we're not talking about
that.
I think
man,
moved on
and
from
we're
that.
not going to do this transgender stuff. I'm hearing this transgender thing.
Well, no, we're not talking about transgenderism. Hold on.
Let her talk.
But the birth rate is going down. Like, it's plummeting. So how can you say we don't have a crisis?
We are.
I don't think it has to do
Oh my God,
with
that's
us
crazy.
being too
Pasty George
progressive.
donated $200.
Oh, thank you, Pasty George.
Ryan, I am Indigenous Cree or First Nations Cree of Turtle Island, which is now called North America. While I live in Canada, I am not Canadian. The government classifies us as Aboriginal.
Is that Dave?
Higher.
Shout out Dave Ho.
Yep.
We love Dave Ho.
For sure.
What's it called? Like before a speech is given, you do a land acknowledgement. So
Cover page?
land acknowledgement example. I should start doing land acknowledgements. We acknowledge here at the Whatever Podcast that we are on the traditional land of the Chumash people. I would like to acknowledge.
This is a good idea.
And the Chumash were the original stewards of this land, and the land was. We honor their long history and stewardship of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging.
Talking shit and he mutes it and then he thinks we can't see.
There's a
What do you
lot.
see?
Anyways,
What
okay,
do you
whatever.
see?
Pasty George, thank you for that. Thank you, man. Pasty, I'll do a land. I should start doing a land acknowledgement.
But it would be the same
What
every
nationality
time.
are you, Brian? Can I ask?
Nationality or
kind of-
ethnicity?
That's out of the blue. Why?
Wait, what was your
I don't
first
know, I
language?
just want to know your first
Wanna
language.
know.
Let us guess. Can we guess?
If you don't want to
is
answer,
that-
it's okay.
Well, if you're asking ethnicity, he would be American and white, depending on which criteria you have.
Okay,
right?
it's not that
And
deep.
of course, Democrats like the hyphens.
like your ancestors, you know what I mean? Like
Yes,
your
they
background,
do.
your blood.
I'm like Eastern European and French.
What
or
was your
French
first?
something.
So your first
Are
language
you
was
French
French.
Canadian?
Fucking
Parlez-vous
French. Stop
français?
It's a
lying.
mix.
Stop coping, Brian.
Yeah, I'm a
You're
mix. Eastern European and French.
So your first language was French.
Brian,
Yes.
Do you speak any Eastern European language?
Oh my God.
Or do you speak French?
I speak French.
Parlez-vous
Why is he
français?
erasing your
You're
your
French,
history?
Brian. You're
This
French.
is erasure. You're right.
Wait, I'm just confused. Why does he hate that?
sending in a white flag right now.
Mike Davis donated
Did the volume?
$200.
Is the volume max?
I'm seeing a ton of messages coming through.
Oh, that's weird.
Can you read the other two? My bad, thought it was 100 to be read out loud, not 200. So here's the 200.
We'll try to get to it, but there's a few other things before we got to do some reads. But I promise you, I have them here. We will read them, but we got to wait until we do the batch reading. So where were we? A few more things here, Jazz.
No
few more
way.
things here, Jazz.
There's no way.
Fun stuff like, would you rather meet a bear or a man in the woods? Or
We'll get to that. No, trust me, we'll get to the other stuff.
Good idea.
Jazz, you wrote, I'm not scared of a
I
debate.
know it's been like chronically like serious.
Jazz, you said, I'm not scared of a debate. You got your bachelor's in political data analysis and minored in economics. You're not going to argue if women's body count matter, LMAO, not legitimizing your position because it's a joke.
yeah.
The body count thing.
Yeah.
And then you said, sure, preference for dating is fine, but you bash women for having high body counts. Point blank, not because all of a sudden they're undateable. I actually, almost give props to women if they reveal their body count, especially if it's high, because that takes courage. I don't agree with their decisions, but I don't bash them.
Can we point out your argument that
you're not going to be with those women with the high body count?
I'll be honest, 30.
Wait, did you?
Last 30,
is that
at
drool?
least.
Is that
Yes.
drool on your shirt?
No, that's just.
Okay, don't. Oh my God, God put it over here before. All right, it's all good. Sorry, go ahead, Jazz. Go ahead.
your argument was like
Yes.
Is it?
something about
Stop. Just move it on. Okay, go ahead.
women having a higher. You don't want a woman with a higher body count or an equal body count to yours because it's correlated with infidelity.
Oh, you're
That
talking
was
about
your
when
argument.
we actually argued about it.
Yeah, that's where
over
this
text,
conversation
over the
is
messages.
from, right?
Yeah, well, I think that was your first thing that you went to when we were having the back and forth.
Yeah, I also do think it is hypocritical to suggest that you're allowed to have as many partners as you want, but women should be monogamous and only have one partner.
I don't really argue that, so I don't
That's
think...
what you argued previously. I don't know if...
Well, so I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women,
Okay.
but I do think that there's a couple
agree.
differences. I do think men... I think if a woman doesn't want to date a guy who has a high body count or he's a player, I think that's totally justified.
Okay, cool.
No qualms whatsoever. But I do think it is the case that women, generally speaking, seem to care less about it than men, or they might not even care at all. Maybe if it's like an
That
insane body
men
count.
care more is the
Yes, men care more.
Yes.
And I think there's reasons for that. I think there's societal reasons, cultural reasons, but I think
Yes.
primarily it's biological reasons. Men have a greater disgust response to promiscuity in women. So there's that. And then I would also just say, in terms of the differential, in terms of why, again, I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women, but I think the difference is that you might hear from other people where if a male's promiscuous, it's kind of big upped by some men. They're like, oh, you're a stud. But if a woman does that, she's a slut. Well, I would argue that that's viewed differently because it's really, really easy for a woman to be a slut, whereas it takes some degree or perhaps quite a bit of a degree of skill to be a slut as a man.
Yeah.
So as a woman, every single woman here, if you wanted to, you could probably even, it's 10:30 on a Sunday, you could hop on Tinder tonight, get laid tonight. Vast majority of
Not
men.
true.
Do that?
Not fucking true at all, man.
Yeah, I
Not
think even
fucking
you
true
could do
at all,
it,
man. Not fucking true
Wait,
at
I have
all.
a question. Do you think it's biological for men to want to
Bullshit.
sleep?
Bullshit, man.
Do you think it's biological for
What, you don't think you could get laid tonight?
Hell no.
Not with that attitude.
No, I mean,
That was good.
you know what? If
That was
I
good.
wanted to fucking just sit there and, some ugly asshole.
right now.
Some ugly asshole.
Let's do a.
Wait a minute. Some ugly asshole?
No, some decent,
All right.
whatever.
Yeah, I don't think
Wait,
so.
Brian, I have a.
No.
What's up? What's your
Nope.
Do you think
question?
it's biological for men to want to sleep
Hell
with
no,
more
man.
women than women to want to sleep with more men?
Yeah, I would say that there's, I mean, you can make an argument. just
Why
because-
so?
Do you think there's more social pressure because you get the big ups, like
Or social conditioning?
Well, hold on. I'm getting a bunch of different questions here.
Go on.
So, I mean, I think that there could be a different sexual strategy because men don't get pregnant, so they can men can impregnate multiple women in a day. Or, I mean, there's not women, whereas women, you can only get pregnant for 9 months at a time, right?
So how is that biologically ingrained in your brain to want to sleep with more women? Because
I would say
their seed and
they
want
to
their
raise their
lineage.
lineage.
Yes.
Literally biology and science.
I would say there is like an
ingrained in men.
evolutionary or biological component of men wanting to spread their seed, but I don't think that's good for society.
No.
yeah, no, I didn't ask if it's
say
good
that
for
because
society. I
it's
just
Okay.
asked if you think it's biological.
Yeah, sure. I'll grant
And
it.
also,
I don't think they should do it, but yeah, I'll grant it.
do you think that there's societies that believe otherwise?
Well, hold on. Now
Like-
we're getting away from
You're saying
biology and
that because
evolution.
it's not
Yeah,
appropriate.
Christian societies have valued
talking about
monog-
Christian
hold on.
societies.
Well, you're asking if societies. Christian societies throughout all human history have valued chastity and monogamy in both men and women. Both men and women were supposed to remain virgins until marriage.
I wasn't talking about Christian societies. I'm just saying
But you're
I don't.
asking about societies.
No, I'm asking if you think it's
Okay.
biological and if you think that there's actually so my argument is that it's social conditioning versus it's not biological. And so do you think that
Yeah, because I feel like women are like it's frowned upon for them to have multiple partners, whereas like you were saying with men, yeah. So I think a lot of it is socially constructed too. That like
I agree that there's a social construction.
I can name like multiple societies currently
with more than one other man.
There's societies in southwestern China that they allow
multiple contributors. You know, there's the biological and there's the societal.
Exactly.
I don't think it's biological. I think it's social conditioning.
One doesn't have to rule out the other.
Yeah.
There can be the biological argument that Brian
I don't think it's biological at all.
Okay.
Why do you think more
there's actual proof. There's like multiple societies who.
What are you looking for? A virgin man? You're not going to have it.
Which societies? What do you mean?
So there's a society in southwestern China. I believe it's called the Muasa. Something like that. Yeah.
What are they?
So they believe that the women can have open courtship where they can have multiple partners, and the men actually come home at. Why are you like not? Why are you saying? Oh my God, this is like actually factual.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna grant the
but
example.
Are they still going?
And then there's also a society in Papua New Guinea. There's also societies in Africa as well. So like it's
she's trying to prove.
I'm basically saying that like America has. Like, we just look at America like, oh no, like these certain.
And Western civilization is superior.
Okay, elaborate. Why is it superior?
First to industrialize, most of the inventions created are from Western countries.
I would argue not. That we are like so behind in technology and like have you been to Asia? Like it's so much more like advanced. Like here, we are nothing compared to other countries.
Name an Asian nation which is super advanced that was not significantly influenced by the West for those advancements. Go ahead.
Not significally advanced. What do you?
Some young guy.
There is nothing comparable to like we are living like in the 50s compared to like.
Can you repeat back my question?
Yeah, you said name a society that's not influenced by Western civilization advancement. Okay, say it again then. Say it again then, Andrew. This is your shtick. I've studied you. Trust me, I know you.
Well, if you studied me, here's the thing that's interesting.
Okay, what's interesting?
Studying a debater and studying his rhetoric doesn't actually give you any defense from it.
I'm not trying to defend you. I'm just saying that you're.
Here's the thing that's interesting. It's like I asked you a specific question. I asked you which Asian nation can you name that has all this advanced technology?
China.
It was not which was not heavily influenced by the West for these technological marvels.
China.
So don't say China.
No, not China. China is literally the entire industrial base and all of technology which exists in China was ripped off from the West, especially from our businesses, from GE, I can give you tons, Boeing, Chrysler, they rip all of that technology off from us. And by the way, they're not more technologically advanced. Hang on. They're not more technologically advanced than the United States. You got another example?
Hey, she just called you.
Hang on. Let her answer. Do you have another example?
I'm not just talking about Asian societies. You didn't let me keep going on. So Qatar, have you been to Dubai? Have you been to Dubai? It's way more advanced than here.
Oh, Dubai. You mean a Western?
That's not Western. That's not Western.
Yes, it is. Dubai is the most.
Babe, that's the Middle East.
Airport which has ever existed in history.
It's the Middle East.
Even Baghdad, when it was all influenced by the West, it was considered a central trading hub of the world, is not as westernized as Dubai. Westerners literally live in high-rise buildings there.
Dubai looks like Disneyland. He makes a good point.
It's not, but it's not. Why? So why? Tell me why
they have what's called the Palm Islands, lady.
Tell me why? No, lady, don't stop calling me lady. It's so like arbitrary. Like stop that shit. You keep mentioning.
It's arbitrary to call you lady, or it's specific.
It's just like it's kind of like like you're trying to insult me, be like lady. Like no, I don't fuck with it.
I just don't know your name. I wasn't here for the beginning for the names.
My name is Erica. People also call me ET. So hello, Andrew. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Hello.
Well, Erica,
Yes.
Dubai is heavily influenced by what?
Really? Did they tell you that? Did they?
Money.
Are you the mayor of Dubai?
He is. Actually.
Oh my God! I want to know your affiliation with Dubai because apparently you know everything that they're involved with the U.S.
Because I make a valid point. You
don't make a valid point. So your whole argument all the time is like, what is your statistics? Like, what is your arguments? Like, you have no credentials with that.
Oh, I know, that's crazy. I need credentials.
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm making an actual factual argument, and you're trying to say, oh, they're influenced by you said Disney. They're influenced by Western society. They're not influenced by Western society. Like, what are you talking about?
1,000% Dubai is influenced by Western
No, it is not, because tell me why the U.S.
It's literally an American sport,
So
basically.
then why does the U.S. not have the technology they have? Tell me.
Okay, what technology do you think the U.S. doesn't have?
Have you been to Dubai?
Can you name the technology you think Dubai
It's
has
way
that
better
West
than the
doesn't
U.S.
have?
Let me tell you that. We look like we're living in the fucking 50s here.
Okay, so real quick, can you repeat my question?
No, I'm just saying.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Can you repeat my question to you?
What is your question, Andrew? Please repeat
Can you
it.
name the technology Dubai has that the United States
The
does not
architecture is technology.
What?
The architecture is technology itself.
Their architectural technology.
Yes.
What architectural technology do you think Dubai has the United States doesn't have?
Have you been to Miami?
Yes.
They're living in the fucking 50s compared to Dubai. And basically every city here. Like, have you been to all the cities across America? They don't even measure up.
Tell me what architectural
and also
Dubai has the United States doesn't have.
In Asia, it's not, you can't even compare.
You think that Miami is more primitive than fucking Asia?
Yes.
I'll let some chats come through.
You're trying to make me look stupid, but I'm way more.
Hold on.
I don't even think you've been to Dubai.
Sorry for interrupting. Chair 5.
Thank you.
She was discussing the birth rate crisis with Chair 1 and how she believes it either doesn't exist or is not that bad.
There's two other chats I need to let come through. We have Sensei, and then we have Pasty George. Sorry for the delays on these guys. I try to get them in as soon as possible. There's a little break. We have Sensei coming in here in just a moment. Thank you, Pasty George.
Sensei
donated $200. Chair 2 is higher than a giraffe's rainbows.
Thank you.
Oh, it changed. It was ass. Normally I hear this.
Wait, what do you mean? It was what?
Wait, what?
What'd you say?
Oh, the Streamlabs, it'll change bad words to other words. So
what's
it's
it
giraffe's
called?
ass. But it changed ass to rainbows for some reason.
Cheers.
Thank you, Sensei.
Made sense.
Thank you, Sensei. Appreciate it.
I wish I was high. Fuck.
We got Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $200. All indigenous peoples in Canada and America lived in the Stone Age until European settlers came to North America and brought their technological inventions. Now, all reservations have internet LOL.
Actually, no. I'll go a step further. Almost all societies, except Far Eastern societies, basically lived under primitive conditions.
You probably have ChatGPT in front of you. Actually, Andrew. You have the benefit. You're in front of a computer screen.
It's all in his brain.
I don't believe that.
Listen.
Because why didn't he have that argument earlier?
I agree. There's actually an olive branch I'll give you.
Okay.
I do agree that you would be at a disadvantage to me.
Why is that?
The only time, though, that I source information from the internet, I will always tell you that shit.
Okay.
I will always tell you that shit.
Okay, thank you.
That is fair, right? That's fair.
Facts, okay.
I always do want to be fair, right? Same thing, even if I'm in a live debate, I'll tell people, go ahead, look it up, pull up your cell phone, look that shit up, things like this.
There's a lot of notes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll do a few more from Jazz, but Jazz, have you ever been on a date with a guy who you really like, who you're really attracted to, and then you disclose that you're a woke feminist, and then you see the soul leave the guy's body when you tell them that you're a feminist?
No, I don't necessarily identify as a feminist, so I would never claim that, but I do let my ideologies be known. You can categorize it however you'd like. But I don't know. I think a lot of, if they are conservative or whatever, or they have ideologies that don't align with mine, they usually get energized. I don't see them get drained.
I mean, I think it's in your link tree or whatever, dissecting power, race, and gender norms. I feel like most guys, they see that. Well, I suppose if they're more conservative leaning,
off-put, you think?
The eyes just glaze over. They're like, oh man, she's kind of cool and like good looking, whatever. And then it's just like,
defeat.
Oh no.
I'm telling you, I'm looking for a very specific man that probably.
Would you date Destiny? So. Do you know who that is?
I've heard of him.
Okay.
Like streamer.
In your essay that me and Andrew thoroughly kind of didn't really go through. I read it sort of.
Why would you even say that?
I thoroughly went through it, honestly.
Thank you, Andrew.
But it was only a few paragraphs. So.
Yeah, it was easy. I went through it. You said patriarchy refers to a social structure in which power is disproportionately held by men. Historically, this is indisputable. Only men were allowed to own property, open bank accounts, vote, and participate fully in public life. Over time, women have gained legal rights such as equal access to employment, pay equity, credit, military service, and protections against discrimination. Andrew would probably dispute quite a few of these as it relates to owning property, open banking accounts, voting. I don't know if we have a bunch of time to dive into each of those specifics. I don't know if like women being able to join the military is necessarily like some sort of like a privilege necessarily, but I don't know. You also wrote, modern Western ideals often present gender roles as natural, making much of the manual labor both historically and currently fall onto men. While some might argue that biology justifies this division, the deeper consequences of such a structure are far more troubling. But so do you disagree that men are more capable and able physical laborers?
No, I don't disagree with the predisposed biological and genetic differences between men and women. I disagree with the fact that we should structure and force every man and every woman to participate in those specific roles all the time.
Yeah, but is that actually the case? Because even under basically the most patriarchal systems that I can think of, there's always people who are outliers who don't participate in the normalcy of society. Like that's just always the case. So I like this is why I never understand what feminists are actually advocating for. If you agree with us that the health of a society is going to be based primarily along the lines of gender roles, meaning men are going to do most of the destructive labor jobs and the protection roles, and women are going to reproduce society, what is it that feminists actually are arguing for here?
I just don't think that our predisposed genetic traits should be the end-all be-all, even if you think that that is the most beneficial structure for us. I just think it's, again, exclusive to a lot of people who, like you said, are outliers in this case. I don't think it's a good idea to force those roles on the outliers. I think the outliers
Yeah, but so what should we do with the outliers?
I think they should feel free to exist and not be demonized or frowned upon or emasculated in a sense.
But then what would make them outliers?
The fact that they don't exist in the realm of the binary as you described
Right,
it.
they don't exist. Like if you were going to say what a mental illness was, if I were to ask you, how would you identify what a mental illness is? Isn't the only way to actually identify it is to look at behavioral patterns which go against the norm of society? Isn't that really the only way to even identify mental illness?
I think a mental illness is classified as it causes impairment in the individual's life. So it's not so much that it goes against the norm, it's that it causes impairment in their functioning.
How do we know what impairment is?
An inability to function at work, at home, in a variety of settings.
So not normal?
Well, not being able to function.
So
and then force the rest of us to give in to
do you agree
what
with
you guys are doing, right?
Hang on. Hang on.
I agree with
Let us have the exchange. Hang on. She's barely spoken the whole evening, right? Let's give her the floor for a second. Do you agree with me, though, that the idea of can't function is abnormal?
It goes against mainstream, so I'm not going to argue with the word normal.
Yeah. So if it goes against the mainstream being what we would consider broadly normal,
Right. Yeah.
isn't that how you identify mental illness, is by looking specifically for behavioral patterns which aren't normal?
Sure, you could say normal. Yeah, sure, because you say atypical. Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't even know how since psychology is the study of the mind, which is just the study of behavioral patterns, how is it that you could ever judge something was mental illness or an issue other than to say, when we compare this to the sample size of other people who aren't you, this isn't the behavior we see?
I mean, yeah, that's one way. I think impairment in functioning also indicates an inability to function. So if you can't work, if you can't sustain a relationship, if you can't perform tasks or function in a variety of settings, then it falls under the category of mental illness.
That can't be the case, because if a person had a leg that was like cut off.
Well, you're talking about mental illness.
Hang on. During an
That's what it is,
accident,
mental illness.
You wouldn't consider that to be a mental illness, right?
No, that's a physical disability. I'm talking about if it's a mental.
But that would definitely inhibit a person's ability to function, right?
Of course, but that's not.
So we're looking at behavior. We have to be looking at behavior here.
Well, yeah, we're looking at behavior.
Yeah. So if it's behavior,
so we're not
how do we
talking
judge
about
it's
your
a mental-
ability to walk. We're talking about.
Yeah. So how would you ever judge that the behavior was mentally ill or wrong or this or that unless you were able to compare it to a sample size where you said most don't behave this way?
Yeah.
How could it even be done?
I'm not arguing against normal. You want to use the term normal, that's fine with me.
Well, in this case, when I say normal, I just mean we would attribute that these behaviors over a sample size which is way greater than this one subset, we would call that normal.
Yeah.
Like if we were to say 60% of men like big
A man want to call himself a woman normal? No.
Anyway,
No.
Without you drunk, hang on, drunkie.
What
But
the
anyway,
fuck? No.
real quick, back to you.
Drunkie?
Hell
Hell
If
no.
I were to say that, like,
I'm telling you,
60%
no.
of men,
There is no
percent-
man gonna call himself a woman. I don't give a fuck what he does.
Yeah, I know. No,
No.
nobody's talking
No.
about that, though. Nobody's talking about that. But
That's-
anyway, so
that's what it
so if
is.
you say, yeah.
That's
So-
what you're
so
trying to
if-
talk about.
Oh my God,
Yes,
this
you're
fuck-
trying to
fucking
dance around it.
insufferable. Can anybody talk except you? Good Lord. Anyway, the nice lady hasn't even said 2 words. She's engaging in good faith. I'd like to finish my conversation. If that's okay with you, your fucking majesty. So anyway, back to you. If you were to say like 60% of men like women with big breasts, you would say that's normal, right?
If over 60% of men liked big breasts, then liking big breasts would then be classified as normal, sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So what I'm saying here is that the way that you would identify mental illness is to take behavioral patterns over the large group and say this doesn't fit in with those behavioral patterns, so therefore it's odd, weird, abnormal.
Yeah, I agreed with the use of the term normal. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just clarifying it.
Okay.
So, kind of back to her when she's talking about outliers.
Yeah.
Right? She's trying to speak to people who generally, I would say, have abnormal behavioral patterns. So I would consider them
Outliers, not normal.
mentally ill, right?
Well, that's still subjective.
Well,
Yes.
psychology's pretty
Yes.
subjective.
Yes, it is.
Psychology's pretty fucking subjective.
I think it depends on how they're an outlier and how they're defying the norm. So
Yeah, well, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you can't just say
I'm not
everybody
sure.
who goes against the norm has a mental illness, but sometimes.
No. Not everybody who goes against the
Because
norm.
I'm sorry, a dude think he's a woman.
Hang on.
No, man, no. No, I'm sorry.
You're still fucking insufferable. You can't get 3
No.
words across to each other without you freaking out. Yes, we get it. Men can't be women. Yes, I understand. I totally agree with you. Was there anything else that you wanted to add
Really?
that was useful?
That's what we're talking. Really?
Really?
I'm not even.
Andrew, how do you
I
feel
know
to be
you're
a
not
sugar
even-
daddy? How do you feel to be a sugar daddy?
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
How do you feel to be a sugar daddy tonight?
That's not. You think that it's sugar daddying that a nice young couple who hasn't been on a honeymoon, who you berated her husband, that the Crucible is going to send them off on a honeymoon? That's sugar daddying?
Yeah, you and the Crucible are sugar daddy.
What do I get?
No, I love it. It's like, it's such good energy. You're like on the sugar daddy energy. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, how does it feel to be completely insufferable and use words when you clearly don't?
Why don't you tell us, man?
I don't think I'm insufferable. I think I'm valid.
Shit.
I love that you're participating in the culture that I partake in. Like
What's
you
that?
just
What
you
culture is
you
that?
just
Come on,
like
man.
you sugar to the couple over here, the Christian couple, the cult. I love it.
Oh, wait, so to get this right, anytime you call into a radio show and you win a sweepstakes, they're being a sugar daddy?
Fuck yeah. How? Wait. I'm sorry. Is this a radio
you're saying is that
show?
you're just
Did you call into a radio show? Okay.
What was the question?
See, I think you've been the sugar
I
daddy of the
didn't hear the
night.
question.
You
What
just
was-
paid
what was the
$3K.
question?
That is like equivalent to what sugar daddies do. You just did it. You're like, oh, I'm gonna fund this Christian couple because you're a cult leader, and so there you go.
Oh, so if I'm a cult leader, can you tell me what a cult is?
A cult, I don't know the actual definition, but
You don't know, but I'm the leader.
See, this is your thing. You love to ask people, what is the definition of this? Like, what is your definition? So my definition of cult, you like to push your belief onto others. That's like essentially what you do in most like arguments.
So
Like,
the government's a cult?
yes, 100%.
Oh, okay.
100 fucking percent.
Take that. Brilliant take that.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that because love the government, but like, yeah.
The government is cult leaders.
Fuck
yeah,
yes.
I know all these assholes shut me down.
But like, wait, I'm sorry, wait, Andrew, hold on. Are you the government? You're not the government. Are you the fucking senator? No, you're not.
No,
you're
these
not
assholes shut me down, calling me grandma and shit.
Girl,
man.
we're not even talking about you right
fucking
now.
grandma. But no, that's what they do.
Girl, I'm not even talking to you right now. I'm sorry, not to be a bitch, but like, let's be real here.
Whoa, that sounded like she was being kind of a bitch to you. Not gonna lie. She sounded kind of rude.
No, I'm just trying to tell you right now, like, you're giving me shit, and you also call me an OF model. I don't do OF, and you're calling me a prostitute.
Hang on.
You call me. No,
Did
you call
prostitute.
Oh no, you called me. Let's get this straight.
An escort.
Baby, let's get this straight. You called me an escort, whereas you essentially were a sugar daddy to this couple over here. So you're trying to be a swinger. Like, hello, you're trying to like swing this couple with your 3K and your Christian cult.
So to get this right, you fucked men for money.
Oh, I never said I fucked men for money. I never said I fucked men for money. I never said I fucked men for money. I said I have relationships with men, and they give me gifts and donations. I never said.
Do you have sex with some of those men who give you gifts and donations?
I never said that.
Yeah, can you answer my question?
I never said that though.
With some of the men who give you gifts and money?
Andrew, you're asking me, but I never said so.
Do you have sex with some of these men who give you gifts and money?
No, I haven't lately.
Oh, you fucking lie. Oh, you lately?
I haven't lately. No, I have not. But you wait, Andrew. Wait. I love how you're trying to like totally like make the argument go another way and call me a prostitute. No. Your defense mechanism is to call me a prostitute and say I have sex with men for money when I literally called you out for giving this girl money when you're being a sugar daddy. That's what a sugar daddy does. Like, I literally go on dates with men and they give me money just for like existing. That's essentially what you did to her. Is it not? Did you not give her money for existing and having a relationship with someone? You're like, I'm gonna give you 3K. That's what sugar daddies do. So congratulations, you're a sugar daddy. Congratulations, whatever podcast. Andrew is a sugar daddy. We love it. Yes. Yes,
So
smoke
just to
that
make
cigarette,
sure-
baby. Gluttonous.
you're just not
You
gonna let me
gluttony. You're indulging in your gluttony.
Mm-hmm. So, any of those men that you went on dates with who gave you money and resources?
What does that have to do with
Did you
what I
sleep
just
with
said
any of
about
them?
you're totally like disregarding what I said. You're a sugar daddy. I love it though.
I want an answer to my question. Did you have sex with any
You
of
and
those
your
men?
wife are swingers, sugar couple. We love it. Swingers,
Can
yes.
you answer my question? then?
I
Did you
love
have sex with any of
swingers.
those men?
Ooh, your wife should swing with me. You guys can like go hang out with
Got
me.
it. Yeah, got it. But
Yeah.
did you have sex with any of those men though?
I never said that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you.
I never said anything.
Yeah, I know. Can you answer the question though?
I just received donations from people who want to give
Did you
me
ever
donations.
have sex with any of those men or not?
Why should I answer to you, actually?
Because you know what the answer is. Just answer the
really?
question.
Do you know what the answer is? What do you think the answer is? I want to know what do you think?
The answer is yes.
Okay, then
I believe the answer is yes because you said that it was.
You're
yes
entitled.
earlier,
You're entitled to that answer.
Away from it.
Wait, what did you say?
Earlier, you said I don't do that anymore.
But I never said sex.
That means you did. No. That was specifically to the claim.
Anymore. Sex doesn't mean. What is your definition of sex? Define your definition of sex, Andrew.
If a man ever put his penis inside of any of your orifices.
My orifices?
Your mouth, your ass, your vagina, or you put your hand around his penis for any elongated period of time, or he ever rubbed his penis on you consensually at any time. Did any of those things ever occur?
I don't know.
Situations?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe it did.
You just don't remember if you were a prostitute or not?
I was on Xanax. I don't remember. I used to be a drug addict. I'm sorry.
Of course. I'm sorry that you don't remember.
I know. I'm the total definition of what you think I am.
I can actually see how you could make the equivocation and the comparison that me funding a young married couple's honeymoon.
Oh no, you're a sugar daddy. You're a sugar daddy.
Men for money.
Oh no, baby, I go out with men for nothing. I just sit there, and that's essentially what you did to her. You just said, "I'm gonna give you $3,000 because you're a young couple." I've gotten money just for being a young girl. That's what you just did. So you and your wife are a sugar couple, and I fuck with that. I think you guys are so I think that's sexy. So you should really rep that. I think you should put that in your bio and your crucible. Be like, we're a sugar couple. We will give you money for just being a hot young couple, you know?
I think when women
sexy.
Just to make sure I got this right, anytime you give a homeless person money, you're a sugar daddy?
Fuck yeah. Is she homeless? Okay. She's not homeless.
Well, with your logic, that's what you're making it sound like.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Girl, you just got $3,000 from a couple that gave it to you because they're a sugar couple.
Can you stop talking over me?
very jealous.
I'm not talking over you. I let you speak what you said. I just said what I said, and I speak a little louder. That's not talking over you. So speak what you have to say.
When women do this, when they attack another woman and go
How am I attacking you?
You're attacking Andrew. You've been attacking me this whole time. I feel like I
have not been attacking you.
Let me finish talking. I've been very respectful of you this whole time.
That's right.
I have not said anything
finish,
to you.
Lady. Let her fucking finish, lady.
I have not been attacking you. That's a crazy statement.
You said I was groomed by my husband.
How's that attacking?
Stop talking. You said my.
How's that attacking?
You said
define it.
Can I continue speaking?
Sure,
or are you
go
gonna
ahead.
Keep talking over me?
Go ahead.
You said I was groomed by my husband. Mm-hmm. You said my religion is a cult.
Yes.
And now you're accusing Andrew of being a sugar daddy for doing a nice gesture just because.
Oh, that's not.
When women act like this, it comes out of a place of such jealousy and unhappiness, and you wouldn't have to attack me like this if you were happy with yourself.
This isn't attack. See, your type of.
Her husband's a groomer isn't an attack. Really?
You're taking it as an attack because I don't think you can handle the truth.
Lady. Your husband's a groomer. That's
You've literally lived such a sheltered life. I don't even think you know what real life is.
What? How do you do you know my entire life? Really?
I don't know your life, but what I'm seeing, what you're displaying, it's very sheltered because you already kind of somewhat attacked me earlier. So
when did I attack you?
You basically attacked me in saying that I'm trying to kill babies too.
I never said you were trying to kill babies. I said you believe that killing babies is okay, which you do believe killing babies is okay. So I made a factual statement.
I never said I believe killing babies is okay.
Yes, you did.
Baby is a baby. A baby is not a baby if it's in the womb, in the first month.
Okay. Well, it is life begins at conception. So agree to disagree, but you did say you're okay with killing
Science
babies.
is up for negotiation. It's actually not that proven.
All right.
What's not that proven?
So, Andrew, you actually said that psychology and science are not that real.
Science? No.
You've said this before.
I don't believe that psychology is a soft science, though. It's not real science.
I know, but you don't. You don't believe science is that real.
What are you talking about? Tell me something. I know you're trolling now, but it's still.
How am I trolling?
Just let me ask you this. What's the scientific method? again?
I don't know what the scientific. You can call me drunk or whatever the fuck you want to say, bitch.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I didn't say anything about you.
you're whispering to her.
No,
if you have something to say to me, say it to me.
She just said you're not being serious.
You don't even.
I didn't say anything
Sylvie,
about
you don't even fucking know me like that. So shut the fuck up.
All right, fine.
I think you have. Do you have a relationship with your father?
What is the significance of that?
I'm just asking.
Okay, so that's actually leads to my argument earlier. You were trying to say that people should not get abortions, and my argument was that you come from a two-party household. So how can you make that argument when people come from broken households that they like can't really support a child? So like you would not know. You came from, you're very privileged. I can tell what you've said this whole night. You barely talked. You're very submissive to men.
No. Sucked any dick for money. Not even
Andrew, like you're not even here. You're not even here. You're in a box on the fucking computer screen. Like shut the Hayate.
From my perspective, you're in a box on a computer screen.
Oh my god. Okay, my box is hotter than yours.
She never sucked.
My box gets more money than yours, baby.
Funny.
But you're right. She's sheltered. She never sucked dick for money. You're right.
Oh, I never said I sucked dick for money.
Did you ever suck dick for money?
Have you sucked dick for money?
No.
No, I'm asking.
Oh my god, I love that for you.
Answer the question, lady.
Lady, answer the question, lady.
Answer the question.
Lady.
You're not gonna answer it, are you?
I take the latter. I don't. I'm unemployed. I'm unemployed. I don't have a job. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, when you did have a job, was it ever
I've never had a job in my life.
When you did have a job, was it ever a blow job?
I've never had a job. I'm a civilian. Yeah. I'm a broken child, you know? Anyway. Can we get the fuck out of here?
Man, I feel like you're just trying to like dig your way up from China at this point.
Dick my way up where? I don't want to dick my way up in your vagina. Hell fucking no. That shit sounds like tumultuous. Where's your whiskey at, Andrew? Let's take a shot. Come on. Let's take a shot with your whiskey. I know you love whiskey.
I have some drunk cherries at the bottom. They've been.
Ooh, cheers, Andrew. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to being a degenerate and gluttony. Eat those whiskey cherries.
Vodka cherries.
All right. Well,
were you gonna finish your point?
What?
It kind of got interrupted. I asked you if you had a relationship with your father, then you proceeded to go off on me.
Why is that relevant?
Just asking. I'm just curious.
But why is that relevant? Can you answer my question? Why is that relevant?
Because I'm just wondering what your family...
Tell me about your relationship with your father. I'd love to hear all the
I honestly didn't have a great relationship with my dad growing up.
What was it like?
Very distant. He's an alcoholic. I mean,
So you came from a broken family?
I don't know if I would use the term broken. There were definitely flaws in my parents and my family, and I think that's with every family. What I did, instead of making an excuse and being like, well, I come from a broken marriage, whatever it may be, like I actually learned a lot from it, and I had said I don't want that in my husband.
So I asked you earlier if you came from a broken household, and you said you didn't. I said
it's my parents are still together. I mean, they have a house. They're successful. I don't.
But why are you now saying that you came from a broken household? When I asked you earlier,
you're defining my dad being an alcoholic and me not having a great relationship. You said broken, so I'm bringing the term broken household back in. It's not broken in the fact that my parents are still together.
That is broken. You're now you're actually you're being real right now, and I appreciate that.
Super chat just came through. That's
no, I appreciate you being real right now, because earlier you were not being real. Now you're being real, and I can see why that you would go for an older man. Like I get it now.
It's okay.
Now
it's okay.
Get in the kitchen and make Brian a sandwich or margarita.
Wait, what?
That's probably Dave.
Wait, chair 2, calm down.
Is it Dave? Is he Pacey
Make
George?
Brian a sandwich or burrito.
He is Pacey George. Dave Ho.
Dave Ho.
Shut
Sorry
up,
for the
Dave.
delay on these guys. I stepped away from the. I stepped away. So.
Now it is Dave.
Yeah, she said older.
Dave Ho, shut up.
Hang on, lady. Isn't your husband only like 2 or 3 years older than you?
Yeah.
She met him when she was 17. If you don't ask me, that's predatory.
I looked like this at 17. I didn't look like a child.
That's even more of a debate argument.
Thank you, Z.
How was that?
You looked like that as a child. So,
Chair two, hang on. Just a quick
my name is Erica. Please address me by my name. I'm not chair two. I'm an actual human being.
So, you know what? You're right, Erica. But can you just answer one question for me? And tell
Bitch, I'm more poppin' than you.
Tell the actual truth. When you were 17,
10,000 in Bitcoin.
Did you ever fuck a guy in his 20s?
Nope. I didn't lose my virginity till 19.
You're fucking coping.
I swear to God.
Fucking dog shit.
I swear to fucking God. I was literally in band all throughout school. I was a nerd.
I don't care.
I know you don't care, Brian.
care.
I know. We get it.
Klain donated $200.
Thank you, Klain. Appreciate it.
More than a submarine with a leak. She ain't got no reason behind her argument. This is the first time she got to speak without a
Yeah, totally. Thank you. Without your dad's penis in my mouth, you're welcome. Your dad's cum tastes like fucking.
Oh my God, shut up. Sorry. Okay, Mike Davis.
Actually, do you think that that's insulting to the guy?
Do you think that's insulting, Andrew?
You think that's insulting to him?
I feel like your cum tastes disgusting because you seem like you eat fast food all day.
This is like such a vile convo.
Jack in the Box.
All right, Brian.
Fucking delicious.
So
kick me out?
Mike,
Okay, bitch. Kick me the fuck out.
Next subject.
Stop. Just stop. Relax.
No, she literally just said kick me out. Do you want me kicked out? Kick me out, chat. Hello.
Well, okay, Mike Davis asked the following. How much to kick her?
Yeah. Let's do 2K.
It's
$2K.
$9,999 in Bitcoin.
We're trying to get views.
My Bitcoin,
Let's do it. Kick me out, chat.
My Bitcoin wallet is in the description.
Kick me out,
if you
chat.
want her kicked out.
Also, you called me an OF girl. I don't do OF, Andrew.
It's okay.
No, but he said that earlier. He's like, you're an OF prostitute.
Jungleff donated $1,000.
Do you know how to mute the microphone?
Champagne. I hereby bring back the muscle.
Okay, your microphone's
Chair 2,
muted, so...
Dum-Dum and Chair 3, Granny deserved 30 minutes, muted.
Bitch, I'm getting an Uber back. I don't want to fucking be here.
Dude, you're not Ubering back right now.
I will Uber
Wait,
back.
there's really good stuff we still need to get into, so why don't you do this?
You were being rude
Look,
to me just now.
You're not yourself.
You called me lady. Like, be nice to me, Brian.
Well,
Like,
you just called me a
hey,
bitch.
Excuse me, you didn't use my preferred pronouns.
Okay,
hey,
girl.
sit down. Or
don't even. You're like you're letting these men like take your whole like. I see your game you do, and this is why you were in a groomed relationship. Okay. You
Bro,
let
why
men just
are
like
you-
dictate you.
you're doing a little
answered on
thing.
one man.
I'm not doing anything. This is me.
You're doing a little thing where you're trying to get under her skin by.
Yeah,
I'm
and we
not.
know nothing about her personal relationship.
So let's,
Oh, don't even start on you.
Well,
Okay.
You've said fucking words. You've said word
Hold
salads
on.
all
My bad.
fucking night, girl.
Hold on,
All
hold on.
fucking night. I've gotten text messages from people that actually have intelligence. You've said word salads all fucking night that don't make sense. I don't agree.
Jazz, are you gonna let her talk to you
agree
like
with
this?
Oh no, you don't know. You literally like. I agree with half what you said. Then half what you said, I'm like, girl, what the actually like.
Yeah, we don't have to agree. On
Yeah, I know, but like
you can be respectful towards her and not
respect. Girl, we're on a podcast. What do you mean respect?
You
We're
can
here to have
respectfully debate. You don't have to call people bitches and say that their husband groomed them and say I don't know what that
How
you're
is
talking
that
about.
rude to say bitch and your husband grooms you?
That's condescending when you don't know anything about my
You
relationship.
called me drunk as
guys,
an argument
stop.
earlier.
This
You're like, are you
conversation's
drunk? Are you drunk
boring.
as your fucking argument? So no, don't even get there. You literally thought you were you were being condescending. Like, are you drunk? Are you drunk just because you noticed I was drinking tonight?
But you were drunk, though.
Girl, I'm always drunk. What's the argument? And she was trying to act like I'm like inebriated in a way where I'm like, no. Oh, she's gonna. Hi, everybody. I was groomed by my fucking 20-year-old man when I was 17. Hello. We love it. Actually, I don't love it. Bitch, I'm Ubering back. I do not like.
You should stay for your notes. ET.
No, bitch. Like, this is. See, like, you think I was calling you a bitch?
Bro, you're the one
derogatory?
beefing with everybody. You're the one chirping everybody.
I'm not chirping.
You're chirping.
We should just
No,
settle
because
down.
I'm finally saying what I have to say because I heard what she said earlier and she thought she was being all like.
Speak. If you're gonna speak, at least do it into the.
I know. I'm sorry, Brian. I forget. We don't have headphones.
apology.
You should invest in headphones. Like, hello, you make how much money?
But you had some things to say. Go ahead and say them.
Oh my God, that's crazy. There's chats coming through. Hopefully we can redirect the conversation away from
Lulu
this.
donated $200.
Lulu, thank you. Appreciate
Chair
it.
2,
This is what you want me to say? Okay, cool.
Develop self-esteem.
Sorry.
Money isn't everything.
It's all right.
Going to Dubai
You're doing
and letting
great.
rich
You're doing
people
good.
crap on you will mess up your
Hasn't gone to
psyche.
Dubai. That's the
It's
funny
not
thing. We
too
talked
late
about
for
that on the way
you.
up here.
Have you been
I
to
have.
Dubai? Have you been to Dubai?
You don't know my fucking life.
Well, okay, then you lied earlier.
You don't know me.
Yeah,
You guys are
lied, I know.
friends.
No.
Why are you beefing your
No,
friends,
like
bro?
actually, like be quiet, please. Like
No,
you
yeah,
don't.
You're absolutely right. I
You
know
don't
nothing
know
about
a
you.
lot about
Are you gonna
me.
let her talk to you like
I don't
that?
care, dude.
You gonna let her talk to you like that?
I'm not.
Brian?
I'm not going to engage. Whatever.
Wait, into the mic if you can. You're a little far. Okay, we have
I don't want to.
Beachmaster Chad.
Beachmaster Chad
Beachmaster Chad.
$200.
Thank you, bro.
Chair 2 is saying she should have been aborted because her childhood wasn't
Yikes.
I never said that.
That's not nice.
Beachmaster Chad.
No, that's what she's.
You're fucking.
saying.
You probably have a little dick that's like this.
Oh man. Thank you.
You probably have the little dick
thank
you jack off.
Beachmaster.
Like,
Yeah, that's the top 3 feminist arguments.
I'm not even a feminist. I
You
don't.
want to control what men do with their dicks. Men are trying to.
Wait, she got muted.
Other men, or men have small dicks. It's always the same thing.
Oh yeah, I can't respond. Brian, why am I saying if I can't respond? That's
Please shut
crazy.
your mouth
I can't even
when the
defend
TTS
myself.
notification goes off. Thank you.
I'm finally.
Also,
I'm not
what
even
was your
drunk at this point. I'm
relationship
way
like
too
with your
sober, and I want to get the
parents?
fuck out of here. Like that's the vibe. Oh god.
Wait, we haven't even gotten into your amazing TikTok videos. You just gotta wait.
I want to see the TikTok videos. Let's
Yeah, you just wait. You are muted because
Brian,
John. Hold on. Hold on.
Content.
Just wait. We'll get there.
Big Sass Energy.
Are you my
donated
Caucasian?
$200.
I'm not
Are you-
Caucasian.
How much?
Okay, are you my
Chair
homie?
5, faith,
I don't know.
loyalty,
Are
we
honesty,
homies?
love.
I don't know you.
Chair 2,
Look, enjoy your
$50.
pizza. Enjoy your juice. Take a little breather, okay?
Brian, you're giving me anxiety.
Why am I giving you anxiety? Look, you got some delicious pizza in front of
I
you.
wish it was not.
You said you were hungry.
I really
Eat
want
your
Xanax. I
pizza.
wish I can get back on Xanax in this fucking situation. This is crazy.
You're stressing yourself.
Does anybody have some spare?
Girl, literally shut the fuck up. I don't fuck.
Bro, okay, stop.
No,
Your
I don't-
mic's muted. Your mic's muted.
fuck
Nobody
with
can
this
hear
bitch.
you.
She's
Shh.
literally like, you need to like
Brian,
actually
Brian.
experience a little more years.
Unmute the mic.
You want them? Andrew, only if Jungle.
Hey,
We
I
have
asked
more
for
views
silver.
tany than any
Unmute
other
the mic.
fucking thing.
Jungle will understand.
How many
He's
views
good.
are there right now? I'd like to know.
Andrew, do you
69.
speak as
Unmute the mic.
Andrew?
Wait, let's all rate ourselves.
Shh. Stop. Andrew, do you speak as the agent of Jungle?
He backs me 100%, guarantee it. Unmute the mic.
Okay. Well,
Unmute the mic.
yeah, but bro,
I wanted to hear what she's saying. I can't hear what she's saying.
you don't want. Trust me, you don't want to hear this shit. You don't want to hear
I
this
want to
shit.
hear it.
Oh,
bro.
really, Brian?
Now you're beefing with me now. What the fuck?
You're acting like we don't have beef, but you just said you don't want to hear what she has to say. The fuck?
The fuck?
Yeah, the fuck?
The fuck?
Yeah, you're crazy.
The fuck? I need to. There's a lot to get through, guys. This is gonna be. I need to get through. Eat your pizza, lady. You asked for pizza. By the way, where's the cash? Where's the cash? You said you were gonna give me
Yeah,
cash.
where's the fucking cash?
Where's the money?
$100.
Where's the fucking money?
My sugar daddy was gonna buy it. You wouldn't let me buy it.
Fucking money.
You wouldn't let me Uber Eats it. You want cash because you're a stripper.
All right. Listen.
You're a stripper.
Let me get through a bit of the show.
Brian wants cash because he's a stripper.
You know what? This would be like the ultimate full circle thing where you have all these sugar daddies and you just send that shit to me. You should
I already had a sugar daddy
Pony
send
up.
you money to even be here.
pony up. Send that shit. Send the money. Okay, all right. We're really late on this one, so we're gonna do this. This is everybody's favorite segment here. There's a lot. Okay, after this, we'll do a super chat break because there's a lot. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you.
Why can't we pick 7?
Because-
Everyone picks 7.
Yeah. So if you got to lean either towards a 6 or towards an 8.
Looks? I don't know.
Eternity
You're an 8.
later.
I mean, her opinion, I guess.
You're an 8.
No, what's your
An
opinion? What's
8.
your opinion though?
I mean, if we're factoring in other characteristics, I would.
Pull the supers. I'm
But-
talking to Mary. Go ahead.
But just looks, I don't know. I don't know. I have a different opinion on beauty. It's all subjective, and I think I'm confident in how I look. So
So just what, 8? You said? Or what is it?
Yeah, sure. Room for improvement.
Morin or Norin, thank you for the shop.whatever.com purchase. Hold on. We have Jungle F. He says to unmute. But here's the rule, though. He does get to assign you. You have to wear this for the next 15 minutes.
Jungle
Me?
Yeah, you.
1,000.
Put it on.
What do I get?
Pop champagne.
You get the privilege of wearing the hat.
Give her
Put it on. It'll look good on you.
No, I want something in return. You need to put my Instagram in your bio for this video.
Put the hat on.
Can we make an agreement? You're gonna put my Instagram in your bio for this video.
Look,
Do you not link their Instagram?
He doesn't link Instagram anymore, so you need to link my Instagram
now. I don't negotiate with terrorists, okay? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Put the hat on.
Hold on.
Put the hat on. Put the hat on.
What distinguishes me as a terrorist? Please, I'd love to hear.
Are you trying to make this like,
You just called me a terrorist. That's a huge accusation.
This girl's like trying to get me on like, oh, because I look.
No, you were telling me to wear a hat, so then put my Instagram in your bio.
Going there.
Yeah, you called me a terrorist.
I think wearing this silly hat might be anxiety reducing, actually. I feel like it would be fun.
How many people have worn that? Is there lice? Is there bed bugs? Like,
what's the hat for?
I know. Brian made a joke.
It's a joke. I made a funny.
That means it's true. He made a joke.
You gotta put the hat on.
So are you gonna put my Instagram in your bio for the video?
I don't negotiate with terrorists. Put the hat on.
How am I a terrorist?
What's the hat mean?
You've terrorized this entire panel.
Oh.
You've caused me terror. You've caused.
Do you feel like actually victimized?
I do feel victimized.
You feel personally victimized?
I think you need to apologize.
What did I do to personally victimize you? What did I say to you?
You, before the show, you looked at me, and I was a little scared. I was a bit frightened.
I have big ass eyes.
Hang on, Brian's being way too modest. So me and Brian have had in-depth conversations before while I've been in the studio, and he has told me that nothing irritates him more than when a chick goes after a young, happily married couple because she's fucking jealous.
Oh, no.
And since he saw that, it irritated him. He was very upset by it. I understand completely why that is, Brian. I get
The projection is crazy. I think you're the one who's irritated because you have a wife that was married like 2 times before you and has like multiple kids with multiple baby daddies. And I think that's like a projection from you. How does it feel to have a wife that's not pure?
What you're saying is that I'm a really good person?
You have an impure wife and you're over here preaching purity.
What are you talking about his wife? Your wife, and how am I preaching purity?
What does your like input have to do with what him and I are discussing?
What does anything you're saying have to do with anything?
What does anything he's saying have to do with what's happening?
You're just talking to talk at this point.
Am I? I think what you said at the beginning of the show was, wait, let's discuss what you said at the beginning of the show. You have a ministry where you prescribe OnlyFans people.
That is not what I said.
Let's discuss it. Go into depth. I'd love to hear it. Keep going into depth.
Well, after the show, if you'd like to follow the
Oh no, let's do it on the show. Let's go. Andrew, did you hear what she said at the beginning of the show? She has a ministry where she has OnlyFans girls.
I do not have a ministry.
Okay, then I'd love to hear because maybe I heard it wrong.
Well,
let's hear
hoping
it.
she tires
we do
herself
investment
out.
with
That's my goal.
Investment
Tires myself out. Oh, I'm just getting started.
great.
I'm way too sober right now.
That's cool.
Why don't you keep talking?
I need a fucking shot at this point. Jesus Christ.
You got to put your hat on. Jungle insists you put the hat on.
Are you going to put my Instagram in your bio?
I don't
I
negotiate
need
with
views of my
terrorists.
music because no one listens to my music because no one fucking likes me.
You
Oh my
had your
God.
chance to sing your song, but
I
you
can't
didn't
sing.
sing the song.
I've gone way too much hate for my voice on that. I can't sing straight.
You're
I
on
don't
American
think you're getting
Idol.
hate for your voice.
Well, yeah, put it on. Go
Actually,
ahead.
I listened to it on Spotify. It's actually decent.
There we go, boys.
It's good.
She's going to do it.
Yeah.
Brian, who is worn this? This
Mostly
is so fucking
Felicity.
fuzzy.
Mostly Felicity has worn it.
Felicity, she's Taylor Drift. She's the star. Everyone, Taylor Drift is the star of the show, actually.
Here,
Brian, you're lucky to have her.
Jazz, can you spin the helicopter on the top of her hat?
She would be way more popping if she was in LA. She would leave your ass.
That looks great.
If you were in LA, you would literally be popping as fuck. You'd probably be with all this, like the top streamers. You're here with fucking Brian. Just came Brian. You're my clout sugar daddy tonight. Cut the show? We're just getting started.
This is going to be a doozy of a show. All right. So here, let me, you know what? Wait. Oh, yeah, we got, okay. Pasty George. Pasty George. Hold on.
We're
chat coming
leaving?
through. One
I was
second.
dead about to get an Uber.
Pasty George donated $200. Calm down, Chetu. Calm down.
Suck those pops?
Shut up and suck those
It
pops.
is David. David, you've donated so much money. Give me that money, Dave. Dave Ho, give me that money.
Are you good? Are you okay?
Oh my God, I'm so fucked up right now. Wow.
Okay.
This is just my personality, Brian.
Just here, tone it down. Like you're up here right now.
I'm
Just
sorry.
bring
I'm
it
sorry.
down. Just bring it down a little
This
bit,
hat
okay?
is so ugly. I can't.
It
actually looks really
fits.
cute on
It
you.
actually
You're
works for you.
fucking lying.
One of those hot dog on a stick.
You look cute.
I know.
It's like a hot dog on a stick.
I know. It looks like
You know,
we're a hot dog on a stick right
Hot dog on
now.
a stick.
A couple people. How much to kick? Guys, it's you got to do $9,999 via Bitcoin. The wallet is in the description if you want to kick somebody. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're gonna rate ourselves.
Yes, that was what we were doing.
What's your rating?
I would like to get to that. Kat, thank you for the 50 memberships. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. Thank you. Scale of 1 to 10, really quick, guys, if you can, just so we aren't here all night. Give me quick answers.
Thing's fucking ugly.
Jazz, quick answer, please.
8 because someone else said it and it's subjective.
Okay.
4.
Intel, leave that one up from Intel. Oh, too late. Intel, you'll... 4?
4. Freaky 4.
Okay, what about you?
What's that?
Oh my God, bro. What the fuck is going on with this panel? On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rate your physical looks?
Oh, my physical looks?
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Man.
Goddamn, answer the question,
6.
please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
5.
Thank you.
6.
8.
5.
In my prime, I was an 8. Today, I'm a 5.
All right, what about you?
6.
Okay, got it. Going around the table, super quick answers, please. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yeah, I think so. I have good genes.
Okay, 20 years' time?
Better looking than
Yeah.
I do now?
Yeah.
How old is that? I think 40 will be my prime.
40 is your prime.
I
okay.
think so, yeah.
All right, what about 50?
After that, maybe
Okay.
a little downhill.
You're 30, better looking in 10 years' time at the 40.
I'm gonna be rich as fuck in 10 years, so yeah.
Are you guys done with your pizzas, by the way?
I didn't eat pizza.
Done.
Why? What are you gonna do with
I
it?
didn't eat pizza.
Are we taking it away?
Put the uneaten ones, Felicity, if you can, in the refrigerator.
Can I take it home?
No.
Okay.
You want a to-go box for the studio pizza?
Yep, I do. I box that shit, Andrew. Do you not?
All right.
I know you're like manorexic
That's cool.
over here.
Cool. We need to boost.
I
his
remember when
audio.
Brian offered you food, you're like, I gotta go. I had a flight. I haven't slept.
Okay. Better looking in 10 years' time.
I don't remember this.
Oh,
Yes.
I remember everything.
Yes.
Yes, I will. Hell yeah.
Okay. So you're 52, and then if we go back in time, will you be better? Like, were you better looking at 42 than now?
Hell yeah. Hell fuck yeah.
Okay. 32?
Hell fuck yeah.
22?
No. About the same. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay. 20 years' time, will you be better looking than you are now?
In 20 years?
Yeah, so 72?
Yes. Hell yeah.
How can you simultaneously be better looking in 20 years' time, but you were better looking 20, 30 years ago?
Because I decided to get off my ass and work out and do everything that,
Okay.
you know,
All right, what
some
about you?
little
Into the mic.
youngins didn't want to
Into
do.
the mic, please.
In 10 years?
Yeah, you're 40.
No.
Better looking in, and were you better looking at 30 than now?
Yeah.
Better looking at 20 than now?
Yeah.
Okay. Savannah, what about you? Better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes.
20 years' time?
Yes.
30 years' time?
No.
Okay, so better at 29, better at 39. You're 45, better looking in 10 years' time, 55?
No.
And then you're 45, were you better at 30, better looking at 35?
Yes.
Okay, better looking at 25?
Yes.
Okay. You're 50, will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 60?
Obviously not.
And then you're 50, were you better looking at 40?
Oh, yeah.
Better looking at 30? And then 20?
Yeah, yes to 30. 20, I'm going to say no.
Okay. And then for you, better looking in 10 years' time at 29?
I think I'll be better until I'm around 60.
Better at 6. When's your peak?
Until 60.
So wait, just to be clear, 59, so in 40 years' time, you'll be better looking at 59 than you are now at 19?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we've AI advanced all of you.
I hate this so much.
Hell
This is
no.
evil.
Really?
I can't. It gives me it's going to give me sun damage that I'm not going to have.
Walk away from
Or
this.
we
I
can
don't like
actually,
it.
just for the sake of time, I can come back to that because maybe Andrew wants to jump in on some of the more of the topics here.
Actually, I have to get
I'm cool with that.
Okay, that's fine.
I do very much appreciate it. It was very nice to meet all of you. To Chair 5, enjoy the shit out of your honeymoon. You have to make a promise.
Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Hey, you're not going to spend it on any bills. You're just going to go.
I
have a nice
promise.
fucking
I'll send you guys photos on X. Thank you so much.
All right.
Sugar Daddy Andrew.
A wonderful evening. Yeah, thank you
Awesome.
for the last
Thank you,
night
Andrew.
promise.
Appreciate it.
You're fucking awesome, man.
Never allowed to do a kind deed for people. Otherwise, you're going to make it overtly sexual because you're a prostitute. Have a wonderful night, everybody. I appreciate it.
Good night, Andrew.
Andrew,
thank you for.
You're an incel. Good night.
What? He's married. Are you
He just called
fucking?
me a prostitute.
Right?
How can Andrew be an incel? He's married.
Yeah.
OnlyFans.
Him and his wife both.
Oh wait, Andrew. One quick request. Rachel cameo.
No, thank you.
She's
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't want
Give
to.
me a,
Andrew,
give me
good
a
night,
party.
man. Andrew,
Can we
you have a good
party?
night. You're fucking legends.
Please?
Guys, W's in the chat for Andrew. He's a fucking legend. All right, you just hide it in the sources. You see where it says Discord? Yeah, you just hit that. All right, we're gonna blast through the rest of the show. We've got quite a bit to get through. There's chats that we're gonna do. Yeah, or you know what? Do we do the AI now and then the chat? No, the chat's been waiting a really, really long time, so we're gonna do the chats because they are. They've been waiting way too long. So, hey, are you my Caucasian?
I'm not.
You're part white, right?
No.
Okay, well then are you my
You're
ambiguous racial homie group?
You're our girl.
Brian,
man.
you were being rude to me earlier. Now you're like trying
I wasn't
to be
being
nice.
rude. Was I?
Lady, shut it. That's what you said to me. Okay, it was
Yeah,
keep
you
going.
were
Proceed.
interrupting. You were interrupting.
win.
All
Okay,
right,
I'm
let me get through this, guys. Okay, I got to scroll all the way back to let all these chats come through. So, one moment here while I get these chats pulled up. And we're going to have, who here has a good reading voice? Okay, we'll have you read them if you can see them. Okay, from Josh Brooks. It's right here. Can you read that?
Not a life at conception biology denying is not going to make the truth that women can only birth other human lives not true. High mitotic, highly differentiated cells rapidly dividing is life.
Yo, Josh, thank you for the message, man. I do really appreciate it. I want to apologize for some of you. Some of you guys sent this in quite a while back, a couple hours back, but we had to batch them all together just because Andrew had a limited time and I wanted to not get to give him as much time as possible. Read this one if you can. Thank you,
Andrew
Clan.
has had less alcohol in its mouth than you've had dick in your mouth. Chair 2.
I highly doubt that.
Can I have you tilt your mic down if you can? Tilt it down. Can I have you tilt your mic down?
I
too?
highly doubt that.
We got this one from Creamy Seagull. I feel
Andrew
weird
wanted
about
to
saying
ask
that.
if you could help me find an Orthodox church near me that can guide me through the process. I picked up Rachel's book and very much am looking forward to getting into it. Cheers, Brian.
Creamy, I apologize that Andrew did have to leave here, so I apologize that he didn't get to respond to this. But I'm sure if you DM him and you say that you had sent in a super chat while he was live with us, he will, I imagine he'll give you the answer privately. You can probably also reach out to Rachel for that. Thank you, Creamy. That sounds weird fucking saying that, but
I sent that
thank you,
before
Clan.
Andrew said it.
Gracias,
Damn.
Katie.
Conception begins at the erection. And yes, no one believes you are the smartest one at the table, Chair 2.
I never said
From
I was the
Plain.
smartest one.
Erection?
I just probably am the most awake person here.
A boner?
She's the most awake woman at the table. There you go. Thank you, Just Gerald. Appreciate it.
Chair 3 giving major lot lizard vibes, but once the lot lost interest, she has to move to only grannies.
What?
Only grannies? What is a lot lizard? What is a lot lizard? I don't know what that is. You know what it is?
Truck drivers.
Like, yeah, exactly, man.
Like
And hell
travel.
no, right?
Oh, sorry. They travel,
No, man.
and truck drivers go to like different lots.
Yes,
and there's
and
ladies
hell no.
that provide services.
Okay, that
I've
makes
never
sense.
done that in my whole life.
We have Mike Davis,
I'm not
not
saying
the
you.
Burger King,
Hell no.
different Mike Davis.
Chair 1 by far 10. I make 1 million a year, been all over the world. So trust me, I have seen a lot. She is intelligent, beautiful, talented, humble, optimistic, a must-have, and very rare. You're perfect. Don't change.
Is he like joking?
No, I think
he's been donating the whole time.
No, I think he's actually trying to shoot
thank
his shot.
you. Hit me up.
Oh shit, she is single, newly single, right? I think the guy you were dating. Wait,
you're saying there's
I was seeing him. We weren't dating, but yeah.
You're seeing him. Yeah. We have Mike Davis again.
Wow. Chair 1, coming from $1 million man, you are an absolute angel. You're intelligent and very rare. I would let you stay home and do you. You would always be my number 1. You deserve anything and everything. Do you?
Oh my God.
I think these are jokes.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bitch. You should actually.
I'm waiting for like the next.
Drain his bank account. That's a pay.
Hold on,
It's
Mike
not coming to
Davis.
me.
Send in a champagne pop as a simp tax.
Yes,
you
man.
say you're a millionaire. You know what? Hold on.
Venmo?
No, send it to me, Mike.
No,
tell him your Venmo
Hold
right
on.
now.
No, zip it.
No, that's your pay.
She's not going to be a sugar baby like
That's
you.
called pay pig status.
So, well, that's even worse.
That's better. Even better. You don't have to do shit.
We need a bottle of Cristal Pops. It's 1 Ethereum. My wallet is in the description. Mike Davis, you got to pay the sim tax. We'll do a cheers to you. And so.
Shout out though.
That's the sim tax. 1 Ethereum for a bottle of Cristal. We have Clayne here if you can read this one.
I drank enough. I have decided I can fix Chair 2. Totally do everything for her. House, car, food. Only stipulation, she has to change her body count to less than 50.
Nope, it's 468.
Whatever you're
Sorry, what? One more time?
My body count is 468.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
No.
That's congrats.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
for
you very much. I'm not like.
Stop it. Get
I'm
some
just
help.
being honest. You want good faith, Brian. I've been good faith
No,
this
I
whole
believe
time.
you.
I've been like actually like.
Read this one.
I've been sincere this whole time.
3 marriages. I can't believe 3 dudes were that stupid but fake. It makes sense. 4 filters from a blind man still wouldn't touch you.
Plain.
3 marriages.
Oh, were you married
Must be
3
me.
times?
Yes.
Oh, is it you or?
It must be me.
Must be you.
Right?
Wait, did we do this one? How much to kick this ring pop mental?
I think so.
Did we
know
read
you
that
want
one?
me, baby.
Not nice.
It's always the guys that say they don't want you.
Clayne,
Hell.
Like a
Clayne,
nice,
can I set you up with
respectable
ET here?
podcast.
Is your name Erica? What's your actual name?
My government is Erica, but everyone calls me ET.
Okay. Because
Extraterrestrial.
Yeah, but I don't think it's directed at her though.
of that? Okay.
I don't think it was directed.
Now we have to get through the super chats.
That one was
You're
directed
gonna
at
read these
me.
too?
Are
Okay.
you sure?
Yeah.
Don't look at me.
Really see it.
Oh, you know what? Why don't we have Jazz? Can I have you read these
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
mic if you can?
As a medical professional, I have some questions about the abortion argument for these smart women. 1, clump of cells. Name one thing that has cells other than living organisms. 2, conception and DNA. New DNA of a baby isn't mom, only a host, and baby not part of body.
Anybody want to bite on that or quick response, I guess? Emotional damage. Thank you, emotional damage. I don't think anybody wants to bite on the abortion debate. I do appreciate it. Really quick,
He's
guys,
the medical
reminder.
professional.
Guys, Reed is 100, TTS is 200, and if you hold on, TTS 200, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Let me do a couple shout outs really quick on this. Thomas, thank you for the 2 on Cash App. Pow, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Tim, thank you for the 5 on Cash App. David, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Brendan, thank you for the 30 on Cash App. Do appreciate it. And then also a couple quick shout outs. Guys, like the video. If you enjoyed the stream, it's been a pretty fun stream, pretty lively. So like the video, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. If you can pull it up, Mary. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, hold on. Whoa. There's almost 1,500 viewers on our Twitch. I know some of you aren't following. Just hit that follow button really quick. Vaccination shots fired. I like your name. Thank you for the follow. Guys, it's been 1 minute since we got a Prime sub. I think it's bugged. I think it's broken. Can you just check if you have a Prime sub available? I think it's bugged, boys. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Show some support. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month if you have Amazon Prime. Thank you, guys. Also, join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Post behind the scenes, all that kind of fun stuff. Also, shop.whatever.com. Guys, if you buy something...
I have condoms for everybody.
Bro, don't put it. Don't.
They're
take
my
it out.
custom
No,
condoms.
No,
Okay,
don't
fine.
show it on stream. Don't show it.
Fine.
It's like TOS. Okay, guys, shop.whatever.com. Let me do a couple shout outs for you guys. Supporter, he bought a t-shirt. It just says supporter. Thank you for buying a t-shirt. It's shop.whatever.com. Someone else bought a t-shirt and somebody else bought what looks like a t-shirt. So thank you guys. Really appreciate all your support. Get yourself a Big Labia Matter hoodie. Shop.whatever.com if you want to support the show. Also, Big Labia Matter. And then we did this one from Stifler. Now we'll get back to the super chats, guys. If you want, get a Streamlabs message in, streamlabs.com/whatever. YouTube takes a 30% cut, so they're taking 30% of this. So if you want more of your patronage to go towards the show, streamlabs.com/whatever.
He's clearly not rich if he's donating $100.
Are you calling Patrick a brokey?
I'm calling you a brokey.
Okay.
You would have donated the $900.
He's being very generous.
Oh, I don't think
I
you are.
appreciate the support,
$100, baby. You should have donated the $9,000 to kick me.
Seat 1 and seat 2, any life is better is better than no life. Just because you are poor doesn't give you the right to murder. Your arguments are absolutely disgusting, and may God have mercy on your souls. Your testimony will certainly fall short when comes your day of judgment.
Yo,
Broke ass
Patrick.
bitch.
Hey, don't be nice to Patrick. He's the homie. Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick,
Appreciate
slide
it.
into my DMs and argue me then.
Oh my God, this girl is something else. Go ahead and read this one from Lucas, please.
Oh God, he's your biggest fan.
I can't claim to know if you're here for comic relief. If so, I guess you succeeded. My wife is convulsing in delirious laughter every time you open your mouth, and all she wanted was to chill out and watch the podcast. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you?
The only time she
Thank you.
convulses, she doesn't get off on your dick.
Okay. That's it? You don't want to shoot
From
shots
me?
back? Yeah, you want to respond?
It's a compliment to call me funny. I mean, I think I'm funny.
Okay. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it. We'll read this from Rachel if you can.
Me?
Yeah, if you can read
Oh,
this
yeah.
one.
$10 broke.
The solution is if the woman keeps her mouth shut and doesn't fight, there won't be fights. If you submit like you're supposed to, there's pretty much no fighting.
Raise your hand here at the table if you agree with Rachel Wilson.
She's got veneers.
What does that have to... Okay.
It means that
All right,
she
Liz.
acts like she's not she doesn't care about that shit, but you clearly care about looks if you went and got veneers and she posts pictures she cares about losing
Menopausal
weight.
sea hag. Please chill out. You know nothing. Andrew is right. There are a shit ton of studies that confirm Andrew's claim. A recent prominent study is by the Brookings Institution's economist Melissa Kearney called The Two-Parent Privilege. Do your homework.
Yo, Lucas, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. If you can read this one. Thank you, Lucas. W's in the chat for Lucas, man. Thank you.
Chair 1, guys avoid this kind of women. No substance, just repeating nonsense. Chair 2, absolute filth, doing the only thing she's capable of. Classifying women like this one as germs. Chair 3, we can feel the hot flash through the screen.
Hold on.
You couldn't even afford to touch my asshole.
Is that a thing you offer?
I'm a virgin in my asshole.
Okay.
I'm saving it for my second marriage if I do get married.
Wait, you've been married?
I've never been married, but if I do get married, I'd save it for my second marriage.
She's got plans.
She's already thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, she looks to the future. Hell yeah. I gotta call you out, emotional damage. The first sentence here. Now you've either fucked up this and you meant these kind of women, or you meant to say this kind of woman, WOMAN. Emotional damage, you have to pay the fucking up the woman thing.
Oh,
you got to pay
yeah.
the tax on that.
It's a common
so
mistake.
You messed it up. Emotional damage. If you can read this one from Rachel, please.
I'm so tired of the mess that women didn't have a choice other than to be homemakers prior to feminism. This is historically false. Anyone who says this is not educated on the subject.
Don't you have 3 baby daddies?
Oh, is this Andrew's wife?
Yeah,
I didn't know that this whole time.
She has multiple baby
Yeah,
daddies, and
that's,
she's out here trying to preach. Oh my God,
well,
women
hi,
should be like
Rachel.
this. Girl, be fucking for real.
Wait, you're calling her out on that?
How fucking yeah?
Hold on.
She tries to like go off on women, and it's like, girl, you've had multiple baby daddies, and you don't even have.
All right. Go ahead.
Talk about life on easy mode. Chick can literally set a guy on fire, and the media will use a photo of her smiling, laughing, cheesing. I doubt that I'm wrong, but I can't imagine any media outlet using a photo of a guy smiling if he admitted to setting a chick on fire.
It's facts.
Who's he talking
Well put,
about?
Christopher. Thank you for your super chat, man. You're a legend.
The guy on
Murder women.
Is he on a train? Are you on a train there, Chris? Is that a train or a bus?
Bus.
Where are you going, dude?
On the train
Where's he
wreck.
going? Where's Christopher going? All right, thank you, Christopher. Kaiser Saws, thank you for the super chat.
The media has shown a serial killer smiling from his bathroom selfie. That would be Brian Kohberger, who was documented taking a selfie of him smiling after washing them.
Well, he's not convicted yet, right? I will just
the
say
alleged murder. I'll just say that if they are smiling, they're gonna show it. They're usually not smiling.
He bought the same knife with the same sheath.
I'm just saying that if there's a photo of them smiling, male or female, there it is.
Sure.
You know.
Do you want to read this one, Jazz?
What's with the chick sucking on that pop?
You wish it was your little peen.
Just a ring pop.
All right.
They do.
We got this one from Rachel. If you can read this one, please.
Chair 1, stop lying. Neither Andrew nor Brian ever said that the only thing women are good for is having babies, which, we discussed. They both say women can do plenty of other things, but should prioritize having babies, which I disagree with. Which I disagree with.
Very rude.
That shouldn't be the priority.
She literally has podcasts where she's literally.
But I definitely see you guys' points.
Did he?
As they're told.
You say prioritizing having babies.
Bring me back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to
woman.
the audio. I'm not sure what happened to the audio, Coastal. For some reason, like towards the end of the show, the audio from the speakers just gets scuffed. I don't know why. I'll have to look into it. There's a few more super chats. Before I do them, though, okay, I always get. I don't know if it. I want to ask a question about. Should I ask the question? No. Okay, I'll just ask
for the next time. I'll come back, Brian.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Maybe a different show. I'll do it. Okay. If you can read this, Jazz. I always say stupid shit.
It's funny how every time Andrew or Brian ask for a specific example of their supposed misogyny, the response is, well, meh, feelings perception from your tone when you talk to the women's is misogynistic.
One shot.
Yeah, again, I came unprepared. This was kind of like...
What the you gotta prepare.
I was told... Well, I wasn't...
You gotta prepare.
I wasn't told that my receipts would be brought up and we'd be debating. I thought this was a dating show. Because, anyway, I was just under false pretenses.
All right, we'll have you back then. How's that sound? Round 2?
Yeah.
All right, she will come back. If you can read this one, please. Thank you.
Chair
One shot,
2, you never got preg because of chronic VD.
What is
Ain't
VD?
no...
Venereal disease.
Ain't no rich men gonna
I've
sleep
never
with
had
a
a
baboon
STD, surprisingly.
looking drunk like you. You're just jealous of real women.
These are just incels.
You're just jealous of the real woman sitting in chair 5. You can never be her no matter how much Clorox you use.
Clorox?
Yup.
She's a Lysol girl, first of all.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, totally.
Thank you, emotional
I
damage.
use condoms. I have custom condoms.
Nope. Don't do it.
Why won't you let me fucking...
Chair 1, you live in an echo chamber. Your worldview has been categorically rejected. I get that it's traumatic, but do you recall election night? What worldview are men gravitating towards / voting for? Your ideology is an outlier and on the cusp of the dustbin of history.
Thank you, Lucas. Well, Lucas raises an interesting point because you said that in our conversations, you said you don't want to legitimize these worldviews, but I mean... These worldviews have been legitimized almost literally through the election of Donald Trump.
Sure. I mean, we don't have a true democracy. There are many obstacles in the way of certain demographics of people that don't allow them to vote. Yes, we have equal opportunity to, but we don't have equal access to opportunity to vote. So a certain demographic of people tend to vote more and show up to the polls more. Is much research done on this. And if everyone were to vote, they've done polls on this as well, the election wouldn't have been as skewed towards that kind of ideology or specifically Donald Trump.
Sure. Okay, we got this one from Maga Rambe. Thank you for that $200 super chat. Thank you so much, man, if you want to read this one.
In 30 years, chair 1 and 2 will be chair 3. Chair 5 will be watching her grandkids learn how to walk at their country home. Who is happier?
I'm in one of my sugar daddy's wills, so I doubt that. Oh, sorry. Are you in a sugar daddy's will?
Oh.
You're probably not. You need
I know you're not a natural beauty, but I think with the right clothes and the right look, you could be very striking.
The right wit and the right mouth does you well.
She was the mouth that got away.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Maga Rambe. Appreciate it. Thank you. Intel, if you pop a champagne, can you give... you know what?
You have multiple sugar daddies tonight, girl. Congrats to you. You're a sugar baby. I love it. Welcome to the club.
Intel, do you have Ethereum? Intel, do you have Ethereum? Pop a ball of Cristal, and I'll give 500 of it to her.
Well,
we have a new initiate in the Sugar Baby Club, everybody.
That is generous.
500 of your 10K.
Come on,
It's not 10,000. That's not the ETH price. But if I can have you read this one from Lucas.
Yes. Chair 5, you are a wonderful young lady, hands down the most beautiful on the entire panel, and undoubtedly your husband is a handsome, virtuous man. You both have bright future. Pay no heed to this insignificant bottom feeder.
I agree. I think you're beautiful, but I also think you're groomed, which is a difference in opinion.
Do you want to respond to that, Savannah?
Thank you, Lucas. That's really sweet.
Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. We got Kat, big $200 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kat.
No.
Chat doesn't claim Mike Davis. Do better, bud. Oh, man. Kat.
And she outbid him like she gave so much more money.
And by the way, Kat, thank you again for those gifted 50 memberships from earlier. Really appreciate it. And then we have this one from Hey You. If you can read this one, Jazz.
Chair 2, Rachel has multiple children who love her and appreciate their mom. Chair 5 has a loving husband and will build a loving family with him. You had a man who saw you for who you are and doesn't love you anymore. How does it feel to have so little love in your life?
He loves me, bitch.
Hey, you. Thank you for the soup chat. I really
Just because he blocked me doesn't mean
it.
he doesn't love me. Fuck.
Read
Wait,
this
what?
one. Read that one.
Wait, oh my God, besties. I love you guys. Those are my best friends. Wait, Brian, I'm going to have him come on.
Yeah, have him come on.
Do you know Hayden Rochelle? Oh, you don't? No.
It's kind of...
I love you guys. Shout out to the Blackout Girls. We're the Blackout Girls, yes.
Ring Pop and Betty White need their... thank you for your super chat, man.
We should start a show, bitch. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, that's so nice.
Guys,
My
if you want to
friend
get a chat in,
said
$200
something.
TTS, 200. Oh, let's do the AI. We're going to do the AI.
Shout out Blackout
segment.
Girls.
This is one of our favorite segments. So we've aged advanced all of you. A lot of you said you're going to be better looking in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So we've AI
It's terrible. I'm
aged
scared.
all of
It's
you.
going to give me sun damage that I'm not going to
Dear Mary, if you could so kindly pull up. It's probably the nicest I've ever been to you, by the way.
Fucked up.
Right? She already knows it's bad. Oh, fuck.
Can we do Brian too? There's no way you don't have
Brian?
We did Brian.
No, he uses
We
an
did
old
Brian.
photo. I've watched the podcast.
An old photo where he's really young.
She's an OG watcher. She knows.
I watch.
She watches the
I'm
shit.
chronically online.
Why don't you send in super chats? What the fuck?
I gave you.
ET?
I give you all. If you want money, I'll give it to you.
Bro, we got pizza for her. She was like, yo, can we get... Anyways, whatever. Pull it up.
Do you want me to be your sugar mama, Brian? I will.
God.
I know you don't like when
What kind-
you don't like to
what
buy
kind-
dates.
Also, when was that taken? That's crazy.
I'm not trying to date you, but I'm not trying to date you, but I'll take you out. But
My God, there's no
shit,
way.
that's crazy.
Like
So,
70?
That's 40 in the middle.
Stop.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
I'm so scared right
That's
now.
70 in the
now.
last one? I won't make it
yeah.
that long.
Please don't.
This is gonna be terrible.
You become wider somehow. Like that...
I don't
Whiter?
I don't
Whiter.
like this. I'm so scared.
I guess. I don't know.
No, you
No,
don't.
this is horrifying.
It
It won't
Brian,
happen
you
to me.
don't. Man.
You can't say.
No, you
I
don't.
don't know what.
Where are you looking?
No, you don't, man.
I'm right here.
I'm already fucking 52, man. You can't do this to
I feel
me.
so bad at you.
You can't do this to me, man.
I have really bad body dysmorphia. I can't see
You
this
can't,
actually.
man.
Like I
Brian,
really
you can't do
I
this
No,
to me.
well, you have to see it now.
Yeah.
It's really.
Wait,
It's gonna fuck me
No,
up.
man.
tab over, tab over,
Oh my
tab
God,
over.
I'm so scared.
Go over.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
make
know.
you gotta make these
Ew,
bigger.
that's so
No,
crazy.
you're cool. You're cool. You're fucking cool, man. Now see me. Let me see me, man. Let me see me.
Random.
Come on, Brian.
Wait, Mary, Are they going to need the size adjusted on all of them?
Mary.
Okay.
Yeah,
Huh?
can we not? I want to go.
Just.
Are they good?
I should have just
Are they
gone
good?
a fucking Uber a while ago. This is crazy.
Wait, Mary, are they good?
Not going anywhere.
Okay, I'll give you 1 sec to fix
Oh my God,
those.
can we- wanna go
Guys,
to
like
LA?
the video.
Yeah.
Let's go out.
Oh boy. Wait, question. Did you you know like how there's in high school there's like alternative schools?
No, I never did that.
Were you suspended?
When you get in
Were you like ever suspended or
a few times.
were you a troublemaker in high school?
It was only because I had a you can't say the word on the podcast, but I accused him of being of the thing that goes for children, and he ended up being right, and he went to jail for it. I was right.
Okay. All right. Are they ready to go, Mary? All right. Here, we'll leave it though on this one. There's another look.
That's
Take another
crazy.
look.
Can we go on? Yeah. Next person.
All right.
Next person.
Tab over.
It gives me actual anxiety. Oh.
Wait.
Oh.
Is there a difference?
Oh, I don't like that. Oh my God.
Girl, it's not accurate. You look good. You look good.
Hell no.
All right.
I'm scared.
All right.
Sylvia, what is
Next.
Nope. Look at that, Perny.
Oh my God.
You look crazy,
We were taking pictures. Me either. I'm like confused.
Yeah, when did we take it?
My story.
Yeah, but I don't
It's
walk
from my
up a
story.
cliff now.
Oh.
Next.
Are people
I'm gonna drive home. I'm gonna drive home now.
The chat is seeing this?
Yeah, they're seeing it.
Yeah, it's nice.
I'm dead.
Listen, if
Yes,
I work
I'm
out,
gonna drive home.
I'm done.
You low-key look good,
I
actually.
am done.
I'm gonna
the
drive
middle
home.
one's not awful.
You look good.
Did you
I'm
do
driving
Brian though, Mary?
You'll be
Man,
We'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
she'll be fine.
Yeah.
man.
All right. Next.
You look good, girl.
You look good
You look
too.
good, too.
Everybody
Yeah.
else looks good.
I'm going home.
You.
To be fair, I actually want to pay you a compliment. You're 45. You look younger than 45.
I agree.
She looks amazing.
Yeah.
You look really good.
25.
Next. Carla. What do you think?
You and I know I look.
The middle looks good. The last one looks crazy.
No one looks
You're
that bad to me.
beautiful.
The middle looks really good.
Besides my own.
Should we play music?
All right. Next.
Music now?
Whoa.
That reaction.
What the?
You're sweet. We're
Oh,
all
you look
beautiful.
crazy.
That's actually exactly how
all
you're going to
beautiful.
look. Wait, didn't you say you were going to be better looking at 60?
Yeah, I think that like
Bro, that's
with the
60 right there.
She's gonna look
Yeah,
better.
but
That's
I-
good.
But aging is beautiful.
I believe that with the right
Put it on the Asian
skincare
filter and then it'll be, like, better.
yeah, and also like I wasn't really thinking about just the face. I was thinking about the body itself.
Body's
so-
going to be better at 60?
Yes,
Do
because
you want
works
kids?
out.
yes, I do.
She's a fitness
But so
instructor.
after kids
Yes,
and at
after-
60?
It's possible. It is
Even
100%
if you
possible.
didn't have kids,
It goes back.
She does fitness and she eats
I'm
well.
sorry, there's no 60-year-old that's like out competing their body at 20.
Have you tried it?
I
does
think
that even
like
mean?
when you're 50 to 60, you can still look really good. I have a fitness friend. I don't remember her name, but she
I
looks.
think she's
Asian
called
people
fat.
are tight.
Me?
No, not you, her.
Oh.
Here, you know what? I'll even make the argument. I was better looking when I was younger. Mary, you gotta pull up.
Better you.
Mary, pull up.
Brian, how old are you again?
36.
What year?
I'm not gonna say my. It's chill.
Jesus.
Pull up there's in the tabs. There's a photo of me, young Brian or something.
Get me. What year is 36?
It's like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, you're 89.
What? There's a lot of.
Shit, man. I'm 52, man.
Do you have
so
it?
Go ahead.
You just look
I
like
don't
you
know.
in the
Here,
sun,
it's
Brian.
like one of
Do
the
ya?
earlier tabs.
Do ya?
Earlier tabs is like
Do
young
you have it?
Brian.
You need
Just
to go for a
tab
little
through them.
walk in the sun,
I'm wearing a
Brian.
blue shirt. You're gonna see it. Just tab through. Tab through.
You look
from the
that
beginning.
good.
2010.
Huh?
You look that good. We have to see this. Young Brian.
I'm not saying that
He's
was
like,
good.
find the
I was
picture.
better looking. I was.
We don't
I'm not
doubt
saying-
that.
Better looking
I was-
10 years ago.
Oh.
Who is that?
Where did he go?
That's you?
That's me.
Is that your
How
younger
old are you?
brother?
Oh, I was like 22, 21. Or
Really?
something.
Brian, you're still in your prime.
Right?
You've been
No.
36.
You look like the ultimate fuck boy.
Thanks, Jazz.
Yes,
And
I
then
was-
hold on, pull up my Instagram. Pull up my Instagram.
Yeah, it's getting fuck boy.
The fuck?
Wait, do you have a
think
golden
you-
retriever,
Yeah, cat
Brian?
called you.
Yes, Brian.
I did. Or I did.
Big Brian.
This is scroll to the very
R.I.P..
bottom. I need to
Oh
hide
my
this.
God.
Scroll to the very bottom. Keep scrolling. We'll look at young Brian.
What happened to your
Hi, night, slut.
Let's see here. Scroll down.
Yeah, I know, right?
Scroll down.
It's giving like fuck
Scroll
boy.
down. Okay, scroll
Right?
up a little bit. All right, that's like 18 with the 18, 19 with the green wetsuit. Scroll up. 18, 19, the wetsuits. That's me with the donkey. That's me as a kid. That's me when I started my YouTube channel. Scroll up.
The bandana.
Wait, scroll down. Scroll down. That's me. Some kid thought I was a famous soccer player. So, young Brian. Scroll up. That's me. Oh, click on the girls are going to love this one. Click on the angel one.
Oh my!
In the middle there.
Look at that.
Yeah, click on that one.
Oh,
That's
God.
That's young Brian.
Halloween 2001.
Getting catcalled here. All right, X out of that. And then scroll up a little bit. Scroll down. Scroll down. Young Brian. Still young Brian.
Oh, young
scroll
Brian.
Up.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Scroll up. Scroll up. Scroll up. There it is. All right. Anyways, whatever. You get the idea. I was better looking when I was younger.
Usually guys look better when they get older.
I agree.
Not the case for me.
I think you could get back to that.
Thanks.
I think I'll defy that. Yes. Normative too.
Okay. We were doing the rest of the. Oh, we got to do the age thing. Go back to the AI thing. Let's see the rest.
That's all of them.
No, there's more.
Oh God. Sorry, Felicity.
Don't ever do this again.
Oh, we do it all the time.
She's so pretty, and it made her look so haggard. Oh my God.
This is just like
Don't ever do that. Yeah, right?
Myself.
Yeah, everyone looks terrible
Good
on this.
word. Good word, by the way.
Right?
No.
Haggard?
Haggard. Good word.
It's true.
No, I know. Next.
That word is offensive.
Wait, where's me? Oh, okay. Next.
Oh my God.
See, he looks better.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Jesus.
Look, I'm gonna lose a bit of weight, so it's gonna be good. It won't be that bad. Trust me.
Just salt.
Next. Oh, now here's what we're doing. Here's the next segment.
Right? Just salt.
Next segment. Would you date the male version of you? We've put you guys through the most advanced AI.
Is it off the same picture? This
Yes.
is so annoying.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Just so.
Probably fuck no.
Okay.
I'm so curious what yours looks like.
Hold on, let me see. Oh my, wait, Mike Davis. I missed the Streamlabs. Hold on, Mike Davis, one sec. What? Oh boy. Okay, well, he paid the sim tax.
No, we did not.
This is a long
Mike
stream,
Davis
Brian.
donated $1,000.
All right.
Pop champagne.
I'll pop.
Share one.
Does anybody
You are a
want
true
champagne?
beauty. I bet you wake up with no
I
makeup.
feel
Champagne.
you.
I want a champagne.
Exactly.
Can you give me the final box? I think that.
Champagne.
Mike, hit me up.
Yeah, champagne. Yeah, champagne.
Yeah, sorry. No.
Champagne.
Good. Extreme pain. Oh,
Champagne.
Yeah, no.
Wait, where did you find her? Like on TikTok?
She DM'd, I think the whatever
Me?
TikTok.
Do you TikTok?
Yeah, I had a TikTok page.
You should. You'd be popping.
papers.
You should get more into like the streaming like kick.
Bro, what?
Well, I'm coming back on the show apparently.
Oh, sorry. I'm a silent manager over here.
You know what? We're actually. She's gonna become part of the.
The lore,
Jazz is gonna
the whatever
become,
lore.
She's gonna become part of the team.
her.
I agree.
She's the reason why
What
I
happened to
watch
Maddie?
whatever.
She passed
you,
away.
you.
Or no,
She's the reason why I watch whatever.
Wait, sorry,
yeah, you. Because I watch her and like watch what she's gonna do. Yes.
What's going on?
You.
Yeah, I
The
want
reason
her
why I watch whatever. Her.
Slay.
Yeah, she's my little.
Was this intended
Yes.
as a champagne pop? Well,
I
don't know.
love
Can you
you.
actually
Do you have a
pop
lesbian
it there?
crush on her?
No,
yeah, babe.
yes, I do, but maybe.
We got a
But I
lesbian
love
crush
her.
over here.
I love her.
All right.
But see, she's my. Yeah, she's my.
You didn't say what happened to Maddie, Brian.
Oh,
I love her. I love her so
she's
much.
no longer with us.
Okay,
You're
I
gonna
say
pour?
less. I feel you.
I love her so much.
I don't want to.
Also, why don't you like go down to LA? Like, why are you in Santa Barbara?
Can you reach it? There you go.
I'm in that.
Huh?
Why are you in Santa Barbara? Why don't you go to
Because I've been doing content for over a decade.
Okay.
And LA is the most degenerate
smoking
city.
experiment.
Degenerate city. And I like to stay grounded. And I do that by staying in small Santa Barbara. It's a quiet town, not too big. It's beautiful, safe, good weather. LA, you get caught up. A lot of people go there. They get caught up in a bunch of shit. To be fair, even if I did go to LA, I wouldn't get caught up in all that shit.
I think you would. You'd be
No.
popping as fuck.
I'm not a drinker. I don't do drugs.
You don't need to be a drinker or do drugs.
Let's do it. Cheers.
Anyways, cheers.
To Mike Davis.
Cheers,
Salud.
Mike. Cheers to Mike Davis.
Cannabis, yes. Oh.
What? Sorry. Oh, you're fine.
Okay.
I grow. Man.
So tell us about.
I grow.
You must have seen some shit in Guam. Did you see the shit? You saw some shit in Guam, huh?
Well, that was like
Vietnam and
maybe
Like you were in the
25
shit.
years ago.
Yeah, you were in the shit though.
Yes. And actually, there was some little guy that came out of the jungle, and he was like, "Oh my God, the war ended." And we're like, "Yeah, the war ended. The war ended a long time ago." No, literally.
No, I've heard
this
about
little
this.
guy.
Wait, really? Yeah.
Seriously, man. And he was like, "Yeah," and yeah, the fucking war ended a long time ago, man. A long time ago, and
In
Guam, man.
There was a war in.
Yeah, that little tiny, yeah. So
I've heard
this
like a
was like
You ever been? You ever been to
93.
Bosnia, son?
This was
You
in-
ever been in the shit?
No, this was in 93.
You ever been to Bosnia?
Man, Bosnia.
You been in the shit?
No,
Okay, cool.
no. But this was
Anyways.
in 93 when I was over in Guam. And this little old man, he was a little Japanese guy. And he was like, "The war's over?" "Yes, man, the war's over." I'm telling you, I was there, and that's what he said, Matt.
Would you rather date Brian or 3 Ring Pups?
Young Brian.
And fuck,
Brian?
I like to smoke.
Honestly, I'd
And
rather
this
be
little
your
guy,
friend.
this little Japanese guy, he was like, "Oh my God,
We're
I
homies.
thought the war,
think we're
I
meant to
thought
be
the
friends,
war was
honestly.
going. I thought the war was
I've been
going."
manifesting our friendship.
We are meant to be friends, but it's like the dynamic would be I friend zone you. That would
No,
be
there's
the
no
dynamic.
sexual energy. I
No,
actually
I
feel a
agree.
genuine
I agree.
friendship.
There is definitely no.
No, I know. I
Yeah,
know.
whoa, that's crazy.
No, like no. I just like Loki. I know I put off that I'm like a sexual person.
I
Like
didn't-
I'm very asexual.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. But I
yeah.
like you as a friend. We're
Yeah,
friends.
yeah, no,
besties.
it's-
Brian's my bestie.
Ditto. It's reciprocated.
Oh my God, really?
But anyway,
You know Adam's 22.
you were
I've
talking
had him on
about
the
the
show.
guy in the
I've
war,
had him on
and
the
like
show.
Oh, I know. I watched it.
whatever.
I think this girl like is a fan of the show.
Oh, I know everything on the internet. I'm
She knows
chronically online.
everything.
I know everything about everyone.
Okay, that's good. The AI thing. Yeah, we didn't even do it. Okay. AI, guys, if you want $200 TTS, get it in. If you'd like, get it in. And then we're going to get into some more juicy debate conversation. By the way, if you're watching from the Crucible, I think Andrew sent over a raid. Andrew, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, we're going to get into we got some more juicy stuff to get through, but we're doing like a little fun segment here.
I don't want to know.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Wait, Selby, do you want to go?
No. We need to do your stuff. Chill out. Relax.
Bro, we got to drive back to OC. OC, bitch.
I'll go when I'm.
Wait, do you want? I can't drive a DUI, but like I would.
All right, let's do this segment. We're gonna do the segment.
Wait, are you gonna drive?
Stop.
Wait, are you? Are you actually? Do you want me? I can.
okay.
Should we get a hotel?
It's okay, Erica.
Should we get a hotel?
Get a hotel.
What are the best hotels here?
Go to the
Get one of my
Ritz.
sugar daddies to
The
pay for
Ritz?
it.
The Ritz.
Have you been?
The Ritz Carlton.
Have you been?
Yeah, I've been there.
The Inn
Back
at
when
East
there
Beach.
were fires.
God, let's just
When there were fires, I
Should we?
stuck it whatever. I
Like
stayed there.
I don't know what to do.
Figure it out.
Okay.
Apparently, Mary.
having anxiety
Are you
about
sure,
it.
Mary, about that?
don't. We'll figure it out.
Oh wow, Mary's very
All
nice.
right.
there.
In East Beach.
Mary's okay.
figure
We'll
it
talk
out.
after the show. Hold on. Let's do the segment, guys.
Let's.
Would you date the male version of you? Right. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh, dude, bitch,
wait.
you're hot.
Bring it back up.
You're fine shit. Okay.
In a heartbeat. They
Nah.
did me well there.
So you would.
He looks better than me.
Oh wow. Okay. he would be
Where's
settling.
mine? Sorry. Where's mine?
Yes, I'm punching.
He would be settling.
I'd
for
be
you.
punching,
Okay.
and that's fine.
Brian.
I only said you were 8
Appreciate
because you yap a lot, but you actually like looks or 10. No, you just like you say a lot of word sound, but like you're
You don't
a
know
10
how
like
pretty
looks
you are.
wise.
Yeah, she doesn't know how pretty she is.
Yeah, like
Okay.
I don't think you really notice how you're actually gorgeous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you really are.
No, yeah, you are prettier than the
No,
guy.
you're beautiful as fuck.
I wouldn't even have a chance with you.
You might be the hottest girl that Brian's had on his show.
Where's mine, man?
Well, I mean, that's
It's true.
possibly.
Where's mine?
She's natural as fuck. She has no
Gorlock's
plastic.
where's mine?
She's beautiful.
You drink.
She
man.
does have lip filler.
no,
No,
she
I don't.
doesn't.
Gorlock
she
was
does
I
not.
don't remember.
Swear to God.
This girl's
You,
natural. I can
you
tell.
had lip
She's
filler.
no, she
No,
hasn't.
she hasn't.
4 years ago.
Oh,
and then
you
I had
did?
an allergic reaction. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
not
that doesn't
like
count, though.
it's not over
gone.
Yeah, it
like
doesn't say.
emphasized. No.
All right. Let's do. So, okay, you would date your male.
The fact that you know that is crazy. By the way,
wait,
how
I
far
looked at your
down?
TikTok.
How far down? That's
was- I
like
sorted through
insane.
popular.
Years. Oh, okay.
I sorted through popular.
Okay, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Next.
It didn't look good.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, go back.
Yikes.
Go back.
Oh my God,
Holy shit!
Bitch, I'm
Wait,
dead.
you dated that guy?
that's Eduardo.
I am dead.
That's crazy.
I would hit you, not that.
Bitch, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you coughing at me? Don't cough at me. That's crazy.
Please don't do me.
Fuck
You gotta
that.
cut, she's got to cover her mouth.
No, that's crazy. Don't do that shit,
At the
bitch.
end of this. Oh my god.
Yeah, no.
Erica's funny.
Brian.
Erica's good people.
I'm just waiting for that.
Brian, I thought you were gonna hate me.
I mean,
I'm not confident.
look, there's moments. It's a love
not
hate.
everybody
It's a love hate
cares.
relationship.
You're like, lady, shut up earlier. I'm like, fuck.
It's a love hate relationship.
Honestly, I'm so sorry for being rude to you earlier. Like, I genuinely, no, I really am. Like, now that we're
She's
like,
a
now,
sweet girl.
now that Andrew's gone, I'm like, okay, I'm actually so sorry for being rude to you. I did not mean that.
Wait, you did that just because Andrew was here?
He gives me the. I told you before the show started.
But
Just
why are you
riled
taking
up.
that? Why are you taking that on
Because, like,
Savannah?
Andrew, okay, to be fair, I did start before Andrew got here, so you're right. You're right. But I did mean what I said, but I am sorry for being rude to you.
Will you give me my sorry?
I meant what I said, but I'm sorry for being rude. I'm sorry for delivering it in a rude way.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Saying I was rude is still rude.
No, I think you're a beautiful person.
Will you give me my sorry picture? And
Hit me up in 10 years and let me know what's going on in your life, and then we'll talk.
I'll have 5 kids and be on a
Okay.
ranch.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, that was
really
rude. That was
condescending.
rude too.
Circle back.
That was
Okay,
rude too.
okay,
That was
back.
rude.
5
I'm so
years?
sorry.
Yeah.
Savannah, bitch, I'm so sorry.
Girl,
So you
That Eduardo's
wow.
not the vibe.
I love you.
is it?
but
Would you date that guy?
No, I would not. That he's crazy. That looks like someone that stalked me. I went on a date with a fan once, and
Wait,
he
who's-
looked like it.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, he looks like Eduardo.
Yo, whoever is it?
Eduardo,
Mara?
if you're watching, you're fucking weird.
All right.
Okay, I'm done.
Bye, bitch.
Done.
All right, next person.
Next.
yeah, right.
Oh shit! Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Like JoJo Siwa's boyfriend.
Wait a minute.
Wait, Negro.
Wow.
No, she's
They did.
she's like
It's JoJo Siwa's boyfriend right now. No, it's cute. It's a vibe.
Like a Backstreet Boy.
yeah, that's cute or something.
I fuck with it.
Like a goddamn Backstreet Boy, man.
I'm scared.
Wait a minute.
I'm literally.
You're
It's
full
good.
of shit.
Backstreet Boy.
Please give me a big beard. Just a big beard with tattoos. Beard tattoo.
Oh, that's actually good, man. But
No, you're cute.
You're like a wait. This is hold on.
That's like kind of
You're like
cute.
a mid-20s
honestly, I
Swedish
might
guy.
hit that. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you
minute.
become
Yeah,
like
you're
good.
fine shit.
how did I do that? How did I do that, man?
I don't know. It's crazy.
Fine shit.
Technology.
Dear
Next.
Barbara.
Oh,
I fuck.
you look like you look like a fuckboy, Selby.
That looks like.
Into the mic.
You look
into
like
the
the
mic.
HB
Into the
fuckboys.
mic. Into the mic. Into the mic.
Yeah, I might hit that.
There you go.
All right.
I'd fuck me.
Okay. All right.
once.
Next. Wait.
Ooh,
Yeah, you're
he's
Wait.
nice
You're
looking.
Wait. What? Oh, this.
Oh, okay. We skipped.
I guess we skipped. This is.
Yeah, wait, what?
Is this
Oh,
AI?
this
Yeah, I
is
was
you.
confused.
Okay, this is you. Hold on. We'll
looks
do it.
good.
Then
Wait, what are you?
we'll
She's
go.
cuter as a girl.
We'll find
Wait a
Sarah.
minute.
Would you date the male version of you?
Nah.
Into the mic.
I don't
Wait,
even know
why
if I
didn't
date
you do
myself,
it?
so. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Right.
Okay.
You're hotter as a woman.
Maybe if
I think he looks good.
I low-key
if
like
we
the
fixed both of
male.
our teeth, then maybe.
Next.
Oh my
Yep.
God. Yeah, you skipped 5.
We'll have to come back to it.
Okay.
Would you date the male version of you if you were single, of course?
Oh my God, that is so funny.
I've met someone that looks like
She's like,
Is it-
that's my brother.
I love that.
Looks like your brother?
That's my brother.
Okay.
You're both cute, honestly.
I love that. I actually love that. I love that picture.
These gender swaps have been pretty charitable.
I love that.
extremely.
I love
I
that.
think there's a
picture.
whole
I love
filter.
that picture. I
If
actually
he
love
has
that
a
picture.
really good personality, then yes.
Yes. I love it.
It's
I
like it
love
could go
I
either
love it,
way.
right?
Yeah.
You love it? I love it.
She's cute.
I fucking love that
I
picture.
can't wait to
man.
see Brian. Okay, here we go. Chair 7.
What is that?
Sorry, I noticed.
It's all good. Oops. Next. Oh.
Looks don't matter for me,
that-
so I would honestly give anyone a chance.
I kind of like the last one though.
You're cute
What'd you
both
do?
ways.
Yeah, last one is fire.
Yeah, I'd
actually
give
love it.
anyone
Yeah.
a chance. It doesn't matter like how they look or how much money they have or
I
where
love
they're
it.
at.
I actually,
like honestly,
I love that picture.
That's sweet. I like that.
Next. Yikes.
Oh my God.
This
Really?
got fucked.
Dude, she's cute, okay? Like, low key.
Shit looks crazy.
You're hot as hell.
Oh my God. Wait, no. Go back.
Hold on, Brian.
Okay.
Would you date
yes.
her?
She's like the hometown girl from Kansas.
cute.
Like, she
Y'all are
just moved
fully
here
related.
from college.
I don't like the short hair, but long hair, sure. I would.
No, like, she had 2 partners and, you
Our
know.
girl.
Yeah,
Our
you're
girl,
sweet.
right there.
Bro, honestly, that girl looks like she looks sweet, but she ain't. Like she,
Crazy.
not
She
in a
is.
freaky way, but she's crazy.
She's in Sigma.
Like she's that
getting
chick.
crazy.
She got crazy. She's got BPD or
No,
some
she's
shit.
not. No, she's not. That's what you want. That's what
do
you
we have
want.
Savannah's?
That's low-key you.
Yeah, if you can check for Savannah's. All right, that was the
Mary. Mary, where's
gender
Mary's?
swap. Maga, thank you for your super chat, guys. Appreciate it. Guys, if you want to get a message in, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Now, we're going to blast through some of our notes here because I'm going to try to do it quick because reasons. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we got TikToks too. Shit.
TikToks.
Wait, what time is it, Brian? It's late, isn't it?
We're going to.
Wait a minute.
Four goes
We don't
something.
have to do TikToks.
Just have us back.
Oh yeah.
Hold
show
on.
that.
Hold on. Let me do the notes, then we'll do the
Mary's
TikToks.
AI?
What?
TikToks.
Who's Mary?
Hold on.
Oh, Mary! I'm so sorry, girl. Oh my God, you're not.
Shelby.
You're not invisible.
Shelby.
It's Selby.
Selby.
Lauren Selby.
You said that is it realistic to want a modern traditional relationship, meaning gender roles from the 60s, yet not stiff or set in stone? We talked about that, kind of the traditional gender role
I'm
stuff.
like up for the old school shit, you know,
Okay.
but like
Jasmine. Who's Jasmine?
whatever, like it's me.
Oh, no, there's a different Jasmine, but she was a no-show.
Oh.
Avery, that's also, okay. How do you say your name? Nausicaa?
Yeah.
Okay. You said you have no dating experience. You're literally fresh. Well, you've been in a relationship for a year, you said.
Yeah, but it was like an online, so I don't really know if that counts.
Wait, have you guys met in person?
Yes, it does.
And you're still with them?
Wait.
No, wait, the one I'm with right now.
Currently?
Yeah.
Oh,
But like
you've-
the previous one
okay.
I had, no.
Do you guys live in the same city?
Yes. I'm 19. Sorry. The
Okay.
one
Been, like,
I'm with right
intimate?
now, we live in the same city.
Have you been like intimate at all?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
it's a relationship.
It is
Rock
a
and roll.
relationship.
Good for you.
And then you said even though you're 19, you're a mix of traditional values and new. What does that mean?
I think I'm like, honestly, before, because I grew up in San Francisco, so there was lots of people that were telling me, telling me like certain stuff like that. But also I like explored the other side of, like things that I didn't find normal. So, like I value traditional values, like, the man providing. And I would love to be a housewife. I would love to stay with my man. I would love to have lots of children with him. Yeah, stuff like that.
Good for you.
But when you say you're a mix of traditional values and new, so what are you kind of laid out the traditional values, what are the new ones?
Yeah, so like I guess the new ones, it also goes into talking about like abortion and stuff like that. When I first heard about it, I was pro-life because, like, to me, when there's a baby in you, there's a baby. There's no, like, life is at conception, like what we talked about. But actually, I don't remember like what new values I have right now. I can't think of anything at the top of my head.
So you're pro-choice now?
No. I'm still pro-life, but like I was pro-choice when we talked.
Oh, you
like
used
when
to be
people,
pro-choice.
No, the first thought I had was pro-life, and then when people talked about rape that happened to certain women, I was like, okay, that makes sense. And then I talked to some of my friends about it, and they were like, yeah, but that's such a small percentage, and even though because of that happened, like you can make something better of it. So I went to like the Charlie Kirk event, and I also saw like there was a woman who had a bad experience with her father, but you know, she had a beautiful child and everything is good now. So I would never like jeopardize any life. Like I would have life over anything. And I think like what we were talking about earlier about the possibility of the child not growing up in a good household or whatever, or if you don't have enough materials to provide for them. We said there's adoption. We said we can't like jeopardize the life because of probability and stuff like that, which I agree with.
What are the new values, though? You said you're a mix of traditional values and new. I think it sounds like you've just listed a few of the traditional ones, though. What are the new ones?
I can't think of any right now on the spot, so maybe it's just traditional.
Okay. Erica Perry. Erica, you were on American Idol. You refused to sing for us. Very disappointing.
Yeah, can we see her American Idol clip?
They'll probably like copyright it or
copyrighted.
something. Let's see.
Just sing.
That's fine.
I can't. I literally have anxiety. That's the only time I've ever performed publicly. That was the first time I ever.
Katy Perry.
Did you make
Erica
it to Hollywood?
Perry,
Yeah, I got the golden ticket.
No way.
Yay. No, but it was actually one of the worst.
Let's do this. We're going to do some TikTok reacts. We have TikToks from you. We're going to try to blast through them quick. Savannah, you describe yourself as feminine. Hold on.
Sorry.
You describe yourself as feminism's
Who's
worst.
This?
I gave it to you earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh boy. Okay. Feminism's worst nightmare. How so?
I would say everything that feminism stands for, I disagree with. And my social media tends to make feminists upset based on what I promote.
You said you'd love to talk about how modern feminism has destroyed the dating mindset in marriage. You want to, I guess, elaborate on that a bit? Or?
I would say as far as the way it's affected dating is I'm not going to say nobody, but most people don't date with marriage in mind anymore. I think that dating apps have taken that over. Social media has taken that over, and they don't go into relationships with the mindset of like, okay, this could be my husband. So what are the things I need to do to prepare for marriage or to prove to him that I am wife material? So I would say that that's the main thing.
Okay. What are your top 10, like rapid fire them, top 10 hot takes?
Anti-feminist hot takes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, number one, I would say that the patriarchy actually values and protects women. I believe that no-fault divorce should be illegal. I believe that abortion is not healthcare, it's murder in all circumstances. I believe that husbands are the head of the household and wives are supposed to submit to their husbands. I believe also that submission is a beautiful thing. It's not slavery. It actually gives you freedom in your relationship. I also think that all waves of feminism were bad, like first wave, second wave, all the other ones that came along with it. I believe there are two genders, male and female. There's no other genders. How many was that? I
think five or so.
That's like 8.
That was a good,
I think it was like 8. Also, I would say OnlyFans and any sort of sex work, porn is not empowering. It's prostitution.
Okay.
I think that was around 10.
On your Instagram, I saw you have something called Submissive Society. What's that?
That's my subscription community that's launching Wednesday.
And what is it, though?
So it's going to be an exclusive community for women. They can be unmarried or married or just like looking to kind of live in the same lifestyle. But I just talk about biblical submission and how modern feminism has told us that submission is slavery and that we're not supposed to bow to any man. But submission is such a beautiful thing because it's the only thing that like shows the world our relationship with Christ. Like Christ loved the church, so we're supposed to submit to our husbands the way we would submit to Christ.
Okay, cool. And one question, and would you categorize yourself as submissive to your husband?
Yes.
One question for you. So you do this, the social media stuff, you produce content online. If your husband came to you and he said, hey, I don't want you any longer out there on the internet. I want you to private everything. I want you to stop making content. Would you do it?
And drop it in a heartbeat.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And would there be like a negotiation or a convo about it? Or would you just be like, okay.
I mean, of course he would come to me with a reason.
Sure.
I mean, we've had many conversations being like, I don't know what that's going to look like when we have kids. I don't know if I'll just drop it completely or what that would look like. But if he said to me, like, for the priority of our family, I would like you to stop social media for whatever reason, I wouldn't argue with it. I would just drop it.
Got it. And then I'm curious, actually, maybe a question for Jazz. If you were dating a guy, no, you're married. Or did you say you don't want to get married? It's the love of your life.
It's not a priority, but
You
yeah,
want
like
kids?
I'm not a priority either for me.
Okay, so you're on the fence, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I do, it's all later in life.
All right. If you were making TikTok content and you were dating a guy, and let's say he was like taking care of everything, so he's like paying the rent, bills, whatever. You guys are living together. He's like, I don't want you to make content anymore. I want you to private everything. Would you do it?
If it was my passion.
Is it your passion?
If it was my passion, no, it's not now. But like, if it was my passion, like if he's telling me to put my passion aside, then I would say no. I would choose my passion.
What is your passion?
I think I'm looking for it, but I just love learning and being involved in academia and not being the smartest in the room. I like when there's a bunch of people smarter than me around and they're talking and I'm listening. And yeah, so I thrived in school, and that's why I want to go to a higher level of education, because it just stimulates my mind. So I think I'm passionate about that.
Let's say this summer you met the love of your life and he was very wealthy. He had a high paying job and he was like, look, and you have a good feeling like, I'm going to, you're not going to break up. He's loyal. Maybe he's even the perfect guy. But one of his, I guess, criteria or maybe not criteria, one of his what's the term? It's evading me. His not ultimatum?
Standard requirement.
One of his requirements of being with him is that you don't go to school.
Yeah. I would leave him and I would continue.
The perfect guy. You'd break up with the perfect guy if he said,
yes,
he's perfect, treated you well. You're like, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with this guy.
Maybe it's easy to say because I haven't come near in contact with my perfect man. So maybe
What's your perfect man? Describe him.
We agree ideologically.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably share a similar passion, or if not, like he can be involved in my passions and pursuits and stuff like that.
Any physical traits? Do you have like height requirement or preference?
No, I've dated all sorts.
Any racial preferences?
No.
Any, what's the other one?
All sorts? Really? All sorts?
Like short, tall, muscular, not pudgy. Like.
Is there anything you would compromise on, or anything you would, or yeah, I mean, actually compromise is the perfect word. Is there anything you would compromise on for the perfect man?
I don't think so. And I do think that's to my detriment at some points, yeah. I do put myself above.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put myself above like a potential partner because that doesn't seem like that's my.
What if in order to get with the perfect guy, once per day, you had to do 10 jumping jacks that you otherwise didn't want to do? Would you do the 10 jumping jacks?
Yeah.
For the perfect man?
Sure, but that's not even
not a big
close to a
ask.
comparison of giving up my passion. There's not much I would give up for a man, even if he's the perfect guy.
But like, so your passion is going to school to get an education in furtherance of what? Eventually having a career one day?
Yes.
But if he's really wealthy and making a bunch of money...
But it's not about the money.
What's it about then?
It's the passion behind it.
The passion?
Yeah.
You want to...
I want to work in...
You want to be a professor? You want to work with high school kids?
I think
What do
I'll
you want?
probably work in like economic policy or monetary
What is
policy.
Okay, so you want to work in a cubicle? What do you want to do? Some office?
Maybe at the start I will have to, but then eventually I kind of just want to be like an economist who has theories of...
Well, you're going for your master's degree, right?
Yeah.
Theories.
Okay. And so you're
It's
going...
not facts. Theories is not
Yeah,
facts.
theories are not facts.
Theories is not facts, man.
Yeah.
Theories is fucking theories, man. It's like bullshit, and then you tie your old fucking shit, and
All
facts.
of economics is theories.
Randy Savage.
Yes. No.
The cream
I'm telling
rises
you.
to the top.
You're what? 19. I'm 52.
I'm the
sorry.
cream of the crop.
And you're actually
Experiences. Yes. Experiences. Oh, the cream of the crop. Yes. Yeah, you want to do your fucking little...
There's not much I would give up in pursuit of a man, but I don't frown upon a woman who is willing to do so and who also believes that it's
Nothing
their
means
duty.
nothing.
Oh, what? Yeah,
Nothing
I know.
means nothing.
I know.
Hold on.
A woman wants to get married,
I need his...
have
I don't his
babies,
big glasses.
get mad at a man, and you know, that's what it is. A woman wants to get
But
mad
the
at a
cream
man.
will rise to the top.
You know?
Oh yeah, brother.
I know.
Macho
Because you know what?
madness. Sorry, keep going. No, good. Sorry.
Seriously.
No, keep going.
Every fucking woman wants to get mad at a man for the
Let me tell you
reason
something right
that
now.
they're fucking pissed
Cards
off.
stacked against the macho man Randy Savage. WrestleMania 3. Sorry, keep going.
Seriously, right? Every fucking woman wants to be fucking pissed off at a man. They really
She's
do.
talking about submission to men is a good thing, and she believes that's her worldview.
Not only
and
the intercontinental
And I'm sorry,
heavyweight belt must fall, but
my
the
three fucking marriages and everything else, yeah, I think I can say that.
But Hulk Hogan, yeah, I'm the cream. Yeah,
What?
I'm the cream of the crop. And there's
the
no
cream
one
of
that
the
does
crop.
better than me,
I
the
know.
macho
I'm
man,
the cream of the
Randy
crop.
Savage.
No.
On balance, off balance, doesn't matter.
Right.
I'm better than you, yeah.
No, you ain't.
I'm talking to everyone in the... Huh?
Ain't shit, man.
Nothing's gonna stop me.
Crickets.
I've been maligned from the top to the bottom.
Go.
Yeah.
Mary, play the crickets.
You ain't even funny, man.
I think he's funny right now.
They
Start
can't,
being funny,
I
man.
they can't handle the macho man, Randy Savage.
Anyway.
Can you be funny?
What was the
You're
topic?
right.
Keep going on. Keep
I'm
going
just
on.
cringe. All right. So, anyways, let's see. Where were we here?
La stupido.
I don't even know what. I was talking to Jazz. We were having a great moment. Me and Jazz were
Randy
talking
Savage.
about. We were talking about something.
No, you're funny
I don't
as
know.
fuck, bitch.
Mike Davis donated 200.
You gotta pay another sim tax.
Gorgeous.chair 1. Don't let anyone tell you diff. If it ever was to happen. You will get used to petty people trying to put you down. Want to know what true beauty looks like. Go find a mirror, smile.
Yeah, Mike Davis.
Facts. Mike Davis.
That's fucking disgusting.
What?
Bro, Mike Davis, pay another sim tax. That's crazy, dude.
I agree.
That's crazy. Come on, man.
No, girl, you got a bright future. You meant to be a star.
Shine
Wait.
bright like diamond.
Oh,
Shine bright like a star, bitch.
but I don't understand this whole like. Wait, okay. So you're going after your master's degree, then you're gonna start working, or what's the plan?
Like in the field that I want a career in, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you go get your master's degree, what, another 3 years, and then you go work?
I think a master's is a year if you do all 3 classes. Like as
I
many
don't
as you
know.
can do.
I don't know. Sometimes I guess it takes people longer.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 years, but
Probably like 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 years. Okay.
yeah.
But and then you're gonna go work so that you can make money.
That's
and you're gonna have a
fulfilling for
boss,
me.
And then you're gonna but you're gonna be submissive to your boss.
I mean, I think everyone's goal down the line is to not work under someone, and that's kind of my goal too.
Yeah, but you're gonna be a slave in some capacity.
Yeah. And you're saying that's how it should be, or I just don't understand.
No, what I'm saying is this idea that like your career pursuits or your career success or your career achievements are going to be the ultimate satisfaction or source of happiness in life.
Yeah, that's what's fulfilling to me, even if it means I'm submitting to a boss, just the same way it's fulfilling to her, even though she's submitting to someone.
Well, even if you're self-employed, then you're self-employed, and that comes with a whole bunch of benefits, but also a corresponding bunch of annoyances and potential pitfalls. If you're going to start your own business, there's all kinds of headaches there. So, I mean, I just reject this idea that, even for men, I kind of reject it, but even for women, that your career is going to be this sort of ultimate source of fulfillment in life. I think a lot of women, when they hit 30, 40, 50,
fulfillment in life. Who the fuck are you telling anybody?
I'm getting offended right now. Like,
can you tilt your mic down? Tilt your mic down.
No, I'm just trying to fucking.
Can you just tilt your mic down?
Really? Fulfillment. Really? Fulfillment. Fulfillment. Really? Fulfillment.
Well, that's the point of having a career.
Are you having like an anti-capitalist take here, where you're saying it's
what the hell are you talking about, man? Fulfillment. Man, I just want to be happy in life. What the fuck you want to be happy in life? Okay, some dude? What? You're having some dude, man. That's all I'm talking about, man. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I wanna.
Yeah. You know what? Here, we gotta play the bow video. We need the bow video. E.T., Erica, we need you for the bow video. We need you to sit.
Oh, I know. Shut me up, right? Shut me up, right? Shut me up? Is that what you're doing? Shut me up?
Wait, you weren't even talking.
Bitch, shut me up, right?
Shut the fuck up. You're
no. Shut up. Shut up. See? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Everybody's telling me to shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
Everybody's telling me to shut up, right?
No, like shut up.
Everybody? Yeah, I know.
No, like shut the fuck up. Like actually.
It hurts my ears.
I know.
I don't care about ears.
Obviously, I know you don't care.
Okay, I'm serious.
I'm allowed.
Oh, really? This one?
What are you gonna say to me, bitch?
I think everyone's don't.
What?
Don't start. Don't start.
Like actually, do you want to like?
Erica,
see,
Erica,
that's what I'm saying. Shut me up. No, you're not.
Shut up. Like actually.
No, you're not.
Stop. Wait. Stop yelling. Stop yelling. Stop.
Everyone's either tired or drunk.
Why don't you shut up, man?
Yeah. Like
you're the one over here.
I like my life up, bitch.
Wait, guys, stop.
It's my ears.
What
That's
the
it.
fuck?
I can make this shit all I want, motherfucker.
It's not a big deal.
All right. What the fuck? What's going on tonight?
Fuck, man.
No, what are you like going on about? Shut the fuck up.
I shouldn't have done the Macho Man Randy Savage bit. That's probably what.
Like literally.
Like literally, you're the one over here.
Like what the fuck are you doing? Like shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shut up! You shut up!
Wait, guys, chill out.
You're the one fucking everybody's talking about. Shut up!
Hayden Rochelle.
Wait, stop screaming. Stop screaming.
Hayden Rochelle. This bitch is going crazy. Like
fucking stupid ass, man.
Shut up!
Wait, shh. Hey.
Guys,
wait, look at me right here.
Yes,
I got you.
Yeah.
You're my homie.
Yeah, her.
Wait,
Yeah,
look right
fuck
here.
her.
Yeah,
just
fuck
right
me,
here.
bitch.
Erica, stop.
Fuck me,
Erica. We're homies, right? You're my homie, right?
Yeah, I am.
This is Brian's consolation. He has to keep us here.
It's okay, Erica. It's okay.
I'm just kidding. I love you.
Shh, Erica, relax.
I love everybody. I'm
Erica,
just like psychopath.
Zip it. Erica.
I say love you to everybody. Bitch, I love you.
Zip it. Okay.
That's great.
We good? I think we're good. Let's just.
I guess. Is she?
She's good. Hey.
Is she?
Hey.
Is she?
Get the fuck out of my face. Like, actually. No, bitch, get the fuck out of my face.
Bro, what the fuck are you
Don't
guys?
fucking, don't fucking in my face, bitch. Really? I can right next to me. I can drop your ass on the fucking.
Wait, stop. Wait. Hey, guys, stop. Stop.
Grandma Jones, shut the fuck up.
Erica, stop antagonizing her. Stop provoking her.
You're right.
Just stop. Both of you stop. Let me get. Do you guys want to get out of here?
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah,
just let me.
So badly.
Stop. Just stop so I can do the show. Okay, bow video, please. All right. This is a video I took of my ex-girlfriend.
Is this the bowing? This is Sue.
This is my ex-girlfriend. This is my expectation.
Girl, I'm not. Why are you
Stop,
Don't
man.
give me your fucking hand.
Stop. Shh.
Don't touch me. Like, actually.
Well, don't do that,
No, I was
man.
joking. But like, don't be like that with me. Don't touch me. That's
What the
crazy.
fuck?
We're crossing lines touching
Holy
me.
shit. Guys, stop.
No,
Both of you.
like, she's fucking touching
No,
me. Like,
she was over in my space.
I
She
was talking to Selby.
Yeah, I know. There you go.
I was talking about
There
Wait.
you go.
What the fuck?
Okay, stop.
Bitch, what
Wait.
the fuck?
See? I don't
Wait. Erica, just walk away for like 5 minutes. Just walk away for 5 minutes.
I'm aware.
Just
like,
walk away.
Actually, this bitch is crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you touch me, I'll
Here,
sue you.
Erica, just walk away for just 5 minutes. Walk away. Let it.
Fucking dumbass bitch.
No, shampoo. But yeah.
I just want to see the bow video, boys. Yeah.
How long ago was this video?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's been so long.
It's been a minute.
How does she feel about this video? Reoccurring.
Whatever. We're on good terms, I guess.
Right?
Yeah.
Are we?
Are we what?
I don't know.
Look,
I've never been
just
here,
chill.
and I don't know her,
Look.
and she knows you, man.
I don't know anybody here. I only
Well,
know
obviously
Felicity and
she
Mary.
knows you. So I don't
this
know
is our first time
anybody,
meeting.
and I don't know anybody, man. Yeah, I don't know anybody.
Okay. Yeah, Jerry.
The fuck she know?
Stop. Just stop. Look, stop. Let me.
Right? Oh, stop?
Yeah, just
really?
be quiet.
It's me?
It's both
me?
of you. It's both of
It's
you.
me? No, it's not me.
It's both of you.
I don't even know her.
You're yelling. Stop yelling.
Can't. She's intoxicated.
I don't know her or her either.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're
You
yelling
good?
in my fucking ear, and I'm like up to it. So just calm, take a breath. Let's step back and relax. Okay? We're adults. Moving forward.
Yeah, I know. But you guys came together.
Okay. Question for you, Amy. Question for you. You have one kid, right?
Yes.
Does she? How old's your kid again?
15.
Does she know that you do OF?
Yes.
She knows?
Yes.
What does she think about it?
She don't care.
Hey guys, please don't talk back there.
Sorry.
She doesn't care?
No.
Question, when your daughter becomes an adult, like 18, 19, 20, and if she were to come to you and say, I'm thinking of starting an OnlyFans, would you tell her
She
not
don't
to?
care because she knows my OnlyFans page. See, you guys
no,
are
but-
all about, assuming about how everything's a page are, and OnlyFans. If you go on OnlyFans, there's a lot of things that go on.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if your daughter, once she becomes an adult, if she came to you, she's like, hey, I want to start an OnlyFans,
Yes.
would you say, totally,
I
sweetie,
will
that's
tell
fine?
her that I do it.
But she already knows that you do it.
Yes, she does.
Okay. All right, I'll read
Does
the
it bother her? I don't know. She hasn't told
you
me.
said that you had a sugar daddy 30 years your senior for 4
Yes.
years. How old were you when that was?
I was 29.
Okay, cool.
I was 29 years old.
So,
He was
question for
60
you.
years. So this was like, I'm asking you guys, like, how far you want to go back? Like 30 years? Yeah. Fuck yeah, man.
So, question for you, Amy. Seems like, I finished your notes. If you, can you behave yourself? you think?
Yes, I can. I'll always behave myself. What the
I'm
fuck?
giving you one more chance, Amy.
What the hell are you talking about,
Amy, I'm giving
man?
you one more chance.
What are you talking about?
I need you to behave.
Okay.
No more yelling. There can't be any more yelling. You can't be getting in Erica's face. Can't get in her face?
I was never getting in anybody's face.
Hey, you got in her face a little bit. You getting in her physical bubble, her physical space. You got to knock that off.
If you want to kick me out of here, kick me out of here. I'm not going to sit here and fucking do this shit with you. Okay? I'm on fucking vacation. I'm going to go to Pismo tomorrow and enjoy myself. That's it.
Well, hey,
So,
you know,
what the fuck?
I think that
That way I can get out of this fucking chair and go home.
that
Or go back to my hotel, back to my fucking
I
kids,
think
man.
You don't need his permission to kick you out. If you want to leave, you can leave.
If you want to leave, you can leave.
Well, I don't give a fuck, man.
Okay, well, thank you for coming on. It was good to meet you. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was good to meet you.
Thank you.
Amy, it was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Thank you.
¡Afuera! ¡This is Sparta!
Peace out. Peace out. You too, homie. Great to see you. Glad you can make it.
Sorry. Yeah, it's good. It's good, you know. One sec, guys. We're dealing with the situation. Anybody want to talk momentarily? Keep them entertained while I step away for a brief moment?
Well, I was going to say something funny, but I don't want them to hear me.
Something funny.
Say it. They're
Whisper
busy.
it.
Yeah.
Who's listening? Cool here. The oldest woman on the show acts like a 12-year-old. Freaking insane. And they called 19 and 20-year-olds immature.
She's obviously intoxicated.
I think everyone on the show tonight is
like, bro,
super beautiful
learn how to-
and like super intelligent, and
You
this
gotta
has
learn how to
been
hold your alcohol
something.
at 52.
Is that all she had though? Like,
I think tequila and champagne.
Knows, yeah.
I didn't even know she was drinking. Like I don't know.
That's so embarrassing. This is like on YouTube forever. I'm not talking about you, Erica.
You have your phone? Keep talking, guys. Talk.
Okay.
Say
something funny.
5 seconds, and you guys can't even keep convo. Come on, what are you?
I forgot where we even left off.
People.
Yeah, I don't know.
The smart lady.
I'm just like annoyed.
Come on, say something.
Thank you.
The doctor, Dr. Laura.
Promote the book, maybe. for a
Beautiful,
second.
lovely doctor lady.
I hope she's not driving either.
Yeah, we
Hyatt.
have nothing else to talk
She has a
about.
hotel.
So
She's
I wrote a
fine.
book about how to deal with the most toxic people. It's called Outsmarting Egomaniacs: How to Respond to Narcissists and Master Manipulators. It's available everywhere. It's funny, and it'll help you deal with the most impossible people in your life.
Written by
Like the
Written by
woman that
me,
was sitting
Carla Leto.
Okay.
It has a red balloon on the cover.
Okay.
Are they able to chat without like paying for it? Are they able to leave
I think
something in the
so,
chat?
but
on
I
the
think
live.
to read them, it has to be like $100.
I think for the the regular chat, it's like $6 a month, like $5.99. I think.
What's like a deep burning question we could ask and go around the table?
What is our dream? What is our goal? Our 5-year goal?
Y'all can start. Let's do it.
first. 5-year goals, girls.
You talk so much
I
during this whole
know.
podcast.
Yeah, you gotta be exhausted.
They kind of attacked me.
Please share one.
I had no
I'm gonna
idea.
leave you
Share number
alone.
one. Okay, 5-year goal.
5-year goal. I really like doing content creation, and I'm in the fitness niche, so I think I still want to do it.
What kind of content?
I do fitness stuff, so I post
Okay.
like workouts and like motivational stuff. But I've been doing like creation kind of everywhere since I was like 5 years old. So yeah, it's like my little hobby. If I could make a living out of it, that would be awesome.
I like that. That's nice.
And I want to get married to my now boyfriend.
Oh.
Wait, I have a question, if you don't mind me asking. how did your parents like react? Like, were they supportive of you getting married so early?
No. I originally had a lot of academic scholarships, and I was actually going to go to Oregon University, which is like really random, but I turned all of my scholarships down and ended up not wanting to go to college. And that was like the first thing that they were like, what are you doing with your life? And my parents always told me I had to get a college degree before I ever like moved on to the next thing. It's like marriage. They're like, you have to have a college degree or we're not going to bless your marriage, basically. So I said that. And then like 2 months later, I was like, by the way, I'm getting married at 18 as well. And they took it better than I think most, like a lot of modern parents would.
Yeah.
But I'm also just very strong-willed, and like when I want to do something, I just like do it.
But aren't you
regardless.
like afraid? Because I kind of want to do some things that you've done, which is I love that. I love that you're like married and like
thank you.
This like not. I don't know if it's perfect. Like I think every relationship is kind of
perfect,
you know, but it seems like really nice. But like, aren't you afraid of what happens with the value with your family and stuff like that? You know what I mean?
Do you mean like my relationship with my family?
Yeah.
Now it's better than ever. I think like getting, because I never like lived on my own. Like I moved straight out of my parents' house and with my husband, of course.
Yeah.
So I think actually like moving away and starting my own life made our relationship better, because now they see like, first of all, they love my husband. Like he's the best.
Yeah.
And also they've seen that we can build a life together and like create something really beautiful. I'm sure they had doubts in the beginning of like, how are they going to do this? Like they're just two kids who didn't go to college, and like it's not normal.
Do you have friends that are our age that like support you?
My best friend is 20. But outside of that, all of our friends are older, as in like 24 to 28 range. So nothing too crazy different, but no one is married in my friend group yet. So that's
wow.
Well, actually, no. There's one couple that is, but in my like immediate friend group, we're the only married ones.
We should be friends.
Yeah, we totally should. Yeah, I know. We need to connect after this. Is the whole panel leaving?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a one-woman show. Well, since Brian doesn't put our Instagrams in the description,
Go
it's
ahead.
Savannah Faith Stone on Instagram.
Oh my God.
A Southern gal. That's what that is, you guys.
So drama
subscribe, follow.
Mine is Nausicaa_LYF. If anyone knows the Miyazaki anime, that's me.
Oh, cute.
You are super cute. You're not cute. You're beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
We
Not
actually
exotic.
appreciate
You're
that.
beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I think
Wow.
everyone here is pretty.
I do too. We sat
Actually,
on the
everyone
plane
on the
together
panel
this
is
morning.
Yeah,
beautiful.
me and Savannah were on the plane together this morning, like
Sitting right next to each other.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you guys like talked because you saw her.
She was watching the whatever podcast, and I was
Yeah.
like, she's either a fan or she's
Exactly.
going to the same
Yeah.
shoot right now. Yeah, very interesting. And you got to pick your seat, right? Like randomly.
No, I didn't pick my seat.
Oh, see, like I like selected a seat
I
randomly,
didn't even-
and then you just got randomly put there.
I never
It's so
select my
weird.
seats. I don't know why, because I always end up in the middle when I do that. But it's like whatever. That flight wasn't that bad. But yeah,
No,
it was by
it's
chance
whatever.
I ended up there.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know. I know
random.
nothing. I literally know nothing.
How
You're
can
crying.
Can you see how many viewers are on here?
I don't think we can.
I'm gonna tell.
Is this gonna go down as Brian's most chaotic?
Yeah, I'm like confused. Like, has this ever happened?
Live?
Like, he's just left the set. Also, I can't imagine how you're feeling as someone who hasn't watched or known the show too much.
I'm just wondering when we get to go to bed.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
My body was asleep like hours ago.
I could
like
scream
crashing.
I love this shit.
No, I've crashed.
I love this so much. Did
I
you
was-
guys ever go on the app
Only a
Periscope?
few sellies.
No.
It was a live stream app. It was amazing. Oh, sorry. Not me.
You're fine. Not me directing
I know,
into the
right?
mics, you guys.
All right.
I wonder if anybody's still watching.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know how many live streamers they usually have, like views.
They get like.
Yeah. Well,
How's everybody feeling? The therapist asks.
I feel.
I want to read your book.
Oh, thank you.
I'm curious about it now.
Oh, I
feel
have to
tired.
read it.
Yeah,
I
now
need
I
it.
like need to read it.
Need it in
Yeah.
my life.
We drove 3 hours.
3.5.
I have anxiety.
Do you really?
We've been up since 4 Eastern time.
I don't know.
1, right?
So 1 this time.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are friends.
No,
Being
we
better
just,
than everybody.
We just flew in.
we're just from the East Coast.
Stop being younger, hotter, and better than everybody, okay? Like,
Huh?
we already know. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll shut up.
Nobody's better than me.
No, we've been up for like 24 hours probably.
Yeah, it's
Close
4.
to
It's
it.
4 Eastern
You're
time
from
right
Georgia
now.
as well?
I'm from Florida, so like literally right above
Yeah,
her.
so we've
Okay.
been awake for 24 hours right now.
We're in
That's
Florida.
cool.
Do you know who Jimmy Levy is?
Where? What city is he from?
Oh, like you seem like you'd be a part of like his thing.
Jimmy Levy.
Love you, Jimmy. Shout out Jimmy Levy. Love him.
Dave Ho.
No, Jimmy Levy's legit. He's like
Michelle
I think you would
Wing.
fuck
Where
with
does he
him.
live?
Florida.
But do you know what
He
city?
does content.
Yeah, but it's like he's a singer and he promotes like Jesus and Christianity. But he's really talented.
I may have seen him on.
He's really
social
talented.
media.
Jimmy, you're so talented. Love you, Jimmy. If you're watching this, he's probably gonna see this. No, he won't.
If anybody scrolls to the very end of the podcast, this is what.
No, Jimmy's gonna be pissed about everything I said. Everything he says I shouldn't.
Wait, I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Is it not common where you're from that people marry young?
It's common.
Just not in your friend group?
Not in my like. I would say not in my family. Like my mom got married at 28.
Oh wow, yeah.
And then she had me at 30. So like considered later in life.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think my parents and my immediate family were always very career driven.
Mm-hmm.
And so that just got passed down to me. But the smaller towns in Florida and like North or South Georgia, definitely people get.
Chat, these are the girls. Oh, sorry. Shout out Hayden and Rochelle, my besties. The girls, blackout girls. Shout out blackout girls. Okay, bye. Love you guys. Bye. How to shout the homies. I know. I'm sorry, Mari. Oh my god. Wait, is it Mari?
Sure.
Oh my god.
Fucking married, bitch.
I am so sorry.
Been married for 8 hours.
I know. I'm sorry. It's a little wet on this seat. Fuck. Okay. Wait, I low key feel bad, but I don't because I don't have sympathy for like people. So you are your own villain.
Yeah. How's the conversation been? Have you guys been?
We have been chatting. I mean, like it's not like controversial, but we've been chatting about each other's lives.
Oh boy! All right, guys. That woman, I don't even know where to begin. I don't think I recorded.
Was she crying? I feel bad, but I don't.
Yeah, and then it was just, what the fuck, Mike Davis. Still simping, man. Still
6'3".
simping.
Okay, so he's 5'10".
Klain, thank you.
Send me the money, Mike. What's going on?
All right.
Oh.
All right, Klain, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Here, I kind of want to try to finish this up here soon.
Yeah, it's like
Karen's mad.
I don't think that's a Karen. That is not a Karen. That's
Oh no, that was something else. That was something else.
What happened when I left?
That was Bonnie Blue in 40 years.
Man.
That's me in 40 years, you said?
No, I said
By the
Bonnie
way, I just-
Blue.
I was like, Bonnie Blue? Oh, wait, who is that? The girl that fucks like thousands of guys?
Were you guys actually talking?
Yeah.
Super casual call.
The viewership ever since I left just went.
I feel bad. I literally said that. I was like, I bet you no one's
Brian,
watching.
you're the star. That's why.
No, I mean.
Your fans love you.
All right, I'm trying to see what else we
Now
have
you're
to
ready
get
to end it because your views went down. I get it.
No, it's not that. Just fucking had to deal with that crazy fucking lady.
I think you should do a no alcohol rule on the show.
No, what?
Well, so like
For that reason.
we don't
She told us she was drinking Malibu.
we don't offer.
That was the sound in the trash can,
She
by
was
the
not
way. Was that
kidding.
empty bottle
that was a joke.
of rum?
I've been drinking, so we're not going to end the no alcohol rule.
That was pretty early in the show to have.
That's what Fresh and Fit
the only
has.
times, well, the only times we we don't offer alcohol.
I know that.
The only time, like if there's a champagne pop on the show, yes, but like behind the scenes, no alcohol. We don't offer alcohol to the guests. And like there were 3 or 4 champagne pops, but I mean,
No, she had Malibu. She showed me.
She drank. Right, she drank an entire bottle.
And like,
of rum.
who knows what she was doing in the restroom?
Yeah, because like the amount of champagne she had was like a cup of.
It was
champagne. Doesn't get
That was not champagne.
It was 2 glasses.
That
went in the
sounded
restroom for a long
by the way,
duration.
was her shoving the rum bottle down there, and that was in the first like 2 or 3 hours. So like right
So she
away,
got
she
drunk
drank a
on-
whole bottle of rum.
She got drunk on her
I don't
own.
know. I'm
Yeah,
not counting
yeah.
people's.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she was drinking Malibu, she said.
All good? Yes. Okay. Here.
She said she has a hotel room.
Oh, she'll be fine.
Her daughter is in town.
Okay, yeah.
She'll be fine. She'll be
Not
fine.
driving.
All right, here.
Drive.
Felicity, why don't you join the panel?
It might be a little wet.
Oh my god.
Felicity.
Oh my god.
We'll flip the.
I know my ass is wet right now. Fucking.
Just
sorry.
get a different seat booster for Felicity. All right, guys, let's get back to the show. Come on, let's get back to the show. Patriot, thank you for the soup chat. Appreciate it. Coastal Operator, thank you for the soup chat. Appreciate it, guys. All right, we need to do the bow video. The bow video. Once Felicity's here, we'll do the bow video. As she's seen it. All right, go ahead, play it. This is my ex-girlfriend. Check this out, watch. This is my expectations of a girl. Boom, huge bow. Did you see the bow?
Yeah,
She has to bow. I demand a bow. Always need the bow. This was after a really long, exhausting podcast day.
I hope Sue's watching.
I hope Sue's watching too.
Who's Sue?
Our friend does this to our other
She's
friend.
like North Korean, like she's hot, but she dresses like an Amish princess.
And she does this to our guy friend.
She has my dinner ready.
Dave Hope.
And she cooks
Had my dinner
better than
ready.
me.
It was very nice of her.
Wait,
And then
Brian, you should
get
date
ready
Sue.
to play it again.
Right.
Boom, huge bow. Do you see the depth of the bow? Great bow. Fantastic. One of the best I've ever seen. Going around the table, would you bow for your boyfriend or husband?
No.
Nope.
Yes.
Of course.
Girl, what?
I only bow
Can you
to
move your mic that way, please? Move your mic that way.
Me?
Yeah, you. And then turn it straight, please. Go ahead.
I do it as a gesture sometimes, but I only bow to God. I don't worship my husband.
But I thought you said you'd be submissive to your husband.
But I do bow as a gesture. I think it's cute and
okay.
but not in the way that I worship.
Like that kind of bow.
I worship you. Yeah, that was a cute bow.
Yeah, it was a cute bow.
Wait, was that actually your ex-girlfriend?
No.
No.
I was gonna say, why aren't you with her?
I say that though.
Yes.
You'd hit the bow for okay. What about you? Would you hit
I
the
mean, I
bow?
don't think he even wants me to.
But if he asked for it, would you do it?
Well, if he asked me, would you bow right now for me, sweetie? I would just bow. Yeah, why
Okay.
not?
What about you? Would you hit the bow?
It's a cultural thing that we both already do.
Oh, okay. You already did it.
Wait,
So
what?
wait, is that a no and a no? And did you say? Sorry, you said yes.
Of course.
So wait, no.
No.
Would you do it for the perfect man?
Fuck no.
The perfect man wouldn't ask me to bow to him.
Just a bow.
In my opinion, of course, my
He's
perfect
perfect
man, not
in
everyone's.
every other way.
Right, but why does he want you to bow?
Exactly. It's obviously indicative of another characteristic trait if he's
Just
bow to
respect.
me now. Yeah.
I don't think I think most really good men don't say it bow to me, you better worship me, but it's just I don't know.
How about a
It's
little
just,
bow?
It's an Asian
cute.
culture.
Yeah.
Let's see
if
the
I was
bow.
Do you
an
want
Asian
that,
man,
Brian?
Yeah,
Is that
the
your
bow means,
main
respect.
one of your main
Yeah.
characteristics
That's
you
what
want in a
it is.
female?
Is what?
Them to bow to you like that.
You know, the thing is that ultimately the bow's not that important. What it is, though, is a temperature check for her agreeableness and then her cooperativeness. So it really, ultimately, the bow, it's not about the bow itself. It's a check for, is she submissive? Will she do a totally effortless, completely benign, harmless act just for the sake of doing it because I ask for it? And that's what it's looking for.
Right.
Have you had someone do that for you?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Where
Are you
they?
actually serious?
Where are they?
If
Why
your
aren't
wife
you with
asked
them?
you, would you?
So if hold on.
In private at the house,
Well, this is the compromise I'd be willing to make. I say, for the perfect woman, even I would be willing to bow to her. But once a day. That's the cap. I won't do it
Just
more.
one time.
Once a day.
is enough, I guess.
But for the perfect woman, there's a lot of things I would be willing to compromise on for the perfect woman. So
Weren't you advocating for a Western society that doesn't really go along the lines of a Western society?
What would you compromise? What's the most
I mean,
controversial thing you'd compromise?
kings and monarchs were bowed to, so it's out of fashion now. But yeah,
You don't do it now.
so I don't care.
You're old
I
fashioned
mean, it's
man.
still normal in Asia.
Okay. What part of Asia? Like all parts?
More dominantly in Korea.
Interesting. Okay.
Soo Young Kim.
I know, right? She does. Yeah.
And David. All of her.
Yeah.
All of her people.
Shout out Dave Ho.
But I guess my
like it. I
confusion.
think it's very respectful
Have you
and
question,
nice.
Jazz? Have you ever had a sneaky link?
Define sneaky link?
Like a guy who you just started seeing and it's just casual sex, basically.
No.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
Yes, in college, yeah.
Have you had like more than one-night stand?
No.
You had one-night stand. Yeah. Okay. Have you ever? It wasn't a one-night stand. Like you continued to see the guy.
Yes.
But you hooked up on the first date.
Not on like the first date, but there was situations where like we were hanging out, we were friends, acquaintances, whatever. And then there happened to be a night where we hooked up, and then after that we were together. So I don't know how you would classify that.
Okay, how long had you known them, I guess?
A couple months, like 3
Okay.
months.
What I don't understand when it comes to the bow is you guys will, maybe this isn't the case for all of you, but I think if you ask a lot of women who refuse to do the bow, well, have you ever had a one-night stand? A lot of them would say yes. It's like, you'll let a man put his penis inside of you. One of the most intimate things that you can really do. You'll let him, you'll S the D. You'll S the D. You'll let him blast on your face, in your fucking hair,
No, this
in
isn't
the eyeball. Oh my god.
This isn't not regrettably, I will say, and it's a mixture of being overworked, full-time student, and a lot of alcohol.
Oh, okay. But
and regret.
y'all will let a guy hit, but you won't do the bow?
Well, our standards are different now. Maybe if you asked me back then, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking you back then, though. I am asking you now. And I'm
Yeah,
saying,
and my standards have changed. Like, I wouldn't have a one-night stand now.
No, I know, but it's like you did, and a lot of other women who have objections to this whole benign bow thing, they'll suck a dick within a minute, 2 minutes,
Does it make
3
you feel
minutes.
less than if you bow to a man? Is that why you're like opposed
I
to
question
it?
why they're asking me to bow to them so that they feel
If you
superior.
ask a man to stop following women on Instagram, is it like the same?
If they do or don't? Like, what do you mean?
The question. If you ask a man to not follow women on Instagram and then he's like, okay, bow to me. Like, that's...
I'm not sure I should say this.
Clan, we're not at the roast. What? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm not sure if I should
Say
say
it.
this.
I'm
but-
just- Say that shit.
But
Say it.
I find enjoyment in doing what I'm told.
Me too.
So
that's hot.
It's very attractive.
Maybe
It's a
that's
bow.
more correlated.
It's literally
then.
nothing. Like, it's painless. You don't have to change anything about
Can I ask
yourself.
why?
Hey, she's a keeper right here.
She's a keeper.
Wait, can I
Not
ask both
even
of you?
not even the bow. I'm thinking of other things like, I don't know, just not being told what to do. Yeah, I think it's attractive.
Well, you enjoy being submissive.
Yeah, but
Have you pegged somebody, Jazz? Have you ever pegged a guy?
I have not.
Has a guy ever asked to be pegged?
I honestly don't want to talk about my sexual experiences on here.
I think what she's
No,
trying to
I-
get at, she pegged a guy once.
Inappropriate, but no.
You're so dirty-minded. Oh my
What the
god.
fuck? I'm not into that shit. I'm just saying that's the kind. She
Wait.
wants to dominate a dude.
What's
she
the
wants
dirtiest
to bend
thing
a
you-
dude
oh,
over.
you should want
Give her 10 years. We'll circle back.
Hold on.
Back.
I want to answer her question.
Go ahead.
You said sorry, you said I like submitting. Is that
Yeah,
what you
like
said,
why?
Jasmine?
Like why? Yeah.
Well, I don't think you should just submit to any man, right? Like, I don't think you should submit to your boyfriend. I think that that's reserved for your husband. So a marriage doesn't work without a submissive wife, and husband is head of the household. If it does work, it's much, much harder to make it work.
Wait, I have a question. Did you ever submit to a man before your husband? Was he the? Oh, really? Okay.
No, never gave.
I think it's also like naturally you want to do things for them. Like he doesn't even have to ask me of anything.
Right.
Like I'm already doing it, you know.
Being proactive
This
and
idea of
anticipating your
submission.
man's needs,
Yeah,
husband's
like-
needs.
Yeah, like
But it only
That's what
works, you
marriage
guys.
is.
Yeah.
Submission only works, like you're saying, if he's a good guy who's taking care of you back. So this idea of just submissive in general, if
Yeah.
you're doing that with a controlling egomaniac,
That's how I feel.
and it's then you're being submissive is not that's not creating a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
But what you're talking about, your husband's probably a wonderful guy because it sounds like you're very happy and it's working really well. I don't think there's any problem with being submissive to a good guy who loves and respects you and is taking care of you back. I think like if you want to be submissive and he respects you and takes good care of you back, and that's a dynamic that works for you guys, that's beautiful. But submission just across the board with any guy, he'd better be a good guy is what I'm saying, because if you put yourself in that role with a guy who is comfortable taking advantage of you or is egocentric and not taking care of you back, well, then I can't imagine how that would be a happy, fulfilling relationship.
Well, it wouldn't be submission. It would be like a power struggle in that sense.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of women will say things like, my husband's just not a good leader. I can't trust him. He just can't make good decisions. But they've never actually let him lead and like actually submitted. And they think that submission is something that is earned when it is given through the covenant of marriage. So you just submit to your husband because you trust that God blessed you with that husband, and you trust God and trust that.
Well, hopefully he's a good one.
Yeah. Is there any reality where that man isn't living up to that standard of like leading actually, and like you're letting him do it, but he's just not like.
I will say that beginning of our marriage, there were a couple decisions my husband made a mistake on, and I think that they're human. They're going to make mistakes.
What were the mistakes?
Off the top of my head, like one was financial, like we sold one of the cars and I don't know, in the end, like it actually ended up being okay. But at the time we were considering, but ultimately I gave the decision to him. That's like one I can think of off the top of my head, but the other one was probably smaller. But yeah, I would say that the goal is for them to learn from that mistake and then to grow from it. Especially like me getting married so young, we're still figuring out life together. So I don't expect every single decision to be perfect, but I trust him to make that decision and then to pivot if it's.
Would there have ever been a breaking point for you if he kept kind of making those mistakes and wasn't seeming to learn from them? Is there a breaking point for you? Or
what do you mean by breaking point?
Like, would you stick it out and just hope?
Like divorce? Or what do you mean by breaking?
Whatever you would consider like, I don't know, taking time apart or sitting him down and being like, hey, seriously, we need to consider making better decisions rather than just letting him mess up. Like what would be your divorce breaking point? Like how many times would he have to?
Divorce isn't an option for me under any circumstance in my marriage.
Even if he cheated on you?
Yeah, I wouldn't leave him.
Damn, that's crazy.
You know, my husband wouldn't cheat on me. That's just like something
You're a bad bitch. I will say that. Like, I called you a bitch earlier, but I meant like I say bitch to everyone. So if you took it derogatory,
I wasn't that offended.
You're like very bad bitch vibes. So like if a man cheated on you, you would tolerate?
Not my husband. If it was a boyfriend, I'd leave.
No, I feel like I know you're a man. Like you're a husband. If he cheated, you would tolerate it?
It would be extremely hard to get through. I think that would be probably the hardest thing I went through in my marriage, but I don't believe in ending a marriage.
What if it was reoccurring infidelity?
I mean, we'd have an issue there. But yeah, I wouldn't leave my husband.
Even if he did it multiple times?
Yeah, I wouldn't leave my husband.
I think women should fold laundry on the first date.
Brian, what the
I think men should show that they're capable of folding an article of clothing on the first date.
We have the perfect girl.
I know
disagree
how to do
with you,
laundry.
Brian.
You disagree?
I disagree that women.
Why is that?
I think in a dating relationship, like boyfriend girlfriend, you shouldn't be doing too many wifey things for him before marriage because they're supposed to earn. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do anything. I cooked for my boyfriend when we were dating all the time. Like I cooked for him. I maybe did his laundry once, but when you live as you're married before you actually get married, you're prematurely submitting to that man. And it's also like that saying, what is it? If you get the milk for free, why would you buy the cow? Like then he has no incentive to
isn't that related to sex?
Yes and no, I think.
I guess she's relating it to other things.
I'm relating it to other
get
things.
Married, so you're gonna practice being married.
I suppose it could be related to other things, but it's kind of that's really always that analogy.
When you speak about
that comes from sex, but she's saying it could be about that too.
But I don't think like would y'all be cool if a guy? It's like this conditional femininity. So y'all will say, well, in order for me to be submissive and feminine and all these, traits or whatever, I need to meet the right man first who I feel safe doing that with. Now, I'm not saying that you should be submissive to any guy, but this idea that you're going to be like this super masculine woman but then wait until you're in a safe environment with a guy to be feminine is crazy, in the same way that if the guy said something like, well, I am a masculine man and I am a leader and I am a provider and I am a protector, but I'm only that way until I feel safe enough to do so with a specific woman. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Are you like, is that towards my argument about like, or what exactly?
Well, you're saying like, well, I need to hold back certain things like being submissive, or I don't know what the other things are, until we're married. And so to me, it's just this weird conditional, but like men can't get away with that. Men can't say, well, I'm really dominant and masculine and a leader and assertive, but until then I'm going to be feminine and I'm going to be not assertive and I'm not going to be a leader until I feel safe enough to do so with the woman. It wouldn't even get far enough. You wouldn't even get far enough in a relationship with a woman if you're not willing to do all those things on the front end, up front. So I think in the same way that women expect men to do these things up front, I think women should do the things up front too.
Well, let me revert it back to men real quick, because I think the same for men. I don't think men should be providing fully for a woman while they're dating. Like, I don't think that he should be putting a roof over her head or getting her pregnant or whatever else, a husband does in a marriage. So I'm not saying hold everything back, but I'm saying there's something about marriage that makes it so sacred. And when you give pieces of yourself to people that are not your husband and wife, for women, of course, like it lowers their chance of pair bonding with their husband. And also, I think it creates resentment for women if they're prematurely submitting in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship because they don't have a ring on their finger, so they don't have that safety provision and protection that they would have in marriage. But it's like, oh, I'm already giving you, submission as your wife, but you haven't made me your wife yet. Does that make sense?
I mean, I think the trade-off would be giving him kids. I don't know if just... So what if you're not being submissive, what are you being? Quarrelsome and nagging and difficult?
When I say the word submissive, like submission, speaking boyfriend, girlfriend, I mean, like, it's not the same type of submission you would have with your husband. So like, you can still be feminine, you can still be nurturing, you can still be a caretaker, but not living as husband and wife.
Sure.
Why don't you marry to date, since you were talking about like divorce isn't an option for you, and then also you're saying like if there's a boyfriend and girlfriend situation, he shouldn't be 100% providing and she shouldn't be 100% submissive.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean because I said date to marry?
Yeah, why isn't it like in Islam where you do marry to date, where you marry and you stay with that woman or husband?
I mean, I would prefer it that way. I just think that this is how, like, it's how we are in the West, where you date for a long time. When I say date to marry and that nobody dates to marry anymore, I think, like, especially around our age, it's just like, oh, let's date for fun. Like, let me go on, 5 dates a month and hook up with these guys and let's just have fun. But to me, like, I was always looking for my husband through dating. Like, I would never want to just waste my time.
That.
So
yeah.
I want to get back to the bow thing here really quick though. And again, I think the woman should do the laundry, first date, do the laundry, clean the house, first date, immediately hit the bow, boom. But everybody here raised their hand when they want the guy to pay for the first date, right? Everybody here raised their hand? Well, besides you, but you did. So what's the most expensive first date you've ever been on, Jazz?
First date?
Yeah, like maybe $50, $100. What do you think? $200?
Maybe like 150.
150.
Yeah.
And he paid the whole bill?
Yes.
Okay. And you had an expectation that he paid it, right?
Yeah, but he's that type of person too.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't understand when it comes to this expectation. So if we're looking at it in practical terms.
I would have been fine splitting the bill, but he's the type of guy that is like,
well, you could have insisted.
Why would you split a bill?
Well, if he had asked, I'm not going to be like, no. Like,
Did he ask on the date?
No.
Okay, but hold on. We're getting off topic here.
Sorry.
So to bring it back, all of you, except for her, I guess, all of you have the expectation that the guy should pay for the first date. Let's say that a typical first date, let's just say it's $100, right? You know, decent place, a drink or two, dessert, whatever. Let's say it's $100. Maybe it's cheaper, $50. If the guy pays for the whole thing, here's what you're asking of him. Let's say he works, and I know some of you are probably dating men who make more than this, but you're 23, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know, you could be dating a guy who works a retail job. You could be dating a guy who's also in college.
This guy did own his own business.
Right, but you would still have this expectation on the other guys who are also in college. Maybe they make $20 an hour. Let's say he works a construction job and he makes $20 an hour. When you women say, I want a guy to pay for the first date, you're saying, let's say the first date costs $100, I want you to physically labor for 5 hours so you can pay for my shit. That's what you're saying when you say, I want men to pay for the first date.
We'll split that in half because I didn't eat his food.
You to do this, and it takes you 3 seconds to do, it takes no effort, you don't break a sweat. You want men to pay for first dates. A lot of men are they're in blue-collar jobs. They're working dirty, dangerous, disgusting jobs.
You're suggesting that doing the dishes and laundry isn't labor?
Well, I'm speaking specifically about the bow, but I would even further argue that doing the laundry takes you put in the machine, then you fold it, 10, 20 minutes tops. Cleaning the house, that's a little different, you know, that could be a bit more intensive. But what I'm trying to get at here, as it relates to the objections to the bow, that takes 3 seconds, no effort, you don't break a sweat. When you ask a guy to pay for the first date, and he works a construction job, gets paid maybe $20 an hour, you're asking them to work 5 hours.
2.5 hours.
You're not asking.
Okay, fine, sure, because he's paying for his own food.
Yeah.
Fine. He's working 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
A bow takes 3 seconds. So why is it fair for y'all to say, I want a man, assuming he works a physically laborious job, to physically labor for 2.5 hours?
Why is it fair for you to say on the first date that a woman should clean your house and fold your laundry? It's the same.
I'm gonna take care of everything.
Okay, then that's the same standard. I expect you to pay the bill if you're expecting me to do your laundry and clean the house. We're putting the same standard on each other.
Why would you do the laundry for a guy you don't even know? You have to go on a date to find out what he's like.
It also shows in his house.
Are you gonna take her home and say, do my laundry?
No, here's what I did. Here's the move. Here's the move.
Brian, he's single, by the way.
That's weird. But that's just weird. I just met you, wash my fucking socks.
Have you had a girl do that?
I'll bow if you take me to dinner.
Yeah. So look, here's the move. I'll tell you the move. I'm gonna put you guys on some game.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you guys on some game. Here it is. Here's it. All right. So the girl comes over, and you're like, oh, let me give you the tour of the house, and then the tour ends in the laundry room, and then you just look at her. You look at the laundry machine, you look back at her, maybe you glance back at the laundry machine. Now, I'm a nice guy, right? I've already put the clothes in, so it's wet. She needs to, it was washed already. She just has to transfer it to the dryer. She's got to transfer it to the dryer, and then she has to fold it, right? So you know what? Sometimes I'm really nice. I already put in the dryer. It's done. It's dry. It's ready to fold. So she just needs to fold it.
She has to put your clothes in the dryer because you paid for her spaghetti and meatballs. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly. Carla,
date is wild.
You're very Carla. That's a good observation. So
that's crazy.
Where's Charlie?
Hold on. And so here's what you
First
do.
date is crazy.
And then you just look at her. You don't even need to say anything. And then you look at the dryer. You look back at her. And then you walk out of the laundry room.
Brian,
and then
on the first date?
Yes, on the first date. And then she starts folding
weird.
it.
No one's going to do that for you.
Even she's saying it's weird. And I
would never go. Well, first of all, I wouldn't go to a guy's house.
I'm not surprised by her answer.
I am.
Yeah,
she's very from her answers this whole time. I'm surprised that she's saying that.
But I'm also logical. I'm not going to go home with a guy after the first date, and then he looks at his laundry, and I'm like, I'm touching your dirty underwear. We just met.
At what point did you do that for your man?
Look, I'm a nice guy.
When did I do that?
Yeah. When did you start doing it for your man?
Oh, I don't know. I did his laundry a couple times while we were dating, but
at what point though?
I don't know. Maybe
she also has
a few
to make
months.
me a quilt.
What? Brian, what the fuck are these?
I have a
Brian,
question.
here's my compromise.
And some fucking moccasins. If she doesn't know how to make moccasins, she's
Okay,
not,
now
Yo,
you're trolling.
hold up.
He's
Let me put
trolling,
you on some
everybody.
game. If
Yeah,
she
he's
doesn't know
trolling.
how to
He's
make
gotta be.
moccasins, find someone who will. If she won't, find somebody who will.
That part.
Brian wants a unicorn, everybody. He wants
She should knit me a cardigan.
Brian.
If she doesn't knit me a cardigan on the first date,
That's the
What if, here's my compromise. First date, she brings you homemade banana bread.
Yeah.
You pay for dinner.
does
That's
that have
her, like,
little chocolate chips in it?
if you want it. Yeah.
I'm down with
I
that.
feel like that's more of like, I'm feminine. I know how to cook.
I'm more
Here's
of a
your banana
cookie guy,
bread, but I'm
sure.
not coming over to do your
more of a
laundry.
I'm of a
guy.
chocolate chip cookie guy.
How does your mom see that? Oh, sorry, Selby.
Just non sequitur. Yeah, so I'm just saying. Look, and I'm gonna.
Brian wants a unicorn, everybody.
How long does it take you to get ready for a first date?
Hours.
Hours? No.
You think?
I know where this is
You
going.
think this is an accident? You think
Brian.
this is an accident, son?
You hopped in the
I'm gonna
shower.
show you this before,
hopefully.
Bill.
This is premeditated,
I know,
baby.
yeah.
This is premeditated right here. You think, there's a lot
Barely
of
groomed.
You put on your big labia mater. It took hours. Okay.
work. Yo, I gotta get the
Wearing
beard
his
all
own
going.
Do you genuinely love big labia, or is it just like a troll mechanism?
I only date women with large labia.
I think you're fucking trolling.
I only date. I refuse to date an.
So, like, on a first date, you're like, hey,
kidding.
what
I'll
are
date
your
you.
labia length?
Yeah, sure, I'll ask.
Kind of like how a woman could be like, hey, what's your bank account? Is that equivalent?
Yeah, probably.
So asking a girl's labia length is equivalent to asking the bank account if a girl were to ask, like, how much money is in your bank account?
Well, I'd actually be more likely to just ask her body count. Because the labia thing's not a deal breaker.
Are you going to wear that on a date?
Probably not.
Okay.
I've only worn this 2 times.
You would.
I wouldn't wear it.
She says you
I wouldn't
would.
They were
wear
like,
it.
I'm a big fan of the show.
I wouldn't wear
Do
it.
girls know, like, what you advocate for when you go on a date with them? Do they know, like, what your...
Do you link your podcast and your...
Yeah, do they
you're
know, like,
online
about
dating?
you?
Bro, I have not been on dating apps in a while.
I'm not talking about dating apps. I'm just talking about, like, general dating.
What about it?
Like,
You can't look at.
do they
the
know
thing
who
is,
you are?
What do you mean?
Like, do you meet girls, like, on a, like in
I
random?
don't reveal, so I'm not going to reveal my relationship status, but I can
That's
tell
not
you this.
revealing
Hold
your
on, but
relationship status.
What I'll tell you this is, I'll just say this. I've been doing content for a minute, but since I've started the podcast, I don't date like normal people. So some of this shit, I say you got to understand. Like, don't get me wrong. The way I used to date was like the old way.
What's the old way?
Oh, like I'd be taking initiative, or I'd be messaging them on the dating app, or I'd like, when I was younger, I'd see a girl
So now
at a
girls,
party,
like,
I'd say,
message
hey,
you.
what's up? Huh?
Now girls message
Yeah,
you.
exactly. So I only pick,
Interesting.
I've only picked among the girls who contact me first.
That's kind of, oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't, like, go out to a restaurant or, like, a bar or a club and,
I
like,
did
you don't
when I was
approach
younger.
girls?
When I was younger, oh yeah.
So
I'd
the girls you
approach
only
girls.
date now are girls that hit you up?
Yeah. It's a way better dynamic, trust me.
Why? Can you, like, elaborate on that? Because this is interesting.
They've like just pre-selected for me.
He already knows they're interested in
They're
it.
already, it's, yeah.
Because they know
And it's just like, it's this interesting role reversal because when I was younger, it was the total opposite. Most women don't approach or hit on men. So, yeah, it's just a way better position to be in, I guess.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Yep. So,
I can't relate.
so yes, the
People
girls
I've met like that are
dated,
weirdos.
they reached out to me.
You don't think they're weirdos, though? Like,
Some of them are, sure.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
But
you
then
don't,
I don't date them.
you have to, like,
But there are like plenty of good ones that are like, hey Brian, I really align with all your values. Here's like my girlfriend application. That's a way better
wait,
dynamic.
hold on. What is the girlfriend
Oh,
application?
I don't have a girlfriend application, but they'll literally tell me about themselves and be like, hey Brian, I've heard you say XYZ on the podcast. I fully agree with everything you say or most of what you say.
Love bombing.
I want to see one of these DMs. I'm so curious. No, I don't not believe you. I just I'm so curious what these girls. I was about to say hoes. What are these girls saying to you?
I'll just say this: before I started the podcast, I was on dating apps. That's how I was meeting girls. Shortly after I started the podcast, stopped the dating apps, and it was just people coming to me. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the conclusion is podcasts are a pussy magnet.
Well, no, I mean that's not what I'm saying.
Man, if you want bitches, start a podcast.
That's not what I'm saying. But in the same way
Brian here.
But like all you girls here, you get a bunch of guys that come to you. Like it probably doesn't cross your mind like, oh, okay, I'm going to be the one to go out to the bar and go approach that dude. I'm going to make all the effort. No, so I'm basically doing what y'all do.
You attract, you don't chase.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, you
guess.
attract.
I feel like you have to as
Okay.
a like a public somebody in the public sphere though, because otherwise, like you said, it's just harder because you have to explain your values to everybody.
But
Except
isn't chasing a masculine trait? Isn't it masculine to chase, to pursue?
Oh, I've done that a bunch.
But you're saying, but by not doing that, you're not in your masculine then, are you?
Well, I think one thing I found when women do initiate, it's totally token initiative. So they'll like send in, oftentimes when they message too, sometimes they're direct as I explained it, but a lot of times they're kind of just like, oh, hey, can I be on the podcast? And then like a couple messages later, it's like, oh, never mind. I just wanted to talk to you.
What?
So sometimes they're indirect with it. But
Do you fuck them the first time?
hold on, I'm not. Hey, I don't kiss
He's
and
not
tell.
gonna answer that.
I don't kiss and tell. But what I'll tell you this is,
all right.
is
I know
that
you don't tell your body count. I know.
sure. So
I know. I've watched.
So it's like the initiative that when women do take initiative, it's a very token. So it's like they'll start the conversation and then the conversational burden basically immediately shifts back to the guy anyways. So like, yeah, they send the first message, but I'm going to be the one leading it forward from there anyways. So I don't know if that, yeah.
Damn. Okay. Girls,
I don't think I've ever revealed that actually.
if you want to date Brian, just slide into his DMs. Slide into his DMs and tell him that you.
I wanted to
like
give
his
the
values.
girls some game though. So I know you hate the bow, but look, or at least some of these submissive things or whatever, or even the laundry. And it doesn't have to be the first date, but the first time you go to the guy's house. I'm fucking telling you, I know you're going to hate this, but again, it doesn't have to be the first date, but the first time you're at the dude's house, just go and fold his laundry unprompted. Or ask him, can I do your laundry? I know that sounds bad.
Why are you giving?
But the guy will fucking love you.
No, he doesn't.
And if you guys are struggling as women.
He doesn't.
Hold on. If you guys are struggling as women to lock down a dude or why not try it? Like, what actual harm would it do?
No.
It won't do any harm.
No.
And I think it'll go a long way to getting the guy. And if that's your ultimate goal, to get the guy, be like.
Do you think women just like doing laundry?
It doesn't. Do you think?
service.
Do you think I like?
He thinks he's giving advice. It's not good advice.
I hear
Women
it's
who are
really
watching,
good advice.
No, it's not.
It's actually really good
a man
advice.
that only sees
not on the
value
first
in
date.
you.
No,
folding
it has
his
nothing to
clothes.
do with.
They don't give a fuck. They think you're just a doormat if you
It's
do
gonna
that.
it's going to set you aside from every
No, you're just
other
gonna remember.
Any
woman.
girl can fold your laundry.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure. Any girl could
I
fold
promise
your laundry.
you, they
Do
would rather have you fold their laundry than talk to them about what you learned in psychology class that day. Like,
Yep.
men are just very,
I'm
they're
gonna talk
simple
about what they
creatures.
learned in
They don't look down on you for doing their laundry. I promise. They're like, oh my god, this is woman
Might
is
be
from
doesn't
heaven.
material.
It
Like,
doesn't have to be
that's how
laundry.
their
as a
mindset.
mother.
You could try this.
No, they don't. And I
Just
think
suck
that's
their dick.
condescending.
They both.
I'm not meaning to be
gotta
condescending.
understand. You got to understand. For some dudes, if that's all they're looking for, you said S their D.
Oh, sorry.
That's not going to keep a dude around. Trust me.
Oh, it
and
does. It
y'all
does
women
wonders.
have been there. Trust me. Y'all have been there dealing with a dude and you're giving him everything sexually and it's not enough to keep him. It's not enough to keep him. You got to
Only
do
mouth.
something because all the other women are offering pussy in their mouth. You got to do some
they're
other
not.
shit if you want the guy. And look, you might not like it, but I'm just being honest with you and I'm giving you some fucking game.
You are
I'm
not giving
telling
me
you,
game.
He
son.
is. As
Look,
sad as
I'm-
this sounds,
look,
I agree with
it doesn't
him.
have to even be laundry.
agree
Bring
with
him
him.
like cut him some watermelon or some fruit or some shit.
I'll bake
I make
Bake
hummus
it,
for my
Yeah,
host.
bake something.
Bring him
is,
some
but I
food.
like serving.
Yeah, you
Banana
could
bread,
do that.
yeah.
But I'm telling you, I'm putting you on some game. You got to
Yeah.
set yourself apart from these other ladies.
Yeah.
You hook
I
up
agree
with a
with
man the
some
first
parts
night.
that-
You
Yeah.
make his bed. You fold his little boxers,
no,
and then you leave. That's it. Period.
No,
He's in love. Done.
No, but they can look at you as a doormat.
That's not doormat activities. I that's literally my role in my marriage.
But like, did you do that initially for your man, like in the get?
If a girl
I'm saying it's my role in my marriage. My husband doesn't look down on me.
Like for the
doing
first 2 dates, did you do
That's
it?
y'all's dynamic, and it's
In the
fulfilling
get-up?
for
Well,
both
that's
of
why I
you.
told him I don't agree with first date, but like doing that is an act of service, and I don't think a man is like, oh, she's my little slave, like she's.
Is that your love language?
Thank you, Arctic.
What?
Like your top? What's your top like love language? Like act of service. Sorry, I know you hate this
It's okay.
topic. Okay,
I'm just
remember
saying,
that shit.
do something. Put yourself.
No.
Look. Do
Ladies,
something different.
suck the
You
dick
wanna get-
so good that it fucking makes him go crazy.
Wait, no, I would say please don't touch
I
that
don't
man.
think if you're single, you shouldn't be giving advice on.
No, because
and don't touch that man.
you don't fuck them.
on the
You
first
suck
date.
the dick.
But wouldn't
It's
that
very
make you
different.
more of a doormat?
No, because it's
Can I
through your
ask,
mouth, not
what's
your
the
pussy.
equivalent
All of us
of a
can
guy
suck
being
dick.
super
Come
different?
on, like seriously, we're all grown ups.
Trust, it does.
That's a good question.
I've had guys ask me to be their girlfriend after I suck their dick multiple
I need to
times. I'm
think
like,
about
I'm
that
not
one.
down.
I need to think about that one,
wanna-
actually.
Because you didn't fold their underwear.
No, they asked me to be their girlfriend. I just didn't want to do it. Like, fuck.
But
Yo, Natalia, thank you for the membership. Natalia, good to see you.
I don't get it.
No, because I like sucking dick. It's
Stop.
sorry.
Stop.
Sorry. Okay.
Look, you gotta look. For some dudes, maybe that's gonna work. Maybe, but you gotta be bringing. Because look, how long does like of the time that you spend with a man, unless he's just kicking you out right away? Like, okay, you oral regular sex. 30 minutes, an hour, maybe. And then
Give
what
or
about the
take.
other 7 hours I'm with you?
I would hope that there would be meaningful
What-
conversation
That's
and
usually what I
deeper
look for.
connection.
On the first date, yeah.
That's just me. Girl,
You don't know who to listen to? It's me, Felicity. Trust me.
Don't listen.
I'll put you on some game.
I have the best advice ever.
Yeah.
I'll try
Bro, suck his dick?
Yeah,
That's
you're
your
just
advice? That's not advice, bro.
No, don't.
That's what the ladies
Don't do
already
that. Don't
doing.
do that.
You don't do anything. You just act like you do anything, or you do suck the dick so good that it's like, wow, it makes them go crazy. And
Brian's
then
gonna do that.
They'll forget that.
Please
so
don't do
quick.
that.
no, they don't. They
It's
literally
like a
because it's
level
not like
to
you're not having actual
move
like
to the next level.
intercourse.
No,
And
that's
it-
like folding clothes, but like to the extreme.
I think that giving a guy head would actually make you seem like more of a doormat than folding his laundry.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
just
It's way
like
more
it.
extreme.
I don't know. I love it. It's great.
But that's the thing is that
I'm just
women,
different. Yeah.
women more
I date
will-
different guys than you guys too.
Women will more readily have a casual sexual encounter, like immediately have oral sex, immediately have intercourse, but take 10, 15 minutes to fold his laundry.
That's so much
I
effort.
could never.
I'm impressed.
But you'll literally put his penis into your fucking mouth.
Oh my god,
What
I love
the
that.
fuck?
I love
For
it.
her, it's satisfying. For her, it's
You
not
will
satisfying.
stop-
to fold his
Mom, if you're
laundry.
watching this, I'm sorry. I like sucking dick.
These girls at the universities, I'm going to do the fucking Trump hands. The fucking Trump hands. These girls, these sorority girls. Oh, Pike or Sig Ep. You're going to go to the fraternity house, and that guy's
Sigma,
been
Sigma,
day
Sigma.
drinking all fucking
not
day.
at a frat
He's been
house.
sweating into his Calvin Klein
we love it.
boxers. Oh my God, I'm spitting.
You're putting diamonds.
He's gonna be sweat. He's been sweating in those boxers for days. So he's having
No.
the frat boys. Do you think they change their
Yeah, and
sheets? son?
samesies.
And you're gonna
Don't
be
suck
sucking
frat boy
that.
dick.
Don't give a
You're
shit.
sucking the dick.
Ew.
You're sucking the frat penis. Sucking the frat penis. You're sucking it. The fuck. And
You like that?
what the fuck?
She's gagging.
And what was I saying? I don't know.
No, don't suck
And you
frat boy
won't
dick.
fold
Frat boy
there.
dick is dirty
Yeah,
and
you're gonna
gross.
put the frat boy
No, but
penis.
suck the rich
into-
dick. Suck
you will
the rich
put-
dick and know that they have money. Then you suck the dick.
You'll put. That dude's
Yeah,
been
plus he
sweating.
sucked the rich
He's
dick.
been playing beer pong.
Oh my God,
all
I can
fucking
show you
day.
rich guys,
He's been
yes.
playing the frat guy.
But
Been
don't
playing
suck
beer
their dick.
pong
I think
all
you don't
fucking night. Let me tell you
You're
this.
the type of girl.
All night.
18-year-olds.
Been fucking playing
What
beer
about
pong.
50-years?
He's been.
I don't suck
Anyways, look,
Yeah,
I'm just
don't-
saying,
yeah, don't
and
do
you
that.
will insert
worse
his
advice. Don't take my
member
advice.
into your gullet, but you
still
won't do a
going.
motherfucking bow. That is fucking crazy to me. What
I
the
100%
Have you
agree.
ever eaten a girl's
agree
like
with that.
nunu
I
on the
don't do
first
that.
time?
I don't do that. I don't go down.
Wait, do you know who Ash Trevino is?
Oh, really?
Why?
Oh, sorry,
why?
guys.
Do you know Ash Trevino?
Sorry, this is funny.
No.
So upset.
What?
Is that like
Never
an
mind, never
intimate
mind.
like girlfriend
Look,
thing?
I have not done that. I've done it. I haven't done it since the Bush
Summer of 98?
administration.
I love that
When
you
was that?
remember that. It was in
What year was
Wait,
that?
hold on.
But what's the point?
You
of
don't
the
enjoy
shirt?
it.
Yeah, it was like
That's why he doesn't do it.
2000.
The shirt. If he's not gonna appreciate it, why do you?
I appreciate it in
Thank
other
you.
ways, not
don't know
related to
about
my
that.
mouth.
You don't like
Then
it?
how else?
Wait, when was Bush president? What year?
2000 to 2008.
9/11.
That's the last time.
8 Nunu since 2008?
Yeah, 2007, 2008.
Y'all, Brian and
think I
I
was, like,
eat
born.
Nunu in decades.
It's almost been 2 decades.
No Nunu.
Look, but by the way, let me make something very clear to you, Erica Perry. Let me make something clear. My philosophy when it comes to well, not that, but pleasing women, she's got to come first at least once.
She's got to come first.
She's got to come
Right by
first
your
at least
mouth.
one. No, not by my mouth. There's other ways.
The majority of women don't
So, like, finger bang?
finish by penetration.
Ew.
There's other ways.
No, I'm mouth.
How did we get here?
I haven't. I don't know.
Let's circle back.
There's an orgasm. There is an orgasm gap. It is true.
How do you do
What's
that?
the orgasm gap?
How do you make a girl orgasm, Brian?
Yeah, what's the, yeah,
I'm just
tell
saying.
us.
you do?
It's not like I'm greedy. It's like her pleasure. She's got to come first.
Okay, so how do you do
And if
that?
she-
Wait, what if she's 10 out of 10 perfect woman for you, and she's like, but this
Are
is
you
the
gonna fold her
stimulation.
laundry?
Yes.
Like you
Gonna
have
fold
to
her up
like
like
it's
a.
She's perfect.
perfect.
So she's a
burrito.
virgin.
Oh my god. Whatever your
You want a
perfect
virgin?
is. Perfect in every way, but that's her one stipulation.
She's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. For the perfect woman, sure.
A virgin is perfection to you.
Well, hold on. There's other
Characteristics.
characteristics too. You want the list? I can give you the list. I'll give you. Okay.
Wait, so you don't,
We can probably assume.
you exclude a body count over 10, basically?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
He wants a virgin. How old are you again?
Find guys' traditional
36.
gender roles
1989,
attractive. Why can't
motherfuckers.
they understand that guys also find girls' traditional gender roles attractive? They think we want talkative, independent boss
I
babes.
like a
lol.
quiet.
I don't think you want that.
Quiet. You know.
No, men want
Lulu,
submissive,
Quiet woman.
quiet,
Virgin.
folding
You're not
laundry.
gonna find a virgin.
people.
Talkative, independent boss babe. I am not a boss
but
babe.
it could be low body count.
Which
but
is
you
fine.
asked about perfect woman, so yeah, yes,
I
she
want
would
to see
be
the
a virgin.
list.
A 37-year-old virgin, or what age range are you?
In terms, like, what would be the perfect woman?
Yeah.
Sure.
8. You're asking
8?
for age?
Yeah.
I don't know, between 20 to 23, I guess.
20.
Yeah, sure.
Brian,
What?
you're in your
You're
30s.
37 or whatever.
So?
Actually, no, I don't. Yeah, no, because most guys I dated when I was in my early 20s were much older. So I get you.
I don't care what the age
Yeah,
gap
I
is.
don't care about it either. I date guys who are 70. Fuck.
What the fuck?
That's what young girls
I fuck
say.
guys who are 70.
I mean, I was thinking about maybe making the cutoff, like, if you were born after 9/11.
That's a good cutoff.
So that's like what they would, those
After
2000.
They're not
25.
So that's like 24.
24, yeah.
So they're born
Ooh,
2000.
Too old.
2001. You want
The
this is cut out.
Afghanistan, when did we invade Afghanistan?
So girls who were born in
Right, right.
2000 are now 20.
Like
don't believe
97,
that.
At the
98.
cutoff.
I don't know. Good
Wow.
talk.
All
Why
right.
don't you like girls your own age?
Well, hold on.
Are we too old for you?
Hold on. I would date, just
I
to be
fold
clear.
better laundry
hold
than
on,
these
hold on.
bitches.
Just to be clear,
I can make those creases sharp.
She's like, nope, I feel better.
Sorry.
so I've dated women older than me too. I dated when I was
Sugar baby?
when I was 30.
Sugar baby Brian?
No. It wasn't. No. When I was 32, 31, 32, I dated a woman who's like 44, 45.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. We dated like 6 months.
You went home with a Capri Sun.
Like, but
and
like, how
folded
did, who
out.
ended it?
It was kind of mutual.
Why?
Why? I
You
don't
didn't
know.
go down on her.
She had a
Real.
No, she didn't care.
She did.
She had a yappy dog, and she always
God, here we
she
go.
always wanted to
Here
bring
we
the dog
fucking
over,
go.
and I was like,
That is a deal breaker. I've heard that
it's
from
the dog's
guys.
fault.
Yes.
I've heard that from
Cocoa,
guys
like,
before.
crustiness.
Yes.
no, it's like I still wanted
Yeah,
to see
it's
her,
a real
but she's like,
thing.
can I bring the dog over? I'm like, your dog barks the entire time.
No, that's gross.
I'm like,
I don't even like that.
Yeah, I get you on that. Wow.
It's like
I'm
the
trying to have
little.
a peaceful night.
But
the
did you like her
dog's fucking
outside of
barking.
it?
Huh?
Outside of the dog? Did you like it?
Yeah, no, she's cool.
Damn, what a deal breaker.
But Brian, do you want
Whatever,
kids?
Relationships end. Yeah.
So would you say that's a big reason of why you want a younger woman?
Yeah, I want 7 children.
Oh, really?
7 sons. I want
well,
7.
Then, yeah, you probably should go for.
Why do you prefer sons over having daughters?
He wants a basketball team.
So I'm agnostic, but I have very positive sentiments toward Christianity. So I'd like to reference the Bible. Sons. Well, I'm no longer in my youth. Sons in a man's youth are like arrows in the hands of a warrior. Blessed is he. Fuck, I totally butchered it. Blessed is he who has many. What? Oh no. Blessed is he whose quiver is full. So yeah, there's just something about like if you have sons, if you ever need to go to war, figuratively speaking, not literally, there's just something about having sons, like
it's the lineage
that you can go to war with your sons.
You know that's dictated by sperm,
figuratively.
right?
I agree. I would
The
rather
sex
have
is
sons
dictated
only.
No, it's not. I wouldn't be upset if I had daughters, but I'm just saying there's something like a father-son connection bond is something different.
Sons
and
make a man a
father-daughter
better
bond
man.
is different too. But there's just, I want sons.
But you'd be okay with having girls too.
Because I need soldiers. What's that? Yeah,
Soldiers.
sure.
All men
But
want sons
we
because
keep
they're
going
so immature
until I have
and
at
they
least
wanna
3
see
sons.
themselves
So if we have 10 daughters, we
grow
keep
up to be
going.
themselves.
You're gonna keep going.
Yeah, so if we have 10 daughters in a row, keep going.
You're like Elon Musk. You want to spread your seed to all the hoes.
Elon Musk is
sure.
a billionaire.
You should start now then. Like, you're 36. Like, fuck.
But yeah, just to be clear, I've dated older women. Like, it's not... it's not like I'm hanging out at college parties trying to get. No, it's like
You are in UCSB. I saw so many little boys out.
Don't. So, yeah, I mean, if there's a woman my age, I would. It's not like I wouldn't date her. If there's a girl who's even older than me, I would date her. So it's not like I'm just kicking it at college parties trying to date a co-ed. Like
I don't think you're kicking at college parties.
I'm not. I'm definitely not.
I know you're not. Yeah. Wow.
I'm not cool enough
You're a
to
very interesting
hang out.
person, Brian.
Thank you for that.
That's
Guys,
a
let's
lot.
get through the freaking notes so we can get out of here.
Shit. When is this over?
Never. This might be
thought
our
we were in the
longest
notes.
stream.
I was gonna say, like, this is the longest one I've watched.
Oh, there's
Was this
TikToks
the longest
too.
and most chaotic?
It was pretty
Is
chaotic.
it chaotic? Oh my
Here,
god.
let me
I mean, what
blast
happened
through. I'm going to
an
blast
hour
through
ago?
these. What would you want the minimum yearly
Grandma
income to be?
Jones?
Guys, you got to be quiet so I can get it done quick.
Okay.
What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Quick answers.
I said 80,000.
Into the mic if you can.
Oh, I said 80,000.
What about for you?
I don't even know what incomes are. I just
You just
Money.
date like
Men just pay
wealthy
for
men
your
just
life,
like
I
yeah. Honestly,
What about
I'm
you?
sorry.
Well, okay, no, actually, she's gone. So
What was her answer?
she says
35.
doesn't want a husband. So
I feel
had
her.
3, that's
Shout out
why.
Grandma
She's had
Jones.
it's probably for the best
Randy
that she
Savage.
left.
I said 100.
100,000. Okay.
Damn,
You're
so
already married.
I'm married.
How much does your husband or?
Out of respect for
That's fine.
our finances.
What about you?
So sole provider or dual income?
Soul. Wait. What?
Just him.
If it's just him and I'm not working,
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
I had a hard time with that one, but 150 to 200,000 living in California.
Okay. Per year, and then 80,000 if it's dual.
If it's dual.
How much do you make?
I actually haven't calculated it
You
in
do
a
work
while.
though, right?
But when I was teaching previously, I was making about a little over 90,000.
All right. What about you?
I don't know. I'm happy with the amount of money my husband
Sure.
makes. So.
What about you?
Same.
Okay.
How about you, Brian?
Minimum income for?
What do you want your girl to make?
Well, I would be willing to date a woman who does have a job, but zero. Don't care. She could be unemployed.
How much do you make?
She could work at Chick-fil-A. I'm not going to disclose that, but I'm doing okay.
Okay.
I'm doing good.
Oh, I see. TTS,
I'm doing okay.
baby.
I'm doing all right. You know, look, I'm a starving college student.
got
and,
you. Oh, yeah.
I spend a lot of money on popsicles for Felicity. She's actually bankrupting me. The amount of money
I know.
I'm spending
She's
here. So
fucking
Pizza, the popsicles.
it's crazy.
It's
Champagne.
How tall
yeah.
are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
5'8". I tend to go for people who are at least 5'10" now, but I've dated way shorter.
Okay. What about you?
All sizes.
You'll date a guy who's like 5'3",
I have.
Same.
even if there's no sugar, or sugar.
Oh no, the sugar like if
has
they-
to be there.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm 5'6". I love 6 foot. but
Okay.
I'll bend 5'10".
Sure.
I'm 5'8". My husband's 6'2".
What about you?
I'm 5'2", and I prefer 6 feet, but 5'10" and up is fine.
Okay.
I'm 5'2", and I like short hunks, and my husband's 5'7", and I'm good with that.
All right. What about you?
I'm 5'2", and anything above 5 feet is good for me.
Okay. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
I said bear, and this isn't an original take, but a bear will attack you because they think you're a threat. A man will attack you because he knows you're not.
Okay. What about you?
I'd rather encounter a man over a woman because I've been
over a bear.
A man or a bear?
Sorry. Yeah,
Same
a
thing.
man. But also, like, if it was like a man or a woman, I'd pick the man because, like, I've had more predatory girls
Thank you.
come at me than men.
What about a bear?
I don't want to encounter that. They can climb, they can run 30 miles per hour. Bitch, have you ever seen videos of bears? They're crazy. No, thank you.
Yeah.
And also, like, I've seen girls on here like, oh my God, I'd rather die fast. I'm like, no, you be a slow death because bears just like rip your face off kind of like a monkey does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's insane.
What about you?
I would choose a man because there is a chance that he might not kill me immediately. And if he tried to, I could at least fight back and then emotionally hurt him.
Sure. What about you?
I choose a man. I choose
Okay.
to believe most men are good.
What about you?
A man.
What about you?
Absolutely a man. I don't think that there's like a high likelihood that he's a predator. And if he is, I feel that I can defend myself physically against a man over a bear.
Got it. What about you?
A man.
Into the mic if you can.
A man.
Really quick, I won't linger on this long just for the sake of time. So you said you pick bear essentially
Yeah.
because the
There's
man could
tactics
essay
to-
you. Is that kind of how the...
What are the tactics? I'm curious.
To defend against a bear?
Yeah.
Like, have you heard like black bear this, brown bear this? Like there's.
Have you seen
it's not
videos
true.
of bears chasing after people? They're crazy. They can climb up
I
trees.
understand a bear can rip someone to shreds.
No, they can go 30
But
miles
men
per
scare
hour.
me. Like a random man in the middle of the woods, like I'm horrified. A bear, I'm just like hiding and like
You don't think you
hopefully
can-
that
What
he
if it
thinks
was
I'm a
like
threat
Brian
or
in the
something.
woods? Like, would Brian scare you in the woods?
Like if you'd never met Brian before.
I mean, come on.
What if it was like a
Brian.
white dude that voted for Trump?
I feel like I'd be like, Brian, like I'd see a bear and then I'd be like, see Brian and be like, Brian, help me, and then he would just like throw me to the bear.
That's true.
Like, yeah,
actually.
that's exactly.
That's
what
true.
would
If me and her were in the woods together and a bear showed up, I would just...
exactly.
I would dip. I'd be
Believe
like,
it.
nice knowing you, Jazz.
I think you would too.
It was good
Stop.
good talk. Okay. But there is the concern though, like, okay, the bear, worst case scenario, he like eats you, kills you, whatever. Worst case scenario, the man like tortures you, essays you, kills you.
Yeah.
So there's that component. Do I even want to debate the bear thing? Probably not.
Let's move on.
Yeah, like
It's just me again. Let's have like full panel.
Felicity.
I'm really tired of this question.
Oh, yeah, we'll do this. Oh, also, here's what we have to do. Hold on.
No.
Here, we do this always at the end of the show.
There's no way.
You guys have to take your makeup off.
No, I'm not doing that.
You have to do it. Have to do it. Have to do
And then
it.
pay me.
Makeup already melted off.
Pay me, Brian. Nope.
I'm excited.
Do it.
No, thank you.
Oh
I'm so
my
excited.
god. Seriously.
I never said I look good without makeup, so no, thank you.
Exactly. Take it off.
I think our makeup already melted off. It's been 10 hours.
Yeah. This is, I will say, I'm not pro him doing this. This is dehumanizing and embarrassing and disgusting.
But she will.
I
This
look
goes
good
against
without
all your
makeup.
beliefs, girl.
But I look good without
Actually.
makeup, and I can't wait to have the makeup off my face.
She
my
will
personal opinion.
participate nevertheless.
No, that
Because I
actually goes
hate
against
the
everything
patriarchy.
you've been saying.
The
So I'm very
patriarchy-
confused
the
why you're.
patriarchy-
Yeah, I'm confused why you're doing this.
Oh my god, don't argue with her about it. Just
I
let
wonder
her
if
take
my
the makeup
husband's
off.
watching.
Well, I know you're beautiful without it, but like it goes against like a lot of what you've been debating. Actually,
Here, why don't you take your makeup off?
no, thank you.
You're
I know
beautiful without your
I know
makeup.
I'm
Are you
not.
kidding me?
I know I'm a
Erica.
trog. Like,
No, this is very dehumanizing.
I'm actually very insecure about my looks. Like I know I'm not cute.
Yeah, like you're just picking
Great
on
without
like
makeup.
women's insecurity.
No, I'm not.
I feel like personally, Brian, you might need some makeup.
That was mean.
Damn.
I'm actually I'm so grateful you gave me a makeup wipe because
I know this is like taking time out of my night routine.
It's giving pick me energy, low key.
How could she say that?
How is that
After
pick
I've
me?
been
Because you're
such
like,
a
I'm gonna take my
supporter
makeup off.
of
It's
the
like
itty-bitty
we don't
Stop
wear.
pick me. I don't care about makeup.
We don't wear makeup for men. We wear makeup because we want to make ourselves feel more beautiful. Yeah, I'll yap.
Right here. Yeah, me neither.
All
I'm
right.
not even wearing makeup.
I do not wear
I got called a cake face in high school because I love wearing makeup and I don't give a fuck.
Here.
Like,
But I don't think it's pick me to take off your makeup because I don't have any negative.
Wait, read this from Mike Davis. Read it from Mike
but
Davis.
like you're
quick.
down the
Chair one still here. How
down
you
the-
wouldn't clean or do laundry or
you're
anything
beautiful
else.
without. I
Just
know
need
you
you
are.
at
Like
home when
you're
I
actually
get
pretty.
home.
There's girls that are ugly as fuck without makeup.
Bro, Mike Davis.
I don't
what
think
the
that.
hell?
Also, I'm
I
cooking
think
too.
that
I love
really
cooking.
matters.
Send me the money, Mike.
Because you can't.
Yeah, there's
the
some
money.
That's crazy.
There's some ugly people.
Is
It's not
he
even girls,
fake?
it's
Is
just
this a
ugly
bot?
people.
Does that mean we can go home and go Betty by now?
We got a bit more to. We got a bit more to get through. You know what I mean?
I've got layers on. I'm not taking this shit
Take it
off.
off. Take it off.
I probably have like $2,000 on my face.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you want to bet?
Sure, I'll bet.
You want to see the price of all my makeup products?
Do you actually want to bet
You're
on this?
underestimating.
You actually want to
Yeah,
bet on this?
because my makeup's expensive as fuck. I will take
But just
photos.
to be clear, you're saying the amount of product that you have on your face right now.
The amount of all the different products I have are expensive.
This is such a bad argument.
I don't wear like Walmart.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
no offense to that. You can.
It would have to be. You'd have to calculate that per use because each makeup container has multiple uses.
Each individual.
These women
product.
who argue men should pay for first dates because here's all the makeup that I have to pay, but it's one individual use.
No, when we get ready, that's a bunch of money. Your clothes, your makeup, your hair, your fucking shoes. That's thousands of dollars all
it's
accumulated.
not.
Yes, it is.
Not. That's not how that works.
Yes, it is.
You're
yes.
expected to be presented a certain way.
Yes, and if you show, I've done the test.
Sweat-
I've showed
a little
up.
too close.
I'm gonna quote some Drake here.
I've showed up looking like
Sweatpants,
haggard
hair
vibes,
tied,
and they don't like
chilling
it.
With no sweatpants,
On a
hair
first
tied.
date, like a nice place.
They only want that if you're a side hoe.
The girl you're already dating.
They only want sweatpants, chilling with no makeup with your side hoe,
Sweatpants.
sucking their dick.
Sweatpants, hair tied, chilling with no makeup on. That's when you're the prettiest. I hope that you don't take.
Yeah,
it
when
off.
your dick is in their mouth, like no.
Only boyfriends think that.
I don't think my
Nah.
husband.
I
would
tell
say that
girls.
that's
I'll
my
tell a
cutest.
girl. It's our first time meeting. Don't wear makeup. Don't wear perfume.
Perfume. Well, yeah. What is your like? Why are you against baccarat?
It doesn't smell good.
He has allergies.
Doesn't smell good.
You don't like expensive shit. You're low key a little bit bah humbug.
What the fuck is that?
Like I don't know. You're like the Grinch. You're the Grinch
I am
who stole
the Grinch.
Christmas.
Ebenezer Scrooge is who that
Brian
I am
is the
Grinch.
Grinch who stole Christmas. He
Fuck
does,
yeah.
Did you have your heart broken?
Who hurt you?
Yeah.
That's a good
No, not who are you? Just like I'm confused. Like not confused. Like who broke your heart and how long ago was it?
It's like Shrek.
You did have your heart broken, Brian. Yes. Oh, you're gonna do the fake yawn.
It's a real yawn.
Shout out to my ex Stefan. Please unblock me. I really miss you.
way.
Oh wait, we need to.
I miss you, Stefan.
What?
Just yeah, bitch. I don't care.
I think he's watching.
No, but he probably will see like so like I have clips.
All right, guys, we're gonna do a roast session. We're gonna do just for time reasons. We're gonna do $69. It's gonna have to be $69 for the roast because otherwise we'll be here all freaking night. And
This is the longest stream you've
this is
ever
a long
had.
stream, yeah. Like the video, guys.
Yeah, it usually ends
Venmo,
at like
Cash App,
12.
whatever pod. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. I honestly blame you.
Me?
I blame you. It's all your fault.
It's my energy. I'm gonna make you go vi, Brian.
Bye bye or bye bye.
Vi.
Oh, it was previous chair 3. What was her name?
Oh yeah,
Oh, that
Grandma
wasted-
Jones.
That wasted a lot.
Shout out Grandma Jones. We love you, bitch.
Okay, let me blast through a couple. We're not going to be able to do all the questionnaire. I'll just do a few. Jasmine, you said a man dating a transgender woman is straight. Why is that?
If they think that trans women are women and they consider themselves straight, then yeah.
Yeah, but let's say there's an outside perspective, right? So let's say I don't know the gender identity of the two individuals, and I see them engaging in a public act of intercourse, which I suppose is a crime. But there are, and it's there's two penises. I see two penises. would it be fair for me, but the gender identity, which is not known to me, is one of them identifies as a woman and one of them is a cis man, I guess. Or, sure. Would it be fair to me for me to categorize that as a homosexual?
Yes, if you were like calling the police, you'd be like, two dudes are having sex right now.
Did you take off all the makeup?
Yeah. Well,
Felicity?
I don't have my
You have no makeup on?
I don't have my phone.
Wait, can you guys hold up the damage?
Girl, you're pretty.
Wait, hold it up. Wait,
Again,
no.
this is extremely dehumanizing. And
Wow.
I don't look like
Because they're all
makeup.
young.
I look great. I know, right?
Are you gonna?
You're really pretty.
Here.
Dude, I am
You have like
right
natural
without makeup.
freckles.
No, I'm not.
No, this is extremely rude to do.
Do you know the influencer
I
Melly
don't
Miles?
think it's rude. I think
I don't care what you think. Obviously, the majority of the women on the panel,
they love this. They loved it.
they're not participating in it.
I'm really considerate offering you guys complimentary makeup removal. Like I'm considerate of your skin
Yeah,
care.
Jazz, you're really pretty without makeup.
That's rude.
Yeah,
I know. I saw her on the flight this morning. I was like, she's so pretty.
Same. You're young and beautiful.
Actually, voice crack. I think it's a sign of me being a just all around, just a very very nice guy. Yeah, it's because it's like
it's like emasculating, but in the feminine way, where you're trying to like take a jab at like a common role women have to feel as though they have to participate in, like getting ready to go out. Or else if someone showed up tonight with no makeup, you kind of feel underdressed, like you're not ready. If you go to an occasion, you put on makeup. There's rarely anyone there.
Hold on. Wait, you're all about gender liberation. I'm literally liberating you from your...
You're trying to embarrass women by doing it, though. This is
I'm
liberation.
not trying to embarrass... Hold on.
You're
trying
ignoring
to
the nuances of the fact that...
I'm a fucking gender liberator. You're welcome. I've just liberated you, Jazz. Min?
I think to me, makeup isn't something where I'm like, oh, I need to like change the way I look. I think it's very feminine, and I think that when you dress up and look a certain way, it just looks presentable. If that makes sense. Like that's a standard. It's almost like an accessory to your outfit. It's not so much like, oh, I have to wear this every single day and I can't go anywhere without it.
And a lot of women do like cover up their insecurities that way and feel like they have to wear makeup, and I think that sucks. But there's plenty of women who use makeup as a hobby. There's plenty of men who use makeup as a hobby. So I don't know. I just think that you're kind of taking jabs at women's potential insecurities.
You guys
by handing them a makeup wipe.
Like, cheers. I look like a trog without makeup, y'all.
When it comes to the makeup thing, I want to say this. Men of you are so accustomed, so hopelessly dependent on makeup that you will fight to protect it. You are a slave, born into a prison that you cannot taste or see or touch, a prison for your mind.
Where are you reading this?
I'm not reading it. It's just
GPT.
It's up here.
a poem you wrote.
And the makeup.
He's a poet.
It's a prison for your mind.
No, I don't see it that way because I don't feel like I need it everywhere I go. I could have shown up here tonight.
Do.
Yeah, but I think that's insecurities within themselves. And
well, I think it's socially
Have you had plastic surgery?
On my face?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow, you're really pretty.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you actually are. Like, you've never had a nose job?
No, I'm Eastern European, so it's like the.
Wow. Oh no, like it looked like you. Yeah, you look good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Everyone, she's natural, but she's married, so don't slide in those DMs.
I think I'm liberating women.
Slide in these
with this
DMs,
makeup
though.
wipe thing.
But I think the women get to decide if they're being liberated by this.
Not, like,
it doesn't feel very liberating. It feels like you're stomping on women's insecurities.
I've given you an opportunity to remove the paint from your face.
Shave your beard right now on camera.
Yeah, Brian.
Luckily,
let's do
I'm
it.
the host of this podcast.
And
Look, by the way,
luckily you get to trash women
just to be
on
clear,
your podcast.
it's not trashing women, but no woman is forced to do it. You all did it voluntarily.
It's a social construct,
you did
though.
What's a social construct?
No.
It's,
I was gonna say,
women are
I'm not doing that.
taught that to be presentable, they have to.
And I'm fighting against that system.
You literally sent in the message, come makeup, hair.
Hold on, that's different.
Makeup and hair done. Like,
That's
that's obviously a standard
No.
put onto women. Come
Hold
with your
on.
makeup and hair done.
But that's an indication that we don't want you to be doing your hair and makeup in the bathroom while we're trying to get the show going. We don't want girls
Or it
who
kind of
aren't
makes
ready.
someone feel
Have they done
pressured,
that?
like, oh, I need to like do my
No,
makeup.
hold
if
on.
They don't usually
First
wear
off,
makeup.
most women, even if we had nothing to say about makeup, they would do it anyways. The reason
Why?
we
Is it-
hold on. The reason we say be hair and makeup ready, which is a very common phrase in the entertainment industry, is we want you to arrive ready to go. We don't want you each individually. There's like 10
I understand
panelists.
why you said
We don't want you in the bathroom for 10 minutes and then the next girl's got to be in the bathroom. The next, come ready to go so we can sit down and get the podcast going. It's not, if a girl doesn't show up with makeup, I don't care.
I
don't
do
care.
agree with that. I've been in the
both
entertainment
for the
industry.
podcast and for dating. I prefer women without makeup, and it's
Good thing none of us are
slavery
trying to
for your
date
mind.
you, Brian.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
If you were taking a girl to like a fine dining, like exquisite dinner, and she's like in a dress and heels, you'd want like no makeup with full gown
Can you
and
tilt your mic
heels?
down just a bit?
Yeah.
So it's like a fine dining place, but she's
Yeah.
otherwise dressed like appropriately for the thing.
Like Mastro's.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but in my mind,
Well,
I'm like,
look, I think you underestimate the level to which I care about anybody else. So I don't give a fuck what like the external world. Oh, he's with a girl. I'm never going to see these people at this restaurant again. I don't have some ego thing where I want to go to a restaurant to be seen with a hot girl. Don't care. We can stay at home and order DoorDash. I don't need to be like, if I'm at a restaurant with a girl, I don't care about the other people in the restaurant. It's me and it's her, and that's what I'm focused on. I don't care about the other people. If they want to judge because they want to judge me because I'm with a woman who's not wearing makeup, or they want to judge her because she's not wearing makeup, I think that's wrong, but I just frankly don't give a fuck.
I don't mean so much like the other people, but I'm saying, would you not want her to put makeup on like ever? Or like
I would
your
be
wedding?
100% fine being with a woman. She need not ever put any sort of makeup on. Now, and I actually have a preference against makeup. Now, there's different kind like lipstick. Lipstick, I don't like any of the foundation or the the cover up or whatever. Concealer, don't like. Maybe I'm okay with eyeliner, but if she doesn't wear eyeliner,
You don't like
care.
makeup?
No,
Most men don't like makeup, and
They don't even know if you're wearing makeup half the time. I think though I wear
can
makeup
tell,
around men,
I guess.
and they were like, "Oh my god, you look so natural." If I do have a light face, they're like, "Oh my
Is this
god,
your natural look?
No, this is fucking. We're done up
This
for
is
the
glam?
cameras. No, this is. I got so much powder on, but I have worn a light makeup look. And like, wow, you look so good without makeup. They don't even know. These
Okay,
men are dumb
but
as
yeah, I'm
fuck.
fine.
Yeah.
I got less comments about how much makeup I was wearing when I wore full foundation, full concealer. And now that I let my freckles show and I don't use full foundation, I get comments about how I'm wearing too much makeup. So they really don't know anything.
Yeah, it's facts.
I think honestly, like I don't wear makeup at all. Like we shouldn't really care
put makeup
about.
on?
No,
Oh,
I don't. Yeah,
you
I
have
don't.
really good skin.
Thank you. I don't really like. We shouldn't really care about what other people say that much, because at the end of the day, like during your life, your family, your friends, your partner, those are the people who really care about you, and they're not gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna like love you if you wear makeup.
I agree,
Like,
but I
it's-
feel like in professional settings, there is
Yeah.
some sort of pressure to get ready as a woman, and that includes wearing some amount
I
of
mean,
makeup.
I don't feel pressured though.
I think women wear makeup.
But I'm saying the majority of women do.
I wear makeup because I
And that's
like
it.
the way I look
Yeah.
with a little bit of makeup on.
Yeah.
It's not that deep.
Women wear
Yeah,
makeup
it's-
for themselves, and men don't care. Would rather
don't
see
even
you
know.
without makeup, and don't even know what's going on with your makeup. Men have no idea
Yeah.
what goes on with our makeup, and they don't care. But
Yep.
women wear makeup because they think they look prettier with it, and they like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving off of makeup, going to Lauren, you said women are just as physically strong as men. Why is that?
Said that?
Or you circled. So the statement is women are just as physically strong as men, to which you agree. And you circled.
Oh, maybe I.
Did you misread it?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe.
All right.
Obviously, that's not right.
Jasmine, you said people of color can't be racist towards white people.
Yeah, you used the other term correctly earlier, prejudice.
Oh, okay. And then you also said people of color can't be racist towards white people.
Yeah, don't be racist.
Oh,
might have
maybe you just misunderstood a little bit.
Misunderstood, yeah.
You would agree, though, that, like, for example, a black person could be, like, it's possible for them to be racist towards a white person.
I mean, you shouldn't be racist in general.
No, but that's not, I'm not saying that
not
they
asking
should.
should.
I'm just saying, can they or could they?
I don't understand really how that correlates, because I mean, like, I guess at the end of the day, anybody can do anything they want, so.
No, I'm not prescriptively saying that they should be racist. I'm just asking, can they be racist?
I mean, I guess everyone can, so.
Right, but you're, okay, sure. So then I guess just to you, Jasmine, explain why is it that people of color can't be racist towards white people?
Because systemically, black people don't benefit from the idea of racism. Racism against black people, on the other hand, is a systemic issue that affects people of color.
You don't think there's like individual levels
There are
of
individual
racism?
Circumstances, yeah, but
like, for example, if I walked up to a black person and I called them the N-word, you would agree that that's racist for me to do, right? So then if a black person, and then like I committed a violent crime towards them, right? If a black person walked up to a white person, called them the C word, and then committed a violent crime towards them, would you consider this like a racist act?
yes, like a hate crime, yeah. But I think...
Would it be racist, though?
I mean, yeah, if he's like, I hate all white people and simply did it because they're white, yes, and he's using a white slur, then sure.
Okay.
But systemically, like, again, it doesn't affect white people the same that it affects black people.
And are you just, is this within the cultural zeitgeist of the United States or Western countries?
I'd say I answered that question just with the idea of the history of the United States, yeah, and the experience that I've had
if
here.
you looked at South Africa, for example, where there's a
I'd say there's a cultural
majority,
difference.
there's a black majority, and they occupy the majority positions of power.
Yeah,
in the government.
socioeconomic differences there compared to here.
So black people in South Africa could be racist.
Yeah, so then I guess if we're talking geopolitically and
right, sure.
yeah, including
All
everything, then yeah.
You said men are more privileged than women. Why is that? Also, Lauren, you said that too. Men are more privileged. Sorry, men are more privileged in society than women. Why is that?
Although the patriarchy has negative effects on men as well, again, that lead to death and suicide. They're the oppressors. They are at the top of the hierarchy.
Which ones?
Men.
Yeah, but how many?
How many what?
Well, I think it would be inaccurate to state that men collectively are at the top. Only a small proportion of men are at the top.
And who are you suggesting that is?
What do you mean?
Or how many?
Oh, like
who are the few?
0.00001% of men have any power or say in this country.
Okay, sure. I mean, if we're talking about like owners and businesses and stuff like that, but if we're talking it...
And like politics too.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but it is men at the top, right? In every sort of sector, business owning, politics, men are at the top. They are the majority.
Yeah, but like myself, for example, I have no more say than a woman does. And that would apply to the vast majority of other men too. So what you're doing here is an apex fallacy. You're looking at the top percent of apex of men, and you're...
But they're the top in every category.
Not necessarily.
What instances would you say women are in the hierarchy?
Well, when you say every category, what do you mean?
Like, again, CEOs, businesses, politics,
there's female,
like creating the laws, owning the money, paying the people. Like
there's female CEOs, there's
female
5% politicians.
5%.
Is that the actual number? I don't know.
Yes, we can look it up.
Okay, sure, I'll grant it. Sure. So,
and that's not because women have less drive. It has to do with like the structure of...
Actually, do you also believe in the wage gap, right?
I didn't put that, no.
Oh, no. Do you think that there could be like an evolutionary or biological explanation for why men occupy these positions of power that wouldn't be related to like sexism or patriarchy or male privilege?
I think women aren't able to succeed in positions in business or become a CEO because they are kind of tied down to these roles of being the homemaker and taking care of the kid. And of course, there are the biological factors where the baby feeds from the mother. So there is this time and period where the mother has to physically be there with the child. But I think there are instances after that where the father could hold equal responsibility, but we just kind of push those responsibilities onto women even after they aren't necessarily needed to be there 100% of the time. So then they're less likely to give their time to their career in business and becoming a CEO.
I mean, in order to propagate the species, you need to have women who are going to give birth. So obviously a subset of women are going to have children, and that does have an impact.
But that's a
on their
large
career
disparity.
trajectory.
Just 5% of women are CEOs.
Yeah, I think that could be explained in a bunch of ways. I think one of the arguments I like to make that is related to dating actually is that this occurs actually to a mating pressure that women create in men that isn't created back at them. So let me ask you a question. Do you find men who are like at the top of their field attractive, or would you find them attractive?
Based on?
Do you think like
success?
Successful men, do you think that they're more attractive than guys who work at like McDonald's?
Yeah, I guess
Just
so.
looking at that
It shows
specific-
drive, yeah. It
Okay.
has some traits
And
correlated.
you would find that attractive, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you want men to pay for first dates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you want a guy to perhaps do maybe a majority of the providing if you're in a long-term relationship with him? And if you do eventually have kids?
Again, this doesn't necessarily relate to me
Because you're unsure about having kids. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that I would want them to take care of the majority of expenses.
Mm-hmm. Would you want a guy to make at least as much money as you make?
I think we should be about the same
About the
financially.
same.
Yeah.
And then do you find men who are high status, do you find them attractive?
High status.
Yeah, so I mean, we could look at the entertainment industry, so it could be like a professional athlete, professional musician, or A-list celebrity, so actor, musician, athlete.
I think there might be statistics on this that people in those roles and high status roles, as you're saying, cheat more.
Sure.
Or so I find that not really attractive. I'm not necessarily into athletes and actors, and
you wouldn't
so on.
specifically find that appealing.
No.
Okay. But you did say that you would find a guy who has status attractive. You want a guy to pay for first dates. So by women's own stated, unrevealed and revealed dating preferences, I think it would actually make a lot of sense why men occupy these positions of power more so than women, because you create a substantial mating pressure on men to want to succeed, to not just to make money, but to get status. And if having status means being at the top of the hierarchy in whatever field that it could be anything, if getting status, being at the top of the hierarchy makes you a more attractive mate to women, then women's own dating preferences would seem to be a substantial contributor to why men occupy the top positions of power. Because I don't know about you, but I think one of the most heavily motivating factors for most people would be finding a partner, for women, finding a boyfriend, finding a husband, for men, finding a wife, finding a girlfriend. It's extremely motivating. In fact, I think men are actually more motivated. Well, at least they're more sexually motivated. So as a man, if you're not successful, if you don't have money, if you don't have some degree of status, it makes it harder for you to find a woman, whether it's just for short-term casual sex, whether it's a relationship, whether it's marriage, and whether it's to have kids. Women, you don't have that same barrier. As a woman, you can work a minimum wage job and you can still find a partner. Men really don't care about your status, your money, your success. So women's own dating preferences have a massive impact on this.
We have standards and you don't. I don't get why you're upset.
No, I'm not upset, but I'm arguing the point. You're saying, well, why is it that 5% of women occupy these positions of power, or have these CEO jobs or
You
whatever?
think most men are CEOs, or they occupy those spaces more because they want to attract women? That's the only.
Yeah, I think men
Or do you think they just
highly-
have more access to opportunity than women do because women are?
Oh, I would definitely say that. Well, I think there's multiple components for why people want
100%.
to achieve in life, but I would say that I think men are highly motivated by getting sex, and they're highly motivated by finding a wife.
Do you not agree, though, that the standards that we put on women to take care of children makes it harder for them to succeed in these roles. It slims their opportunity.
No, I don't think so.
It's like baseline 2 jobs, like overtime.
Yeah, but nothing. I mean, if a woman wants to prioritize her career, she absolutely can. And women who do prioritize their career,
They're that 5% though. That's why there's this discrepancy.
right? Because not all. And I think there's not an aptitude, but there's a lack of perhaps desire. Men have this massive motivating factor. It's basically like, I think men are more motivated and women are less motivated. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, but would you agree with me that the following is true? Men don't really care about a woman's money or her success or her career.
Yes.
Okay, so then, and would you agree?
I don't think that makes up for the large disparity that we're seeing.
I actually think it makes up for a significant amount of the disparity.
That's where we disagree, I guess. I don't know how.
Do you think men work jobs to make money just for the fuck of it? Like they just do it, like most men.
I kind of assumed so because I crave success just for the fuck of it. So I kind of assumed.
This is the difference. This is a bit of a difference between men and women. So men work hard so that they can provide for their family. Men work hard so they can provide for their wife. They work hard so they can provide for their kids.
Really?
Yeah, men.
Yeah, they could sleep on the floor. Like men are so simple.
That's all they're worth. They should.
Have you been to a guy's house? He doesn't have
That's it. Period.
all these. I don't know. He doesn't need all this shit. Like men do all this hard work for their family, so they can one day have a family. They can provide for their wife and they can provide for their children. Men want to work hard for that. When men work hard and make a lot of money, they think, oh, great, I can provide for a wife and children. When women work really hard and make a bunch of money, they think, I don't need a man. And that's a totally different psychology.
Mm-hmm. So you think you're working hard for these TTSs for your girl?
Yeah, one day I want to have children.
Oh,
So
Brian, that's really romantic.
yes, I'm working hard.
Wait,
and I'm also
you know what? Deep
Bro,
down, I know you're
look,
actually a hopeless romantic.
I'm not really about.
Yeah, I know, actually.
I'm not really about like material goods. I still drive a car I bought over a decade ago. I don't need like a super fancy car. Don't care. I wear sweatpants from Costco.
You
I
are
don't
big labia
need-
matter.
There you go. I don't need any of that superficial material shit. I don't care. I really don't care. And so, look.
Wait, that makes my heart. That's so. Aww.
But yeah, that's what I'm. It's to support my family. That can include my parents. I want to make sure my parents are
I
good.
think you need to get out of Santa Barbara to find your soulmate.
Santa Barbara's fine, but
You're not gonna find your soulmate here. I really feel like your soulmate is not here.
the fuck? Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna detour, but everyone, Brian's soulmate is not here. Let's get him to get out of here.
All right, next.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. But okay.
Adios,
Oh
amigo.
yeah. So how are men more privileged
Shout
in
out,
society?
Hater Michelle, love you guys. Back up, girls.
How are men more privileged in society? You also circled that one.
Shout out Dave Ho.
Just from basic beginning of time, they make more money because obviously we get pregnant, we have to take time off, we have to raise the children. That's just literally biology, and I mean it's not. There's no argument there.
Okay.
There's no argument.
Sure. Jasmine, you said women are oppressed in the USA. How are they oppressed?
I also think that men are oppressed in some ways.
Are women more oppressed?
Men are the oppressors, but I don't know if we can
It's pretty
say on an equal. I don't know how we can compare.
Which men, though? That's what I don't understand. What if,
I don't know what you
if
mean
it's
by
just
that either.
rich people, and it doesn't matter that they're a man? It's just that they're rich and they have power.
But if we look at the numbers, the richest people, majority are men. And there's a reason for that. Apparently for
what?
Women.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Okay. So how are women oppressed, though? What specifically, how are they oppressed?
Again, I think the patriarchy oppresses
But
everyone.
how are women oppressed?
The standards put upon women that we have to be homemakers or feel social pressure to wear makeup every day.
But then I would just say, okay, men are oppressed because there's a social pressure
I
societally
agree.
and by women
Yes.
that we need to be protectors and providers.
But that's not by women, that's by men themselves. Men have created this system.
I think oppression is something completely different, though. Like I would call like countries in poverty oppressed. I wouldn't call anybody in America oppressed. I don't think having a societal standard pushed on you is being oppressed. It's just kind of like your expectation to create a healthy and thriving society. And if we were to say, well, nobody should be expected of anything and everybody can just do whatever they want, which is what's happening in our society, it's going downhill very quickly because of that.
I think when a certain demographic of people are disproportionately like disenfranchised.
How are women disenfranchised?
Well, I mean, you can include race in this too. She's just talking about the existence of oppression. She doesn't think there is oppression in America. I think when there's like stark differences between demographics and success rates, that shows that there's some form of hierarchy, which then expresses there must be some form of oppression happening.
But do you think it's because of oppression or just simply because men are making more money because women don't? Not as many women work as much as many men, and women take off time.
Yeah, I think the structure that exists under is oppressive. I'm not saying men are doing this, and that.
You just said men are the oppressors.
Well, they are at the top of the hierarchy. Would you not agree?
The people who are at the top of the hierarchy typically tend to be men, but it's not clear to me if they're there simply by virtue of being men. I don't think they're given it on a silver platter because they're men. And the 99.999% of men have no more power than women.
But I think men benefit from that top percent being men.
How?
I mean, because they're not having laws made about their bodies.
Yeah, they do.
Well, sure, in the instances that you referenced before. But again, that's by men, for men, by men.
I don't understand.
So they're the oppressor and they're also oppressed. I don't know how to explain
But what if it has nothing to do with them being men? What if it's just they happen to be elites or they happen to just have power?
Well, why do you think that is? Why is there a disparity between
Because there's
genders,
hierarchies
though?
in societies and some people are going to rise to the top of a hierarchy. It's inevitable.
Yeah, and mostly they're men. Why is that?
Why? I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons. Evolutionary, biological, social, cultural.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I completely agree with all of that.
Why do you think there's never been a matriarchy?
I don't know. You're saying there's always been a patriarchy?
Patriarchy is inevitable.
But there have been societies where matriarchies exist, right?
No.
Not in like Western.
There's been matrilineal societies, but there's not really a matriarchy.
Well, I wonder if the patriarchy has only ever existed or the matriarchy hasn't because the patriarchy has always existed. You know what I mean? How do we deconstruct the patriarchy to then create a matriarchy?
You shouldn't deconstruct
Well, exactly, but I think that we don't have a matriarchy because we simply
don't.
always had a patriarchy.
Well, I mean, look, Andrew argues this way better than I do, so I'll give the super short version. So, I mean, it comes down to force doctrine. You would agree that men are physically stronger than women? Okay. So, who are the enforcers in society? Men or women, typically?
The enforcers?
Enforcers.
Men.
Right. And all the laws that we have, you know, if somebody commits a crime, who do you call?
911.
Right. And who's going to show up, typically?
Police.
And is he a man?
I don't know the statistics on that. I feel like there's a lot of female officers.
Female cops, but it's mostly men. More
Is
men
it
than
mostly
women.
men? It's probably pretty close, right?
And then if you look at the military, it's predominantly men also.
Yes.
So
well, women pretty recently got the right to be active in the military.
Right, but I mean,
so we're not really socialized to go in that direction as much as men.
Right, but even if there was, let me ask you a question. Let's say you had a prison, you're the warden of a prison, and you could choose to hire, and it's a male prison, you could choose to hire all male prison guards or all female prison guards. Which do you pick?
Honestly, the women probably pay more attention to like the locks being locked and stuff like that. Just the logistics stance.
They
But
pay
if we're
more.
planning on like an escape and we need strong men, if that's the particular situation.
How do you keep? But okay, you know the inmates, they go out of their cells.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what happens if the inmates riot?
You're saying we need men instead.
You need men. You need men because when it comes to force, you need men who are able to exert force upon other people and upon other men.
I get the physical instance, but why do you think that they should be at the top of, I don't know, like...
I'm not saying should, I'm just speaking descriptively.
Okay.
I'm talking about, I'm not saying this is how it should be, I'm just talking about like what is descriptively true. So it is descriptively true that women need to appeal to men as it relates to their rights. For example, in Afghanistan, when the U.S. left, for example, the Taliban came back to power, and women lost their rights. So men give women their rights. And as women, you have to appeal to men for your rights.
Okay.
And I'm just speaking descriptively. I'm not saying that this is how it should be, but that's just how it is.
Mm-hmm. So
at any given moment, if men wanted to, they could take away and walk back women's rights.
Okay, awesome. So then you understand that shows that they are in a hierarchy position above women, and they are therefore the oppressors, because at any moment they could withdraw those rights and it'd be more obviously oppressive. But now it's more hidden behind, oh, you have the right to vote now.
I disagree.
So it's not
it would point to the benevolence of men, not to the oppressive nature of men.
They're so kind.
Yes, absolutely.
We're giving you that, is what you're saying. Like, men are like, you should be happy with what we've given you, is what you're saying.
Well, I think women should be happy for all kinds of things men have given them. Through men's...
So you agree that we only have what men allow us to have?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
that's
one,
exactly what you're saying.
You should be thankful for the men who keep you safe while you sleep comfortably.
Safe from who?
From the of invading foreign nation. You should be thankful for the soldiers. You should be thankful for rough men who keep you safe while you sleep comfortably at night.
Safe from who?
Sure, I'll go ahead and say other men. What would that matter, though? What would it actually matter?
I'm just saying, you're agreeing that women only have the rights that we have at the hands of men.
Yes.
They could roll it back at any time.
They could if they wanted to, yeah. I'm speaking descriptively.
Yes, but you're also saying that that's not oppressive, that they don't have power. Like, they haven't given us complete...
that's just factually true.
That's what I'm saying, though, that men are the oppressors, not that
It wouldn't make them oppressors necessarily.
If we only have what we have at the hands of men...
But that's an inevitability.
In your opinion, I think it's just the structure that we live under makes it inevitable.
I think we need to define the term oppressed, because it's like, I just don't...
I think
I can't get behind that term in America. We're so, like, all of us are privileged here, and I'll use that word for this circumstance.
Look, ultimately, I would say that this actually points towards men's benevolence, and you rely on men to be the protectors and providers of society. Everything that you see around you, like the roads you drive on, the building you live in, I don't know if you have a nice apartment that you live in, most of the comforts of modernity are all due to men's genius, ingenuity. It all is due to men.
Men have only ever had the opportunity to do so. Women haven't always had the opportunity to be
If it wasn't for men,
inventive.
y'all would still be living in like grass huts and shit.
Why do you think that? What happened when all the men went to war in like World War I and World War II? Women weren't building stuff.
In order to
Yes, we were. It was the Industrial Revolution. Women went into the factories and took care of
women don't
work
have
outside of homes.
Hold on. Women don't have the requisite physical strength for an industrial society. They just simply don't, for it to have ever even been a possibility.
What about ingenuity, like thought, like creating some sort of mechanism that can lift the thing that women can't lift?
The necessary, so like if we're going
like, do we not have the brain power either? If
we're starting all the way from agriculture and then moving into industrialization and moving into the technology era, there needed to be the physical strength of men as the foundation and bedrock for all the sort of sorry, they're fucking talking back. Guys, be quiet, please, back there. There needed to be that foundation of physical strength that even enabled the comforts that we currently enjoy and that we take for granted. Do you realize how 200 years ago, just 200 years ago, so that's like a couple generations back, right? There wasn't electricity, there wasn't running water, there wasn't showers. The things we take so for granted, you don't even think about these things.
But you think women wouldn't have invented these things if they were put in positions that men were put into? Like if there were a matriarchy?
I'm saying through the chronological order of invention, none of this would have been possible without the just brute physical strength of men. It's just wouldn't have been possible.
I think with the inventive and creative nature of women, it could have been possible. I mean,
women
who's
just
to
don't,
say, right?
Like, so you're saying, okay, if women had bulldozers, then they could use the strength of machinery to do these jobs for them.
Women would have gotten it done. I don't know where you get this concept that it just wouldn't have been done.
I'm trying to think of the specific word here. There's a bottleneck. There's a historical bottleneck that women, just based on their physical strength, would not have been able to pass through if it wasn't for male strength. So there's a bottleneck that exists. Like, the Industrial Revolution, in order to build the machinery that would have even enabled women to do some of these tasks, that wouldn't have been possible without the requisite strength of men.
I think it would have taken maybe more women and other mechanisms to do so, but it would have gotten done. I think it's like blasphemous, really, to say that we wouldn't be as advanced as we are without the brute strength of men.
Well, it's not just the brute strength of men, it's also the genius. Well, it's that, but it's also the genius and the ingenuity of men.
And you think women lack that?
No, I actually think.
Or do they lack
I think
access
if you look
to
at I think if you look at the average IQ of women, it's actually women. There's more women who have a higher IQ. Let me frame this correctly. It's called the greater variability hypothesis. So essentially what you have is there's more women who have a higher average IQ than the average man. But if you look at the extremes, so you have a bunch of really stupid men, but then you have a greater proportion of very highly intelligent, high IQ men who are geniuses. And there are women geniuses too, but because of the greater male variability, you're going to have more male geniuses and more men who have a higher IQ.
Do you think being a genius is genetically predetermined and tied to gender, or do you think maybe men have that outlier of being extremely smart and inventive because they've had ample opportunity and time to do so because they're not taking care of a kid at home?
Oh, I would agree that there's nature and nurture. And women absolutely can be geniuses. What I'm saying is, and I don't know if it's just like, this is just how, the distribution when it comes to biology, evolution, whatever. Again, you got a bunch of stupid fucking men. There's way more stupid men than there are like really stupid women, but there's also a bunch of really, really genius, like high IQ men.
And you think that's because of nature mainly?
I think it's both. I think it's nature and nurture.
I think that disparity and like outlier only exists because of...
I got to move it on though.
Go ahead.
I got to move it on. Can we have you guys rejoin the table, please?
Oh, sorry, I'm fucking in.
Rejoin the table, please. I got a question for the entire panel.
Of course.
Guys, I do see some of the chats that have come through. Lulu, I'm going to pull this up. $69 TTS. Can you pull that up?
How many viewers do we have?
We still have, we got about 5,500 viewers.
Hi, viewers. What's up?
Okay, just sit down, please.
Oh, sorry.
Lulu donated $200.
I'm so sorry, Brian. I'm a good candidate, but I'm just also, I'm getting a little delulu
if you're
here.
unemployed women, men don't care.
I'm getting a little delulu here.
I feel you.
You feel me?
I feel you.
This is a long street for you.
60% unmarried incoming.
Lulu, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. I'm gonna let 2 69s come in.
Hi, Lulu.
Finish up, then we'll get out of here.
Love you, Lulu.
And we have the TikToks, but shit.
Thank you for the $200.
Yeah,
you should Venmo me. Send me that shit, baby.
All right. Oh, Clayne, I think you triggered the spam thing. So 69. Sorry, Clayne, you triggered the spam blocker. Thank you for the message, though. Appreciate it, brother. Wait, hold on. Did this one not come through?
I'm shaking a little.
Oh, I didn't change it. Can you read this one from Toast? Sorry, I need to change this.
Oh, is this mine? That's mine. Yeah.
Jazz, can you read this one?
Sure.
Here, I'll replay it.
Brian, be careful with giving phones back when away. Might have a wiretapping problem. Chair 2 was on the phone with someone. Also, Chair 5, you're right. Men don't protect women till married. Don't know them.
Why are you scared about me being on the phone?
Snitch, too.
Snitch, we're on live stream, baby. What the fuck am I snitching on?
Going around the table on this, a woman's past should not matter. Do you agree? You agree with that?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Go ahead.
It clearly matters.
I'm going around the table.
It
Yeah?
clearly
You
fucking
agree?
matters.
Okay.
A woman's passion doesn't matter?
A woman's past should not matter. Do you agree?
It does, but if you don't tell them, then it doesn't matter.
Facts, period.
So you would lie about your body count, basically?
Yeah.
Oh.
Who here has lied about their body count to a guy?
Yep.
You just don't, I don't ask and I don't
Should
tell.
body count matter?
They eventually find out. Because I tell them. I tell them when I'm really fucked up. If I'm on like a good drug, I'll tell them.
Okay. What's your body count?
Oh, God.
What's your body count?
No, start here.
Oh, 468.
Okay. Jazz, what about you?
I won't be answering that. My parents are watching.
That's fine. Do you want to give her? Well,
Shout out Jazz's parents.
It's a very normal amount for a 23-year-old.
She's a zero.
I don't know. Look up the average amount. Is that like a stat?
I think the average is like
Parents
30,
watching.
33.
She's a
way.
zero.
You have 33?
No, well under. Oh my God.
Do you want to do a range like 10 to 20, 20 to 30?
On the lower end of that.
Of 20 to 30?
No, the
Of
first
10
one
to
you
20?
said.
Jazz,
Okay, so
you're a fucking star.
You're a star, Jazz.
You're a star as fuck.
Felicity? Body count? Huh?
No, you're a star.
Wait.
Two.
Oh,
It's 2.
okay. What about you? Body
Get
count?
heavily into TikTok after this.
It's high.
Be quiet. Stop.
High.
Well,
Not
what is it?
appropriate.
Give us a range.
It's not appropriate. You don't have to
Over.
answer.
What do you think
It's
is
okay,
high?
Jazz. Don't worry about it. Don't worry what I think.
I'm worried.
Sylvie, just
You'll
lie.
you'll probably never see me again.
Lie. What? That's rude as fuck, Brian.
Why is that rude?
Because you're saying you don't want to see her again.
That's not what I said. I'm
That's-
saying I didn't say that.
That's what you mean.
High enough to where people will judge me if I say the real amount.
Give us a range.
2.
Higher than double.
Triple digit.
Maybe.
Quadruple digit.
No, not
She's
quad.
not triple digit. I know that. She's in the lower.
Is it between 200,
20.
200 and
no,
300?
19.
Under that.
100 to 200.
Maybe.
What's yours?
Okay. Savannah.
The low end.
2.
Oh, wait.
2.
Why are you surprised by
Wait, how old are
11?
you?
19.
Wait, guys,
No,
be quiet. Stop.
I'm
Stop.
sorry. I'm fucking getting
Sorry,
delirious,
repeat
Brian.
it. Stop.
I'm
We're going to
so
wrap
sorry.
soon. Trust me.
I'm so
we're
sorry,
wrapping
Brian.
soon. Go ahead.
11.
I'm not answering this, but
Do you want
it's
to do
normal.
range?
It's normal. It's like a normal number. It's nothing crazy.
What is normal?
I'm not answering.
I was
I'm not answering.
What about you?
You never even answer.
Huh?
1.
1. Okay.
Oh.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
No,
all of
I
you.
believe her. I
For all
believe
of you.
her.
All right.
I'll put my hand on a Bible.
She's a
But it
one,
also
I know
doesn't
that.
matter.
It does matter.
Brian, can you give your
does
real
matter.
number? When
Speaking of which,
how much money do I have to pay you to give your real number?
you have to. I'll tell you for a Bitcoin.
What is the worth of a Bitcoin?
It's like $120,000.
I don't have that. I don't.
46,000.
Fuck! I need to go. Like, yeah, everybody, go cash at me 100 Bitcoins or whatever because I want Brian's real body count.
100 Bitcoin.
I feel like it's in the like
I'll say
50s.
Wait, what did you say?
She said 100 Bitcoin.
Oh, I thought you
repeated that. 100 Bitcoin.
Oh,
is
okay.
Like a lot.
Oh, I don't even know what that means, but I think Brian's body count is definitely in the 50s.
Definitely in the 50s.
Yeah, because I think like there's whores that message you and they're
Santa
like,
Barbara. It's
Brian, I
like
want your dick.
89.
You have the whatever podcast. Yeah, you said that girls message you, so you obviously have a high body count.
I'm a virgin.
No, Brian has a high body count.
I'm a
Girls
virgin.
message him.
I'm a virgin.
Every year it restarts.
No, oh yeah, that's what I used to say, but not anymore.
Good.
The thing is, guys don't give a fuck. They don't.
They do care.
No, they
Clay
don't.
needs $69.
Oh, really?
Brian needs
How do they care?
al fresco.
Because they don't want someone that's ran through.
Claim it's true. It's very
No
true.
tacos are open. Claim.
Guys, get last call, $69 TTS. Get it in before we get
Claim.
this wrapped up.
DM
here.
me.
We're getting
Actually,
this wrapped,
cash
guys.
at me.
Get it in. Final call. $69. You guys got to roast this girl. Roast her.
Roast
She
me,
needs
babies.
roasted.
I love me roasted.
$69.
Thank you, man.
Chair 1, have you ever considered that your idea that women lack opportunities is based on Disney and fictional shows? Throughout history, men have sucked up to women and simp after them, right?
It's true.
What's he mean?
Mike Davis.
I don't even know what he
Is this
said.
Mary? Mary, did you send in one? Oh, yeah, we're getting out of here soon.
All
We're
your
getting out of here
major fans fell asleep. These are fucking degens right now.
Ryan, it's bedtime, go 9.
Even your fans are telling you go to bed,
That's
Ryan.
Mary sent
Oh.
it.
Like, I'm cooked. Bye.
Mary's
shut
a
this
trooper.
down.
Mary, I love you, bitch.
Mary
You're
and Felicity are troopers.
I
They're
agree.
troopers.
They work 12-hour days and get paid 5.
Huh?
Wait, what?
No. Oh, okay, good.
I don't know how much they get paid for.
They're actually indentured servants.
This is fucking Dave. This is Dave.
A man's beard is not the same as makeup. Idiot.
This is Dave. This is
It's
Dave.
true.
Dave Ho. Shout out Dave Ho.
Biology. Makeup
I know
is
it's
not.
Dave.
Beard is not the same as makeup. It's a very good point.
It
Thanks to
is.
George.
It's better.
Dave, but we know you're awake. Dave, take a
Yo,
shot for us.
Cagney.
A man with
Oh
a
my
beard
God,
is like
party foul.
+5
No, I didn't even spill.
+5. There you go.
Sorry,
$69
Brian, I'm starting to get a little delirious. Like
I
I want to
can
get
tell.
fucked up. Like,
Women who wear makeup are insecure and can't accept the way they
bitch,
are.
it is too late
A
for the
lot of
strip
women
club.
wear expensive makeup to attract men who are high on the attractiveness scale of 1 to 10, or the top 10% of men.
I won't take my makeup off. I'm ugly as fuck. I already said I'm a 4. I'm a freaky 4. I
She
do like.
has such good TikToks too. but I don't know if you have time.
Brian, just have me
Are you gonna
back.
come back? You down to come back?
Can I come back?
Promise?
Wait, can I?
Yeah, you can come
Brian,
back.
so I thought you were gonna hate me, but like,
wait. Let's listen.
I think we're
let's listen.
kindred spirits to be friends.
To cook food, not men. Come enjoy life with me on my lakefront house and we can talk about philosophy in my pool.
That sounds amazing. Based.
Sure, when you need to give your Venmo.
Dude,
You can make so
you
much money
base
right now.
for you.
No, send me the money.
You need to pay the sim tax.
Ryan hates Sims.
You need to pay the sim tax, base Thor.
Bro, I need
That
to teach you
was
me.
just.
You didn't have to sit there.
Bro, she's a feminist.
No, she's not.
She wrote an essay about
She's
feminism.
not a feminist. Look
It's literally called like deconstructing.
Dude,
how beautiful
she's
she
gonna
is.
trans your kids.
No, she's not.
Oh my god.
No, that's crazy statement.
She's gonna give your kids fucking puberty blockers,
What the
bro.
fuck are you saying, Brian?
Fear mongering. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
period.
If you're
I'm
fucking
gonna trans my kid.
You're gonna
Trying to start a fight right now.
She's one of the most beautiful
Bro,
people I've ever
you
seen.
look.
These two girls took their
Be
makeup off
honest.
and
Be
they're the
honest.
prettiest
Let's say
girls.
you do
like,
have
yeah.
kids. Hold on. Let's say you do have kids, and your fucking 8-year-old, 9-year-old kid comes to you. Shut up.
No, sorry.
Comes to you and is like, "Hey, I think you have a son," and he's like,
Okay, you're
"Hey,
hilarious.
I really like Barbie dolls, and I think I'm a woman."
Mm-hmm.
You're
So-
gonna put them on the pathway to transition.
No, I'm not going to make them feel like liking Barbies is gender specific to begin with. So they're not going to have this kind of like.
Okay, fine.
Oh
Ignore
my
the Barbie
God.
thing, but they're like, "I feel like I'm a woman,"
That's gay.
or wait, what?
No, I mean, like, that's them saying that, like, they're kind
You
of,
gotta
like,
speak
that's
into-
kind of like
No.
the first step, like, I'm a little gay.
Genuinely
Like, it's
though,
not that big
your
a deal.
kid comes to you, your 10-year-old kid's like,
not
"Hey mom,
derogatory.
I think I'm a woman,
clips
or I think I'm a
this.
girl.
Okay.
I want to become a girl." You gonna put them through the? You gonna put them on the
Well,
process?
no, I'm against like transitioning children. I don't know
Would-
anyone who's
well,
necessarily
hold on.
pro transitioning.
Yeah, but wait, isn't that the trans advocacy is puberty blockers to prevent puberty?
I'm not well aware of this.
It's like super common.
I don't know what to tell you, but my children, I don't think would get to that point because I'm not putting the idea of liking Barbies as a female
Yeah, you need
characteristic to begin with.
Yeah, disregard the Barbie thing.
Okay.
I said if your child comes to you and is like, "Hey,
I don't think
I
they would
think I'm
have
a
this
girl."
epiphany. They wouldn't describe it this way either. I would let them exist however they want to exist. They wouldn't have this like, "Oh, I feel like a woman." They would have just existed how
okay,
they
but
do.
they're going to school, and the school is like teaching them about like trans stuff or whatever.
Which no school does that.
There's definitely schools that talk about like trans people. So Your kid comes to you though, and you've read the literature.
Yeah, I'm against transitioning children. Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't give them puberty blockers.
No.
Even if the medical literature would seem to indicate that this is like
you can
the best thing
transition.
for-
Well, you can transition later in life, so I would give it time, personally.
Would you wait until they're 18 for any sort of
well, at that point, it's out of my hands, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
But would you do anything prior to 18?
No, I would let them dress however they feel.
Okay.
You know, that type of thing. Make them feel comfortable. Don't demonize them or make them think that they can't participate in the things that they feel like they can.
So you would prevent your trans kid from having gender affirming care?
As a child, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's somewhat reasonable, I guess. Okay, good talk.
So she's reasonable.
I mean,
oh my God, say it.
So she's conservative.
I mean, I still look. If my son comes to me,
I'm not reasonable.
well, I think it's fair that at least it's a positive that you wouldn't allow them to get on puberty blockers. But if my son comes to me and is like, "Hey, I think I'm a girl," I'm not going to be like, "Okay, go ahead. You can start dressing like a girl." I'm going to be like, "Nah, just wait for a couple years. It's probably you're probably going to grow out of this."
Which I don't think is the
We're
worst.
not boys are coming to their parents
we're
and
not
saying,
gonna-
I feel like a girl.
We're not going to socially transition.
Like, honestly.
So you're saying you would socially transition your
I
child?
wouldn't force anything upon
You
them.
wouldn't
If
force
they
it.
wanted to try it out, I'm not going to say,
Right.
no, you have to wear pants and a t-shirt, even
Right,
though.
you wouldn't force them to socially transition.
But they're going to get made fun of at school. So are you going to allow that?
But if they wanted to socially transition, you would
a
be fine
parent?
with that.
If they wanted to grow their hair out.
And wear
get their
dresses.
ears pierced.
And wear dresses. Yeah, I would not allow my son to do that.
Yeah, that's...
When they're adults, I suppose they can do whatever they want. Obviously, I'd try to advocate away from that. But
Yeah.
anyways, okay, a few more things, then we're going to get this wrapped here, folks. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. How so?
Is this tequila? It's really strong.
That's for you. That's Jazz. That's for you.
That was the conversation we had earlier that we fully discussed about
Well, here,
bodily
let me-
autonomy.
I'll make it super quick then. Can you name one right that a man has that a woman doesn't? That's for you, Jazz.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
A man.
Of course
A
it
right
is.
that a man has that a woman doesn't.
Did you do that or did Mari do it? Or Mari?
Mari.
It's called Mary.
Mari,
Mary.
yes.
It's pronounced
That's your
Mary.
new name, Mary. Mari.
I'm so sorry, Mary. I'm fucking yeah.
Oh my God.
Ner.
Anything? Here, I'll let the chat come through. You can think about it.
Okay.
There's still chat. How many viewers do we have?
$70.
Be quiet
Hey,
during the.
Brian,
I'm sorry, Brian.
Can you tell
He's
me
literally
to
telling
shut
me.
the fuck up during the TTS and roast sessions? Thanks.
Shut the fuck up!
It's fucking Dave. Shut the fuck up, Dave. Suck my clit. No, actually don't. Actually, I would not want that. No, thank you.
The fuck up!
Okay. You got anything for us?
I know he's facing
No,
George.
I think I've been awake for over 24 hours
Give me one.
now.
Give me something.
My brain actually can't work. Do you understand?
Her brain. Oh, it's literally. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's 3 a.m.
And I've been up since...
As a feminist,
1 in the
I
morning your
believe
time.
women have
Wait, hold on.
have the brain power. I think women.
Then let's ask the
Wow,
women.
that's really misogynistic of you.
Are you
I
a
think-
feminist?
I think women,
Are you
even when they're
feminist?
tired, I think women, even when they're really tired, have the brain power to just, whatever. But whatever.
Wait, are you a feminist, Brian?
Definitely not.
Definitely?
Klein donated $69. What is ACCUSES of? Not for me.
I don't have OF.
As long as she doesn't talk, he is down.
I don't do OF. I tried to. I scammed motherfuckers on there 1 month. When I was on American Idol, I scammed people and they're like, get naked. And I wouldn't get naked. Anyway.
There's another chat coming through. I think we're done,
Mike
actually,
Davis
with the
donated
question.
$70.
Okay, now I'm starting to say bullshit.
I'm
That's why I got
genuine,
no. I got,
not a sim.
Sorry.
That's why I enjoy number
okay.
1. Because I honestly think she is humble and is a decent person. Her looks just make it even better. It is what it is.
Bro, Mike Davis.
Mike, send me the money personally.
Hey,
what
Mike,
are you
no,
doing?
no.
What's your Venmo?
Mike,
What's your Venmo?
you need to send in another SIM tax. You got to pay the SIM tax. You too. Oh my God, this is so. Oh my.
It's fine, share one, and
That's
I don't have a
fucking
priority
disgusting.
for kids or marriage, so it works out. You still have time, I can fix you. What's your at?
Yeah, can I get a percentage
I will
of
send
this?
tax for chair 1. Sorry, Brian, but help me fix her.
Everyone, go follow her Instagram. What's your Instagram?
I don't have Instagram, but
what
you can
the fuck?
follow my TikTok. Rockies.
What's your Venmo?
ROZKUIS.
Blup, 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 blup.
Oh, did you really mute it?
Shit. No, it went through, I guess.
Wow, you don't have a Venmo or Instagram?
All right,
what
we're done.
What are you doing?
We're done with the questionnaire. There's show notes that you guys submitted, but honestly, it's late, so I think everybody
Love you guys.
would probably hold on. No,
Oh, sorry.
get this wrapped.
I know it's your show. It's not my show. I'm fucked up. Sorry.
Some of you, we didn't get into the show notes, but I'm assuming you guys are okay with us.
Yes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have you. We'd be happy to have any of you back here. Normally, our shows definitely don't go this long. We do have long shows, but they normally don't go this long. I'll do a final call out, guys. Final call out if you guys want to get a final. Base Thor and Klain and whoever else it is, Mike Davis, send in a final 69 as a simp tax because you guys been simping, man. That's crazy. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Venmo, Cash App. Cora, thank for the $1 on Cash App. Joseph, thank for the 5 on Venmo. Brendan, thank you for the 3rd. Already, thank you, Brendan. Like the video, guys. If you enjoyed the stream, it was a really good stream. It was fun. It was kind of chaotic. We kicked a girl off the show. There's I don't know where she's at. She was in another dimension. Guys, go to Twitch. Pull up Twitch really quick, Mary. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been, oh my God, it's been 3 hours since we last got a sub. Guys, I think it's bugged, boys. Somebody here, 1,000 viewers, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. I think it's bugged, boys. Really quick, before we end the stream, one Prime sub. Just, check out. I think it's bugged, boys. Help me fix my Twitch. Help me fix the Twitch. I think it's bugged. Okay. Guys, discord.gg/whatever. I think I'll have to look at the footage because it was kind of shitty, but I was recording the kick out of that girl and she was that was recorded. So if you want, I might post it behind the scenes, but that's not 100% a guarantee promise because I think the footage on my end might have been shitty. Shop.whatever.com. Big League Matter. Get yourself some merch. We also got some whatever merch too. So shop.whatever.com. Be sure to check it out. And then, guys, like the video, please. Are we forgetting anything, Mary? Was there any other reacts or anything? Unfortunately, fuck. It's almost 10 hours at this point. So we have to wrap, unfortunately. I would love to. I had TikToks from Jasmine, Jazz. Sorry.
This was her show tonight.
She was the only, person disagreeing with me, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, no, I'm just saying,
I'm not even. We had TikToks
yeah.
from
Anyways,
Savannah, but
thank you, everybody, for having us. We love you. Love you, whatever.
Mari.
Let me just double check here.
Love you, whatever podcast. If you hate us, I still love you.
What are we forgetting?
Slide into my DMs if you hate me.
Anything.
Okay.
I love my haters.
Let me just double check here. Okay, I'd like to end the show with a call to action. I'd like to see if we can't use this as a moment, as an opportunity. Well,
She left. The OnlyFans girl left.
Oh, she's gone. Okay.
That was the only OnlyFans girl?
All right. GG.
Only fan.
GG, well played. Guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Love you guys. You guys have been great. Jungle, everybody, Mike, Dave, all you guys. You guys are, there's too many people to name, but thank you guys so much.
Lucas. Your number one
Lucas,
fan.
thank you, Lucas. I don't know if he's still watching. Thank you, Andrew.
With his wife.
Your guys' generosity is unmatched. We couldn't do it without you guys. We don't do sponsorships. We're fan funded here. Half our shit gets demonetized on YouTube and TikTok, kicked out of their monetization, all this stuff. So we're fan funded. So thank you guys. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific with another dating talk. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Let me just double check really quickly, make sure we're not screwing any over chatters here.
Shout out Hayden Rochelle, I love you. Blackout Girls. Shout out Dave Ho. Follow me on Instagram, Phone Home Baby ET.
Shout out, my boy.
Phone Home Baby ET is my Instagram.
Shout out, look, I'm from the mean streets of Santa Barbara, and it's tough out here. Like
Blackout Girls.
I grew up fucking Cabrillo Boulevard, man. That ain't no joke. Cabrillo Boulevard, the fucking palm trees, man. You look at the palm trees, it's crazy, dog.
Hayden Rochelle, we're coming. You're gonna come on next. Love you, bitches. I'm fucked up.
Okay, all right. That's it, guys. Like the video, please, on your way out. 07's in the chat. By the way, guys, we're going to get her back on. We're going to get her back on and maybe Savannah back on. They have some really good, great TikTok content. We're going to have to react to it another day. I went through a bunch of their stuff. They have some great videos.
Just for you, Brian.
They got some great videos, but we'll have to save it for round 2, I guess. So 07's in the chat. Oh, wait, final thing here. Julie. House of the Dragon. You don't think it's good?
Not compared to
I like it.
Game of Thrones.
Well, actually, season 2 sucks, so never mind. I said that before season 2, I think. Anyways, okay. 07's in the... Wait, let me double check. I don't want to screw anybody over. Is there... Oh my goodness, Charlie. Okay, Charlie, thank you for the super chat.
Charlie Kirk?
Memorial Day. No, yep. Charlie Johnson. Yo, fucking legend. Guys, W's in the chat for Charlie for the big $100 super chat here at the end of the stream. What a fucking legend.
He's a brave and a decent man.
Thank you. He fucking pioneered. Thank you, dude. All right, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night.
Love you.
We will see you guys next time. Good night, guys.
Mwah.